a young girl was left home alone for a short while, only to vanish without a trace. What followed felt more like the plot of a gripping detective thriller than a real-life event. It was simply too shocking to believe something like this could truly happen. It would take 15 long years before the truth finally came to light. And when it did, the entire community was left in shock and outrage. Jessica Dishon was born on May 2nd, 1982, in the small, close-knit town of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. It was a quiet, rural place where most residents worked in farming and knew one another well. Jessica was the eldest sibling with 2 younger brothers, and from a young age, she helped care for them while her parents worked. This responsibility made her independent, and her parents always trusted her completely. At 15, she took a part-time job at a local restaurant, determined to save up for her dream car, a red Pontiac. Over the years, she diligently put money aside until she finally had enough to make her dream a reality. Despite juggling work and school, Jessica excelled academically. She had big plans to attend college after graduation and pursue a career in accounting. By the fall of 1999, at 17, she was entering her senior year of high school. Around this time, she also started dating someone, which made her even more excited about the future. On the morning of Friday, September 10th, Jessica's day started off like any other. Her parents left for work while she was still asleep, and her younger brothers caught the school bus. Jessica stayed behind, planning to drive herself to school shortly after. Around noon, her mother returned home and immediately sensed something was off. Jessica's car was still parked in front of the house. Strange, since she should have been in class. Concerned, her mother entered the house and checked Jessica's bedroom, thinking she might have overslept. But the room was empty. Next, she wondered if Jessica had asked her father for a ride instead. However, after calling him, she learned that he had gone to work alone that morning. Worried, she decided to check Jessica's car, thinking it might not have started that morning. She grabbed a spare key from inside the house and walked outside. But as she approached, a chilling sight stopped her in her tracks. The driver's door was slightly ajar, and inside, Jessica's cell phone lay on the seat with the numbers 9 and 1 already dialed. Beneath the driver's seat, one of Jessica's shoes and her keys were left behind. In the back seat, her school books, work uniform, and purse remained untouched. The disturbing scene painted a grim picture. It was clear someone had interrupted her as she tried to call for help. Jessica would never have willingly left all her belongings behind. The family lived on the outskirts of town, so if she had gone anywhere on foot, she would have had to walk for miles. Her parents immediately called the school, only to discover that Jessica had never made it to class. Strangely, the school had failed to notify them of her absence, as it should have. Their worry deepened when Jessica's best friend from the restaurant called later that day, asking why she hadn't shown up for her shift. Between her absence at school and work, the abandoned car, and the phone with 9 and 1 dialed, Jessica's parents knew something was terribly wrong. They wasted no time in contacting the police. But when they finally reached the sheriff, they were met with indifference. He brushed off their concerns, suggesting Jessica had simply wandered off and would return soon. He didn't even acknowledge the glaring evidence, like the single shoe left behind, making it nearly impossible for her to have gone far. Jessica's parents pleaded with the sheriff to take the situation seriously, but he refused to open an investigation. Frustrated and heartbroken, they had no choice but to return home. But they weren't ready to give up. Determined to find their daughter, they took matters into their own hands, reaching out to friends, relatives, and anyone who might have seen Jessica. Yet, no one had any answers. Together, they scoured the town in search of Jessica, but she was nowhere to be found. The next morning, her worried parents returned to the sheriff's office and reported that Jessica still hadn't made it home. This time, the sheriff sent 2 officers to inspect her car. However, her parents soon encountered yet another issue. The officers conducted their examination without wearing gloves, carelessly handling everything inside the vehicle with their bare hands. Worse still, they neglected to check Jessica's room, despite it being standard procedure. Feeling once again abandoned by law enforcement, Jessica's parents turned to the local media in a desperate attempt to bring attention to their daughter's disappearance and highlight the police's apparent lack of concern. With the support of relatives and friends, they launched their own search efforts, distributing flyers that contained crucial information about Jessica. Leading the search were her father and his brother Stanley, both of whom were familiar with the area. Fearing the worst, they decided to focus their search near a local river, an area notorious for attracting drug dealers and criminals due to its overgrown, secluded landscape. For hours, Jessica's family combed through the rough terrain near the river, but they found no sign of her. Then, the following morning, something deeply unsettling happened. While Jessica's parents were at home, their son was playing outside in the yard when he suddenly ran inside, visibly shaken. He claimed he had heard a cry for help, one that sounded just like Jessica's voice. Acting on instinct, Jessica's father grabbed his shotgun and rushed outside, determined to find the source of the cry. At that same moment, his brother pulled up to the house and immediately joined in the search. As they scanned the area, something caught their attention, a plume of smoke rising from a neighboring property. The land belonged to a 40-year-old man named David Brooks. As they got closer, they saw him burning something that looked eerily similar to clothing. The sight sent chills down their spines. Suspicious, Jessica's father approached Brooks and requested permission to search his property. Brooks, however, flatly refused and ordered them to leave. But that wasn't the only unsettling thing about him. Before Jessica's disappearance, her family had shared a relatively normal relationship with Brooks and his relatives. Yet after she went missing, his behavior took a disturbing turn. He began driving past their house slowly and frequently, staring at them with an unsettling, almost taunting smile. Jessica's parents also started receiving eerie, anonymous phone calls where the caller remained silent, breathing heavily on the other end. They suspected Brooks was behind it, but they couldn't understand why. After witnessing Brooks burning clothes on his property, Jessica's parents once again turned to the police, who had shown little interest in the case from the beginning. They urged the officers to search Brooks' property with cadaver dogs, and this time the police agreed. Using Jessica's clothing to pick up her scent, the dogs led investigators straight to Brooks' fire pit, but frustratingly, no solid evidence was found. However, the dogs also uncovered a pair of black gloves inside one of Brooks's sheds. The gloves emitted an odor associated with decomposition, raising even more red flags. Despite these alarming discoveries and Brooks's increasingly suspicious behavior, the police once again failed to link him to Jessica's disappearance, leaving her parents with more questions than answers. Frustrated by the local authorities' inaction, Jessica's father made a bold decision. He reached out to the FBI. Typically, the Bureau does not launch investigations solely based on requests from missing persons' relatives. But this time, given the disturbing circumstances surrounding Jessica's case, they agreed to step in without hesitation. After carefully reviewing the details provided by Jessica's parents, the FBI came to a chilling conclusion. Something truly horrific may have happened to her. From that moment on, a real investigation finally began. The kind of thorough inquiry that local law enforcement had failed to conduct. FBI agents meticulously collected fingerprints from Jessica's room and vehicle, seizing all potential evidence for forensic analysis. They also deployed helicopters and enlisted volunteers to assist in a massive ground search. Even the pond near Jessica's home was thoroughly examined as investigators considered the possibility that her body might have been hidden there. Then, as the FBI combed through Brooks's property with a level of scrutiny the local police had never applied, they uncovered something truly alarming. Inside one of the sheds, investigators uncovered a chilling piece of evidence: a printed photo of Jessica. This disturbing discovery made detectives almost certain that Brooks was involved in her disappearance. They also began to suspect his 35-year-old brother Joseph, who exhibited odd behavior while the police were searching the property. However, there was a major obstacle. Despite their suspicions, the investigation had yet to produce any concrete evidence substantial enough to justify arresting either of the brothers. With no other leads, authorities intensified their search efforts, convinced that Jessica was no longer alive. Then, on September 27th, 17 days after Jessica went missing, the police received a call that would change everything. A woman was driving along a road near the river, the same area where Jessica's father had desperately searched in the early days of her disappearance. As she passed by, she noticed something unusual near a tree just off the road. Curious, she decided to take a closer look. As she approached, a horrifying realization set in. The object resembled a human body. Without hesitation, she dialed 911. FBI agents rushed to the scene, and their worst fears were confirmed. The lifeless body of a young woman lay before them, badly decomposed and missing several fingers and limbs. A rope, streaked with red and silver paint, was tied tightly around her legs. Parts of her clothing were also missing, leading investigators to suspect she had been sexually assaulted. Due to the body's advanced state of decomposition, authorities were unable to immediately confirm whether it was Jessica. The police then visited her parents and asked for their help in identifying her remains. Overcome with grief, Jessica's father couldn't bring himself to look, but her mother, gathering all the strength she had, agreed to go to the scene. At first, she struggled to recognize her daughter, but then her eyes fell upon something unmistakable. A small butterfly tattoo, identical to Jessica's, located in the exact same spot. The painful truth became undeniable. Later, forensic experts officially confirmed Jessica's identity and determined her cause of death: strangulation. The examination also revealed multiple bruises, indicating she had suffered a brutal attack before dying. Even more disturbingly, medical experts concluded that her limbs and fingers had been removed post-mortem, meaning she had been alive when her ordeal began. Yet the most devastating revelation was still to come. Investigators discovered that Jessica had remained alive for approximately 3 days after she was abducted. This meant that if the police had acted sooner, they might have been able to save her. Instead, their inaction had sealed her fate. Following the grim discovery, the FBI decided to interrogate Brooks once more. This time, his story took a suspicious turn. During his initial interview, he had claimed he saw Jessica near her home on the morning she vanished. But now, he completely changed his statement, insisting that he hadn't seen her at all that day. His new version of events placed him at home, in bed with his wife that morning. However, when detectives questioned his wife separately, she contradicted his account. Sensing the pressure mounting, the FBI pushed further. They asked Brooks what he would do if his fingerprints were found on Jessica's body. His response sent chills down their spines. Although no such evidence had been discovered, Brooks hesitated and then made an alarming statement. If his fingerprints were found, he would have to confess to everything. Shortly after, he was subjected to a polygraph test, and he failed. With suspicions at an all-time high, the FBI made a bold decision. Despite the lack of solid physical evidence, they arrested Brooks and proceeded with the trial. However, they knew the case would be an uphill battle. While the circumstantial evidence was overwhelming, it wasn't definitive. Without concrete proof directly linking Brooks to Jessica's murder, the odds of securing a guilty verdict remained uncertain. As the trial preparations progressed, detectives continued their search for additional evidence that could strengthen the case. While reviewing past findings, investigators recalled an intriguing detail. During their search of Brooks' car, they had discovered a rope strikingly similar to the one used to tie the victim's legs. However, without any DNA evidence on it, the rope remained yet another piece of circumstantial evidence rather than definitive proof. The trial commenced in January 2003. Brooks's attorney vehemently argued that there was no concrete evidence linking his client to the crime, insisting on his innocence. Then, a crucial misstep by law enforcement came to light during the proceedings. When investigators first discovered Jessica's body, they also found several of her missing limbs nearby. These remains were placed in specialized containers and handed over to the local police for safekeeping. However, despite clear labels instructing officers to store them in a refrigerated environment, the boxes were instead left at room temperature. As a result, the remains decomposed extensively, destroying any potential DNA traces that might have identified the killer. With no solid forensic evidence and only weak circumstantial links, the case against Brooks was far from airtight. Ultimately, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict, and Brooks walked free. According to state law, he could only be charged again if new, undeniable evidence emerged. For Jessica's parents, the verdict was a crushing blow. In their minds, there was little doubt that Brooks was responsible for their daughter's murder. To make matters worse, they were haunted by the thought that if the police had taken the case more seriously from the start, Jessica might have been saved. Now, with no justice in sight, their last hope faded entirely. As years passed, Jessica's case remained unsolved, and eventually it was nearly forgotten. Then, in 2012, a new detective, Lynn Hunt, joined the local police department. Tasked with investigating cold cases, she soon turned her attention to the murder of Jessica Dishon. As she sifted through the case files, she was shocked by the sheer negligence of her predecessors. The records were riddled with errors, crucial conversations with key individuals were missing, and the handling of evidence was embarrassingly inadequate. It became clear that the case had been so poorly managed that Hunt had no choice but to start the investigation from scratch, despite the fact that 13 years had already passed since Jessica's murder. Her first step was to speak with Jessica's family. One of Jessica's brothers, now an adult living on his own, handed Hunt a box of his sister's belongings, items that had originally been in Jessica's car. He had kept them ever since the police had returned them to the family. Hunt was once again astounded by the lack of professionalism in the investigation. These items, which should have been preserved as evidence, had not been stored according to protocol. Now, after so many years, they were unlikely to yield any useful clues. Nevertheless, Hunt examined everything carefully, determined not to overlook a single detail. Then she came across something interesting, a copy of Brooks' medical evaluation. According to the report, his IQ was only 61, which is considered extremely low. This revelation raised serious questions about the way the police had handled his interrogation. Given his intellectual limitations, Brooks might not have fully understood many of the questions posed to him. His odd behavior, which had previously been considered suspicious, could very well have been a result of his cognitive impairment rather than guilt. This new perspective led Hunt to consider a shocking possibility. What if Brooks had nothing to do with Jessica's murder? What if the real killer had never even been investigated? Determined to find the truth, Hunt launched a fresh inquiry. She meticulously reviewed all individuals connected to the case, as well as people living in the area at the time of Jessica's disappearance. Her investigation continued until September 2014, nearly 15 years after Jessica's death, when an unexpected lead emerged. A fellow officer from another department reached out to Hunt with intriguing news. An inmate at a Kentucky state prison had come forward, claiming to know the true identity of Jessica Dishon's murderer. Hunt approached this tip with cautious skepticism. In her experience, inmates often fabricated stories in hopes of bargaining for reduced sentences or better prison conditions. More often than not, such leads proved to be nothing more than time-wasting dead ends. Still, she knew she couldn't afford to dismiss it without verification. Determined to follow every possible lead, Hunt made her way to the prison to meet the informant. The man revealed that he had once shared a cell with another inmate, a convict who had been sentenced for child abuse, the very same crime he himself had committed. Bound by shared experiences, the two inmates developed a twisted friendship, occasionally exchanging details about their past crimes. Then, one day, the cellmate made a shocking confession. Among other things, he claimed to have murdered Jessica Dishon. But what came next left Detective Hunt utterly stunned. The informant revealed the name of the man responsible for Jessica's death. It was none other than Stanley Dishon, Jessica's uncle and her father's own brother. According to the inmate, Stanley had confided in him, admitting that he had been sexually abusing Jessica for years while living under the same roof as her family. He had threatened her repeatedly. warning that if she ever told anyone, he would kill her or harm someone she loved. By the spring of 1999, Stanley grew increasingly paranoid. Jessica had started dating someone, and he feared that she might finally confess to her boyfriend about the abuse. Desperate to silence her, Stanley took action. On the morning of September 10th, he arrived at Jessica's home while she was alone. She was outside, getting into her car, her belongings already packed inside. Stanley confronted her, demanding that she end her relationship immediately. But Jessica refused. She had had enough, and this time, she fought back. She threatened to expose him if he didn't leave her alone. Panic set in. Stanley lashed out, issuing more threats. Jessica turned to grab the phone, intending to call 911. Realizing that his entire world could come crashing down, Stanley lunged at her. Jessica managed to break free and ran into the house, but he chased after her. Once inside, he followed her to her bedroom, struck her, and tightly bound her in her own bedsheets. Then, he carried her away to an abandoned shed, just a short distance from where her body would later be found. For several agonizing days, Stanley kept Jessica captive, subjecting her to unimaginable abuse and torture. Then, he ended her life. But his cruelty didn't stop there. He moved her body, placing it in a visible spot near the road, ensuring that it would eventually be discovered. Hoping to mislead investigators, he went even further, removing some of Jessica's limbs to make it appear as if her death had been the work of drug traffickers. Before leaving the scene, he buried the bedsheets beneath the shed, erasing the last traces of his crime. Detective Hunt was shaken. The details provided by the informant were eerily specific, details that had never been made public. Only Jessica's closest relatives knew about the missing limbs, meaning the inmate couldn't have fabricated that part of the story. Then, he revealed one final piece of information. Stanley had buried one of Jessica's shoes beneath a broken tree near the shed. If this was true, Hunt finally had a chance to prove his guilt. Determined to verify the claims, Hunt launched an independent search. But with limited resources at the local police department, she had no choice but to seek help elsewhere. She turned to Jessica's brother and a few other relatives who agreed to assist in the search. Not wanting to alarm them prematurely, Hunt chose not to disclose that Stanley was now the prime suspect. First, she needed concrete evidence. On the first day, the search was fruitless. In the midst of pouring rain, they dug through the areas matching the informant's description, but nothing surfaced. The next day, Hunt and Jessica's brother returned to the site with renewed determination. As they drove along the road, he pointed out an abandoned barn. Something about it caught Hunt's attention. They stopped the car, entered the barn, and started digging the soil inside. Almost immediately, they uncovered something buried beneath the dirt. A long-awaited breakthrough. It was a bedsheet. Hunt carefully collected the evidence and rushed to Jessica's home. Over the years, Jessica's parents had never changed a single thing in her bedroom. It remained frozen in time, exactly as it was on the day she disappeared. Thanks to this, Hunt was able to confirm a crucial detail. The bedsheet they had just found matched Jessica's bedding. It was missing from her bed, and the pattern was identical to the remaining linen. For the first time in 15 years, the truth was finally coming to light. Immediately after this breakthrough, Stanley was arrested and brought in for questioning. Though he refused to confess, he appeared visibly shaken during his conversation with detectives. Eventually, he was formally charged with murder, and the case moved to trial. Jessica's father struggled to comprehend the horrifying truth that his own brother had committed such an unspeakable crime against his daughter. At first, he was in complete denial, unable to accept the reality of the situation. But over time, he was forced to come to terms with it. Looking back, he recalled something that now seemed painfully suspicious. During the initial days of Jessica's disappearance, it had been Stanley who suggested searching near the river. But while they were out there, Stanley suddenly claimed to feel sick, and his brother had to drive him home. It turned out that this moment had occurred just a few hundred yards from the barn where Jessica had been hidden. This raised a chilling possibility. Stanley may have deliberately diverted the search efforts, ensuring that no one would find Jessica while she was still alive. As preparations for the trial continued, Detective Hunt delved deeper into Stanley's past, hoping to uncover additional evidence. She already knew that he had previously served time for assaulting another young girl within their family. But what she uncovered next was even more disturbing. Multiple women, each closely related to Stanley, came forward revealing that he had sexually abused them when they were children. A clear pattern emerged. Stanley would approach his relatives, claiming to have nowhere to stay, and they would allow him to live with them temporarily. But once alone with their daughters, he took advantage of the situation, using threats to ensure their silence. After hearing these testimonies, investigators concluded that Stanley had been preying on young girls within his own family for 3 decades. Despite these revelations, Hunt knew that securing a conviction for Jessica's murder would be difficult. The case still lacked definitive forensic evidence. There were no fingerprints, no DNA, and nothing to physically tie Stanley to the crime. Determined to leave no stone unturned, she continued combing through old case files, searching for anything that might strengthen the prosecution's case. That's when she made another shocking discovery. In a box of forgotten records, Hunt came across a letter dated June 26, 2002. It had been written by a different informant, someone who, 12 years before, had told the police the same story that Hunt had just uncovered from the Kentucky prison inmate. By that time, Stanley was already serving a sentence for assaulting an underage relative. While in prison, he had confessed to his cellmate that he was the one who had murdered Jessica. The cellmate, who happened to be a police informant, sent a detailed letter to the department handling the case, outlining everything Stanley had told him. And what did the police do? Nothing. They ignored the letter, likely because they were still convinced that Brooks was the real culprit. Instead of investigating further, they dismissed the informant's claims, failing to consider any other suspects. Hunt was once again appalled by the negligence of her predecessors. If they had taken their job seriously, Jessica's case could have been solved back in 2002. But now, after all these years, all she could do was wait for the trial, hoping that Stanley would finally face the justice he had evaded for so long. The trial began in 2015. Despite overwhelming circumstantial evidence, Stanley insisted he was innocent. Seated in the courtroom, Jessica's parents could hardly bear to look at him. The man who had shared their family dinners, their holidays, their lives, was the same man who had destroyed everything. Their anger only deepened as he continued to deny the crime, refusing to give them even a shred of closure. Prosecutors knew that convicting Stanley of murder would be difficult. The case against him was largely circumstantial, with no direct physical evidence to secure a guilty verdict. There was also another complication. The women Stanley had assaulted as children would need to testify in court, recounting in painful detail the horrors they had endured. Given these challenges, the prosecution made a decision. They offered Stanley a plea deal. In exchange for his full confession to both Jessica's murder and the sexual assaults, they would drop the possibility of the death penalty. In the end, Stanley agreed. He pleaded guilty. But there was one condition. He wouldn't be required to reveal any further details about the crimes. Jessica's parents were devastated. After waiting for justice for nearly 15 years, they still didn't get the answers they so desperately sought. Why had he done it? What had really happened in those final moments? Stanley remained silent, offering them nothing. Under the terms of the plea deal, Stanley was sentenced to 20 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 15 years. Given that he was already 56 at the time of sentencing, this meant that he could walk free at 71. After the trial, Jessica's father made a chilling promise. If his brother ever got out of prison, he would be waiting for him. And this time, he would take justice into his own hands. In 2019, Stanley gave his first interview from prison, claiming once again that he was innocent. According to him, he had been at work on the morning Jessica disappeared. But after 2 decades, verifying his alibi was impossible. He also failed to explain how two unrelated informants, separated by more than a decade, had come forward with identical confessions from him, including details that only the true murderer would know, such as the location of the buried bedsheet. As for David Brooks, detectives never fully ruled out the possibility that he played a minor role in the crime. Brooks and Stanley knew each other, and it was entirely possible that Stanley had asked him to help dispose of Jessica's belongings. Given Brooks's low IQ, he may not have fully understood what was happening. Perhaps he had been the one to burn Jessica's clothes in the fire, or maybe Stanley had given him the gloves, contaminated with Jessica's scent, causing the cadaver dogs to alert. There was even a small possibility that Brooks had deliberately placed Jessica's photo in Stanley's shed, attempting to shift suspicion. But the full truth will likely never be known. Brooks passed away in 2021 due to heart complications, taking any remaining secrets to the grave. One final mystery remains, the haunting moment when, on the third day of Jessica's disappearance, her younger brother heard a cry for help outside. He was convinced it was his sister. To this day, no one knows the truth. Was Jessica still alive at that time, held captive in the barn just a few miles away? Perhaps the child had imagined it, his mind playing tricks on him under extreme stress. Or maybe it was someone else's voice that he mistook for Jessica's. Yet, there is one unsettling theory. We know that right after Jessica's father ran outside in response to the cry, Stanley pulled up to the house. He had been nearby. Could it be that Jessica had been in his car at that exact moment, bound, gagged, or unconscious? It seems unlikely. But in a case like this, where so much negligence and deception clouded the truth, anything is possible. What do you think about this case? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And if you found this story compelling, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Rowan Ford was born on April 11th, 1998, in San Diego, California. She had a childhood filled with love, but also challenges. Her parents divorced when she was young, and her mother, Colleen, moved her to the quiet town of Stella, Missouri. Life took another turn when Colleen met and married a man named David. With children from previous relationships and a new baby soon after their marriage, Rowan found herself in a large, blended family. She had 2 sisters and 2 brothers, and despite their differences, they shared a strong, unbreakable bond. Rowan was the kind of kid who loved the simple joys of childhood, riding her bike around town, splashing in the water on warm days, and sketching whenever she had the chance. She had a kind heart and a natural desire to help others. At Sunday school, she never hesitated to assist other kids when they struggled with their lessons. By November 2007, Rowan was 9 years old and in the 4th grade. Her mom worked night shifts at a local store, while her stepdad spent long hours working on a farm. As a result, Rowan was often left to take care of herself, which made her independent beyond her years. On the night of November 2nd, everything seemed normal. Rowan was home alone, as she often was. Her mom had left for work, and her stepdad hadn't returned yet. But by the next morning, everything changed. At around 9 a.m., Colleen arrived home from her shift, expecting to find Rowan still asleep. But when she checked her room, her daughter was gone. Panic set in immediately. She turned to David, demanding to know where Rowan was. His response was casual. He claimed Rowan had asked to sleep over at a friend's house, and he had let her go. He didn't ask which friend, didn't check in, didn't think twice. After all, it was a small town. What could go wrong? But Colleen's gut told her something wasn't right. She quickly checked with all of Rowan's friends, knocking on doors, making calls, anything to find out where her daughter was. But no one had seen Rowan. She hadn't stayed at any of their houses. That's when fear truly took hold. Desperation fueled Colleen as she searched the small town herself, looking down every street, calling out Rowan's name. But there was no sign of her little girl. Frantic, she rushed back home and told David that Rowan was missing. She begged him to call the police. But instead of acting with urgency, David brushed off her fears, insisting that Rowan would come home soon. Hours passed, still no sign of Rowan. The fear in Colleen's chest turned to dread. She knew something was terribly wrong. So, she made the call herself. 911. The local sheriff wasted no time. A search operation was launched immediately. The first step? Speaking to David, the last person who had seen Rowan before she disappeared. And what they would uncover in the days that followed was more horrifying than anyone could have imagined. David told investigators that on the evening Rowan disappeared, he had been working on the farm with his colleague, Christopher, when their mutual friend, Nathan, stopped by. The three of them decided to head back to David's place for drinks and a few rounds of pool. On the way, they stopped at a store, grabbed some alcohol, and spent the next few hours at David's house, unwinding. As the night wore on, Christopher asked Nathan to drive him home to his trailer in the neighboring town. The two convinced David to tag along, promising to keep the night going. Before leaving, David peeked into Rowan's room and saw her fast asleep. With that, he left with his friends. Once again, they stopped at a store for more alcohol before heading to Christopher's trailer, where the drinking continued for about an hour. Eventually, David decided to head back home and asked Nathan for a ride. Nathan, already intoxicated, chose to take the back roads instead of the highway. He was too drunk to risk running into the police. After dropping David off, Nathan drove home while David went straight to bed. Sometime later, David claimed he was woken up by Rowan, who asked if she could sleep over at a friend's house. Barely awake, he agreed without thinking twice and drifted back to sleep. This part of David's story didn't sit right with the police. A 9-year-old girl deciding to leave her house in the middle of the night, and her stepfather letting her go without even asking which friend she was talking about. Something felt off. The sheriff couldn't shake the feeling that David was either hiding something, or worse, directly involved in Rowan's disappearance. But without any evidence, suspicion alone wasn't enough. Meanwhile, the search for Rowan intensified. Officers combed through the small town and its outskirts late into the night, but there was no sign of her. News spread quickly. After all, Stella was home to just 150 people, a place where everyone knew each other. Parents were used to letting their kids roam freely, without a second thought. Nothing bad ever happened here, until now. By the time the first 24 hours passed with no trace of Rowan, fear gripped the entire town. Neighbors and friends poured in to help, desperately hoping to bring her home. On November 4th, police traveled to the neighboring town to question Christopher. He backed up David's story completely, but then he mentioned something troubling. David hadn't even contacted him since that night, and he only just found out Rowan was missing. With growing concern, authorities expanded the search, bringing in even more volunteers. But still, they found nothing. No clues. No leads. No Rowan. By the next morning, the case had escalated. The FBI joined the investigation. While local police continued searching every corner of Stella, detectives turned their attention to a terrifying possibility. What if Rowan had been abducted? Investigators were deeply skeptical of David's story. It simply didn't add up. They had already spoken to all of Rowan's friends, and not one of them had seen her that night, confirming that she had never gone to a sleepover. Meanwhile, as they continued questioning David, they noticed something alarming. He kept changing small but crucial details in his account. At first, his timeline for the night was inconsistent, making it unclear exactly how long he had been away from home. Then he backtracked on his original statement, suggesting that maybe Rowan hadn't even asked him for permission to leave and had simply wandered off on her own. This sudden shift only deepened the authorities' suspicions. The real turning point came when FBI agents discovered something David had conveniently failed to mention. On the night Rowan disappeared, he had asked his mother to borrow her car. Why would he need another vehicle when he had his own pickup truck? And why hadn't he told the police about this before? Determined to find answers, investigators seized both his mother's car and his truck for forensic examination. But despite their efforts, experts found no trace of evidence linking either vehicle to Rowan's disappearance. As doubts about David grew, detectives decided to take another look at the two men who had been with him that night, Christopher and Nathan. Christopher was brought in for questioning again. He stuck to the same story he had given the day before and even agreed to take a polygraph test. The results showed no signs of deception. For a moment, it seemed like there was nowhere left to turn. But then, something unexpected happened. A few hours after leaving the police station, Christopher was back at work when he spotted Sheriff
Clark's car passing by.
He waved for him to stop. Sheriff Clark wasn't directly involved in Rowan's case. He was in charge of the police department in Whitten, a neighboring town. But he had known Christopher for nearly 2 decades, ever since his childhood. Clark had been close friends with Christopher's foster parents, and over the years, Christopher had come to see him as a trusted figure, someone he could turn to in difficult times. As they stood there talking, the conversation naturally drifted to Rowan's disappearance. Sheriff Clark listened carefully, but something about Christopher's demeanor struck him as odd. He seemed nervous, like there was something weighing on him. Clark had a gut feeling that Christopher wasn't telling the whole truth, and with a child's life potentially hanging in the balance, he couldn't ignore it. He immediately contacted the FBI, sharing his concerns. Investigators began to suspect that Christopher might be hiding information, perhaps even protecting David. Maybe David had asked him to tweak certain details of that night, and now Christopher was afraid that if he came clean, he could be implicated as an accomplice. Given his long-standing relationship with Christopher, Sheriff Clark offered to help get through to him. That evening, Christopher stopped by Colleen's house, asking if there were any updates on the search. Almost at the same time, FBI agents arrived to speak with Rowan's mother again. Seeing Christopher there, they decided to question him once more. At first, he stuck to his story. Everything had happened exactly as he had described before. Nothing had changed. But then, for the first time, Christopher hesitated. And finally, he admitted something that shifted the entire investigation. He wasn't ruling out the possibility that David was involved in Rowan's disappearance. And more importantly, he was ready to help uncover the truth, no matter how devastating it might be. Christopher was so determined to get to the truth that he even suggested wearing a wire and confronting David in hopes of coaxing a confession out of him. But at that point, detectives decided not to take such a drastic step. Instead, they asked him if he had any idea where David might have hidden Rowan's body. He hesitated, then named several locations. The next morning, police set out to search those areas, while the broader search around Stella continued. Meanwhile, FBI agents brought David in for questioning once again. But as expected, he stuck to his story, denying any involvement over and over again. Investigators combed through his home, hoping to find any shred of evidence that could crack the case, but once again they came up empty-handed. At the same time, Christopher found himself back at the sheriff's office, sitting across from Sheriff Clark. He told him about his latest encounter with the FBI, but something about his demeanor didn't sit right with Clark. There was something else, something Christopher wasn't saying. After their meeting, the sheriff immediately contacted the detectives. He was certain Christopher was still holding back crucial information, something that could finally link David to Rowan's disappearance. The FBI agreed. Christopher had reached out to Clark multiple times since the case began, which told them one thing: he wanted to talk, but for some reason, he was scared to. So, the next day, November 7th, police called Christopher back to the station. This time, they needed his consent to search his safe, which was still inside David's house. He had lived with David for several months when he had nowhere else to stay, and some of his belongings remained there. Christopher agreed, and he also voluntarily allowed police to search his trailer, his car, and even provided a DNA sample. Then, the real questioning began. Detectives pressed him once again about the events of that night, urging him to confirm David's story. But this time, something shifted. Christopher hesitated. His expression changed. And then finally, he admitted it. David's story wasn't entirely true. The room tensed. Detectives leaned in, urging him to keep going. They needed to know what really happened that night.
But the pressure overwhelmed him. Christopher became defensive, his voice rising as he accused them of treating him like a suspect. If they were going to try and pin Rowan's disappearance on him, he said, then he had nothing more to say. And with that, the interrogation ended. Later that evening, Christopher went straight to Sheriff Clark. Frustrated, he vented about the way the detectives had questioned him, saying they were treating him like a criminal and that he might need a lawyer. Clark remained calm, reminding him that the police weren't trying to accuse him of anything. They were simply doing everything in their power to find Rowan. Christopher was quiet for a moment. Then he made a decision. "If I share anything else," he said, "it'll only be with you." Clark didn't push. Instead, he did what he had always done. He listened. And slowly, Christopher began to open up. Tears welled in his eyes. His voice shook. He swore he loved Rowan, that he would never hurt her. When he had lived at David's house, he had grown attached to her and the other kids. They had treated him like family. They had even called him Uncle Christopher. Clark watched him carefully. He could see it. Christopher was on the edge of revealing the truth. The question was, would he finally let it out? Just as Christopher was on the verge of revealing the truth, an unexpected visitor arrived at the police station, pulling Sheriff Clark away. By the time Clark returned, Christopher was gone, taking whatever he had been about to confess with him. Frustrated but careful not to push too hard, Clark immediately contacted the FBI. He explained that Christopher had been right there, ready to talk, but he also warned that pressuring him too much could backfire. If they weren't careful, he might shut down completely or even get a lawyer. The detectives agreed. They would give him space, hoping he would come forward on his own. Meanwhile, the search for Rowan continued, but each passing day without answers deepened the growing despair. Then, everything changed. On November 9th, exactly 1 week after Rowan's disappearance, a search team combing through a remote area near Powell, about 10 miles from Stella, stumbled upon something chilling: a large pit in the ground. As they peered inside, they saw leaves and debris carefully arranged to conceal what lay beneath. Rowan's body. She was partially clothed, wearing only one sock, with nothing below the waist. The medical examination confirmed the unthinkable. She had been sexually assaulted before being strangled to death. The discovery sent shockwaves through the entire investigation. FBI agents wasted no time. They reached out to Sheriff Clark, urging him to find Christopher now. With Rowan's body recovered and the case officially classified as a homicide, they were convinced he knew more than he had admitted. And this time, there was no room for hesitation. But there was a problem. That morning, while Clark had been away, Christopher had actually come to the station looking for him. He told the officers he needed to speak with Clark urgently, then left before anyone could stop him. Now, he was nowhere to be found. Clark searched every place he thought Christopher might go, but he had seemingly vanished. Hours passed. Then, finally, his phone rang. It was Christopher. His voice was tense, almost frantic. The first thing he asked was whether he was being followed. He explained that ever since hearing the news about Rowan's body being found, he had been driving aimlessly, trying to clear his head. But then he noticed something: a grey car trailing him. No matter where he went, it was always there. Fear seeped into his voice. Was someone watching him? Were they planning to pin the murder on him? Or worse, was someone looking for revenge? Clark reassured him that as far as he knew, there was no surveillance on him. Then he made a simple offer. "Let's meet in person." Christopher agreed. When they met, it was clear something had changed. He was on edge, his body tense, his hands shaking. He was scared, and not just in an anxious way. This was deep fear. Clark wasted no time. He brought Christopher back to the station and told him plainly, "Rowan's death is now a homicide case. If there's ever been a time to tell the truth, it's right now. What did David do to Rowan?" Tears welled up in Christopher's eyes. His breathing became uneven. But instead of answering, he hesitated. Then he glanced around the station, scanning the people moving through the building. And finally, he whispered, "There are too many people here. I can't talk about this here." Clark could see it. Christopher was standing on the edge of a confession. The question was, would he finally take the leap? Christopher suggested they go somewhere quieter, away from prying eyes. He mentioned a small bridge a few miles outside of town. Sheriff Clark agreed, and the two drove there in silence. As they stepped out of the car, Christopher did something unexpected. He raised his hands. "You should handcuff me," he said. Clark looked at him, startled. "That's not necessary," he replied. Christopher shook his head. "After I tell you what I did, you'll have to." And then he started talking. At first, his story sounded the same, the version he had repeated to the police many times. He, Nathan, and David had been drinking at his trailer. Later, David asked Nathan for a ride home, and they took the back roads to avoid the cops. But then Christopher took a deep breath and began telling the real story. One that sent a chill down Clark's spine. He confessed that he had been planning to assault Rowan. The thought had been in his mind all night. And when he realized his friends would take the long way home through the fields, he saw his opportunity. Instead of waiting, Christopher got into his car and sped toward David's house, taking the highway to get there as fast as possible. Once inside, he crept into Rowan's room, carefully lifted her sleeping body, and carried her to his car, making sure she didn't wake up. He took her straight to his trailer. That was where she finally woke up. Disoriented and terrified, she struggled against him, but she was too small to fight back. Christopher never turned on the lights. He never spoke. He didn't want her to recognize him. And then he did the unthinkable. His original plan had been to take her back home afterward, to leave as if nothing had happened. But things didn't go as planned. When he carried Rowan outside, the moon was bright. And in that brief moment, she saw his face. Panic overtook him. He couldn't let her live. He grabbed a rope, and before she could scream, he strangled her. Sheriff Clark felt sick. He stood frozen, barely able to process what he was hearing. Christopher continued. Once Rowan was dead, he put her body in his car and started driving aimlessly, trying to figure out what to do next. His first thought was to dump her off the very bridge where they now stood. But he hesitated. Someone would find her too quickly. So he kept driving. And then he remembered the large pit outside the neighboring town. That's where he went. He tossed Rowan's body into the pit and tried to cover her with branches. But the hole was too deep, and everything he threw in just slid to the bottom. Defeated, he left her there and drove back to his trailer. That's when he noticed the blood. On his clothes, on his mattress. Evidence that needed to be destroyed. Rowan's pants, underwear, and the rope he used to kill her, all of it had to disappear. So he gathered everything, stuffed it into a large barrel, and planned to set it on fire. But then he realized something. A fire that size would be impossible to hide. Someone would see the flames, or worse, the smoke. So he dragged the barrel into the shed, shut the doors, and lit the fire inside. As Christopher finished his confession, Sheriff Clark was left speechless. For days, he had been convinced that David was the one responsible. He had thought Christopher was just holding back information, afraid of getting caught up in his friend's crime. But now, the truth was staring him in the face. The man he had known for nearly 20 years. The man who had always respected him. The man with 3 children of his own was a monster. And Clark had just listened to him confess to a crime so unspeakable, so horrifying, that he barely recognized the person standing in front of him. Sheriff Clark had always thought Christopher was a decent man. But now, faced with the horrifying reality of who he truly was, the truth felt colder than ever. After Christopher finished his confession, he agreed to go to the station voluntarily. Clark didn't handcuff him. It wasn't until Christopher repeated his confession to the FBI that he was officially placed under arrest for murder. He even signed a voluntary consent form allowing investigators to search his trailer and car. Before being taken away, he muttered that he regretted everything, that he had cried like a baby the entire next day. But just when detectives thought they had uncovered the full truth, the case took yet another shocking turn. When they informed David that Christopher had confessed, they expected some kind of reaction, maybe relief, maybe fear. What they didn't expect was for David to suddenly change his version of events. This time, his story was even darker. According to David, when he got home that night and saw that Rowan was missing, he immediately suspected Christopher had taken her. Instead of calling the police, he took his mother's car and drove straight to Christopher's trailer. What he saw inside made him freeze. Rowan was lying on the bed. Christopher was leaning over her. And instead of stopping him, instead of saving Rowan, David joined in. He claimed that after they both assaulted her, they decided she couldn't be allowed to live. Together, they strangled her and dumped her body. David insisted that his brain had shut off that night and that for days afterward, he couldn't even remember what had happened. Detectives, stunned by this revelation, rushed back to Christopher to confirm David's claims. But Christopher denied it. He stuck to his original story, saying David wasn't involved, that he alone had committed the crime. This contradiction left investigators baffled. Whose version was the truth? Forensic evidence provided some clarity. The medical exam confirmed Rowan had been strangled with a thin rope, just as Christopher had described. And during a search of his trailer, police found ashes in a barrel, evidence of the items he had burned. In his car, they discovered strands of hair that appeared to belong to Rowan. Despite the conflicting confessions, both men had admitted to serious crimes. There was no question. They were both going to be prosecuted. Christopher was charged with murder. David was arrested too, but his case was more complicated. If prosecutors pursued murder charges against him, it could create legal loopholes that might allow Christopher's conviction to be overturned. Worse yet, without solid DNA or physical evidence linking David to the murder, there was a real possibility he could walk free entirely. It was a gamble the prosecution couldn't afford to take. So they made a difficult decision. To ensure Christopher's death sentence remained intact, they lowered David's charges to child endangerment and obstruction of justice. David pleaded guilty. His punishment? 11 years in prison, with a minimum of only 5 years before possible release. The sentence was met with outrage. If David had been involved in the murder, then his punishment was nothing short of an insult. But legally, there was no other way to guarantee a conviction. And with double jeopardy laws in place, it was unlikely he would ever be tried for Rowan's murder again. As for Christopher, he was sentenced to death in 2012, 5 years after the crime. He appealed the ruling, but all attempts were denied. He remains in prison, awaiting execution. But as with many death row cases, years, sometimes decades, can pass before a sentence is carried out. There's a strong possibility that Christopher will never face execution at all, and will simply live out the rest of his life behind bars.
And basically they told me that I need to come in and meet up, and they briefed me on what they had at the time, which ultimately was Tommy Carlton, who was trying to find someone to murder his ex-wife.
Breakups and divorces, they can get messy, right? We've all heard about custody battles, arguments over money, or just drama in general. But this story, this one takes things to a whole new level. Tommy Carlton and Elizabeth Nicholas didn't just end things the ordinary way. When they split, it turned into a case so twisted that even the police were caught off guard. And boy, oh boy, this isn't just a messy divorce story. It's something much, much deeper. And without wasting any time, we're getting right into it. So, who are Tommy and Elizabeth? So it all started out pretty normal. Tommy Lyle Carlton was working as a registered nurse in Osceola County, Florida, and so was a woman named Elizabeth Nicholas. They crossed paths pretty quickly at the medical facility, and right away, something just clicked. It wasn't long before they became friends, and, well, you can probably guess what happened next. That friendship didn't stay just a friendship for long. It turned romantic. Barely a year had passed, and they were already walking down the aisle. Life was looking good. Everything seemed perfect. By 1998, they had a son, Eric, which should have been the cherry on top, right? But unfortunately, this was the beginning of the end. Out of nowhere, Tommy started pulling away from Elizabeth, and pretty soon, things went downhill. They found themselves stuck in the classic cycle: constant fighting, endless arguments, and drama over things so small that a calm conversation could have fixed them. But instead, it just kept getting worse. And things escalated quickly, way faster than you'd expect. Just about 6 weeks after their baby was born, Elizabeth had to undergo gallbladder surgery. While she was recovering in the hospital, Tommy visited her. Not to check on her well-being or even argue, but to tell her that she needed to take care of Eric because he had other commitments. What commitments, you ask? The one standing right beside him. No, it wasn't a mistress or a meeting, but to everyone's shock, especially Elizabeth's, Tommy revealed that he was gay. This is happening just weeks after Eric's born, and while Elizabeth's still dealing with surgery recovery. It's safe to say she was completely blindsided, but it didn't matter. Tommy had discovered who he truly was, and over time, his attention was on spending time away with his new male partners. As for the marriage, it was deteriorating more and more. The verbal fights were now becoming physical. So, to no one's surprise, Elizabeth filed for divorce in 2000. The divorce went relatively smoothly, and they shared joint custody of Eric. Eric lived primarily with his mother. For a while, everything went well. Tommy was paying his child support. They shared custody, and things were fairly civil. Until Elizabeth moved on and started dating Jay Saltzman. And there was one person who was just not happy about it, none other than Tommy himself. He grew bitter and suddenly very concerned for his child's safety, claiming that this new relationship was putting Eric in danger. He insisted Eric was no longer safe. His response? He stopped making child support payments. And he held out long enough for his unpaid child support to pile up to $85,000. Elizabeth had finally had enough. The constant back and forth with Tommy over child support wasn't just exhausting, it was taking a toll. She filed to get the court involved, hoping a judge could set things straight. After a few hiccups in the process, she finally got a court date for May 14, 2009. But as soon as Tommy got wind of the hearing back in January, it was like he flipped a switch. Suddenly, he wasn't picking up her calls, didn't answer texts, and even cut off contact with Eric. It was as if he vanished from their lives. But their story was far from over, and they were about to cross paths in a way nobody saw coming. Tommy finds out about Elizabeth's death. Barely a week before the court date, on Friday, May 8, 2009, Tommy had just met someone new and was going about his usual routine when his phone rang. It was the sheriff's department. Detective Irving Molina from the Osceola Sheriff's Department wanted him to come down to the station, so Tommy went in and met up with Detective Molina and his partner, Detective Brett Roller. Now, the news he was about to get would have been devastating for anyone with even a bit of sympathy. But for Tommy, well, let's just say his reaction was different. If you don't believe me, you'll see for yourself in just a second. So after going through the formalities, like his rights, the fact that the interview was being recorded, etc., Detective Molina dropped the news. Tommy's ex-wife, Elizabeth, was dead. They'd been informed by Elizabeth's boyfriend, Jay Saltzman, and were reaching out to him for information.
That's my ex-wife.
It's your ex-wife?
Yeah.
All right. First of all, I know I thanked you already, but I want to thank you even more for just coming in, especially as quick as you did.
I just happened to be here. Normally I'm in Orlando, that's where I live.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now, as you can see for yourself, Tommy's reaction wasn't exactly what you'd expect after finding out someone you once loved, married, and had a child with was gone. The detectives let him know this wasn't just any death, they were investigating it as a potential homicide, as her ex-husband Tommy was in a position to give them the much-needed information. From the start, he seemed more interested in trashing Elizabeth's boyfriend. He went off about how rude the guy was to him, like that's what he really wanted the detectives to focus on. And let me tell you, Tommy had his whole narrative ready. He painted Elizabeth as the one who kept him away from his son, claimed she wouldn't let him see Eric, setting the whole stage against her. He then opened up about their relationship, but there was zero affection in his words. He didn't have a single kind thing to say about her. And then, he starts saying Elizabeth made promises she never kept. According to Tommy, she told him that if he bought a house for Eric, he'd get more time with him. But she supposedly went back on her word, taking Eric on a Disney trip, and never letting him come back. He claimed she was doing everything possible to keep Eric away from him, even drugging their son to make him sleepy during visits. Tommy called her a compulsive liar and accused her of making false claims about him, including accusations of assault that he swore were totally untrue. And that's not even all.
South Dakota or North Dakota, Wilson, something like that. That's where she went for one of her brothers or stepbrothers. And so then I went in court and I got the judge to give me custody of my son. She came back and had bruises on her arm where she said that I had beat her up and stuff like that. And she still had him in the courtroom whenever she came back. This was 2 months later. I hadn't seen her. Do nothing. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tommy went as far as saying that Eric had confided in a friend that Elizabeth's boyfriend, Jay, was abusing him too. He then admitted that he deliberately stopped paying child support, hoping it would lead to a court hearing where he could expose Elizabeth's so-called lies and hypocrisy. But despite all this concern he claimed to have, he said he didn't even know where Elizabeth lived anymore. Just that he thought she'd moved in with her boyfriend. No contact with Eric, no updates on Elizabeth, nothing. He was simply clueless. Then the detectives shifted their questions, asking him to take them through his entire day. Tommy spelled it out, each patient he'd visited, where he was supposed to be, and the timing. He mentioned chatting with his neighbor Mindy, which he said made him run late. When he got to his next appointment, the patient wasn't home, so he just went back to his place. Later, he stopped by Walmart to pick up some flowers for his last patient. But right as he was about to check out, Detective Molina called him in, and he headed to the station. The detectives probed a bit more, asking what he thought of Elizabeth as a person. That's when they dropped the bomb that they were actually investigating her death as a homicide. But if you were expecting a reaction, well, Tommy had nothing. It was almost as if he was desperately grasping for any chance to make her look bad. He said Elizabeth had a knack for making people angry, and she was someone who just didn't care much about anyone's feelings. And then, just as casually, he told them he hated her. Or so he says, nothing to do with it. Just stick around for a minute, and you'll find out how he had everything to do with it. The detectives then switched things up again, asking if he had any friends. Tommy just shrugged and said he mainly spent time with his patients. The truth comes out. Now, if you haven't figured it out yet, the person behind this whole mess was none other than Tommy himself. For all his confidence in staying out of suspicion, he didn't realize just how deep he was in. And whatever you think got him caught, trust me, it's so much worse than that. But let's not spoil it just yet. Back to the investigation. The detectives moved from questioning to confrontation. They dropped a photo of Elizabeth after she'd been shot, right in front of him. Tommy's reaction? Just blank, no shock, no sadness, no anything. All he cared to ask was, where's Eric? Is he safe? And guess who just walked in? You're about to find out. That was the look of a man who just realized the hitman he hired to kill his ex-wife was actually an undercover cop. Tommy's whole world flipped in that moment because standing right in front of him was James Wood, who he thought was Billy, the guy he'd paid $1,500 to take out Elizabeth. Yeah, James was an undercover agent the whole time, and Tommy had no idea he'd been set up. Detectives Roller and Molina then laid it all out for him. They told Tommy they'd actually been watching him for over 2 weeks. And why, you ask? I mean, aren't we all wondering? Let's see how he responds.
Is there something that we don't know that we should know?
I'm not following.
Why would you take the steps that you did to get rid of your wife?
I didn't take any steps to get rid of my wife.
Have you been meeting with Billy the last week?
I saw him, yeah, like twice.
Okay. Billy is Agent Griffin. He has been my partner for 5 years. You understand that?
Okay.
So where he goes, I go. So everywhere you've been with him, I've been there with him and with you. Now I understand from the moment that you guys first met, even prior to the moment that you guys first met. But yeah, please understand that before I come across you, I don't know you. I didn't know Elizabeth. So I don't understand what would drive a person to that point.
Turns out it wasn't just James. Agent Griffin was in on the whole operation too. Both agents were working together to expose Tommy's entire plan to murder Elizabeth. Tommy started to realize he was backed into a corner with nowhere to go. And just when things couldn't get any worse for Tommy, in walks the head of the Violent Crimes Unit, the very person who'd been leading this investigation from day one. And he didn't just walk in empty-handed. He came in with solid proof, showing Tommy the exact cash, the bills he'd handed over to Billy to make Elizabeth disappear. And it gets worse. Every detail of Tommy's plot, Every step of his plan from just a week earlier, they had it all on camera. It was all right there, undeniable. But here's the thing that might be the worst part for Tommy. Not only was he caught red-handed, but the person he wanted dead? Elizabeth was still alive. She hadn't been harmed at all. Detective Roller looked him straight in the eye and told him that the evidence they'd collected was enough to lock him up for good. And that's when Tommy finally asked for a lawyer. He was arrested for solicitation to commit murder and attempted murder, and held without bond at the Osceola County Jail. And in the weeks that followed, Tommy decided he'd represent himself in court. But, oh, we're just scratching the surface here. Don't worry, we're going to take a look into exactly what the detectives found, all the proof they had, and how they set this entire thing up. Here's how it went down. By June 2008, Tommy Carlton had reached his limit with Elizabeth. He didn't just want her out of his life, he wanted her gone, permanently. So while he's supposed to be getting his act together at Narcotics Anonymous, he meets this guy named Ricky Donovan. Now, instead of talking about recovery, Tommy started hinting to Ricky that he wanted Elizabeth out of the picture for good. Ricky listened, and before you know it, he ended up introducing Tommy to someone else, a guy named James Wood. And that's where things take a turn. A good one. For Elizabeth, at least. James wasn't exactly living a great life himself. He also had a kid he barely saw because his ex had cut him off. And somehow that became a weird bond between him and Tommy. They both felt stuck, cut off from their kids, and for the next few weeks, they got closer. Tommy started feeding James this sob story about how he was just trying to protect his son. Then, things got real. Tommy wasn't just complaining about Elizabeth anymore. He had ideas, and he was spelling them out. He talked about poisoning her, even messing with her car to make it look like an accident. And then Tommy hit James with this. If James helped him get rid of Elizabeth, Tommy would take care of James's ex so he could be with his son. At first, James thought it was just talk, something Tommy would vent about and forget. But Tommy wouldn't let it go. He kept bringing it up again and again, and it became clear he was dead serious. It was clear he was locked in on making this happen. That's when James threw out an idea, almost like a dare. Why don't you hire a hitman? But here's what Tommy didn't know. James was getting pretty freaked out. Realizing Tommy was actually serious, James started panicking, and he decided to bring someone else in on it. He reached out to a family friend, Sheriff's Deputy David Snyder. James told Snyder the whole story, how he met this guy Tommy through someone at Narcotics Anonymous, and how Tommy was dead set on getting someone to take care of his ex, Elizabeth. By May 4th, James and Deputy Snyder decided to go all in. They'd take things to the next level and set up a plan Tommy wouldn't see coming. They met with Sergeant Wiley Black from the Osceola County Sheriff's Violent Crimes Unit. Sergeant Black and two detectives sat down with James to hear the full story. That's when they decided they needed backup for this one. Lieutenant Howard Griffin, who had experience working undercover, was brought in to help get to the bottom of this. They got everything set up and told James to call Tommy to set up a meeting for later that night. The location was a room at the local Quality Inn. While officers worked fast to set up surveillance in the room next door, Lieutenant Griffin was getting into character as Hitman Billy. That night, Tommy was on his way to meet Billy for the first time, not knowing that a whole team from the Violent Crimes Unit was right next door, ready to catch everything on tape. Just in case Tommy got cold feet later, they wanted to make sure they had everything on tape. On May 4th, 2009, Tommy showed up, already convinced that James had a guy lined up to handle things for him. At first, the conversation was pretty normal. But it didn't take long before Tommy started getting into the real reason he was there, almost as if he was ready to puke out his grievances. He told Billy that his son, Eric, was being abused by Elizabeth and her boyfriend, Jay. Tommy was complaining about how that Eric had called him crying, begging for help, saying he couldn't take it anymore.
He's with this guy who's beating the scrap out of my son. I can't see him, don't want to see him, talk to him, nothing, he's doing that. He's like, call me up on the phone, crying. The last time I talked to him, I called him on the phone, he's crying. He's like, come get me, man. And he's crying. He's fucking, he'll turn 11 in June.
This was allegedly the reason Tommy was desperate to get full custody of his son, and he was willing to do anything to make that happen, even murder. But this guy wasn't foolish. During this whole meeting, Tommy was getting more and more paranoid. He was convinced the hotel room was bugged. When he went to grab a pen, he thought he saw a metal briefcase in the next room that looked like it had a listening device in it. He told James and Billy about it, but when they checked again, they found nothing. Still, Tommy couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. After talking for a while, Tommy suggested they head out to his truck to keep talking. That's when the real plan started to take shape.
Can we go on like my farm and talk about it? I'm a little hesitant about this hotel.
I don't give a fuck. I'm getting my goddamn truck or car or whatever, man.
Is that cool?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Alright.
Tommy told Billy he just needed Elizabeth taken out of the picture, and they set a deadline. Tommy wanted it done by May 14th. Billy then told Tommy that the easiest way to do it was with a single gunshot to the head. He also laid out his payment terms, $500 up front and another $1,500 when the job was done. They agreed to that, and Tommy promised he'd have the first payment by Friday. Billy then told Tommy to start building an alibi, something that would make him look innocent if the police came asking questions. Tommy agreed. He'd make sure he was seen around town all week. For the next 5 days, Tommy met with Billy 3 more times. Each time, Tommy got more and more specific, handing over more and more details of Elizabeth and Eric. They went over the details of the plan, agreeing on how to handle Elizabeth, and each meeting seemed to bring Tommy closer to actually believing this was going to happen. What he didn't know was that while all this was going down, cops had already contacted Elizabeth. They told her everything Tommy was planning, and she agreed to help them catch him red-handed. On the afternoon of May 6, 2009, Tommy and Billy met again, this time in a Dairy Queen parking lot in Kissimmee, Florida. And of course, the whole thing was being recorded. Tommy, probably trying to look casual, decided to drive Billy around town, showing him the photos of his son and ex-wife.
Well, just roll around like crazy. Alright.
Just go keep driving, keep moving.
Go make a big loop or something.
Yeah. So, look in here, I got the pictures of my son and stuff in there.
Okay, cool. Can I? Oh.
That's about 3 years ago. This is most recent. He hasn't changed much.
While they drove, Tommy couldn't stop himself. He kept ranting about Elizabeth. He kept talking about these nightmares he was having, how he was scared for Eric's safety, and how he just had to protect his son. In Tommy's mind, Elizabeth and her new boyfriend were a threat, and he was convinced that the only way to make sure Eric was safe was to get rid of her once and for all. Before going off on their own ways, Tommy and Billy had it all lined up for Friday, May 8, 2009. They agreed to meet up around midday, sometime between 1 and 2 p.m. Elizabeth, on the other hand, was fully on board at this point, helping the authorities set up the whole thing. And Agent Griffin, still posing as Billy, was ready for their third meeting just after 3 p.m. This time at a Walmart parking lot in Osceola County. Tommy showed up, handed him the $500 and promised another $2,500 later.
All him. Just give me a holler and let me know when they want me to, visit my friend.
Once the cash was exchanged, Tommy left, completely unaware that the sheriff's office was already preparing to set up the crime scene. They had everything they needed, including fake photos of Elizabeth for Tommy's benefit. As Tommy drove away, Griffin called him to remind him to start putting his alibi together for later that night.
No problem. I'm gonna haul out away now, because yesterday she got off at 6:30 anyway, so. I don't know if you've ever been to that job, but it's, I haven't. It's a sweet spot.
Billy then laid out the plan for the next step. He told Tommy that he was heading to Elizabeth's house now. But Tommy had to wait for a call, so he could create the perfect alibi. Tommy continued going about his day as usual, visiting patients and setting up IV drips. But as the hours passed, he got a call from Billy. Billy wanted to make sure Tommy was caught on camera, so Tommy agreed to go along with it. Shortly after, Billy called again, and this time he had news. He told Tommy to meet him at the Walmart once more. With the plan completed, Tommy felt a sense of relief.
Doing, brother?
Thank God.
done, man. Look at this stupid man. In her car, I was hiding in the woods, man. I couldn't find her ID, so I said, I snapped the picture and then took off in the woods. It was perfect, dude. But you can watch the news tonight or something. I'm sure it's gonna be on there. You know what I'm saying? So great. But I just wanted to show you to know where you know it's done.
Sweet.
All right.
Oh, thank God.
All right, man.
The two men parted ways, agreeing to stick to their alibis to avoid any complications. But as Tommy got into his car and drove off, his phone rang. It was Detective Irving Molina from the Osceola Sheriff's Department, and you know exactly what happened after that. So, that leads to the most important part, the trial. Tommy Carlton's trial began on February 7th, 2011, at the Osceola County Courthouse. Let's talk about what he was charged with. 2 heavy crime: solicitation to commit first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder with a firearm. Prosecutors argued that Tommy had gone all in to make sure that her death would happen, taking steps to cover his tracks and remove Elizabeth permanently. The judge for this case was Scott Padna, but the one making Tommy's story crystal clear to the jury was the prosecutor, Michelle Heller. She wanted them to see Tommy exactly as she did. A man who, beyond a doubt, wanted Elizabeth gone and didn't care how.
The defendant, Tommy Carlton, hated his ex-wife, and he wanted her dead, and he hired Billy, the undercover hitman, to do so. When Deputy Griffin shows him the cell phone photo, what is his reaction? You'll see it and you'll hear it. Sweet, he says. He's happy. In fact, he's certain he wants her dead, out of the way, out of the picture. He just doesn't want to be caught.
In her words, Tommy had planned her death like it was a solution to all his problems, a way to get rid of her from his life and, maybe more importantly, from the life of their son Eric. From the very beginning, Heller argued that Tommy's hatred for Elizabeth wasn't something new or hidden.
Who he didn't know was a deputy, he thought was a hitman. That he wanted her out of the way, he wanted the problem solved, and he wanted her out of the way. There was discussion between the two of them about price.
She presented recordings from the sting operation, audio and video, to show his cold, indifferent attitude, his almost frightening lack of concern for what might happen if he went through with this. There was no remorse, no hesitation, but Tommy's defense had a different story. Tommy's defense said that he had been entrapped. His lawyer, Mark Consalo, claimed that law enforcement set him up, manipulated him, pushed him into a corner. According to Consalo, Tommy never directly said he wanted Elizabeth dead. His defense argued that the undercover agent, Howard Griffin, actually made things worse by pressuring Tommy, basically guiding him to say things he wouldn't have otherwise. They were hoping to convince the jury that this was all the cops doing. Consalo painted Tommy as a guy just trying to regain some control over his life, specifically his relationship with his son. This was a man, not a murderer, who had been driven to desperate measures. They also later argued that, yes, Tommy might have planned something, but he didn't actually try to kill Elizabeth himself. His lawyer claimed that all his actions were merely preparations, things he thought about, but nothing more. The defense's position was simple. Because he never actually did anything to harm Elizabeth directly, the charges of attempted murder shouldn't stand. They insisted there was a difference between planning and taking actual steps to kill her. Now this is where things get a bit questionable. See, the legal standard for attempted murder requires more than just thinking about it or planning it. You have to take some pretty substantial steps toward the act itself. So, the big question was, were Tommy's actions enough to be considered substantial? Was the fact that he hired the undercover cop, gave him details, and even set up an alibi enough to prove that he wasn't just talking? The defense argued Tommy hadn't crossed that line into action. To them, he had only ever planned, nothing more. No direct actions taken. But Heller wasn't buying it. She argued that Tommy didn't just think about this. He was trying to make it happen. Hiring someone, paying them, setting up an alibi. These weren't just thoughts. These were actual overt acts. Clear steps toward committing the crime. The trial was packed with testimonies, key witnesses, law enforcement, and even the police informant James Wood. Agent Howard Griffin took the stand, describing his encounters with Tommy in detail. He said Tommy even set a deadline. He wanted it done by May 14, 2009. Griffin described a conversation where Tommy seemed almost casual, saying he wanted Elizabeth gone. and when he spoke about getting rid of her, he didn't stammer or hesitate. Then came James Wood, the informant, who testified that Tommy had come to him multiple times, almost like he was trying to work up the nerve each time. According to Wood, each conversation they had circled back to one thing: Tommy's desire to see Elizabeth out of the picture. Detectives Molina and Roller also testified. They described a shift in his behavior when he learned the police had recordings of him. Detective Molina described Tommy's reaction as detached, almost like he wasn't surprised or worried about what he had done. And then Tommy took the stand. He said he never meant for Elizabeth to die. According to him, he thought Agent Griffin would only intimidate her and her boyfriend, nothing more. He claimed that the phrase "taken out of the way" meant he wanted Elizabeth to stop interfering with his time with Eric. And as for James Wood, Tommy suggested that Wood was lying, twisting the story to get back at him over some past grudge. Tommy also mentioned a hearing problem, saying he hadn't fully understood what Agent Griffin said during their meetings, that he was confused. He tried to paint himself as a victim of miscommunication and misunderstanding. Finally, the trial reached its end. Both sides gave their closing arguments. The prosecution urged the jury to think about the evidence, the tapes, Tommy's own words, the witness testimonies. The defense stuck to their entrapment argument, telling the jury that Tommy had been manipulated, that he never actually planned to go through with murder. After hours of deliberation, the jury returned with their decision. Tommy Carlton was found guilty on both counts: solicitation to commit first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder. They believed the evidence showed he had been ready to go to any lengths to rid himself of Elizabeth. During the sentencing on April 8, 2011, Elizabeth took the stand again, this time for a victim impact statement. She described the toll Tommy's actions had taken on her and Eric. She talked about the man she'd once known, a man who was unrecognizable to her now. The judge sentenced Tommy to 22 years in prison and ordered him to have no contact with Elizabeth. Eric chose not to stay in touch with his father. Tommy tried to appeal, but it didn't work out. The court's decision was clear. Tommy Carlton had done more than just ask someone to make his problems disappear. He had taken clear steps to make that a reality. The 5th District Court stood by this ruling, even after Tommy's legal team pointed to a similar case, Arias versus State, where a defendant's actions were deemed preparatory. They argued Tommy's actions weren't enough for an attempted murder charge. But the court explained that while Arias involved only talk, Carlton's actions were different. He had hired a hitman, given him all the necessary information, paid him, and set up an alibi. They concluded Tommy's steps went beyond words, entering the territory of real, attempted crime. The court rejected his appeals, making it clear: when you hire a hitman, provide all the details, and set up an alibi, it's not just talk, it's intent to kill.
We're traveling back to early 1980s Hong Kong, a time when a chilling case gripped the city with fear. The perpetrator, who preyed on young women during rainy nights, earned the terrifying nickname, the Rainy Night Butcher. Who were his victims? And what horrifying crimes did he commit? Let's rewind to February 12th, 1982, a day that began like any other, but would soon uncover a nightmare. It was a Friday morning, and a sanitation worker was out on his regular route along the Shingmun River in Hong Kong's Sha Tin district. His job was simple: clearing debris from the river to keep construction work on the river bank running smoothly. But as he approached the Lek Yuen Bridge, something unusual caught his eye: a strange object floating in the water. Curiosity got the better of him, and he moved closer to investigate. What he pulled from the water made his blood run cold: a decaying human head. Overwhelmed by shock, he almost passed out before rushing ashore to alert the police. When the authorities arrived, they examined the grisly discovery. The victim's head had curly hair, which appeared to have been freshly permed, 3 false teeth, and golden round earrings in both ears. Despite these clues, the head had been in the water for so long that it was severely swollen, making facial identification impossible. the investigation quickly escalated. About 650 feet away from where the head was found, police retrieved a yellow plastic bag. Inside, they uncovered a human leg. Over the next 4 days, searches of the nearby waterways revealed more remains: an upper torso and an arm. A key breakthrough came from a distinctive tattoo on the arm. It depicted a sword piercing through a heart with a bird perched beside it. Tattoos on women were rare at the time, and this unique detail became the police's most valuable clue. Hoping for a lead, they publicized the tattoo, urging anyone with information to come forward. Their efforts paid off. A middle-aged man and a young man came to the police station, identifying themselves as the victim's father and husband. The father confirmed that his daughter had false teeth and a tattoo of a swallow and a heart on her right arm. Tragically, this confirmed the victim's identity: 22-year-old Chan Fung Lan. Chan, a nightclub worker from Simshatsui, was married and the mother of 2 young daughters. She had been missing for 10 days before her remains were discovered. But as investigators dug deeper into her personal life, troubling details emerged. Chan and her husband were reportedly having marital problems. While working at the nightclub, she had attracted the attention of a man nicknamed 4 Eyes, who was infatuated with her. He had even urged her to leave her husband to be with him. When Chan's husband learned about this, he confronted 4 Eyes in what must have been a heated exchange. This led investigators to suspect jealousy as a possible motive. However, Chan's husband was quickly ruled out. His alibi was solid. Police then turned their attention to 4 Eyes, but no incriminating evidence was found linking him to the crime. Another lead surfaced when investigators discovered that Chan had previously worked at a different bar, where she had borrowed 500 Hong Kong dollars. Unfortunately, this clue also hit a dead end, leaving the case shrouded in mystery. The investigation soon turned its focus to a taxi stand on Kimberley Road, the last place Chen Fenglan was seen before she vanished. According to her colleagues, on the night of February 3rd, Chan had become heavily intoxicated and was clearly not in a stable state. Concerned, some of her co-workers helped her into a taxi and watched as it drove off into the rainy night. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. Chan's husband confirmed she never made it home that night. Desperate for answers, police tried to track down the taxi, but none of her co-workers had noted the license plate number. Given the sheer number of taxis in the area, this lead quickly turned cold. Over the following months, fear spread like wildfire as more women began disappearing under eerily similar circumstances. Each disappearance occurred on a rainy night, plunging the community into panic. In one particularly chilling incident, a woman reportedly leapt out of a moving taxi, terrified for her life as she recalled the ongoing string of disappearances. Despite extensive efforts, the investigation remained at a frustrating standstill until mid-August, when a startling tip came in that changed everything. The police received a phone call from an employee at a photo processing shop. The worker explained that while developing a set of photos for a customer, he noticed something deeply disturbing. The images appeared to show human body parts. Alarmed, he immediately contacted the authorities. Police rushed to the shop and began piecing together the details. The photos hadn't been taken by the shop, but had been brought in by a customer who claimed his own equipment wasn't working. An employee named Zhang revealed that this wasn't the first time the same customer had brought in photos. the man reportedly claimed to work as a mortuary photographer, responsible for taking pictures of cadavers and their body parts. To avoid alarming the other staff, Jang had usually handled these unsettling photos himself. However, on the day in question, Jang wasn't in the shop, so another employee processed the images, and they were horrified by what they saw. When the police examined the photos, they made a shocking discovery. Forensic experts determined that the body parts in the images were far too fresh to be from preserved cadavers. The estimated time of death was no more than 3 hours before the photos were taken. This contradicted the customer's claims, as mortuary bodies used for educational purposes are typically preserved for much longer and would have already shown visible signs of rigor mortis. This revelation marked a critical turning point in the case, drawing the police closer to uncovering the truth behind the rainy night butcher. However, the bodies in the photos told a different story. They hadn't yet reached the advanced stages of decomposition, and the dismemberment showed clear signs of inexperience. The cuts were rough and imprecise, indicating that whoever was responsible had no medical training and didn't use surgical tools. This ruled out any possibility of the photos being connected to medical education. Forensic experts examined the photos closely and confirmed they weren't reproductions of prints. They had been taken directly of the bodies. In one of the images, they spotted something small but crucial, a reflective droplet of water in the upper right corner. When magnified, the droplet revealed a partial reflection of a girl's face. Her features closely matched those of Leung Wai Sum, a 17-year-old girl who had gone missing a month earlier. With this breakthrough, the customer who brought in the photos became a prime suspect. Unfortunately, Jang, the employee who had handled the transaction, could only give a vague description of the man. He didn't know the suspect's name or where he lived. The police had no choice but to wait for the man to return to collect his photos. To avoid tipping him off, they devised a discreet ambush plan. Undercover officers disguised themselves as shop employees, customers, and even street vendors near the photo shop, quietly monitoring the area. To prepare further, they mixed unrelated photos in with the suspects, waiting for him to identify the ones he had brought in. On August 17th at 6 p.m., their patience paid off. A taxi pulled up in front of the shop, and a man in his 20s stepped out of the driver's seat. The officers watched as he entered the shop, inspected the photos, and separated his own from the others. That was all the confirmation the police needed. They moved in quickly and apprehended the man. During questioning, he claimed he was simply picking up the photos for a friend who worked at a newspaper office. Playing along, the police agreed to accompany him to deliver the photos. However, when they arrived at the supposed destination, there was no sign of the friend. His story had been a complete fabrication. With his lie exposed, the police arrested the man on the spot and impounded his taxi for a thorough investigation. What they found inside was chilling. A pair of handcuffs and a knife sat on the dashboard, while electrical wires were discovered in the trunk. Behind the front seat, the upholstery had 2 distinct tears, which appeared to be evidence of a violent struggle with the passenger. The suspect was identified as Lamcor 1, a 27-year-old night shift taxi driver who lived on Guizhou Street in Tokwa 1 with his half-siblings. Cor 1's background painted a troubling picture. His childhood had been marked by turmoil. After his parents divorced, his father remarried twice, creating a household filled with conflict and violence. These experiences left Corwan emotionally distant and withdrawn. His night shift work as a taxi driver further alienated him from his family, with whom he rarely interacted. But this wasn't Corwan's first brush with the law. In 1973, at just 18 years old, he had committed an assault in the Hak Yuen area of Hung Hom, Hong Kong. He followed a woman into a public restroom, threatened her with a knife, and groped her. He was arrested shortly after the incident. During the investigation, Lam Corwan displayed clear signs of mental instability. Doctors later diagnosed him with a mental disorder, leading to his involuntary commitment to Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital for treatment. Over the years, he had used multiple aliases, such as Lam Kwok Yu and Lam Yao Kyung, before eventually obtaining a taxi driver's license and officially changing his name to Lam Corwan. When questioned by police, Lam remained eerily calm and emotionless. His unsettling ability to anticipate the officers' questions and respond without hesitation unnerved everyone in the room. As the investigation progressed, a search of Lam's residence unveiled a dark and horrifying secret. Lam's small room contained an impressive collection of professional photography equipment. He had transformed the cramped space into a fully equipped photo studio. The room was located near his father's, with his sister living across the hall, while the family's shared living room was situated farther inside the apartment. Lam's room, closest to the main entrance, featured a bunk bed he shared with his younger brother. His brother slept on the top bunk, while Lam occupied the bottom. It was beneath that bottom bunk where police made their most chilling discovery: a large trunk. Investigators recognized the trunk from the photos developed at the shop, confirming that Lam's bedroom had been the backdrop for the gruesome images. Inside the trunk, they found explicit photographs, anatomy textbooks, and a shocking number of images depicting dismembered female body parts. The horrors didn't stop there. Investigators also uncovered more than 40 videotapes, a red handbag, a pair of white shoes, and several surgical tools. One photo in particular caught their attention. It featured a familiar heart tattoo. It was then that the full extent of Lam's crimes became horrifyingly clear. As the search continued, officers discovered several open plastic jars, emitting a revolting stench. Inside the jars were preserved female genitalia, submerged in liquid. Strands of hair and bloodstains on the walls added further evidence of unspeakable violence. The sheer amount of evidence meant it took police 4 days to comb through every inch of Lam's room. Both Lam's father, Lin Weil, and his half-brother, Lam Kwok Kung, were taken into custody for questioning. When confronted with the evidence, they expressed shock and horror, insisting they had no idea what had been happening right under their noses. According to Lam Kwok Kung, his brother was obsessively secretive. Lam wouldn't allow anyone to touch his belongings and would erupt in rage if anyone came too close. For the police, time was running out. Without the bodies of the victims, they could only hold Lam for 48 hours. Desperate to expedite the case, they focused on reviewing the videotapes found in his possession. Most were irrelevant, but 3 tapes stood out from the rest. Titled Serious Secrets, Action on Rainy Nights, and Fourth Action. The tapes had been self-produced by Lam. Given the time period, creating such videos required significant effort, even for an amateur. What they contained was beyond anyone's imagination. The tapes revealed Lam meticulously filming the naked bodies of his victims, moving the camera to capture them from different angles as the flash illuminated the horrifying scene. Then he began the process of dismembering their bodies, all within the confines of his own home. In the first tape, Lamb used an electric saw, clearly struggling due to his lack of experience. By the second and third tapes, however, he had switched to professional surgical tools and carried out the acts with chilling precision. The most disturbing moment came in the final tape, where Lamb looked directly into the camera and smiled. A twisted, haunting smile that left investigators shaken to their core. With this damning evidence in hand, the police wasted no time submitting it to the court, cementing the case against Lamcor 1. For months, Lamcor 1 stubbornly denied his crimes. But one day, he asked the police a peculiar question. Would the photos found in his possession be made public? Sensing the intent behind his words, an officer responded sharply, "All of it will be disclosed. The world will know exactly what you've done." That answer broke through Lamb's facade. He finally confessed, and the terrifying details of his crimes began to unravel, revealing the true extent of his monstrous actions. Lamcor 1 was a night shift taxi driver, often operating in the bustling Simshatsui area. He was intimately familiar with the nightlife scene, knowing that late at night, the streets would be teeming with intoxicated patrons heading home. On February 3rd, 1982, a rainy evening, Lam spotted his first victim, Chan Fung Lan. She was so drunk she could barely stand, and her co-workers had to help her into a taxi after being turned away by other drivers. When Lam pulled up and agreed to take her, the stage was set for tragedy. During the ride, Chan mumbled incoherently, pointing left and right as if unsure of where she wanted to go. Her heavy makeup and dazed appearance led Lam to assume she worked as a nightclub dancer, a profession he deeply despised. When Chan vomited in the back seat of his cab, his simmering disdain turned into hatred. Fueled by rage, Lam made a chilling decision. He drove back to his apartment building, where he left Chan sleeping in the cab. Once inside, he retrieved an electrical cord and returned to the car, where he strangled her. The streets were empty, the rain masking any sound, and no one witnessed the crime. After killing her, Lam placed her body in a bag from his trunk and carried it upstairs to his apartment. He hid the corpse under the sofa in the family's shared living room and calmly went to bed, planning his next steps. The following day, after his family had left the house, Lam carried out the grim plan he'd been formulating. Obsessed with the female body, he retrieved his photography equipment and meticulously photographed Chan's lifeless form, taping over her eyes to avoid the sensation of being watched. Then, using an electric saw, he dismembered her body into 7 parts, wrapping each piece in newspaper. Lam loaded the remains into his car and drove aimlessly, searching for a place to dispose of them. He eventually dumped them in a dense hillside area near Fotan, but nature had other plans. Heavy rains in the following days washed the body parts into the Shingmun River, where a sanitation worker discovered them. When Lam learned of the discovery, he realized he needed to refine his methods. Determined to perfect his gruesome craft, Lam purchased anatomy textbooks and spent 3 months studying dissection techniques. During this time, he kept a low profile, quietly going about his work as a taxi driver, while secretly preparing to strike again. His next victim was 31-year-old Chan Huan Kit, a nightclub cashier whom he encountered on May 29th. This time, Lam threatened her with a knife, restrained her with handcuffs, and strangled her with the same electrical cord. But now, Lam applied the surgical knowledge he had studied. He dismembered Chan Juan Kit with precision, even removing her genitalia, and preserving them in alcohol. The rest of her body was wrapped in newspaper and discarded on the slopes of Tai Hing. By now, Lam had evolved into a methodical killer. Each act revealed not only his growing expertise, but also his complete lack of remorse. On June 17th, he targeted his third victim, 29-year-old nightclub waitress Leung Sao Wan. This time, he escalated further, opening her abdomen and even consuming parts of her body. But Lam's fourth victim would prove to be different. 17-year-old high school student Leung Y Seum was different from Lam Kor Wan's previous victims, who were all connected to nightlife work. She had no apparent ties to them. During questioning, when the topic of Leung Y Seum came up, Lam's usually calm demeanor faltered. He grew tense and even broke down in tears. He admitted he didn't know why he chose her, as she didn't fit the pattern of his earlier victims. Through the investigation, police uncovered that Lam harbored not only anger, but also distorted feelings toward women. In the past, his father had arranged introductions for him, but his social challenges made it difficult for him to form relationships. On the evening of July 2nd, 1982, Leung Y Seum attended her graduation party at the Sheraton Hotel in Tsim Shat Tsui. Normally, she would take the subway home, but that night, she decided to take a taxi. Lam, as he often did, observed his passenger carefully. He noticed that she was modestly dressed, appeared calm, and wasn't under the influence of alcohol. During the ride, they struck up a conversation about school, family, religion, and spirituality. Lam later admitted he felt a sense of connection with her and had no intention of causing harm. However, when Leung Y Seum fell asleep in the back seat, likely from exhaustion, Lam's impulses overwhelmed him. He used a cord to harm her fatally. Unlike his previous actions, he later admitted to inappropriate behavior, which he described as an act he had never committed before. Based on his confession, Lam marked the location of her remains on a map and guided police to the site. A search involving over 140 officers uncovered 2 intact bodies inside bags. While the remains were largely unharmed externally, investigators noted troubling damage to specific areas. Police suspected there were more victims, potentially up to 15, based on photographs found in Lam's possession and markings on a calendar in his home, which they believed corresponded to his actions. However, without further evidence to identify the victims or locate their remains, authorities could only formally charge him with 4 counts. Lam Kor Wan was arrested in mid-August 1982, but it took police over 6 months to gather enough evidence for trial. During this time, his family urged him to confess. Lam insisted that his crimes were his own and unrelated to his family. However, the complexity of the case initially led police to suspect his younger brother, Lam Kwok Kung, of being involved. Both brothers were charged, and Lam was sent to Seo Lam Psychiatric Center for evaluation. Eventually, due to insufficient evidence, charges against his brother were dropped. On March 3, 1983, 6 months after his arrest, Lam's trial began at the Hong Kong Supreme Court. The case presented overwhelming evidence, including 696 rolls of film, 1,500 negatives, and nearly 1,900 photographs. The trial attracted massive public attention, with large crowds gathering outside the courthouse every day. Inside the courtroom, the defense and prosecution debated fiercely. Lam's lawyer argued that he suffered from severe mental illness, experiencing delusions that impaired his ability to distinguish right from wrong. The prosecution, however, maintained that his actions were deliberate and calculated. 5 psychiatrists were called to testify, but their opinions were divided. 2 believed the lamb was mentally unfit and lacked full control over his actions, while 3 asserted that he was fully aware of his choices and capable of understanding the consequences. After 3.5 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a unanimous verdict. Lamkor Wan was convicted of 4 counts of murder and sentenced to death. His father remarked that his son deserved the punishment and should not appeal. However, Hong Kong had not carried out the death penalty in years, and Lam's sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. In prison, Lam was held in solitary confinement. He spent most of his time reading newspapers and books, and his behavior was reportedly cooperative. Despite this, unsettling rumors surrounded him. One story involved a staff member delivering food who claimed Lam handed him a matchbox containing the parts of an insect that had been meticulously arranged and glued together. Others whispered about supernatural occurrences, with prison guards reportedly seeing ghostly figures resembling his victims. On rainy nights, Lam was said to cry out as though haunted, unsettling everyone nearby. Throughout his imprisonment, Lam's family never visited him. Occasionally, rumors of his potential release surfaced, but they were always disproven. A police officer involved in the case once remarked, "If Lam were ever freed, I'd never let my family take a taxi again." Today, more than 45 years later, Lamkor Wan remains incarcerated, undergoing rehabilitation. His chilling story as the Rainy Night Butcher continues to live on as one of Hong Kong's most disturbing urban legends.
2 young girls pedaled to the park on their bikes and vanished without a trace, setting off a chain of events that felt ripped straight from the pages of a gripping detective novel. From the start, this story unfolded like a mystery too bizarre to believe, with twists and turns that only deepened the enigma. In the end, all the scattered pieces would come together in a single shocking revelation. Laura Hobbs was born on September 25, 1996, in Texas. She was the eldest in her family, and in time, her parents welcomed 3 sons. However, their marriage soon fell apart, and Laura's mom moved the children to the quiet town of Zion, Illinois. Laura quickly fell in love with Zion. Her maternal grandparents lived there, and she effortlessly made friends. Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan, the town offered plenty of opportunities for Laura to spend time outdoors with her family, and she particularly loved visiting the lake. In the spring of 2005, when Laura was 8 years old, her father decided to reconnect with his children. Leaving Texas behind, he moved to Zion to be closer to them. On May 8th, Mother's Day, the family spent the day flying kites by the lake. It was a joyful outing filled with laughter and the warmth of togetherness. Later that afternoon, Laura asked to go for a bike ride with her best friend, 9-year-old Crystal. The 2 were inseparable, classmates, neighbors, and partners in all kinds of childhood adventures. Ever since Laura had moved to Zion, Crystal had been her closest companion. Whether playing outside, biking around the neighborhood, or sneaking conversations through Laura's bedroom window, the girls were always together. That day, they planned a quick trip to the park, just a few hundred yards from their homes. It was a familiar spot where they often played, and their parents felt reassured by how well the girls knew the area. Besides, Zion was a peaceful town where serious crimes were almost unheard of. The girls left around 3 p.m., promising to be home for dinner, but as the hours passed, their absence began to stir unease. By 7 p.m., when Laura and Crystal still hadn't returned, their worried parents set out for the park to bring them back. But when they arrived, the girls were nowhere to be found. What began as a carefree day of celebration would soon descend into a chilling mystery that would haunt the town of Zion. They walked the bike path, calling out for Laura and Crystal, but the only response was an unsettling silence. Soon, relatives, neighbors, and friends joined the frantic search. The group combed through the park and wandered the nearby streets, clinging to hope that the girls might appear. Hours passed, and as the sky darkened, unease turned into fear. By 9 p.m., with no sign of their daughters, the parents faced the grim possibility that something terrible had happened. They called the police, who immediately launched a large-scale search. Officers brought in search dogs, contacted volunteer organizations, and enlisted dozens of locals to help. News of the girls' disappearance quickly spread, and more residents joined the search effort. The focus remained on the park, the last place the girls said they were heading. Interviews with children along the route confirmed that Laura and Crystal had passed by, briefly chatting and mentioning their destination. Meanwhile, police canvassed the neighborhood, knocking on doors and distributing flyers, desperately seeking clues. Yet, as the hours stretched into the night, it became clear this wasn't a simple case of two girls getting lost. Something far darker had unfolded. By midnight, the entire town was searching, but there were no signs of Laura or Crystal, not a single clue. The search continued into the early morning, with volunteers pushing through exhaustion. Around 4:30 a.m., the police temporarily halted their efforts, but Laura's father and grandfather refused to give up. Determined, they headed back to the park and decided to split up to cover more ground. Just as the first rays of dawn lit the sky, a chilling cry pierced the stillness. Laura's grandfather ran toward the sound, finding Laura's father in shock, standing near a gruesome discovery. The lifeless bodies of Laura and Crystal lay hidden in thick undergrowth just off the bike path. The scene was horrifying. Both girls were covered in injuries, surrounded by blood. Laura's father instantly knew they were gone. He called the police, who arrived promptly. Forensic experts determined the cause of death: multiple stab wounds inflicted with a knife. Laura had been stabbed 20 times. Crystal 11. The devastating news shattered the quiet town of Zion. Violent crimes like this were unthinkable here, and now 2 innocent girls had been brutally murdered mere meters from their homes. The police launched an all-out manhunt to find the killer, with their first suspicions falling on Laura's father, Jerry. What troubled investigators was how Jerry had found the bodies in an area that had already been searched. Their concerns deepened as they uncovered his past. A criminal history riddled with drug offenses, assaults, and violent outbursts. One particularly alarming incident occurred in 2001, when a heated argument between Jerry and his wife escalated into chaos. As 3 men tried to intervene, Jerry, in a fit of rage, retrieved a chainsaw and chased them down the street. This revelation cast a dark shadow over Jerry, painting him as someone with a dangerous temper and violent tendencies. Was it possible that he could be responsible for the unthinkable? The town, reeling from shock and grief, demanded answers. Meanwhile, the hunt for the truth and for justice was only just beginning. Eventually, the men managed to subdue Jerry and hold him until the police arrived. He was charged with multiple offenses and a year later sentenced to 10 years of probation. As part of the conditions, Jerry was required to regularly check in with a probation officer. However, he missed one appointment, leading to his probation being revoked and a subsequent 18-month prison sentence. He was released just weeks before the horrific deaths of his daughter and her friend, arriving in Zion almost immediately after. To the police, Jerry's history of violence made him an obvious suspect. However, there was no concrete evidence linking him to the crime, nor was there a clear motive. Still, they brought him in for questioning, and Jerry willingly complied. What followed was an intense 20-hour interrogation. Initially, Jerry denied any involvement in the murders. He explained that he and his wife became worried when Laura didn't return home and that he had gone out to search for her. He claimed he discovered the girls' bodies and immediately alerted the authorities. But under the relentless pressure of questioning, Jerry's story began to change. Eventually, he broke down and confessed. Through tears, he admitted that he had found Laura and Crystal in the park that evening. He scolded Laura for going out without permission and demanded she return home. When she refused and tried to pull away, he grabbed her arm. Crystal, defending her friend, reportedly brandished a small knife from her pocket and told him to let Laura go. According to Jerry, this enraged him. In a fit of anger, he wrestled the knife away from Crystal and stabbed both girls repeatedly. He said he left their bodies in the overgrown area of the park and walked away. By morning, he claimed, he returned to the scene, pretending to stumble upon the bodies so he could report the discovery to the police and divert suspicion. Jerry signed his confession, repeated it on camera, and described the events in chilling detail, adding that Laura had bitten him during the scuffle, which prompted him to hit her before everything escalated. The confession shocked the entire town, but the revelation was especially devastating for the girls' families. None of them could fathom that Laura's own father would commit such a monstrous act. However, Jerry's wife later admitted to the police that she had long feared his temper, given his history of aggression and criminal offenses. Jerry was promptly arrested, and the prosecutor announced plans to seek the death penalty. As the trial loomed, the case took another dramatic turn. Appointed a defense attorney, Jerry suddenly recanted his confession. He claimed he had been coerced into admitting to the murders under immense pressure from the detectives. According to Jerry, the interrogation was grueling, lasting over 20 hours with no food or rest, and he was emotionally shattered from the discovery of his daughter's body. Jerry alleged that the detectives had threatened him and his family, even subjecting him to physical intimidation. Exhausted, overwhelmed, and grieving, he said he simply wanted the ordeal to end. The police, he claimed, fed him a narrative of what they believed had happened and coerced him into repeating it. When they had pieced together a complete story, they wrote it down and asked him to sign it. Then, they directed him to read the confession on camera. Jerry's recantation cast doubt on his initial admission, throwing the case into turmoil. Was his confession a genuine admission of guilt, or was it a desperate, coerced act by a man pushed to the brink? As the community grappled with these questions, the investigation entered an even murkier phase, leaving the truth shrouded in uncertainty. Jerry's attorney immediately requested a review of the case, but his efforts were swiftly denied. The prosecution stood firm, arguing that Jerry's confession was voluntary and backed by his on-camera statement. Despite retracting his confession, Jerry was forced to endure a full trial with a jury, which dragged on for years. During this time, his lawyer unearthed critical details that could change everything. From the start, the attorney knew there wasn't a single piece of concrete evidence tying Jerry to the crime. This lack of evidence became the focal point of his investigation. Digging deeper, he discovered that while the medical examiners had followed standard procedures, collecting swabs, taking debris from under the girl's fingernails, and storing the samples properly, no one had ever analyzed these materials. They had been sitting untouched in storage. Pushing through resistance from the prosecution, Jerry's lawyer successfully petitioned to have the samples examined by an independent laboratory. In 2008, the long-overdue analysis was conducted, leading to an astonishing revelation. Laura's body contained multiple DNA samples that didn't belong to Jerry. Foreign skin was found under her fingernails, and male semen was discovered on her clothes and in 3 places on her body. These findings clearly indicated Laura had been sexually assaulted. As for Crystal, no foreign DNA was found on her body, but it was presumed she had been killed by the same attacker. Armed with this breakthrough evidence, Jerry's lawyer demanded his immediate release and a dismissal of all charges. However, the prosecutor refused, dismissing the new evidence as irrelevant. According to the prosecutor, the foreign DNA on Laura's body could have been coincidental. He argued that the park was a common spot for couples seeking privacy, suggesting the semen might have come from the grass or bushes. Even the presence of biological material inside Laura's body didn't sway his stance. Jerry remained in prison, awaiting trial, despite the mounting evidence pointing to his innocence. The lawyer managed to get the DNA profile submitted to the FBI's database, but no matches were found. With no alternative, all he could do was wait, hoping the true perpetrator would eventually be caught. 4 years later, and hundreds of miles from Zion, a tragic case began to unfold in Arlington, Virginia. Amanda Snell, a 20-year-old military service member, lived on a base there. Coming from a family with a rich military history, Amanda had joined with pride. In her free time, she volunteered at a local church, working with children with autism and developmental differences. She dreamed of pursuing a career in education after her service. On July 13, 2009, Amanda failed to report for duty, worrying her fellow service members. When they went to her room to check on her, they found the door unlocked. Inside, everything was tidy, her bed made, her belongings in perfect order, but Amanda was nowhere to be seen. The mystery deepened when they opened her closet. Inside, they found Amanda's lifeless body, positioned unnaturally with a pillowcase over her head. Initially, medical examiners couldn't determine the cause of death. However, further investigation revealed that Amanda had been suffocated, likely over 24 hours before her body was discovered. This chilling discovery marked the beginning of yet another heartbreaking case, one that would soon connect in unexpected ways to the murders of Laura and Crystal years earlier. There were no visible signs of trauma on Amanda Snell's body, and investigators confirmed that she had not been sexually assaulted. However, her laptop and tablet were missing from her room, raising suspicions of foul play. When detectives spoke with Amanda's parents, they learned a curious detail. Amanda suffered from severe headaches. During episodes of intense pain, she would sometimes retreat to a dark room and cover her head with a pillowcase to ease the discomfort. This revelation led investigators to consider an alternative theory. What if Amanda's death was a tragic accident? Her body had been found in her own closet with a pillowcase over her head, suggesting the possibility that she had sought relief from her headache and something went horribly wrong. However, detectives weren't quick to dismiss the murder angle. In front of the closet, they discovered a trace from a men's shoe. Unable to determine its ownership, they kept the investigation open, suspecting a possible intruder. While Amanda's case remained unresolved, a chilling incident in Arlington brought new fears to the community. In February 2010, a 26-year-old woman exited a metro station and was walking to her boyfriend's home when a man approached her on the street. Brandishing a gun, he demanded she get into his car. When she resisted, he grabbed her arm and pulled out a knife, but the woman managed to outsmart him. She threw her purse as a distraction and fled toward her boyfriend's house, screaming for help. Her cries alerted him and his friends, who rushed outside and called the police. Though the assailant fled, the woman provided a detailed description of his appearance and the beige Dodge Durango he was driving. Using this information, police created a composite sketch and began their search. Just 2 weeks later, on February 27th, two women returning home from an evening with friends encountered the same nightmare. As they stood on their doorstep, an unknown man approached them from behind with a gun, demanding their wallets. When the women explained they had no money, he forced them inside the house and tied their hands. While the man stepped out of the room briefly, one of the women managed to free herself and call 911. Unfortunately, the assailant returned before she could finish the call. He grabbed the phone and smashed it against the wall. Without hesitation, he seized one of the women, dragged her outside, and drove off in his car. What followed was horrific. The man drove her to a remote location where he brutally raped her, wrapped her head with duct tape, and strangled her with a scarf until she lost consciousness. Hours later, she woke up in the snow, abandoned by the side of the road. Passers-by found her and immediately called for help. These horrifying events painted a grim picture of a violent predator preying on women in Arlington, and they raised questions about whether Amanda's death might be connected. As investigators worked tirelessly to identify the attacker, the pieces of the puzzle were slowly coming together. The true extent of this man's crimes was yet to be revealed, but the trail he left behind was unmistakable. She was rushed to the hospital, where police quickly arrived to take her statement. The woman described her attacker in detail and noted the model of his car, a beige Dodge Durango. In a remarkable twist, just 2 hours before this assault, another woman had reported a strikingly similar incident. She told police that a man fitting the same description, driving the same type of car, had approached her on the street and attempted to force her into his vehicle. However, she managed to use her stun gun on him and escaped unharmed. With these two chilling accounts, investigators realized they were dealing with a dangerous serial offender. They focused their efforts on the vehicle, as tracing a specific car through databases offered a clear path forward. Police began visiting every registered owner of a beige Dodge Durango in the area, and soon their persistence paid off. During an inspection of one vehicle, officers uncovered damning evidence: a student ID belonging to the woman who had been left for dead in the snow, along with one of her earrings. Inside the car, they also found duct tape matching the type used to bind her head and a stun gun, which matched the description given by one of the victims. Car's owner was identified as 21-year-old Jorge Avila Torres, an active-duty serviceman stationed at the same military base where Amanda Snell had been found dead months earlier. Even more unsettling, Torres lived in the same building as Amanda, just a few floors below her apartment. When detectives searched Torres's room, they found a recently purchased pistol and large quantities of ammunition. On his computer, they uncovered a disturbing collection of explicit videos depicting violence, cruelty, and unconscious women. The evidence was mounting. Photos of Torres were shown to all three surviving victims, and they immediately identified him as their attacker. None of them hesitated. His face was burned into their memories because he hadn't made any attempt to conceal it during the assaults. With this overwhelming evidence, Torres was arrested and held in custody, facing charges for kidnapping, assault, and attempted murder. However, detectives soon began to suspect that he was also responsible for Amanda Snell's death. While circumstantial connections tied him to her, such as living in the same building, there was no concrete evidence linking him directly to her murder. Determined to build their case, investigators came up with a bold plan. They planted an informant in Torres's cell, equipping him with a wire to record any incriminating conversations. To their surprise, this strategy worked faster than expected. Within a week, Torres began boasting about his crimes. He openly confessed to killing Amanda, claiming he did it simply because the opportunity presented itself. Torres described how he had killed her for the adrenaline rush, recounting in chilling detail how he suffocated her and placed her body in the closet. He even admitted that he had carefully cleaned her room afterward to eliminate any traces of his involvement. However, Torres inadvertently revealed a crucial piece of evidence during his confession. He admitted to sexually assaulting Amanda on her bed and using contraception during the act. This admission proved to be the missing link investigators needed to tie him definitively to Amanda's murder. What began as a string of random assaults now had a clear connection to the tragedy of Amanda Snell, exposing Jorge Avila Torres as a calculated predator who had left a trail of terror in his wake. After moving Amanda to the closet, Jorge Avila Torres carefully made her bed but removed the top sheet. However, he left the mattress pad, which proved to be his undoing. Forensic experts analyzed it and found a minute sample of male semen that matched Torres's DNA perfectly. As if that weren't enough, Torres unwittingly provided more evidence during his conversations with the cell informant. He mentioned owning a pair of Nike sneakers that he kept in his car. Crime scene analysts seized the shoes and compared their sole pattern to the footprint found outside Amanda's closet. It was a perfect match. With this new evidence, Torres was formally charged with Amanda's murder and remained in custody awaiting trial. While Torres's DNA was now on file in the FBI database, the case took an unexpected turn, one that led investigators back to Zion. A few weeks after his DNA profile was uploaded, local authorities received a match. Torres's DNA perfectly matched the semen samples found on Laura Hobbs's body. The revelations didn't stop there. Investigators uncovered that Torres was originally from Zion and had been friends with the older brother of the second victim, Crystal. This connection confirmed that both Laura and Crystal had known Torres, a fact corroborated by other children in the neighborhood. At the time of the murders, Torres had been just 16 years old, far too young to draw police suspicion, especially since the investigation had been focused entirely on Laura's father, Jerry. Jerry had already spent 5 years in prison, awaiting trial for crimes he didn't commit. Once the DNA match to Torres was confirmed, Jerry's lawyer demanded his client's immediate release and the dismissal of all charges. This time, the prosecutor had no grounds to resist. Torres's DNA on Laura's body definitively ruled out Jerry as the killer. Upon his release, Jerry announced plans to sue the police and authorities for coercing a false confession and subjecting him to 5 years of wrongful imprisonment. Recognizing the futility of defending their actions in court and the likelihood of being held accountable for gross misconduct, the authorities offered Jerry a settlement. He accepted, receiving nearly $8 million in compensation. Meanwhile, the legal proceedings against Torres in Virginia came to a close 4 years after his arrest. Though he refused to admit guilt, the jury unanimously convicted him. He was sentenced to death for Amanda Snell's murder, as well as 5 life sentences and an additional 168 years for the attempted abductions of 2 women and the kidnapping and assault of a third. Once the Virginia trial concluded, Torres was extradited to Illinois to face charges for the brutal murders of Laura Hobbs and Crystal Tobias. For the families of the 2 girls and the town of Zion, the long-overdue trial marked the start of seeking justice for a crime that had haunted them for years. Initially, Jorge Avila Torres denied his guilt, and his lawyer argued that the semen found on Laura Hobbs's body wasn't sufficient to prove his involvement in the murders. However, Torres was soon offered a deal. Facing the death penalty and with no hope of ever being released, he agreed to confess to the murders of Laura and Crystal in exchange for an additional 100 years in prison and a transfer to a different facility, as he claimed his life was at risk in his current one. The deal didn't require Torres to divulge all the details of his crimes. His confession alone was sufficient. With this arrangement, Torres avoided further trials and remains behind bars, awaiting execution. Meanwhile, the police officers who coerced Jerry Hobbs into confessing to a crime he didn't commit faced no consequences for their actions. Although Jerry received a settlement for his wrongful imprisonment, the psychological toll was devastating. Struggling to rebuild his life, he turned to drugs and was later arrested for resisting arrest, escaping custody, and ultimately serving a 2-year prison sentence. He became estranged from his family and chose to live in Texas, far from the town that had branded him a murderer. In a rare interview after his release, Jerry spoke about the false confession that had destroyed his life. When asked why he signed it, he said, "I found my daughter dead. They didn't even need to try to break me. I was already broken." The mishandling of the case by local police and the county prosecutor's office drew widespread criticism from national media and the public. Their decision to focus solely on Jerry as a suspect, rather than conducting a thorough investigation, allowed Torres to continue his reign of terror. Had they followed proper procedures, they might have caught Torres years earlier, potentially saving Amanda Snell's life and preventing the assaults on 3 other women.
Being overly trusting, naive, or gullible can sometimes be dangerous, at times even life-threatening. Yet we all have moments when we want to believe in miracles, when childhood dreams feel within reach, and our longing for something makes us ignore caution and common sense. Unfortunately, this vulnerability is exactly what criminals exploit. The tragic story of Elodie Morel, a young French woman in 2005, shocked the country not just because of its brutality, but also because of the cold indifference of people who chose silence and greed over her life. This is a story about how blind trust in promises of a fairy tale ending can lead to a nightmare. Who was Elodie Morel? Elodie Morel was born on February 18, 1976, in Marseille. From a young age, her angelic beauty was hard to miss. As she grew older, Elodie's striking looks drew attention, and many believed she was destined for the spotlight, whether on TV or in magazines. As a teenager, she became deeply passionate about becoming a model. However, her family, living a modest life, didn't take her dreams seriously. When her sports In the 1990s, Elodie repeatedly sent her photos to modeling agencies but never received any replies. After high school, she attended college, married her classmate Ciera at 22, and became a mother by 25. At that point, it seemed like she had left her dream of modeling behind. By 2005, Elodie was 29 and working as a sales associate at a trendy clothing store in Marseille. She still turned heads with her flawless figure and youthful appearance, often receiving compliments or envious looks. Though she no longer openly talked about modeling, the dream never truly left her heart. She believed her time had passed, but deep down, there was still a flicker of hope. In April 2005, she stumbled upon an online modeling application. Encouraged by her desire to revisit her dream, she filled it out, attached her best photos, and submitted it. To her surprise, she received a quick response. The offer seemed exciting, a chance to finally achieve what she had always wanted. But what Elodie didn't know was that the alluring promise from a so-called fashion photographer was nothing more than a cruel trap. What awaited her wasn't a glamorous career, but a slow, agonizing death. A devastating fate for someone who simply wanted to believe in her dreams. About 2 weeks after Elodie posted her profile online, she received an exciting offer. She was invited to be the new face of Rolls-Royce, the renowned English luxury car brand. The job promised $1,000 per day for a photo shoot, but to seal the deal, she needed to meet the photographer for a test shoot. The meeting was scheduled for May 2nd at a bar in the town of Aigues-Mortes. Elodie was thrilled and immediately shared the news with her husband, Sylvain. Although he was skeptical, he didn't argue with her decision. Early that morning, Elodie left her son with her parents and drove to the meeting spot, planning to stay in Aigues-Mortes for 3 days. She had already booked a hotel room. That evening, she called Sylvain to tell him she was heading to the bar and feeling a bit nervous. He wished her luck and asked her to call him as soon as she could. Tragically, that would be the last time he ever spoke to her. The last meeting. Elodie arrived at the bar as planned and sat at a table on the terrace, waiting to meet the female photographer she had been corresponding with via email. Instead, about 10 minutes later, a man in his mid-40s joined her at the table. He introduced himself as the photographer's assistant, explaining that he had been sent to meet her and scout locations for the photo shoot the next day. Having no real experience in the modeling industry, Elodie didn't find this unusual and trusted him. The man appeared professional, spoke confidently, and seemed to know all the details of her previous emails with the photographer. Their conversation flowed naturally, focusing on Elodie's potential career. In her mind, she was already envisioning herself gracing the covers of magazines and imagining how she would spend her future earnings. By around 9 p.m., with darkness fully set in, the man suggested they go scout for the perfect location for the shoot. Aigues-Mortes, a charming medieval town, is known for its picturesque towers, fortresses, and chapels, ideal spots for a stunning photo shoot. Still excited and completely unaware of the danger, Elodie agreed. She left the bar with the man and got into his car. She was never seen alive again. A chilling revelation. What's especially disturbing is that another man, who personally knew the perpetrator, later revealed chilling details about the crime. This marked the beginning of uncovering a horrific and senseless tragedy that would shake all who heard Elodie's story. That evening, May 2nd, a call came into the Aigues-Mortes police station. A panicked man claimed that a young woman was in serious danger and something needed to be done immediately. He didn't know her name or exactly where she might have been taken, but he was certain there wasn't much time to act. The caller was 63-year-old Dominique Tasco, a nightclub owner and police informant. Dominique often provided inside information about criminal activities in the area. He explained that, earlier that night, he had seen a dangerous man he knew, Gom Mangot, at a bar. Mangot was deeply involved in the criminal underworld and had a reputation for being cruel and ruthless. The day before, Mangot had reportedly bragged about luring a naive, pretty girl online. He claimed he planned to kidnap her and sell her to a brothel in Spain for a large sum of money. Dominique had tried to step in when he saw Mangot with the woman, but his efforts were ignored. Feeling helpless, he contacted the police, hoping they could act quickly. A race against time. Unfortunately, the police had no solid leads to act on immediately. They didn't know the victim's name, her location, or where she might have been taken. By the next morning, however, they received a missing person report from Elodie Morel's worried family. They explained that she had left home the previous day for a photo shoot in Aigues-Mortes and hadn't returned. Her phone was off and there had been no contact since. At first, the police didn't connect this disappearance to Dominique's warning. They suspected Elodie might have left willingly, possibly with a lover. However, her family insisted that she would never abandon her young son or disappear without telling anyone. It wasn't until May 5th, 3 days after she vanished, that investigators realized Elodie could be the same woman Dominique had tried to warn them about. A tragic timeline. Tragically, Elodie had been alive for 2 of the 3 days she was missing. She was held captive in a house in Aigues-Mortes where she was tortured and abused while her captors decided what to do with her. This delay in starting the search had cost precious time. Closing in on the suspects. On May 5th, the lead investigator questioned Dominique more formally about his tip. When shown a photo of Elodie, Dominique immediately confirmed she was the woman he had seen with Gom Mango 3 days earlier at the bar. When asked if he had any idea where Mango might be keeping her, Dominique mentioned rumors about an abandoned nightclub on the north side of town that Mango had recently been spotted near. Acting quickly, the police organized a stakeout at the location, hoping they weren't too late. That evening, police apprehended 48-year-old Gom Mungot and 53-year-old Richard Lingier as they arrived at the abandoned nightclub. While Mungot was the primary suspect, Lingier's role in the crime was unclear and required further investigation. During a search, officers found Elodie Morel's credit card in Mungot's pocket, leaving no doubt about his involvement in her disappearance. Both men were brought in for questioning, but Lingier was released after a few hours due to insufficient evidence. Lingier, who lived on the outskirts of town with his family, was friendly with Mangot but had no prior criminal record. Mangot's first story. Initially, Mango denied knowing Elodie, claiming he had simply stolen her credit card. According to his first version of events, he noticed an attractive, well-dressed woman at the bar on May 2nd and assumed she had money. He claimed he sat down at her table, complimented her and offered to buy her a coffee. Elodie, who mentioned she was waiting for someone, didn't ask him to leave. Mangot said they chatted briefly before he managed to swipe her credit card from her purse, which was hanging on the back of her chair, and left before she realized it was missing. Mangot admitted to using the stolen card the same day, withdrawing cash from an ATM on the outskirts of town. However, he couldn't explain how he knew Elodie's PIN if she hadn't told him. His story raised suspicions and lacked credibility. A background check revealed Mangot's extensive criminal history, including armed robbery, drug trafficking, and a brutal rape for which he had served 9 years in prison. Despite his past convictions, Mangot hadn't reformed and had merely become more cautious to avoid getting caught again. The truth begins to unravel. The investigation took a sharp turn when police found Elodie's phone number saved in Mango's contacts, as well as email exchanges between them regarding the supposed photo shoot. This evidence completely contradicted Mango's initial claims and forced him to change his story. Mangot confessed that he had come across Elodie's modeling profile online and began messaging her, pretending to be a professional photographer. Using a fake female identity, he convinced Elodie that she was being considered for a lucrative opportunity. She was eager to trust him and agreed to meet without asking many questions, making her an easy target. The lies Mangot had spun to lure Elodie into his trap were starting to unravel, leaving investigators to piece together the horrifying truth. Mangot was nervous that Elodie might become suspicious when he showed up, instead of the female photographer she had been communicating with. However, Elodie, trusting and eager for the opportunity, didn't find anything unusual. She agreed to scout photo shoot locations with him late at night and even got into his car without hesitation, a detail later confirmed by witnesses. Once they reached a secluded area, Mangot veered off the main road and stopped the car. Pulling out a gun, he demanded Elodie hand over her credit card. When she refused, he grabbed her purse and found the card himself. He then demanded the PIN, but Elodie still wouldn't give it to him. Furious, Mangot slammed her head against the dashboard and began choking her until she finally gave in and revealed the code. Afterward, he locked her in the trunk and drove to the nearest ATM to verify the PIN. It worked, and he drained her account. With the money in hand, Mangot began contemplating his next move. What to do with the woman now trapped in his trunk? hiding the victim and the role of the accomplice. Needing time to figure out his next steps, Mango drove to his friend Richard Lingia's house. He told Lingia about the woman in his trunk and revealed his plan to sell her for a substantial profit, promising to share the money. Lingia and his wife had previously worked at the same nightclub, which had since shut down. After losing their jobs, they struggled financially, and Lingia turned to heavy drinking. Desperate for money, he agreed to help Mango. Both Richard and his wife were taken into custody, while their 14-year-old daughter was temporarily placed with relatives. When questioned about how Elodie's belongings ended up in their home, the couple admitted that Gom had brought them in exchange for letting him use their garage. They confessed to knowing that he was holding a woman there, but chose not to intervene, as Gom had promised them a share of the profit. They also admitted to giving him a bottle of water and a piece of rope upon his request, claiming they didn't ask why. Forensic evidence and the third story. Forensic analysis confirmed that the brown stains on the garage floor were Elodie's blood. DNA found on the crumpled tissues matched Gom's, and saliva on the cigarette butts belonged to both Elodie and Gom. Elodie's family later revealed she had never smoked in her life due to severe asthma, which made the presence of her DNA on cigarette butts even more chilling. The evidence painted a horrifying picture. Gom had kept Elodie in the garage for 2 days, during which she suffered unimaginable torment, only to find Elodie lifeless on the floor. According to Gom's latest version, she must have overdosed on the drugs he had given her. He claimed that he panicked and called Richard for help. Together, they decided to dispose of her body to avoid getting caught. Investigators debunk Gom's story. This new story raised further questions and inconsistencies. For one, the drug dosage found in the water bottle was far higher than what could be considered calming. It was clear the drugs were meant to incapacitate, not soothe. Additionally, Gom's claim that Elodie overdosed on her own contradicted earlier forensic evidence indicating that she had been strangled. The bruising patterns on her neck and other injuries showed clear signs of a violent assault. Furthermore, neighbors reported hearing muffled screams coming from the garage on the second night she was held captive, directly contradicting Gom's claim that she had been calm or unconscious. The timeline also didn't add up. By his own admission, he left Elodie alone for extended periods, which was inconsistent with his supposed concern for her not escaping. The final hours. Forensic reconstruction and witness accounts pieced together a grim timeline. After 2 days of torture, Elodie likely tried to resist or escape, prompting Gom to use the rope found in the garage to strangle her. The presence of blood stains and signs of a struggle indicated that her final moments were violent and terrifying. Once she was dead, Gom called Richard to help dispose of her body. It was later revealed that the two men transported her remains to a secluded area outside the town under the cover of darkness. Despite an extensive search of the region, Elodie's body has never been recovered, as Gom and Richard both refused to reveal the exact location, and contradictory statements made pinpointing it impossible. Trial and sentencing. The evidence against Gom Mangot was overwhelming. Between the DNA, bloodstains, and witness testimonies, his guilt was indisputable. Richard Lingier, while less directly involved, was charged as an accomplice for providing the location and aiding in covering up the crime. In 2007, Gom was sentenced to life imprisonment for kidnapping, torture, and murder. Richard received a 12-year sentence for his role in the crime. Richard's wife, who claimed she only knew bits and pieces of the situation, was convicted of withholding evidence and given a 3-year suspended sentence. Aftermath. Elodie's family was devastated by the loss and fought tirelessly to raise awareness about the dangers of online scams and meeting strangers. Her story became a cautionary tale for aspiring models and young women navigating the online world. To this day, her family continues to advocate for victims of violent crimes, keeping her memory alive. Gom Mangot attempted to appeal his sentence, claiming that the prosecution had manipulated evidence and that he was not solely responsible for Elodie Morel's death. His appeal was denied, as the court found the evidence against him to be overwhelming and consistent with the original verdict. Legacy of the case. The brutal murder of Elodie Morel sent shockwaves throughout the country, sparking widespread debates about the safety of online interactions and the responsibility of platforms hosting personal profiles. Her family launched a foundation in her name, advocating for increased awareness and education about online safety, particularly for young women. The investigation also highlighted critical flaws in law enforcement's handling of missing persons cases. The delay in linking Dominic Tasco's warning to Elodie's disappearance proved costly, as precious time that could have been used to locate her was lost. In response, police departments implemented new protocols for evaluating and responding to anonymous tips about potential abductions. Reflections on justice. For Elodie's family, the verdicts brought a measure of closure, though the loss of their daughter and mother remains an irreplaceable void. Gom Mangot continues to serve his life sentence, with little hope of parole given the heinous nature of his crimes. Richard Lingier and his wife, after serving their prison terms, faded into obscurity, their reputations irreparably damaged. The tragic story of Elodie Morel remains a somber reminder of the dangers lurking behind seemingly innocuous online interactions, and the enduring importance of vigilance, both personal and systemic, in preventing such horrific crimes. Looks can be dangerously misleading. Someone who seems kind, charming, and friendly may actually be hiding dark intentions and posing a serious threat. That's why it's so important to be cautious and never blindly trust anyone. History is full of cases where seemingly charismatic people gained the trust of their victims, only to commit horrific crimes. Some of the most infamous examples include figures like Ted Bundy and Rodney Alcala, who used their good looks and charm to mask their true, monstrous nature. But one particularly shocking case happened in the fall of 2020, involving the tragic deaths of well-known soccer referee Daniele De Santis and his fiancée, Eleonora Manta. This crime was not only horrifying in its brutality, but also deeply unsettling due to its apparent lack of motive. As investigators worked on the case, the identity of the killer left everyone stunned. Behind an innocent-looking facade was someone capable of unimaginable cruelty. Even more disturbing, the perpetrator admitted they intended to commit more crimes, taking pleasure in causing harm. This horrifying case left a lasting impact, not just because of its senseless violence, but because of the cold, calculated nature of the attack and the criminal's disturbing future intentions. It's a haunting reminder that a person's true character isn't always visible on the surface. Daniele De Santis was born in 1987 in the Italian city of Lecce. He was the eldest of 3 siblings in a loving and well-off family. Growing up with his 2 younger sisters, he formed strong bonds with them from an early age. Sports played a huge role in Daniele's life, with soccer becoming his biggest passion. After high school, he went on to study at a prestigious Italian university. Daniele pursued a degree in law and graduated in 2009. While studying, he also worked hard to build a successful career as a soccer referee. He started as an assistant referee, and in 2017, he made his debut as the 4th official in a match between Pisa and Benevento. Over the years, his dedication and talent earned him opportunities to officiate in Serie C and Serie B matches, overseeing more than 130 games in total. On the field, Daniele was known for his charismatic personality, athletic build, and strong presence. His career brought him financial success and the promise of an even brighter future. He had big dreams and was determined to keep growing in his profession. But Daniele wasn't just talented in his career. His personal life was just as fulfilling. He was in a loving relationship with Eleonora Manta, a charming young woman 3 years younger than him. The couple had plans to marry soon. Eleonora was born in Milan in 1990 and grew up in a modest home. She was the youngest of 3 children with 2 older twin brothers. During her early school years, her parents divorced and her father eventually remarried. After that, he became mostly absent from his children's lives, leaving their mother to raise them on her own. From a young age, Eleonora was passionate about sports and dance, dedicating herself fully to both. These shared interests led her to cross paths with Daniele in 2019, and their instant connection quickly grew into a deep romantic relationship. Friends and family described them as a perfect couple, harmonious, loving, and completely trusting of each other. Those close to them said they never argued and always supported one another. Eleonora had long dreamed of earning a law degree, and in 2020 she won a competitive placement in a prestigious university program specializing in law and international relations. Overjoyed by the opportunity, she eagerly started her studies that September. By the summer of 2020, Daniele and Eleonora decided to take the next step in their relationship and move in together. They chose Daniele's spacious apartment in a modern, upscale residential complex. At the time, Daniele had been renting one of the rooms to a medical student, but his tenant needed time to find alternative housing. The transition went smoothly, and Eleonora gradually moved her belongings into her boyfriend's home. By September 2020, life seemed to be falling perfectly into place for Daniele DeSantis and Eleonora Manta. Daniele's former tenant had officially moved out, and the couple was excited to start this new chapter together. Eleonora had officially moved in, bringing all her belongings, and the couple was just days away from starting their new life together permanently. They were also busy planning their wedding, a day that was meant to be the happiest of their lives. Daniele was scheduled to officiate an Italian Cup match between Monopoly and Modena on September 23rd. But tragically, he would never make it to that day. On the evening of September 21st, Daniele and Eleonora were celebrating her move with a quiet, romantic dinner in his apartment. Everything seemed perfect, until around 9:45 p.m., when the peaceful night was shattered. Suddenly, a chilling scream for help echoed through the building, followed by the sounds of a violent struggle. Alarmed neighbors listened in horror as the disturbing noise continued for nearly 10 minutes. Nearly a dozen calls flooded emergency services, with callers reporting what sounded like a brutal attack. None of them realized just how horrifyingly accurate their fears were. Shortly after 10 p.m., a 12-year-old boy walking his dog across the street from the building witnessed something that would haunt him forever. He had heard the screams but hadn't fully understood what was happening, until he saw a young man suddenly run out of the apartment complex. The man hesitated for a brief moment before heading toward the boy. The child later recalled the stranger's cold, emotionless expression and the knife he held in his hand. Frozen in fear, the boy wasn't sure what would happen next. Thankfully, a few passers-by appeared nearby, prompting the man to flee. Despite his attempts to hide his face, several people got a clear look at him before he disappeared into the night. Moments later, police and ambulances arrived at the scene. But there was nothing they could do. Daniele and Eleonora were already gone. Daniele was found lying on his back in the stairwell, unresponsive, surrounded by a massive pool of blood. The door to the apartment was wide open. Inside, Eleonora's body was discovered in the hallway, face down, her clothes and hair soaked in blood. Both had succumbed to their injuries before emergency responders arrived. The cause of death was determined to be multiple stab wounds, leading to massive blood loss. Forensic experts counted 38 stab wounds on Daniele and 37 on Eleonora, an extreme level of violence that raised chilling questions. Who could commit such a savage attack? And why would anyone target this young, loving couple? At first, investigators considered the possibility of a robbery gone wrong. After all, Daniele was a well-known public figure. Daniele was a well-known figure, and it was no secret that he was financially successful. At first, investigators considered the possibility that someone had broken in after hearing a tip, expecting to find valuables. Perhaps they hadn't anticipated the couple being home and panicked when confronted. However, this theory was quickly ruled out. Nothing valuable was taken from the apartment. Cash was left out in the open, untouched. Even more telling, Eleonora was still wearing an expensive set of jewelry that Daniele had given her during their engagement, including earrings, a necklace, and a diamond ring. If robbery had been the motive, it made no sense that the attacker had left these valuable items behind. One of the most disturbing aspects of the crime was its sheer brutality. Both victims had been savagely stabbed multiple times, suggesting a deeply personal motive, something driven by intense hatred or rage. This led detectives to consider whether the crime was fueled by passion. Could it have been the work of a jealous ex or someone seeking revenge? At one point, investigators explored the idea of a love triangle, wondering if an affair had triggered this horrific act. But that theory was quickly dismissed. Friends and family insisted that Daniele and Eleonora were deeply in love and completely loyal to each other. However, they couldn't rule out the possibility that someone else had harbored unrequited feelings for one of them, leading to a dangerous obsession. At the crime scene, investigators found several unusual objects that didn't belong to the couple. Among them were zip ties, a few bottles of bleach, and a blood-stained stocking. These items were scattered around the room, suggesting they had been brought by the killer. Forensic analysis later confirmed that the stocking had traces of Daniele's blood, along with the DNA of an unknown man. It seemed likely that the attacker had worn the stocking as a mask, but during the violent struggle, Daniele had managed to rip it off. There was also a chilling detail. Someone had drawn a sad face on the fabric with a black marker. With witness accounts, police were able to create a composite sketch of the suspect. The most detailed description came from the 12-year-old boy who had come face to face with the attacker. Understandably, the child was terrified, and given that it was late at night, investigators were concerned about the accuracy of his recollection. Still, the boy was able to provide valuable details, particularly about the man's clothing and the backpack he was carrying. Unfortunately, while the sketch gave investigators a starting point, it did not immediately lead to a breakthrough in the case. As detectives interviewed witnesses, some recalled hearing Eleonora desperately pleading with someone to stop. She even shouted a name multiple times, something that sounded like Andrea. This was the first significant lead in the case. Investigators immediately began looking into every man named Andrea connected to the couple, hoping this clue would lead them to the killer. The first person under suspicion was Andrea Formati, an old acquaintance of Eleonora from her teenage years. Although they lived in different cities and rarely interacted, they still followed each other on social media. Detectives speculated that Formati might have secretly had feelings for Eleonora for years. Perhaps, upon learning about her engagement, he acted on a twisted idea. If he couldn't have her, no one could, leading him to target both her and Daniele. Formati was quickly located and brought in for questioning. He was horrified to hear about Eleonora's death and even more shocked to find himself a suspect. However, his alibi was airtight. On the night of the crime, he was on a business trip in Rome, and his presence there was confirmed by multiple witnesses and security camera footage. He was ruled out. The next person detectives investigated was Andrea Martinelli, a longtime friend of Daniele. They considered the possibility that Martinelli had secretly been in love with Eleonora and resented Daniele for being with her. Their suspicions grew when they found phone records showing that Martinelli and Daniele had spoken just 3 hours before the murder. However, Martinelli also had an ironclad alibi. His whereabouts were verified by multiple people at the time of the attack, eliminating him as a suspect. With no success in their search, investigators turned their attention to another man named Andrea Rodeo, a 37-year-old who had been a more recent acquaintance of the couple. He closely resembled the composite sketch, making him a prime suspect. Rodeo was detained, and witnesses were brought in to identify him. But every witness, without hesitation, said that the man they had seen the night of the murder was someone else. Adding to his defense, Rodeo also had a solid alibi. With no evidence against him, he was released. After exhausting all leads connected to the name Andrea, the investigation suddenly hit a dead end. Detectives began to question whether Eleonora had actually shouted a different name during the attack. If that were the case, the time spent investigating men named Andrea may have been wasted. Now, finding new leads was more critical than ever. During a second, more thorough search of the crime scene, investigators uncovered a crucial piece of evidence that had been overlooked earlier. Beneath a small shoe rack, they found a folded piece of paper, likely dropped by the killer. The paper appeared to be torn from a student notebook, and it contained hastily written instructions. The chilling note outlined a step-by-step plan for breaking into the apartment and carrying out the crime. It specifically mentioned subduing the couple using zip ties, the same ones found at the scene. This discovery confirmed that the attack had been meticulously premeditated. The perpetrator had come prepared, intending to restrain and harm the victims. However, for reasons unknown, the attacker abandoned parts of their plan. Most likely, this was due to the couple's fierce resistance. The loud screams and struggle, heard by numerous neighbors, may have also made the killer panic, fearing they would be caught in the act. The note also revealed that the murderer had been watching the apartment beforehand, walking near the windows and listening at the door to make sure the couple was alone. Other disturbing details included instructions to disguise themselves with a nylon stocking, change into clean clothes after the crime, and use bleach to destroy evidence. But the note provided no clues about the killer's motive. At the bottom of the page was a hand-drawn map of the victim's neighborhood. The map marked the locations of outdoor surveillance cameras on buildings and utility poles. It also outlined multiple escape routes designed to avoid these cameras. Yet, despite all this careful planning, the murderer ignored these precautions while fleeing the scene. Witnesses had clearly seen the suspect running away, and investigators were able to track part of the escape route using surveillance footage. Even with these leads, the case remained at a standstill. The composite sketch of the suspect had been circulating in newspapers and on TV for days, but no strong leads had surfaced until September 26th. That day, a young man walked into a police station and reported that the sketch strongly resembled his classmate, a 21-year-old medical student named Antonio DeMarco. What caught the attention of investigators was that Antonio had not attended classes or contacted anyone at the university for several days. Following the crime, it soon came to light that Antonio had previously rented a room in Daniele DeSantis' apartment, but had moved out a few months earlier. He had not initially been considered a person of interest because he no longer lived there. Antonio was described as quiet and unremarkable, someone who avoided conflict and focused solely on his studies. Many people in the building didn't even remember that Daniele had once rented out a room. Those who did recall Antonio spoke of him positively. He was diligent, polite, and reserved. He rarely interacted with others, didn't attend social gatherings or parties, and had no known romantic relationships. To most, he seemed like a typical bookworm. Law enforcement quickly obtained handwriting samples from Antonio's university records to compare with the writing on the note found at the crime scene. Forensic analysis confirmed a perfect match, leaving little doubt that the police had identified their suspect. At first, investigators struggled to determine Antonio's current address. After leaving Daniele's apartment, he had not officially registered a new residence. However, detectives managed to track him down through his mother, who provided them with his whereabouts. Antonio was renting a room in a shared house with 2 other students, just 3 blocks from the crime scene. The lease was under another student's name, and the rent was split between the 3 of them. On September 28, 2020, a week after the murders, Antonio DeMarco was arrested outside a comic book store, where he had been casually browsing and purchasing a magazine. When approached by officers, he showed no surprise, made no attempt to resist, and didn't try to escape. Instead, he gave a crooked smirk and simply asked, "How long did it take you to find me?" From the outset, Antonio did not deny his involvement. He displayed no emotion, no remorse, and answered investigators' questions with cold, detached detail, almost as if he took pleasure in recounting the events of that night. He admitted to seeing the young eyewitness walking his dog and even confessed that he had considered silencing the boy, but was in too much of a rush. He also noted that other people in the area had made it too risky. Antonio's chillingly calm demeanor and lack of regret stood in stark contrast to his angelic appearance and the glowing remarks from his university professors and supervisors at the hospital where he was training as a medical intern. Despite being known as a shy student, Antonio had been considered a promising and dedicated young doctor. Detectives knew there had to be more to his story. To understand how someone like Antonio could commit such an atrocity, they turned to the person who knew him best, his mother. She had raised him alone. Antonio was her only child, deeply cherished and adored. She was devastated by the accusations against him. During questioning, she admitted that her son had always been different. As a child, he struggled to connect with others, avoided forming friendships, and preferred solitude. In his teenage years, Antonio became increasingly withdrawn, spending hours in his room drawing or working on projects, reacting aggressively if interrupted. Concerned, his mother took him to a specialist. Antonio was eventually diagnosed with multiple mental health disorders and socialization issues. Despite these challenges, he excelled academically, particularly in subjects like math and science, which helped him secure a spot in medical school. However, his difficulties in socializing never faded. He experienced panic attacks and gradually retreated into a fictional world of comic books, further distancing himself from reality. A psychiatrist prescribed medication to help manage his condition, but according to his mother, Antonio did not adhere to the prescribed dosage. He would often skip his medication for weeks and then take dangerously high doses all at once. As part of his therapy, Antonio's psychiatrist recommended he keep a personal journal as an outlet for his thoughts and emotions. Given his difficulty expressing himself, this was meant to help him process his feelings. His mother later turned this journal over to investigators. At first, the entries seemed relatively harmless. Antonio wrote about his longing to live a normal life, making friends, dating, and fitting in. But he struggled to connect with others and felt unsure of how to navigate social interactions. During his time at university, Antonio lived with his mother until he came across an advertisement for a room for rent at a reasonable price. The apartment where Daniele lived was conveniently close to the university, so Antonio quickly responded to the listing. He proved to be a quiet and responsible tenant, paying his rent on time and causing no trouble. Based on his journal entries, Antonio seemed to view Daniele as a potential friend during that period. He admired Daniele's confidence, social ease, and the way he was respected by others. However, the dynamic shifted when Eleonora entered the picture. The couple spent increasing amounts of time together, with Eleonora often staying overnight.
Daniele and Eleonora decided to live together permanently, and Daniele asked Antonio to move out. On the surface, Antonio accepted it, but deep inside, he saw it as a betrayal. Instead of arguing, he plotted. What followed was a brutal struggle. Antonio attacked, stabbing Daniele repeatedly. Despite his injuries, Daniele fought back to protect Eleonora. She pleaded for mercy, but Antonio was unmoved. As sirens loomed, he hastily tried to erase evidence before fleeing into the night. His plan unraveled when a young boy saw him fleeing, and a careless mistake sealed his fate. In the interrogation room, Antonio remained disturbingly calm, detailing the crime as if it were an experiment. When asked why, he simply said, "Because they took everything from me." At trial, his lack of remorse and calculated brutality left no doubt he was sentenced to life without parole. While justice was served, Daniele and Eleonora's families were left with irreparable loss. Antonio's case sparked debate. Was he born a monster, or did he become one? Experts speculated he could have been a serial killer, if not caught. Even as his name faded from headlines, his story remained a chilling reminder. Sometimes, the greatest darkness hides in plain sight.
The Shafir family escaped war and chaos, hoping to start fresh in Canada. They were originally from Afghanistan, a country where tradition dictates fate and family honor matters more than personal freedom. On the surface, they seemed like an ordinary immigrant family. A father who had built a successful business, 2 wives, and 7 children. But behind this image of success was a much darker reality. Their lives were ruled by strict control, fear, and harsh discipline. Then, one day, they became the center of one of the most shocking and tragic crimes in Canadian history. Muhammad Shafir was born into a poor Afghan family. His father died when he was just 2 years old, leaving his mother to raise the family alone. From a young age, he knew survival meant being tough. Education was a luxury he couldn't afford, so he started working early. At first, He helped his mother with household chores, then moved on to fixing appliances. Over time, he discovered he could make money by buying and reselling goods for profit. His business quickly grew: electronics, furniture, cars. He always found new ways to expand his wealth. Without formal schooling, he relied on instinct and sharp business skills to seize opportunities. As his fortune grew, he decided it was time to start a family. Rona came from a wealthy and respected background. Her family valued tradition, but also made sure their daughters were educated. She grew up in a loving home, but her future was already decided. Like most young women in her community, she was expected to marry the man her parents chose for her. When they told her she would be marrying Mohammed Shafir, she had no say in the matter. She accepted it as her duty. Their wedding was a grand event, held at one of Kabul's finest hotels, with hundreds of guests in attendance. To the outside world, it seemed like a perfect union between two honorable families. No one ever asked Rona what she truly wanted. After the wedding, her life changed completely. She was expected to obey her husband, manage the household, and meet all his expectations. Years passed, but she never had children. In Afghan society, a woman's worth is often tied to her ability to bear children, and without them, Rona's position in the family became uncertain. Mohammed grew frustrated, and soon rumors spread among relatives that she couldn't conceive. His frustration turned into cold indifference, and the distance between them only grew. After 7 childless years, Mohammed decided to take a second wife. Tuba was younger, more obedient, and most importantly, able to give him heirs. Soon after their marriage, she gave birth to their first son, followed by another child. With each birth, her influence in the household grew, while Rona was pushed further into the background. Mohammed ruled his household with strict, unquestioned authority. No one dared to defy him. Any disobedience was met with humiliation or physical punishment. He controlled all the finances, made every decision, and demanded absolute respect. The women in the home had no freedom beyond what he allowed. Tuba didn't just accept these rules, she reinforced them. She fully embraced her role as the primary wife, completely overshadowing Rona. Over time, she became the one in charge of the household, managing the children, the money, and even Rona's fate. Her treatment of Rona grew harsher, isolating her from the children and stripping her of even the most basic freedoms. Hamed, the eldest son, became an enforcer of control over his sisters. Raised in a home where men ruled and women obeyed without question, he followed his father's beliefs without hesitation. He saw it as his duty to watch over his sisters, ensuring they followed the family's strict rules and reporting any signs of defiance. The sisters, Zob, Sahar, and Gidi, lived under constant surveillance. Any attempt to challenge their father or Hamed led to punishment. They weren't allowed to make friends, leave the house freely, or even choose their own clothes. Mohammed didn't see his daughters as individuals with their own dreams. To him, they were simply extensions of the family, meant to uphold his idea of honor. When the family moved to Canada, many assumed this would give the children a chance at a better life. But a new country didn't change the way their household operated. If anything, Mohammed's control became even stricter. He knew his children were now in a place where women had rights, so he tightened his grip to maintain authority. The daughters soon realized that life outside their home was nothing like what they had known. They watched their classmates interact freely, choose their own clothes, and make decisions about their futures. But inside their home, nothing changed. Hamed, their eldest brother, became even more controlling. He monitored their phones, watched their behavior at school, and reported everything to their parents to ensure they didn't adopt Western habits. Rona had once hoped that moving to Canada would change her life, but her fate remained the same. She didn't know the language, had no legal documents, and couldn't work. Without a passport or financial independence, she was completely under the family's control. For the Shafir family, Canada wasn't a land of freedom. It was simply a new place where their old rules still applied. Zab, Muhammad's eldest daughter, was the first to openly defy the family. Despite the strict control over her, she secretly started a relationship with a young man named Ammar. He was older, Pakistani, and most importantly, someone her father would never approve of. Their connection began with passing notes, then evolved into emails, and eventually secret meetings. Zab knew the risks. At home, she was constantly watched by Hamed. Even at school, she never felt completely safe. But her love for Ammar made her willing to take the chance. When her father left for a business trip, she saw an opportunity and invited Ammar to the house, believing no one would find out. But Hamed happened to notice a pair of unfamiliar shoes in the hallway. He immediately realized that someone from outside had entered the home. Without hesitation, he reported it to his parents. Ammar managed to escape, but Zab faced brutal consequences. She was physically punished and locked in her room for months, forbidden from stepping outside. While she remained in isolation, Sahar tried to fight for her freedom in a different way. She didn't rebel openly, but slowly distanced herself from the strict expectations of her family. At school, she removed her headscarf, wore makeup, and dressed in ways that were strictly forbidden at home. She also grew close to Ricardo, a young man from Honduras, the complete opposite of the kind of husband her parents would have chosen. Sahar longed for freedom and seriously planned her escape. She and Ricardo discussed fleeing to another country where her family wouldn't be able to find her. The plan was to make it seem like she had gone to Honduras while secretly crossing into the United States. But one unexpected moment shattered everything. One evening, while having dinner at a cafe with Ricardo, she suddenly noticed her brother watching her from another table. He didn't say a word or approach her, but his presence alone sent a terrifying message. She was in serious danger. When she returned home, she braced for the worst. Her father already knew everything. There were no discussions, only punishment. After enduring physical violence, she was forbidden from attending school. Realizing that escaping could put her life at even greater risk, Sahar understood that getting away from her family would be much harder than she had imagined. Amid all this turmoil, Giddy, the youngest sister, expressed her defiance in a different way. She didn't try to run away or pursue a secret relationship. Instead, she acted out at school. Her aggressive behavior, frequent absences, and open defiance of teachers were her way of resisting. She wanted someone to notice that something was terribly wrong at home. Her behavior led to a meeting with the principal and social services. But when her parents were called in, they blamed Western influence, claiming that Giddy's actions were just a phase. They assured social workers they would handle the situation themselves. The sisters' attempts to break free only made things worse. Their father and brother became convinced they were losing control, and in their eyes, that meant punishment was necessary. The conflict between the daughters and their family had reached a breaking point. Their fate was now sealed. When Zab, Sahar, and Giddy tried to break free from their family's control, they knew the risks. But they never expected that the very system meant to protect them would be powerless against their father and brother's authority. Zab was the first to seek help. After months of confinement, she realized her only chance at survival was to leave for good. She escaped and found refuge in a shelter for women in crisis. For the first time, she felt safe. But her disappearance didn't go unnoticed. Hamed immediately contacted the police, claiming his sister had been kidnapped. He even accused Ammar, hoping to get him arrested. When the police found Zab, she told them the truth. She had left on her own to escape her family. The authorities didn't force her to return, but they also failed to offer her real protection. She was left vulnerable, and she knew it. After seeing what happened to her sister, Sahar tried to find her own way out. She was too afraid to go directly to the police, so she reached out to Child Protective Services. She told them about the strict rules, the constant threats, and her fear for her life. The caseworkers listened, but in the end, they decided not to intervene.
As Sahar neared her 18th birthday, she was offered temporary shelter, but it came with one unavoidable condition. Once her stay ended, she would have to return home. Terrified, Sahar knew that if she went back, the punishment awaiting her would be far worse than anything she had previously endured. She declined their help, realizing that the system could offer no real protection. Rona was the only one who understood the true danger the sisters were facing, but she, too, was powerless to intervene. Living in fear herself, she knew that Muhammad and Tuba no longer saw their daughters as obedient family members, but as threats to their honor. She also understood that any attempt to intervene would be futile. Inside the Shafir household, it had become painfully clear. The daughters had defied the rules. They had openly rejected the traditional way of life. To their father and brother, this was not just defiance. It was an unforgivable betrayal, an attack on the family's reputation. Muhammad could not allow rumors about his disobedient daughters to spread. In Afghan culture, such stories traveled quickly, and losing respect in the community was unimaginable. What angered him most was that their defiance had occurred in Canada, a place where he couldn't control their environment like he could in Afghanistan. The greatest threat in their eyes was Zab. She hadn't merely disobeyed, she had run away. To them, this was unthinkable. She was living on her own, making her own decisions, no longer bound by her father's rules. This was the ultimate betrayal. Tuba realized that forcing Zab to return wouldn't work, so she devised a plan to lure her back willingly. She contacted her daughter, telling her that their father had had a change of heart and given his blessing for her to marry Ammar. Zab could now be with him, officially. On May 18, 2009, a religious ceremony took place at an Islamic center. The next day, Zab had her hair styled and her hands decorated with henna. Her uncle drove her to a restaurant, making one last attempt to convince her to reconsider the marriage. But Zab remained firm. She wanted to go through with it. However, her fleeting freedom was short-lived. None of the groom's family members attended the ceremony. They, too, disapproved of the marriage. Tuba, overwhelmed with humiliation, collapsed, fainting from the embarrassment. People tried to revive her by pouring water on her. At that moment, Zab ran into her mother's arms, saying, "If you're against the marriage, I'll walk away from him." Zab requested a divorce, and Ammar agreed. "I can't bring shame to my family," he said. Right there in the restaurant, a cleric declared them divorced. They had been married for just 24 hours. After the annulment, Zab's relationship with Ammar fell apart. Under extreme pressure from her family, she was forced to sever all ties with him. The restrictions on her life became even stricter, her movements monitored, her interactions controlled. Ammar tried to stay in touch, but her family made it impossible. Eventually, their relationship ended completely, adding even more emotional pain to an already agonizing situation. This was when Zab realized she would never truly be free. Her hope for independence had been crushed. Following this, tensions between Zab and her family reached a breaking point. The situation escalated, leading to tragic consequences. This was the point of no return. Muhammad, once hesitant, now saw that his daughters had no intention of conforming. To him, their disobedience was an irreparable dishonor to the family. Hamid, too, insisted that waiting any longer wasn't an option. In his eyes, there was only one solution. The daughters had to face the consequences. Betrayal could not be forgiven. Women who tarnished the family's honor had to be punished. Hamid believed their father had been too lenient for too long. If they didn't act immediately, the family's reputation would be at risk. The decision was made. The daughters would no longer have the right to live. Now, all that remained was to figure out how to carry out their plan. Muhammad, knowing the severity of the crime, didn't want to draw attention. He knew that this act couldn't be spontaneous. It had to look like an accident. Thus the planning began, leading to an unimaginable tragedy. Weeks of preparation ensued. Muhammad, Tuba, and Hamed discussed the details carefully. One key step involved acquiring a second vehicle, a Nissan Sentra. It was officially purchased for convenience, but in truth it was meant to play a vital role in the upcoming plan.
A vacation together would give the impression that everything was fine, and that they were working to mend their relationships. Zab, Sahar, Giti, and Rona had no choice but to go. Even if they had doubts, resisting their father's decision was pointless. From the beginning of the trip, they felt uneasy, but none of them could have imagined that this journey would be their last. everything went according to plan. For several days, the family visited tourist attractions, took photos, and engaged in casual conversations with strangers. It was all carefully orchestrated so that later no one would suspect there had been any hostility between them. In the early hours of June 30th, 2009, two vehicles, a Nissan Sentra and a Lexus RX, left the Kingston East Motel and headed toward the Kingston Mills Locks. Inside the Nissan Sentra were Zab, Sahar, Geeti, and Rona. The exact driver at that moment remains unknown, but it was most likely Zab, as she was the eldest and had a driver's license. They were being followed at a short distance by Mohammed Shafir, Tuba, and their son Hamid in the Lexus RX. What happened next would shock the world. They kept enough space between the vehicles to avoid drawing suspicion. When the Nissan Sentra parked near the Kingston Mills Locks, Mohammed Shafir stepped out of his car and approached the Nissan. Zab either willingly moved from the driver's seat or was forced to get out. Tuba then took the wheel, staying inside with the victims. Seeing their mother beside them, the girls felt no immediate danger. Meanwhile, Mohammed and Hamed returned to the Lexus and drove to a nearby motel to create the illusion that the family was simply stopping for the night before continuing their trip. At the motel, they woke the manager and rented 2 rooms. But their responses about the number of guests were inconsistent. They couldn't seem to agree if there were 6 or 9 people in their group. This raised suspicions. After dropping off the 3 youngest family members, Mohammed and Hamed got back into the Lexus and returned to the locks. As soon as Tuba saw their headlights in the darkness, she quickly got out of the Nissan and ran toward them. That was the signal. The time had come. At this point, the women inside the car were still alive, unaware they were trapped in a deadly situation. What happened next could only be partially reconstructed during the investigation. It's unclear whether the victims were harmed inside the car or outside of it. However, forensic evidence revealed crucial details. 3 of them, Rona, Geeti, and Zab, had sustained head injuries, likely inflicted to render them unconscious before they were submerged. Sahar, however, appeared to have resisted. There were no signs of head trauma on her body, suggesting she may have remained conscious longer than the others. One by one, the victims were either drowned in the water or placed back inside the Nissan after losing consciousness. Their bodies were repositioned, and the front seats were reclined to accommodate them. At this stage, Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed began staging the scene to make it appear like a tragic accident. Their plan was to send the vehicle into the water, making it seem as if it had rolled in by mistake. One of them started the engine, shifted the car into neutral, and exited, expecting the Nissan to roll into the canal on its own. But something went wrong. The car got stuck on the edge of the concrete ledge. The front wheels had gone over, but instead of plunging into the water, the vehicle remained suspended, teetering on the edge. This was a major setback. If anyone had appeared at that moment, they would have been caught at the scene. One of them reached through the open driver's window and turned off the ignition. The plan was unraveling, but they weren't done yet, where one would typically drive. It was an isolated area, far from the usual routes someone fleeing would take. The idea that the women had chosen this remote spot in the middle of the night to escape made little sense. Then, there was the damage to the Nissan Sentra. Investigators noted that the rear of the vehicle had sustained a strong impact, something unlikely in a simple accident. Fragments of a shattered headlight were found nearby, suggesting another vehicle had been involved. Additionally, the physical state of the victims raised suspicions. The absence of seatbelts and the lack of any broken windows or open doors suggested that none of the women had tried to escape. If they had been conscious when the car entered the water, it was expected that they would have struggled, but there were no signs of this. When the police took a closer look at the family's behavior, more inconsistencies emerged. Mohammed Shafir, Tuba, and Hamed seemed oddly composed for people who had just lost 4 family members. Their story also kept changing. At times, they implied the women had run away voluntarily. At other times, they suggested it was an accident. The suspicions deepened when authorities reviewed the motel's security footage. The footage showed that Mohammed and Hamid had left the motel in the middle of the night, only to return hours later, just around the time of the supposed accident. Further investigation revealed another damning piece of evidence: wiretapped conversations between Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamid. In these recordings, Mohammed spoke of his daughters bringing shame to the family and stated that he had no regrets about what had happened. In one chilling conversation, he declared that, "Even if they come back to life 100 times, I will do it again." These words erased any doubt. This was no accident. It was a calculated crime, an honor killing. With mounting evidence against them, the 3 family members were arrested and charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. The trial that followed became one of the most infamous in Canadian history, exposing the dark reality of honor-based violence and sending shockwaves through the nation. Justice was finally served when, in 2012, Muhammad Shafir, Tuba Yahya, and Hamid Shafir were found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. The deaths of Zainab, Sahar, Geeti, and Rona were a heartbreaking reminder of the dangers faced by those who dare to defy oppressive traditions. Their tragic fate sparked widespread discussions about the need for stronger protections for women at risk of honor-based violence. Though their lives were cruelly taken, their story would not be forgotten. It became a symbol of the fight for freedom, justice, and the right of every woman to live without fear. Captured chilling conversations between Mohammed Shafir, Tuba Yahya, and their son, Hamid. They spoke openly about honor, shame, and punishment. Mohammed repeatedly expressed his anger toward his daughters, stating that they had dishonored the family and that their deaths were justified. In one of the most damning recordings, he declared, "Even if they come back to life 100 times, I will do it again." Tuba, instead of mourning the loss of her daughters, was heard supporting her husband's views. Hamid also participated in the discussions, showing no remorse for what had happened. These recordings left no doubt. This was an honor killing, a cold and calculated act meant to restore the family's reputation. Armed with forensic evidence, contradictory statements, and wiretap recordings, authorities arrested Muhammad Shafir, Tuba Yahya, and Hamid Shafir. They were charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. The trial that followed was one of the most high-profile cases in Canadian history. The prosecution presented a compelling case, exposing the family's deep-rooted beliefs and their obsession with control. Witnesses testified about the abuse and oppression the victims had endured, painting a tragic picture of lives cut short by rigid cultural expectations. After weeks of testimony, the jury reached a unanimous verdict: guilty. Muhammad Shafir, Tuba Yahya, and Hamid Shafir were sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. The case sent shockwaves throughout Canada and beyond, sparking discussions about honor-based violence and the urgent need to protect vulnerable individuals from family abuse. While justice was served, nothing could bring back Zainab, Sahar, Geeti, and Rona, 4 women whose only crime was wanting to live freely. Their story became a symbol of resistance against oppression, a reminder that no one should ever have to choose between family and freedom. Though their lives were stolen, their voices would never be silenced. Abigail Abby. Maria Hernandez was born on October 12, 1998, in Manchester, New Hampshire, along the banks of the Merrimack River. She was the youngest of 2 daughters born to Ruben and Xenia Hernandez and shared a close bond with her older sister, Ciera. Abby's mother worked as a nurse at a local hospital, while her father was a sales agent. The Hernandez family was generally happy, strong, and financially stable. However, during Abby's middle school years, her parents decided to divorce. Shortly after the separation, her father remarried and began a new family. The daughters from Ruben's first marriage continued to live with their mother after the divorce. Although Ruben still provided financial support, his relationship with Abby and Ciera dwindled to occasional birthday and Christmas greetings. From a young age, Abby was an active, curious, and social child. She had a wide circle of friends and was constantly exploring new hobbies and activities. Abby played sports, excelled as an artist, enjoyed photography, loved to read, and had a knack for picking up foreign languages effortlessly. At around 12 years old, Abby joined a local outdoor club where she developed a passion for camping, hiking, and the natural world. She fell in love with the mountains and became skilled in wilderness survival, applying these lessons during various adventures. Growing up in New Hampshire, a state known for its breathtaking natural beauty with forests, mountains, and rivers, Abby thrived in an environment that attracts adventurers and nature enthusiasts from across the country. Her classmates described her as brave, intelligent, friendly, and determined. A girl with the rare ability to easily connect with everyone around her. Abby was the kind of person who could effortlessly engage in a conversation about almost any topic. She thrived on challenges and had a natural ability to spread positivity wherever she went. Restless and full of energy, she was always on the move, making plans and envisioning an exciting future for herself. The summer of 2013 was a whirlwind of activity for Abby. When she returned to school in September, she eagerly shared stories about her summer adventures, where she had been, what she had experienced, and all the exciting things she had accomplished. By this time, 14-year-old Abby had started dating Jimmy, a boy from her school who was a year older. Her mom, Xenia, was aware of the relationship and approved of her daughter seeing him. In early October 2013, with fall break and her 15th birthday approaching, Abby was busy preparing for a hiking trip with her outdoor club. She had received a brand new pair of hiking boots as a gift, but since they were a bit snug, she decided to break them in by wearing them to school. On October 9th, Abby left for school like any other day. After classes, she planned to take a walk through a nearby park and had assured her mom that she wouldn't be out late. However, by 5 p.m., when Abby still hadn't returned home, Xenia became concerned. She tried calling her daughter, only to find that Abby's phone was turned off. Trying to stay calm, Xenia assumed her daughter's phone had died and that she was likely with friends. As the hours passed with no word from Abby, Xenia's worry grew. She started calling Abby's friends and teachers, desperate for information about her daughter's whereabouts. The school confirmed that Abby had left immediately after classes ended and had waved goodbye to her friends at the bus stop. Instead of boarding the bus, however, Abby had chosen to walk home. None of her friends had seen her since, and she hadn't visited anyone's house or made any calls. Even Jimmy was unable to contact her, despite their plans to meet later that day. Frightened, Xenia, along with Abby's older sister Ciera, wasted no time and headed to the police station to report her missing. Since Abby was a minor, law enforcement immediately launched a search to find her. Investigators determined that the last signal from Abby's cell phone was picked up approximately a mile from her home. News of the missing high school student quickly spread across social media. Flyers featuring Abby's photo, a description of her clothing, and a contact number for tips were distributed within hours. By the next morning, her story was featured on the 7 a.m. news, urging anyone with information to come forward. Hundreds of people, including police officers, volunteers, and concerned citizens, joined the search for the 14-year-old. They combed through parks, empty lots, wooded areas, bodies of water, and abandoned buildings. Law enforcement followed leads, sought potential witnesses, and interviewed Abby's friends and family. But every effort led to a dead end. Detectives began their investigation by exploring whether Abby had any enemies, unresolved grudges, or even a persistent admirer. However, everyone who knew her insisted that Abby was a warm, friendly, and kind-hearted person who avoided conflicts. She was well-liked and had no known adversaries or incidents of harassment. One of the first people interviewed was Abby's boyfriend, Jimmy, who initially became the prime suspect. Detectives questioned him about their relationship, asking if they had argued, if he had any reason to be upset with her, or if he could have had a motive to harm her. Jimmy, visibly shocked and confused, denied any involvement and couldn't understand why he was under suspicion. Jimmy had a solid alibi for the time Abby went missing, corroborated by his family, teachers, and about a dozen friends. On the day Abby disappeared, Jimmy's schedule was packed with school, sports practice, rehearsals for a school band performance, and his grandfather's birthday party, all of which he attended without missing a beat. He fully cooperated with the investigation and shared everything he knew, but his alibi left no room for doubt. Despite these efforts, the case went cold. It was as if Abby had vanished into thin air. Months of searching yielded no clues or leads, and detectives realized the likelihood of finding her alive was decreasing. Nevertheless, Abby's family refused to give up hope. A month and a half after Abby's disappearance, her mother discovered an unusual letter in the mailbox. The letter was from Abby. In it, she apologized for what she had done, assured her family that she was safe and healthy, and expressed her love for her mom and sister, Ciera. However, she didn't disclose her location or the reason for her disappearance. The letter ended with a cryptic and puzzling phrase: "Dreams come true." Handwriting analysis confirmed that the letter was indeed written by Abby and dated to early November, strongly indicating that she was still alive. But where could she be? And why couldn't she explain her situation? Was she frightened, or had someone coerced her into writing the letter? This discovery gave rise to a new theory. Perhaps Abby had voluntarily run away, but after seeing media coverage of her disappearance, decided to let her family know she was okay. Still, the circumstances remained unclear, leaving investigators and her loved ones with more questions than answers. There was speculation that Abby might have been pregnant and had run away with the baby's father, fearing her family's anger and societal judgment. However, the Hernandez family strongly refuted this theory. Abby's older sister, Ciera, was particularly upset, stating that if Abby had been pregnant, she would have been the first to know. The sisters were extremely close and kept no secrets from each other. Additionally, Abby's only boyfriend was Jimmy, and he insisted they had not been intimate. Both were still virgins, a claim supported by Abby's friends, who confirmed that she had never dated anyone else or shown interest in another romantic relationship. Her best friend, Miranda, also dismissed the idea, emphasizing that Abby would never have caused so much pain to her mom and sister by running away. Furthermore, all of Abby's personal belongings, her documents, savings, and valuables remained at home, casting doubt on the runaway theory. Investigators carefully analyzed Abby's letter, searching for hidden messages or clues to her location, but found none. Despite this, the FBI stepped in, classifying the case as an abduction. They believed Abby had written the letter under duress, with no opportunity to disclose her location. Their assumption proved correct. Abby and her kidnapper were just a few dozen miles away from her family home. What made the situation even more unsettling was that police had visited the kidnapper's residence multiple times since Abby's disappearance, but found nothing suspicious. Meanwhile, the abductor grew increasingly paranoid and desperate, trying to decide what to do with his captive. Now it's time to introduce the man behind the crime, Nathaniel "Nate" Kibbe. Born on July 15, 1980, in the same town as Abby, there is little reliable information about his family. Some sources suggest he was raised solely by his mother and never knew his biological father. As a child, Nate was notorious for being a troublemaker, a bully, and the type of kid everyone avoided. He frequently got into fights and created problems, even keeping a list of people he disliked, individuals he planned to harm. His aggressive and cruel behavior made him an outcast among peers and a challenge for his teachers. As a teenager, Nate frequently came into contact with the police for various offenses. He joined a gang and developed a fascination with firearms, gaining extensive knowledge about them. Over the years, he faced legal troubles for assault, causing serious injuries, illegal possession of substances, and petty theft. Despite his troubling behavior, he often received only minor punishments. Interestingly, Nate had attended the same high school as Abby, but their paths never crossed due to their 18-year age gap. After graduating, he appeared to attempt to turn his life around, securing a job at a local business. Initially, his co-workers and supervisors had positive impressions of him. However, after a severe conflict at work, Nate quit his job, moved to the suburbs and settled in a trailer park in a struggling neighborhood. Neighbors described him as odd, erratic, and aggressive. They avoided him as much as possible. By 2011, already in his 30s, Kibby had begun a relationship and even lived with a much younger girl. This relationship hinted at the dark and troubling behavior he would later reveal. Chuang Tidi Duanxi was from a dysfunctional family, ran away from home, and moved into the adult man's trailer. Remarkably, Nate didn't even try to hide their relationship, openly introducing her as his girlfriend. In the spring of 2013, Nate attempted his first known kidnapping, but failed. He attacked a 15-year-old schoolgirl at a bus stop near her school, trying to force her into his car. Despite the victim's testimony and multiple witnesses, the case was inexplicably closed, and it never went to trial. Authorities didn't view him as a serious threat, a decision that would have devastating consequences. Let's return to the day of Abigail Hernandez's disappearance, October 9th, 2013. As her 15th birthday approached, Abby had received a pair of hiking boots as a gift. Although they were slightly too tight, she decided to break them in by wearing them to school. By the end of the day, she regretted her choice. Her feet were sore, each step increasingly painful, but she was determined to walk home. The journey was long, and as she limped along the road, an old pickup truck pulled up beside her. Behind the wheel was Nathaniel Kibby. The man smiled warmly and offered her a ride, saying he could drop her off wherever she needed to go. Abby politely declined, but Nate wasn't discouraged. He continued driving slowly alongside her, observing her limp. Noticing her discomfort, he asked what had happened. Abby sighed and admitted that her new boots were giving her blisters. Hearing this, Nate swung open the passenger door and gestured for her to hop in. After a brief moment of hesitation, Abby accepted. She reasoned that this kind, smiling man couldn't possibly pose any danger. Unfortunately, she couldn't have been more wrong. As they drove, Nate struck up a friendly conversation to put Abby at ease. He asked questions, cracked jokes, and acted like a good Samaritan. Abby felt safe enough to answer his questions and even laugh at his jokes. At one point, Nate casually mentioned needing to stop by a hardware store to pick up some tools for a repair job. He pulled into a dark, secluded parking lot, and Abby's unease grew. She told him that her house wasn't far from there, and that she could walk the rest of the way. Noticing the shift in her tone and the nervous expression on her face, Nate's demeanor changed. As Abby reached to unbuckle her seat and escape, Nate acted swiftly. Anticipating her move, he grabbed her clothes with one hand and, with the other, pulled a gun from the glove compartment. Abby's instincts were correct. This wasn't a kind stranger. It was the beginning of a nightmare. He pointed the gun directly at Abby's face and threatened to kill her if she resisted. The attacker then tied her hands and feet with zip ties and placed a baseball cap on her head, angling it to block her view of their route. However, when he noticed Abby attempting to shift the cap to see the road, he became enraged. Without hesitation, he pulled out a stun gun and shocked her until she lost consciousness. Abby woke up in a stifling, windowless space. She quickly realized she was inside a small shipping container that Nathaniel owned and had hidden behind some trees in the trailer park. Shortly after, Nate appeared with duct tape and a motorcycle helmet. He taped her mouth and eyes shut, placed the helmet on her head, and ensured she was completely immobilized. Then, stripping her of her dignity and humanity, he assaulted her. From that moment on, Nate subjected Abby to near-daily physical and psychological abuse, using her to fulfill his twisted fantasies. He constantly threatened to harm her family if she tried to escape or call for help. At the same time, he dangled false hope, promising to release her if she behaved and didn't resist. During the first few days, Abby was in a state of shock, preparing herself for the worst. Over time, she realized her captor wasn't planning to kill her, at least not yet. Determined to survive, she devised a plan to emotionally connect with him. She told him she didn't judge him, that everyone makes mistakes, and that she wouldn't go to the police if he let her go. But Nate was dangerously unpredictable. The smallest word or action could set him off, turning him into a violent monster. While he occasionally displayed twisted moments of tenderness, his brutality was relentless. About a month into her captivity, Nate began allowing Abby into his trailer for short periods. She was permitted to take showers and even watch TV with him. Through the news, they saw the intense search efforts underway to find her. This prompted Nate to force Abby to write a letter to her mother, aiming to convince her family she was safe and to halt the search operation. Under Nate's dictation, Abigail wrote several letters. Each time she tried to sneak in a clue about her location, but Nate was quick to notice and severely punished her. Realizing the danger, she began complying fully with his instructions to avoid provoking his wrath. 6 months into her ordeal, Nate began trusting Abby enough to allow her to help with his counterfeit money operation. Sometimes, he let her sleep in the trailer and even permitted her to cook meals. Despite these small freedoms, he remained as abusive and controlling as ever. He forced her to call him Master and never revealed his real name. Over time, Abby built a tenuous rapport with her captor, subtly gaining his trust. He occasionally brought her books and magazines at her request. One day, as she flipped through a magazine, she came across the name Nathaniel Kibbe. Though it seemed like a breakthrough, she wasn't certain if it was truly her captor's name. This small clue became a flicker of hope in her grim existence, motivating Abby to keep fighting for her survival. Deciding to take a risky gamble, Abigail one day addressed her captor by the name she had discovered, Nathaniel, waiting anxiously for his reaction. He merely rolled his eyes, sighed, and asked calmly how she had learned it. Abby admitted she had seen the name in one of the books he had given her. Nate smirked but said nothing, leaving her unsure whether she had made any progress. Since Abby spent most of her time confined in the soundproof container, she had no idea how close help had come. Unbeknownst to her, the police had once been just feet away, though they weren't looking for her. Nate had been caught up in another illegal activity, this time illegal possession of a firearm. Attempting to avoid serious consequences, he cooperated with law enforcement and confessed to the charge. Armed with a search warrant, the police inspected Nate's trailer thoroughly. However, they failed to consider the container hidden nearby. No one thought to open it, despite the grim truth of what lay inside. Nate escaped with nothing more than a fine and the confiscation of his weapon. Having narrowly avoided exposure, Nate must have felt untouchable. Even after all the horrible things he had done, the law seemed to favor him. He had no plans to release Abby. She had become just another part of his twisted routine. In July 2014, Nate met a woman named Lorraine at a bar. After chatting briefly, he brought her back to his trailer, where they became intimate. During their time together, Lorraine confided in him about her financial troubles, lamenting that she couldn't even afford to pay her rent. As she prepared to leave, Nate handed her 2 $50 bills. Lorraine accepted them and left, but her gratitude quickly turned to fury. The next day, she called Nate, enraged, to tell him that the bills were counterfeit. She yelled that she had already contacted the police and reported where she had gotten the fake money. She warned him that law enforcement would soon return with another search warrant. What Lorraine didn't realize was that her phone call would change Abby's life forever. On July 20th, 2014, Nate did something unexpected. He handed Abby all of her personal belongings, tied her hands, sat her in the passenger seat of his car, and covered her face with a baseball cap. Abby had no idea what was happening, but feared the worst. She thought he was taking her to kill her. After driving for some time, Nate pulled over on a deserted country road. To Abby's astonishment, he untied her hands, ordered her out of the car, and told her not to go to the police. Before she could process what was happening, he sped away. Stunned and disoriented, Abby wandered along the road until she saw a sign that told her she wasn't far from home. Overwhelmed with disbelief and fear, she walked for hours, constantly looking over her shoulder, terrified that Nate might return to recapture her. Finally, Abby arrived at her family's home. A surveillance camera at the front door recorded the moment she walked in. Inside, she heard her mother talking to someone on the phone. Summoning all her strength, she called out loudly, "Mom!" Her mother turned, stunned and overjoyed to see her daughter safe and alive. Abby had finally escaped the nightmare and returned to the embrace of her family. Her mother dropped the phone in shock and ran to the door, embracing Abby tightly. They held each other for a long time, sobbing, unable to believe the nightmare was finally over. Abby noticed how much her mother's appearance had changed. She looked older, worn down from months of relentless worry and despair. Xenia, overwhelmed with relief, began asking Abby where she had been and what had happened, insisting they go to the police immediately. But Abby, still haunted by Nate's threats, refused to reveal the truth. She lied, claiming she didn't know who had taken her or where she had been held. Even at the police station, she remained tight-lipped, terrified that Nate might come after her family if she spoke out. For a week, Abby struggled with her emotions and thoughts. She desperately wanted to feel safe again, but was unsure if exposing her captor was worth the risk. Finally, she decided to confide in her mother. Through tears, Abby revealed everything: his name, the details of her captivity, and the horrors she endured. Xenia listened intently and then gently convinced Abby to go back to the police. She reasoned that the man who had inflicted so much pain needed to face justice, and that their family could never truly feel safe while he was free. On July 27, 2014, Abigail provided the police with Nate Kibbe's name, as well as the make and license plate of his car. The following day, Nathaniel Kibbe was arrested. To everyone's surprise, he offered no resistance, though he adamantly denied any involvement in the crime. When authorities searched Kibbe's trailer and the container, finally inspecting the space where Abby had been held, they found overwhelming evidence. The discovery included her hair, traces of blood and sweat, and even broken fingernails, confirming her months of captivity and abuse. Despite the undeniable evidence, Kibbe's lawyer filed a motion in August to have him released on bail. Shockingly, the judge approved the request, prompting public outrage. However, a strict no-contact order was immediately issued, prohibiting Kibbe from approaching or communicating with any members of the Hernandez family. The trial began in December 2014 and stretched until May 2016. Facing overwhelming evidence and hoping for a lighter sentence, Kibbe agreed to a plea deal, admitting his guilt. He was sentenced to 90 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 45 years. Abigail spoke in court during the sentencing, delivering a statement that left the room in awe. She said she forgave her captor, explaining that the ordeal taught her to cherish her life and every moment with her loved ones even more deeply. Her mother, Xenia, also took the stand. Her voice trembling, she expressed her hatred for Kibbe, but admitted a small measure of gratitude that he had spared her daughter's life, allowing her to return home. Abby's courage and resilience inspired many, turning a story of unimaginable darkness into one of hope and healing. Diving into a chilling case that proves the saying no case doesn't always hold true. This principle, rooted in English law, gained fame after the miracle of Campton. But in our story, there's no body yet there's still a case. On a November morning in 2011, Galina Kinaya returned to her rented apartment on Ubovica Street in Vladivostok and vanished without a trace. 3 years later, her boyfriend, Victor Cohen, was convicted of her murder. However, no physical evidence of Galina's death was ever presented in court. Her parents remain convinced she is alive and continue to hope for her return. In April 2024, Victor Cohen was released from prison, reigniting public interest in the case. The controversy has split opinions. Some believe Victor served time for a crime that never happened, while others argue the sentence for murder was far too lenient. Let's explore how this high-profile disappearance and alleged murder unfolded, dividing the nation and inspiring search efforts for Galina. Victor Cohen was born on July 9, 1988, in Vladivostok. He adopted the surname Cohen in 2012. His parents divorced when he was young, leaving his mother and grandmother to raise him. In 2005, he graduated from the Far Eastern State University's high school gymnasium. He enrolled in the university's Institute of Mass Communications to study public relations but dropped out after 6 months. In 2007, Alona Kadinskaya introduced Victor to her sister, Galina, who was 3.5 years older than him. Galina was born on April 22, 1985, in Rostov-on-Don. At age 13, her family moved to Vladivostok. Galina was known for her striking appearance, unique sense of style, and artistic nature. She studied at an art school and later joined the Faculty of Design at the Far Eastern Federal University. Victor fell deeply in love with Galina, and together they dreamed of pursuing theatre careers. Victor dropped out of school, and the couple moved to Moscow to chase their dreams. Unfortunately, Galina failed her entrance exams, and although Victor succeeded, he returned to Vladivostok with her out of solidarity. Back home, they started living together, and Victor received news of his grandfather's death. With the inheritance Victor received after his grandfather's death, he and Galina rented an apartment in the city center, bought themselves cars, and decided to invest the remaining money into a business. They tried several ventures producing car tires, opening a chain of donut shops, and even reselling Cherkela traditional Georgian sweets. However, all these projects quickly failed, leaving the couple disheartened. Over time, the strain of financial failure began to take a toll on their relationship. Their disagreements turned into heated arguments, and at times, violence. On one occasion, Galina's friends witnessed Victor lifting her by the neck during a fight. However, Galina wasn't always the victim. She sometimes hit Victor or broke furniture in their rented apartment during arguments. Their relationship deteriorated further. Galina began frequenting nightclubs, while Victor sought attention from other women, both seemingly trying to escape the problems in their lives. On the morning of November 14, 2011, after another night out at the club, Galina returned home in high spirits. However, Victor wasn't there, which made her furious. At 6:43 a.m., she called him, demanding he return immediately. Within 15 minutes, Victor was back at their apartment. A heated argument followed, during which they decided to end their relationship for good. Galina demanded 300,000 rubles in exchange for the car Victor had previously given her. Victor handed over the money, and Galina left the apartment, supposedly for the last time. The following day, Galina's parents grew concerned when they couldn't reach her. Her phone was switched off. Victor also didn't respond to their calls. 2 days later, he contacted Galina's mother, explaining that the two had quarreled. He claimed she had taken a large sum of money and left, saying, "You'll never see me again. Don't look for me. Tell my mom everything is fine with me." Victor added that he had tried calling Galina several times after she left, but her phone remained off. Initially, her sudden disappearance didn't alarm her friends and family, as Galina was known for her impulsive behavior. However, as days passed without any sign of her, their worry grew. Initially, Galina's disappearance didn't raise alarms because she was known for her impulsive nature and had disappeared for days before. However, 3 days later, her father filed a missing person report, prompting law enforcement to begin an official search. Police immediately questioned Victor, as he was the last person to see Galina. During his interrogation, Victor admitted that his relationship with Galina had deteriorated and that he was seeing another woman. He described Galina as volatile and jealous, claiming she had physically attacked him in the past, and once poured yogurt on his car in a fit of rage. Victor insisted on his innocence, saying, "I didn't kill Galina. Yes, we quarreled. She packed her belongings, took 300,000 rubles and left. I don't know where she went." Investigators searched the apartment the couple shared, as well as both of their cars, but found no blood or any evidence of foul play. Victor even agreed to take a lie detector test. While his testimony was inconsistent at times, there was no concrete proof linking him to Galina's disappearance. Police also interviewed Galina's friends and neighbors but found no signs of a crime. Adding to the mystery, Galina had never traveled outside of Vladivostok and didn't possess a foreign passport. With no evidence of wrongdoing, the authorities decided not to pursue a criminal case. Victor, meanwhile, moved on with his life. He collected Galina's belongings and returned them to her parents. Shortly afterward, He moved in with his new girlfriend, Tatiana. Their relationship blossomed, and in 2012 they got married. It was during this time that Victor decided to change his last name. Encouraged by Tatiana, who had heard the name in a movie, he adopted the surname Cohen, leaving behind his father's surname, which he had long disliked. For several years, Galina's disappearance faded from public memory. Victor and Tatiana enjoyed a happy marriage, filled with travel and quiet moments together. But everything changed 3 years later, when Galina's disappearance was reclassified as a murder case. For 3 years, Galina remained missing, and her mother, Elena Kadinskaya, didn't initially worry much. Elena believed her daughter's creative and unpredictable nature meant she might have simply left on a whim. This lack of urgency likely contributed to the delay in classifying Galina's disappearance as a criminal case. In June 2014, however, the authorities revisited the case. Based on existing evidence, they reclassified it as a murder investigation under the relevant criminal code. Galina was officially listed as a missing person, and detectives began exploring multiple theories about her disappearance. These ranged from her leaving to work in the modeling industry abroad to the possibility of foul play. As investigators delved into the murder theory, Victor Cohen, Galina's ex-boyfriend, came under scrutiny. They uncovered reports of frequent quarrels between the two, often fueled by Galina's jealousy over Victor's relationships with other women. Additionally, there were claims that Galina had plans to travel to Korea. She had previously worked as a model in China and was rumored to want to continue her career in modeling. However, Victor became the primary suspect because he was the last person to see Galina alive. Discrepancies in Victor's and other witnesses' testimonies further raised suspicions about his potential involvement. On July 23, 2014, Victor was summoned for questioning. During this session, he shocked investigators by confessing to killing Galina. Victor admitted that during an argument on the morning of November 14, 2011, he strangled Galina. He then dismembered her body in the bathroom, placed the remains into 3 plastic buckets, and transported them to a wooded area near the Vareg factory. There, he built a fire using car tires, burned the body, and scattered the ashes in various locations. Victor displayed an unsettling level of confidence during the interrogation. He spoke casually with investigators, used foul language, and even smiled as he recounted the gruesome details. Sitting comfortably, with his feet on the floor, he behaved as though the entire ordeal was a routine conversation. He shared chilling details, including how he had initially planned to boil Galina's body in a steamer, grind the remains with a meat grinder, and flush them down the toilet. However, he abandoned this idea, fearing the sewer system might clog and incriminate him. Victor coldly explained that he killed Galina because she was interfering with his new relationship. This shocking confession left even seasoned detectives stunned by Victor's lack of remorse and the sheer brutality of his actions. Victor described Galina as an unconventional woman who thrived on attention. She frequently went out to nightclubs and had a fiery temper, often causing loud arguments at home. According to Victor, Galina sometimes spoke of wanting the glamorous life of an escort model. However, she refused to accept that such a lifestyle often required providing intimate services. Despite her eccentric behavior, Victor found her charming and interesting until things took a darker turn. From Victor Cohen's interrogation. I was irritated. I was standing near the coffee machine, drinking coffee, and something in me just snapped. That was it. I went home, walked up to her while she was sleeping, said, "I'm sorry," and started choking her. She woke up and tried to fight back. But I strangled her for a long time. Then I left the house and cried. It wasn't fear, it was frustration and loss. I understood what I had done, but as a rational person, I kept my composure. Following the confession, investigators brought Victor to the apartment he shared with Galina in 2011 to conduct an investigative experiment. There, Victor demonstrated how he strangled Galina on a folding sofa. He claimed she had been drunk and asleep, making it easy for him to overpower her. After ensuring she was dead, Victor said he left the apartment, went to his car, and devised a calculated plan to dispose of her body. Victor explained that he had learned about burning bodies using car tires from a documentary about India, where the practice was used in traditional cremation rituals to achieve higher temperatures. He told investigators that disposing of Galina's body was much simpler than he had initially imagined. Late that night, Victor was taken to the vacant lot where he claimed to have burned Galina's remains. Under pitch darkness, he was asked to pinpoint the exact location. However, according to human rights activists, the chosen location had no traffic or CCTV cameras, raising suspicions about the integrity of the investigation. Key gaps in the case emerged during the investigation. Victor repeatedly pointed out inconsistencies himself. It wasn't clear what tool he used to dismember Galina's body, as an ordinary kitchen knife wouldn't suffice. Questions arose about how he fit her remains into 3 buckets, carried them out in full view, and why no one noticed him leaving with such unusual items. The landlord who rented the apartment to Galina was later brought in for questioning, as investigators tried to piece together the missing details. When investigators questioned the landlords who rented the apartment to Galina and Victor, they revealed that they had lost contact with Victor after learning the police had been there. When they went to check the property, they found the apartment completely empty, no tenants or belongings remained. On the ceiling, they noticed brown splatters they assumed were from coffee or tea, and there were black streaks on the wallpaper, likely from storing car tires. Unknown to Victor, his interrogation had been recorded on video. When he realized he had revealed too much on camera, he retracted his confession. Victor claimed that during his questioning at the investigation unit on Karina Street, officers had forced him to confess through unauthorized methods. He also alleged they threatened to harm his wife, Tatiana, if he did not comply. Victor stated that the story he told was fabricated under duress by the officers, and that the location of the alleged burning of Galina's remains had been deduced using his phone records. However, questions about his claims of torture arose. CCTV footage from the investigation unit showed that Tatiana Cohen arrived at the building around 6 p.m., but was not allowed inside. She waited outside until 6:20 p.m., at which point Victor was brought in. Tatiana entered the building at 6:30 p.m., and Victor's recorded interrogation began at 6:38 p.m. Critics questioned how torture could occur in just 8 minutes, leading Victor to make up such a detailed and graphic confession. On August 11, 2015, after the first court hearing, Victor Cohen was found guilty of the murder of Galina Kadinskaya. The court sentenced him to 9 years and 10 months of imprisonment in a strict regime penal colony. After Victor's conviction, his wife Tatiana became his staunchest supporter and primary defender. Convinced of his innocence, she tirelessly fought to clear his name. The case captured the attention of Vladivostok residents, dividing the public into 2 camps: those who believed Victor was wrongfully convicted and those who saw him as a cold-blooded killer. Supporters even organized rallies in Victor's defense, while his wife remained unwavering in her fight for justice. Even after the devastating news that her husband would spend nearly 10 years in prison, Tatiana remained steadfast in her belief in Victor's innocence. During the court proceedings, a revealing video included in the case files was shown. Victor claimed his confessions were coerced through threats and physical abuse by interrogators, citing hospital records that documented a concussion and ear trauma as evidence. The case gained widespread attention. The idea that a young, charming man with striking brown eyes could coldly strangle, dismember, and burn his girlfriend shocked the public. Many struggled to reconcile these accusations with Victor's charismatic persona and his background. He had even been admitted to the prestigious Moscow Theatre Institute but chose not to pursue it. Friends, classmates, and acquaintances universally described Victor as a positive, well-mannered individual. Victor's defense focused on the lack of concrete evidence. Neither the apartment, where the murder allegedly occurred, nor the site where the body was reportedly burned yielded any traces of human DNA. Witnesses even claimed to have seen Galina in the city after her disappearance. The case's emotional intensity was further amplified by Galina's mother, Elena Kadinskaya. She genuinely believed her daughter was alive and consistently stated in interviews that Victor was innocent. She held on to the hope that Galina would eventually return and explain her absence. After being convicted, Victor continued to claim that the narrative of the murder was entirely fabricated. He pointed out the absence of biological traces at the alleged burning site, as well as inconclusive forensic results from his apartment and car. Galina's parents, surprisingly, supported Victor, remaining convinced that their daughter was still alive. Victor's lawyer, Ivan Mikheyev, also emphasized the lack of objective evidence. Soil samples from the site where Victor allegedly burned the body showed no biological remains. Furthermore, critical case materials were reportedly missing, including inspection reports from the apartment and car, lie detector results, and camera footage from 2011. Victor's family and defense team suggested the case had been hastily reclassified as a murder to avoid accountability for an unsolved disappearance. Despite the conviction, questions lingered about the integrity of the investigation, leaving the public divided over Victor's guilt and Galina's fate. Galina Kadinskaya was never found, but the case against Victor Cohen proceeded despite the absence of a body. Victor, disagreeing with the verdict, filed an appeal, maintaining his innocence and insisting that his confession had been coerced by law enforcement. Tatiana Cohen, Victor's wife at the time, launched a massive campaign in his defense. She appeared on various talk shows, organized rallies, and maintained an active presence on social media, where she raised funds for legal fees while posting what many believed to be fabricated updates. On December 7, 2015, the Court of Appeals overturned Victor's conviction, citing violations of the Code of Criminal Procedure. The case was sent back to the Court of First Instance for retrial. Despite this, on June 21, 2016, the court again found Victor guilty of murdering Galina. He was sentenced to 9 years and 9 months in a strict regime penal colony. Victor's defense team appealed the ruling once more, but on November 28, 2016, the Court of Appeals upheld the sentence, and Victor began serving his time. Following the final ruling, Tatiana distanced herself from Victor, withdrew from the campaign, and filed for divorce. It was later revealed that she had entered a new relationship almost immediately after Victor's arrest. This unexpected development led to speculation about her true motives, but Tatiana refused to comment. Despite the lack of a body, the court convicted Victor based on circumstantial evidence, which prosecutors argued was overwhelming. Among the key pieces of evidence was his confession, in which he described a plan to dispose of Galina's body using a meat grinder. Investigators later uncovered corroborating records from November 14, 2011. According to these records, Victor purchased a meat grinder and a pressure cooker from the Dominica store at the Maxim shopping center. In 2015, the investigation retrieved receipts and matched them with Victor's phone records. A purchase under the surname Pouv matched the exact time of the billing. The store's administrator testified in court, confirming the authenticity of the database and that there had been no tampering. This evidence, combined with Victor's initial confession and his inconsistent testimony, led to his conviction. Though Victor and his defense continued to contest the fairness of the trial, public opinion remained divided, with many questioning the justice of convicting someone in the absence of direct forensic evidence. The court's decision to convict Victor Cohen heavily relied on circumstantial evidence, as the body of Galina Kadinskaya was never recovered. Key factors in the verdict included discrepancies in Victor's statements and corroborative details from various sources. Cell phone billings and behavior. Victor's cell phone records from November 14, 2011, showed that he stayed at the apartment from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. This time frame coincided with the alleged dismemberment of Galina's body. Later that night, his phone connected to a tower near the Vareg plant, where he reportedly disposed of her remains. Victor had previously claimed that he tried to call Galina after she left, but phone records indicated otherwise. Between 10 a.m. and the evening, he made no attempts to contact her. His last call that day was at 11:51 p.m. to Tatiana, made near the plant. What stood out to investigators in the court was Victor's lack of effort to contact Galina after her disappearance. Unlike her relatives, friends, and even Victor's own mother, who repeatedly tried calling her, Victor made no such attempts. Prosecutors argued that this behavior suggested Victor already knew she would not answer. Purchases and evidence in the apartment. Victor reportedly purchased 3 20-liter plastic buckets with lids on the same day he bought a meat grinder and pressure cooker. While the receipts for these buckets did not contain a name, investigators linked them to Victor. Questions arose about how Galina's body could have fit into 3 20-liter buckets. Prosecutors argued that Victor meticulously dismembered her in the bathtub to make this possible. Further evidence came from the bathtub itself. According to Victor's confession, he dismembered Galina there, covering the area with foil to prevent blood from leaving traces. He then scrubbed the tub vigorously with a metal brush, damaging the enamel. Later, Victor claimed that the damaged enamel was the result of Galina using harsh cleaning chemicals. Witness testimonies. Witnesses claimed to have seen Galina in a supermarket in Vladivostok and at Sheremetyevo Airport in Moscow after her disappearance. However, these claims were debunked during the investigation. CCTV footage from the airport revealed no evidence of Galina's presence, and the alleged supermarket sighting was also proven false. One witness, who falsely testified to seeing Galina, was later charged with providing false evidence. Final judgment. The combination of Victor's inconsistent statements, the phone billing records, the detailed confession later recanted, the purchases tied to the timeline of events, and the damage to the apartment's bathtub formed a compelling narrative for the prosecution. While the defense continued to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that no physical traces of Galina were ever found, the court upheld its decision. Victor Cohen was sentenced to 9 years and 9 months in a strict regime penal colony. Despite ongoing debate, Victor's conviction remains one of the more controversial cases, as it hinges on circumstantial evidence without the recovery of the victim's body. The mystery surrounding Galina Kadin's disappearance and the subsequent conviction of Victor Cohen has left many unresolved questions. One of the main issues discussed by investigators and journalists is why no physical traces of Galina were found, despite the brutal nature of the crime. The lack of traces. The key question that loomed over the investigation was why, after committing such a gruesome crime, there were no physical traces of Galina's body or DNA in Victor's apartment or cars. The answer became clearer when examining the timeline and the way the crime scene was handled. 1. Delay in police access after Galina's disappearance. Victor made sure that the police couldn't access his apartment for a critical period. He immediately moved in with his wife, Tatiana, and the apartment remained off limits to the police until December 8th, nearly a month after the murder. Even then, the police didn't use sensitive techniques, such as luminol, which could reveal traces of blood, to investigate the apartment for forensic evidence. By the time they gained access, Victor had had 3 weeks to clean the apartment thoroughly. 2. Car inspections. Similarly, the police didn't inspect Victor's car until December 27th, more than a month after Galina's disappearance. This delay gave him ample time to clean the car and eliminate any traces of her presence. 3. Burning the body. Expert analysis concluded that it was indeed possible to completely burn a body under artisanal conditions such as using car tires to reach the high temperatures required to burn bones. This process destroyed much of Galina's remains, leaving only small, blackened fragments of bone. Victor claimed he scattered these remains in the woods near the place of the fire, but wild animals may have further scattered them, making it nearly impossible for investigators to recover any physical evidence. 4. Scattering evidence. The fact that no bones or remains were found in the area Victor described was significant. The only way to locate these remnants would have been to sift through a vast area of forest. The sheer scale of the search made it an almost impossible task, further complicating the investigation. Theories and doubts. Victor Cohen's conviction for Galina Kadinskaya's murder remains controversial, as questions linger about her fate. Investigators argue it's nearly impossible for someone to vanish completely in today's world without leaving a trace. Yet, more than 13 years later, no evidence has surfaced of Galina being alive or of her remains being found. Victor never suggested Galina might return, focusing instead on denying his guilt. Unanswered questions. The case lacks definitive evidence, such as DNA or a body, leaving uncertainty about Victor's guilt and what truly happened to Galina. His passive acceptance of his conviction and lack of efforts to prove his innocence have raised doubts. Lack of closure. Galina's family continues to search for her, clinging to hope despite the years gone by. The absence of answers keeps the case alive in the public's mind, with many still skeptical of the official story. Legacy of mystery. The disappearance of Galina Kadinskaya is a haunting reminder of how elusive the truth can be. Victor's behavior, coupled with the unresolved case, ensures the mystery continues to stir emotions and speculation. In 2022, a young man named Bryce Broal disappeared under strange circumstances, leaving only scattered clues and many unanswered questions. His girlfriend Cordelia's family was puzzled by what had happened, and her father, Michael Elix, seemed to know more than he let on. What started as a routine missing persons case quickly turned into a chilling tale of lies, revenge, and desperation. What really happened that fateful day? How deep does this mystery run? Stay with us as we uncover the truth buried beneath layers of deceit and suspicion. It was a cold day in a small Minnesota town, with mist blanketing the streets and a damp chill in the air. The usually quiet town of Center felt even more desolate. This was the last place Bryce was seen, leaving home to visit a storage unit with Cordelia's father, Michael. Cordelia had just returned to Minnesota after months of traveling across the country, hoping for a warm welcome and some peace. Instead, she found herself entangled in a series of unsettling events. Shortly after her return, she sensed something was off. Bryce had gone with her father to drop off some belongings at a storage unit just a short walk from their home. The trip should have only taken 30 minutes, but as the hours passed, Bryce didn't come back. Cordelia's unease grew. She tried to distract herself by settling in and taking a shower, but the anxiety wouldn't fade. Later that day, Michael returned alone. He looked shaken and told Cordelia that Bryce had been taken at the storage facility. Michael explained that 2 dark grey cars had pulled up while they were there. People who seemed like officials got out, but they didn't show any identification or introduce themselves. According to Michael, everything happened so quickly that he couldn't ask questions or figure out what was going on. The strangers restrained Bryce, handcuffed him, and drove off. The cars were plain and unmarked, their headlights cutting through the evening gloom, leaving more questions than answers. The fog clouded Michael's memory, and he couldn't recall any details that might help identify who or what he had seen. His vague words left Cordelia shocked. Desperate for answers, she immediately tried calling Bryce, but his phone was off. She sent him messages, begging him to come back and explain what had happened, but he never replied. As each minute passed, Cordelia's worry grew stronger. By Friday, October 28th, after several days without any news, she went to the Crow Wing County Sheriff's Office and filed a missing person report. She didn't have much information to give the authorities except for Michael's confusing account. The police wasted no time and launched an investigation. Detectives reviewed all the messages Cordelia had sent Bryce on the night he disappeared. Her panic was clear in the texts, with each message showing her growing fear. Her distress seemed to strike a chord with the investigators. What started as a standard missing persons case quickly became something much darker and more complicated. Officers questioned Michael Elix, but his statements were inconsistent and left too many unanswered questions. This led to further interviews with him. Meanwhile, investigators visited the storage facility where Bryce was last seen. What they found there only made the situation more mysterious. There were drag marks, like something heavy had been moved, and other pieces of evidence that added a sinister feel to the story. The deeper the police dug into the case, the more unsettling the details became. Bryce Broal's disappearance wasn't just a simple case anymore, it had turned into a troubling enigma filled with fear and uncertainty. Cordelia, who initially trusted her father's story, started to doubt him as everything around her became increasingly strange and incomprehensible. Michael Elix knew he would be the first person the police would question after Cordelia reported Bryce missing. He tried to mentally prepare himself for the inevitable. That Friday, October 28th, officers tracked Michael down at a family Halloween party in Brainerd. He agreed to return with them to the storage facility and provide a more detailed explanation of what had happened on the day Bryce vanished. Despite this, the story only grew more complex. Each new detail uncovered by the police seemed to raise even more questions. The truth felt increasingly out of reach. Michael recounted the events, trying to include every detail. He explained that he and Bryce had arrived at the storage unit in a white Ford Escape with a trailer to go through some belongings after the long road trip he and Cordelia had recently taken. The task took about 45 minutes, with Bryce sorting through his items to decide what to keep and what to throw away. Around 5:45 p.m., they were getting ready to leave when something unexpected happened. As they started pulling out of the storage unit, 2 dark grey vehicles blocked their path. Michael described the cars as having flashing lights, but not the kind used by regular patrol cars. Instead, they looked like the lights often seen on unmarked law enforcement vehicles. This immediately made Michael suspicious and question if the people inside were legitimate authorities. According to Michael, both he and Bryce were briefly detained by these unidentified individuals. Michael was taken back to his white Ford Escape, while Bryce was placed in a different vehicle, a dark grey SUV. Michael remembered the COV's interior as plain, except for a small computer mounted on the dashboard. During the encounter, Michael said it seemed highly organized, involving several people. Bryce appeared to understand that this wasn't a random situation. Before they were separated, Bryce thanked Michael for his help but didn't say anything else. Earlier that day, on the drive to the storage unit, the two men had barely spoken. When Michael asked Bryce about the road trip he and Cordelia had taken, Bryce had replied briefly, saying the drive was fine. Both men remained quiet and distant, showing little interest in starting a conversation. As detectives continued their investigation, they uncovered hints of tension within the family. Michael admitted that he felt uneasy around Bryce and was hesitant to spend time with him. This raised questions about why Michael had agreed to help Bryce with the storage unit in the first place, especially without Cordelia being there. Cordelia later explained that she had stayed home that day because she was too exhausted from the long road trip and needed to rest. From Michael's perspective, the trip to the storage unit had been routine until it was interrupted by the strange and unsettling encounter. He speculated that the events might be tied to some kind of trouble Bryce had gotten himself into, especially since Bryce had just returned to town after a lengthy road trip across the United States. Michael wasn't convinced. The mention of Arizona nagged at him. It was too specific to ignore. He pressed Cordelia further, asking why Bryce would be connected to Arizona or why it was relevant to his sudden disappearance. Cordelia hesitated, her eyes darting away as she stammered that it was nothing, just a passing mention. But Michael noticed the tremor in her voice and the way her hands fidgeted nervously. "You're hiding something," Michael said gently but firmly. "Cordelia, if you know anything about this, you have to tell me. This isn't just about Bryce, it could be about your safety too." Cordelia froze for a moment before lowering her gaze. "It's complicated," she muttered. Michael's patience was wearing thin, but he resisted the urge to raise his voice. "I don't care how complicated it is. Tell me what's going on." Finally, Cordelia relented. "There was someone we met on the road in Arizona. Bryce got involved," she began hesitantly. Involved in what Michael asked, his heart sinking as he prepared for the worst. She shook her head. "I don't know everything, Dad. It was just supposed to be a simple deal. Some guy approached Bryce when we were at a diner, said he needed someone to deliver a package. Bryce thought it would be easy money. We were running low on cash and I didn't think it was a big deal." Michael felt his stomach twist. "What kind of package?" Cordelia's voice dropped to a whisper. "I don't know. He wouldn't tell me, and Bryce wouldn't let me see it. He just said it wasn't a big deal, that we'd drop it off and be done with it. But after that, things started happening. People started following us, leaving notes on the car. Bryce said he could handle it, but I was scared. Dad. I wanted to come home, but he insisted we finish the trip." Michael's mind raced. "And when you came home early, was it because of this?" Cordelia nodded slowly. "Something happened. Bryce didn't tell me everything, but he said we had to leave right away. He looked terrified." Michael's instincts told him they were in over their heads. If Bryce had gotten tangled up in something illegal, it could explain his disappearance. But there was still so much Cordelia wasn't saying or didn't know. "Did you ever see the man again?" "The one who gave Bryce the package." Cordelia shook her head. "No, but Bryce got a call from someone after we got home. I don't know who it was, but after that he started acting even stranger." Michael exhaled, his mind piecing together fragments of a puzzle that still didn't make sense. Whoever Bryce had gotten involved with, it wasn't over. "Okay," Michael said, trying to steady his voice. "We're going to figure this out. But you have to tell me everything, Cordelia. No more hiding things, no matter how bad they seem." Cordelia nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. As Michael embraced his daughter, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were both standing at the edge of something far darker than they had imagined. And for Bryce, wherever he was, time might be running out. Michael's mind raced as he processed Cordelia's revelation. Washington? What were you doing there? Cordelia hesitated, her hands fidgeting nervously. Bryce wanted to meet someone there, she said. He said it was important, something about tying up loose ends. I didn't ask too many questions because, well, he wasn't in the mood to explain. Do you remember where in Washington? Who he was meeting? Michael pressed, his voice tight with concern. I don't know exactly, Cordelia admitted. It was somewhere near Seattle. The guy seemed off. Bryce called him Jack, but I don't think that was his real name. Michael leaned forward, trying to piece together the fragments of information. Did you meet this Jack? What did he want? Cordelia nodded reluctantly. I saw him once. He was older, maybe in his late 40s or 50s. He gave Bryce something, a small package. Bryce told me to wait in the car while they talked. He didn't want me involved. Did Bryce ever tell you what was in the package? Michael asked. No, Cordelia said, her voice trembling. But after that meeting, Bryce started acting even more paranoid. He kept checking his phone, looking over his shoulder, and talking about people following us. Michael's heart sank. Whatever Bryce had gotten involved in, it was serious. He realized that his daughter might be in more danger than she realized. Did Bryce ever say why he was so worried? Or what these people wanted? Cordelia shook her head. Not really. He just said that we needed to lay low and stay out of sight for a while. Michael stood up and began pacing the room. Cordelia, this is bigger than just Bryce disappearing. If he was involved with dangerous people, they might come after you too. We need to go to the police and tell them everything you know. Cordelia's eyes widened in fear. No, we can't do that, Dad. Bryce said they would kill us if we talked to anyone. Michael stopped in his tracks, his chest tightening. He knelt in front of his daughter, gripping her shoulders gently. Listen to me, Cordelia. Keeping quiet isn't going to protect you. If these people are as dangerous as Bryce thought, they won't stop just because you stay silent. We need help. Cordelia hesitated, tears streaming down her face. I'm scared, Dad. I don't know what to do. Michael pulled her into a tight embrace. We'll figure this out together. But I need you to trust me, okay? We'll find a way to keep you safe. As he held his daughter, Michael resolved to get to the bottom of the mystery, no matter the cost. Bryce's disappearance was just the beginning. Whatever secrets had been buried during their travels, Michael was determined to uncover them before it was too late. The tension was palpable as the investigation progressed. Michael, though cooperative, found himself increasingly under scrutiny. Investigators began to notice inconsistencies in his timeline, which only added to the air of suspicion surrounding the case. Cordelia, for her part, seemed trapped in a web of fear and loyalty. She admitted to the controlling nature of her relationship with Bryce, but still appeared reluctant to speak ill of him outright. Her hesitance frustrated both her father and the authorities. I don't understand, Michael confided to the lead detective one evening. I just want to help my daughter, but she's hiding something. Bryce's disappearance feels like a piece of a much larger puzzle. The detective nodded. That's what we're trying to figure out, Mr. Howard. But we need complete transparency from everyone involved. A new development. Just when it seemed the case had stalled, the police received a tip from a motel owner in Flagstaff, Arizona. The owner recognized Bryce and Cordelia from a photo circulated by investigators. He claimed they had stayed there for 3 nights about 2 weeks prior to Bryce's disappearance. The motel records confirmed that they had checked in under fake names and paid in cash. Surveillance footage showed Bryce frequently leaving their room late at night, sometimes returning with small packages. When confronted with this information, Cordelia broke down. Bryce was in trouble, she admitted tearfully. He owed money to people. Dangerous people. That's why we were in Arizona. He said he needed to settle a debt. Debt? For what, Michael asked, his voice trembling. I don't know exactly, Cordelia replied. But he was desperate. He said if he didn't pay, they'd come after us. The revelation sent chills through Michael. It confirmed his worst fears that Bryce's disappearance was tied to something criminal. The missing phones. Investigators focused on tracking down Bryce's and Cordelia's phones, hoping they held vital information. After days of searching, they located one of Bryce's smartphones at a pawn shop in Flagstaff. The device had been wiped clean, but forensic experts managed to recover fragments of data. Among the recovered messages was an exchange with a contact saved as J. The messages were cryptic, but hinted at a deal gone wrong. Phrases like running out of time and they want more than we agreed painted a grim picture. The storage unit. Attention shifted back to the storage unit where Bryce was last seen. A thorough search revealed a hidden compartment in one of the walls. Inside, police found a burner phone and a small stash of cash. The burner phone contained a single unsent message. I'm out. Can't do this anymore. If you come near her, I'll make sure everyone knows. The message was time-stamped just hours before Bryce's disappearance. The unraveling. As the pieces of the puzzle came together, a troubling narrative emerged. Bryce appeared to be entangled in a smuggling operation, likely involving drugs or illegal goods. His sudden disappearance suggested he had either tried to back out of the arrangement or had been silenced. Cordelia, despite her loyalty to Bryce, seemed to be an unwitting accomplice. Her fear and evasiveness made sense in light of the danger they were in. Michael, meanwhile, remained determined to protect his daughter. But as he reflected on the events leading up to Bryce's disappearance, he couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was still missing from the story. The deeper the investigation went, the more it revealed the tangled history between the Elix family and the tragic events surrounding Bryce and Cordelia. As authorities unraveled more details, it became clear that the relationship between father and daughter had a significant impact on the unfolding situation. Family dynamics and tensions. Michael's tight control over Cordelia's life was a growing point of concern. His mistrust of her choices, and especially his dislike for Bryce, painted a clearer picture of why Cordelia had been so eager to escape on her cross-country trip. While it had initially seemed like an innocent adventure, it was clear that the road trip served as an escape from the mounting pressures and tension at home. Cordelia's family dynamics were complex. Her mother's battle with Huntington's disease, combined with the challenges faced by her younger sibling, had created an already volatile household. But Michael's behavior, specifically his relentless pressure on Cordelia, had pushed her further away. Hiring a private investigator to follow her ex-boyfriend was just one example of the lengths Michael went to, showing how deep his mistrust ran. Investigators began to suspect that Michael's influence over his daughter had more to do with the conflict than Cordelia was willing to admit. She had wanted to break free, but in doing so, she had connected herself to Bryce, whose own life was full of uncertainties and struggles. Michael's admission. It wasn't until investigators confronted Michael about Bryce's phone that the truth started to come out. Initially, Michael denied any involvement with the phone, claiming he had never handled it. But after further questioning, he admitted that he had taken the phone from the car and disposed of it in a gas station trash bin in Brainerd the same evening Bryce disappeared. His reasoning was that he wanted to protect Cordelia from being tracked by whoever was behind Bryce's disappearance. The admission was a significant moment in the investigation. Michael had gone to great lengths to shield his daughter from what he believed was an even darker situation. But the authorities now wondered, was he protecting her, or was he concealing something more troubling? Bryce the dreamer with a hidden life. Bryce Brogal's background also added more layers to the investigation. Born in Brainerd in 1999, Bryce had always been a dreamer. At 23, he had aspirations of building a homestead in Alaska, hoping to live off the land and create a self-sufficient life. His relationship with Cordelia had started in February 2022, and the two had bonded over their shared love for adventure and the outdoors. Their trip across the country had been meant to give them the freedom they longed for, but as the investigation revealed, their relationship wasn't as idyllic as it seemed. While Bryce had envisioned a simple life, free of the constraints of society, he was also entangled in a world of danger and secrecy. His ties to people who could be dangerous were becoming clearer, and it appeared that his disappearance wasn't an accident, it was part of a larger, more sinister story. the search for truth. As Michael's actions and the details of Cordelia's life began to surface, it became evident that there were more questions than answers. Was Michael's overbearing control over his daughter a catalyst for her getting involved with Bryce? Or had something darker been happening between them during their travels? Was Bryce's disappearance truly the result of a criminal operation, or was it an elaborate ruse to disappear under the radar? As Cordelia clung to Bryce despite everything, the true nature of their relationship and the secrets they had been hiding began to emerge. And with each new piece of information, the authorities were no closer to understanding whether Bryce had been taken, or whether he had simply vanished on his own accord. As investigators dug deeper into Michael's past, his history with the law became an unsettling part of the investigation. His previous legal issues raised questions about his behavior and mindset. The revelation that Michael had been convicted of a crime involving a mentally incapacitated adult in 2018 raised doubts about his motivations and his sense of control in sensitive situations. This new information painted a complicated picture of Michael as a man with a troubled past and a tendency to act out of fear or anger. Despite Michael's attempts to explain his actions, his conflicting statements and inconsistencies had investigators questioning whether his motives were purely protective, or whether there was more to his involvement in Bryce's disappearance than he was letting on. Michael's anguish and helplessness were real, but his desire to protect his daughter might have clouded his judgment, leading him to make decisions that only complicated the investigation further. The strained relationship between Cordelia and Bryce was also critical in understanding what had happened. Michael's suspicions about Bryce's controlling behavior were not unfounded. He had witnessed firsthand how Bryce seemed to dominate every aspect of Cordelia's life, from monitoring her phone activity to manipulating her emotions. Michael had seen his daughter become increasingly withdrawn and submissive, which triggered his desire to intervene. However, his intervention, at least as far as investigators were concerned, seemed to have crossed a line between protection and control. As investigators continued to piece together the story, they found themselves questioning not only the events surrounding Bryce's disappearance, but also Michael's role in the family's turmoil. His background, his strained relationship with his daughter, and his increasingly erratic actions were beginning to paint a picture of a man who might have had more to do with the situation than he was willing to admit. Cordelia, for her part, remained conflicted and torn. On one hand, she loved Bryce and seemed to feel deeply connected to him, but on the other, she had witnessed the destructive dynamics of their relationship and felt trapped between the man she loved and her protective father. She found herself caught in a web of guilt, fear, and confusion, unsure of who to trust or what actions to take. But the more he spoke, the more his words seemed to raise doubts about his true role in the events surrounding Bryce's disappearance. Michael's repeated insistence on protecting his family and his strong emotions about Bryce's behavior added layers to the investigation. Despite passing the polygraph tests, investigators remained skeptical, knowing that polygraphs were not definitive proof of innocence. Michael's credibility was now under scrutiny, not just because of his personal history, but also because of his contradictory statements and behavior. The tense atmosphere during the interrogations was palpable. Michael's frustration grew as the investigators pressed him for answers, but he held his ground. He argued that while he had been angry with Bryce, his actions had never been meant to harm him. However, his words were sometimes at odds with the actions he had taken. Throwing away Bryce's phone and expressing a desire to scare him off were not the actions of a passive bystander. These inconsistencies painted a picture of someone who might have been acting out of fear, but also out of a desire to control the situation. The fact that Michael had confronted Bryce multiple times about the bruises on Cordelia's face added to the complexity. He claimed that he had warned Bryce that any further harm to his daughter would result in consequences. But was this really an act of protection, or was it driven by something deeper, like a need for control over Cordelia's choices? Investigators were not convinced by Michael's explanations, especially since he kept referring to Bryce in the past tense, as if he had already accepted Bryce's disappearance as a fait accompli. His continued focus on his daughter's relationship with Bryce was not lost on the investigators, who now had to consider whether Michael was involved in a more direct way than he had let on. Michael Elix's controlling relationship with his daughter Cordelia and his growing mistrust of her boyfriend, Bryce Bogle, set the stage for a tragic and violent crime. Concerned for Cordelia's well-being and fueled by suspicions of abuse, Michael's protective instincts transformed into frustration and anger. This led him to confront Bryce at his storage unit, where an argument turned fatal. Michael shot Bryce in the back of the head, claiming it was an impulsive act to protect his daughter. However, the evidence painted a darker picture. Investigators uncovered forensic evidence and testimony revealing a premeditated plan. Michael had previously threatened Bryce and told others he intended to kill him. A bleach bottle found in the storage unit contained both Bryce's and Michael's DNA, while a sled used to move Bryce's body was discovered with traces of blood. Phone records showed Michael's movements from the storage unit to a remote area near Edward Lake, where Bryce's body was eventually found buried. Despite Michael's claims of acting out of fear for Cordelia's safety, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder. Testimonies revealed Michael's long-standing animosity toward Bryce and his belief that killing him was the only way to protect Cordelia, even though she denied any abuse. In April 2024, Michael was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The case highlights the destructive power of fear, mistrust, and unresolved conflict, which led to the loss of a young man's life and the irreversible fracture of a family. It serves as a sobering reminder of the importance of addressing concerns through understanding and open communication, rather than resorting to violence.
This recording conceals an upsetting mystery. The couple cheering in the stands is Celeste and Stephen Beard. They're going to the secondary school graduation of their twin little girls, Jennifer and Kristina. Presently, check the lady out sitting alone before them. She is Tracy Tarleton. From an external perspective, she looks supportive of the twins, applauding as they stroll across the stage. In any case, what the young ladies don't have the foggiest idea is that only a couple of months before this recording was taken, Tracy was set free from a mental office also, has been meeting with their mom's secret, plotting a violent wrongdoing that will drive the two teenagers to run for their lives.
She's very scary. There wasn't enough locks on the door for the two of us to feel safe.
We were scared to death. We thought she'd kill the girls.
You better get your home tonight. You understand that? Because if you don't, you will be sorry.
It's 1993. 13-year-old Kristina lives with her mom Celeste and her stepdad Stephen in Austin, Texas, while Jennifer, Kristina's identical twin sister, lives with their biological father Craig in Washington State. The twins' parents went through a lengthy custody battle after their divorce, which ended in the twins being separated between both parents. Living hundreds of miles away from each other was difficult for the girls because they were each other's best friends.
I missed her a lot. I missed Jen a whole lot. We were built-in friends with each other.
I would not know how to be a regular sibling. You know, it's always been nice to have someone that knows exactly what I'm going through. It was definitely hard not to have my other half.
It's July 1996. After 3 years of living apart, the twins have finally planned a summer trip together, reuniting at their grandparents' house in California. They're really excited, because it's the first time they have seen each other in over 2 years.
My sister and I never skipped a beat.
Laughing so hard that we were crying, and I just couldn't believe that we were actually back together again.
However, things take a turn for the worse when Jennifer tries to call their father Craig to let him know they've arrived safely, but no one is picking up the phone. They keep trying to call, but still no answer. After 2 days of not talking, the twins receive the news that their father has been found dead in his home, leaving behind a handwritten letter. He had been quietly struggling for years, leaving his daughters asking themselves why he would do this.
I felt like I died that day.
The twins are in a state of shock. What was supposed to be only a 2-week reunion turned into Jennifer suddenly moving in with Kristina, Celeste, and their new stepdad, Stephen Beard, in Austin, Texas. At first, she had a hard time adjusting to the change, but when she met Steve Beard, her new stepdad, he was surprisingly very welcoming and loving, showing a lot of attention to his new stepdaughter. After years of living together, the new blended family from the outside appears to be living a happy life.
When I first met Steve, he was just so sweet, which was a relief, you know, because he was technically my stepdad. On Sundays, it was really special because Steve and I would always go to breakfast together. I was very grateful to have his relationship.
The sisters have just started their senior year of high school, and they, for once, have a stable father figure. Stephen even formally adopted the twins, giving them each a special family ring.
He had always wore his.
He just gave it to us after he adopted us, and we thought it was the coolest thing.
I mean, I was definitely moved that he had this special ring made, and I mean, just the adoption alone, you know, I felt pretty connected to him.
But everything changes on October 2nd, 1999 at 2:30 a.m. Jennifer is staying with her boyfriend while back at Stephen's house. Kristina is asleep like any other night, when all of a sudden, Kristina's bedroom door swings open.
The lights turn on, and my mom is running through the door saying, "Someone's at the door." And I'm like, what is going on here? I jump out of bed because she's in a panic, and I'm on my way to that front door when I see these white flashing lights.
Kristina is in a state of shock, not knowing who is outside or what they want. So she runs to the phone and calls 911 in a panic. The girl tells them that there is someone banging on their front door, and sirens are blaring outside, with lights flashing all around their home. The 911 operator tells Kristina that the people outside are the police. Moments earlier, the dispatchers received this 911 call from someone else inside the house.
What is going on there?
I'm in bed.
How did
I'm in awful pain.
Okay, are you there by yourself?
My wife is somewhere in the house. I can't find her.
Kristina rushes to the front door to let the police inside.
Open the front door, and it's cops. And they're like, "Is your dad home?" And I said, "Yeah, he's upstairs."
Kristina hurries to her stepfather's bedroom with the police as her mother frantically runs behind them.
The paramedics, they were already working on Steve by the time myself and the police officer got into the room.
This was a man who needed immediate medical attention, and they needed to act quickly if he was going to survive.
The paramedics try to stabilize Steve, but he's losing a lot of blood. While they scrambled to transport him to the hospital as quickly as possible, one of the police officers makes a shocking discovery: a shotgun shell on the ground next to his bed.
I'm like, "What? Are you telling me he was shot?" And they said, "Yes." And I just couldn't believe it.
Kristina calls her sister and tells her what is happening as Steve is airlifted to the nearest hospital.
Just couldn't believe what he just said. I'm panicked. I'm definitely panicked.
Back at the Beard household, the crime scene is blocked off as investigators conduct their initial walkthrough. It seems like someone went through a side door, which was left unlocked, and went up to Steve's bedroom to fatally shoot him. But before they can start investigating their theory, they need to take DNA, swabs of everything, including all family members who could have been in the house at the time of the crime: Kristina, Jennifer, and their mom, Celeste.
So at that point, I'm shocked that, first off, Steve had been shot, but I wouldn't have even thought who could have done it. I was wondering if it was burglar or random, but as soon as we walked out of the house, Celeste whispers to me, "If the police ask you who might have done this, don't mention Tracy's name."
Why would Celeste say don't mention Tracy's name?
Tracy Tarleton. 6 months before the night of the attack, Celeste met 45-year-old Tracy. She was the manager of a local bookstore in Austin and had recently become close friends with Celeste. She would often get invited by the twins' mom for dinner and birthday parties, and even attended their high school graduation.
They had this weird friendship.
I just remember thinking that this lady wants more from our mom than just a platonic relationship.
The twins are on their way to the hospital as they try to understand what's happening. They are confused because they were told by their mother not to mention Tracy, but that only raises suspicions in their mind.
I was thinking maybe she's protecting Tracy because she thought it was Tracy.
After getting to the hospital and talking to the detectives, they asked me, who do I believe shot my father? And I said, my mom doesn't want me to mention this, but I'm not supposed to say Tracy Tarleton.
Tracy Tarleton is investigated, and her closeness to the Beard family makes her the prime suspect. But something is off. Without any clear motive, detectives have suspicions that someone else is involved.
There was no reason for Tracy to do this completely on her own.
police quickly obtained a search warrant for Tracy Tarleton's house based on compelling evidence: a 20-gauge shotgun shell, the very bullet that had wounded Stephen Beard. They then proceeded to Tracy Tarleton's home and knock on her front door.
Miss Tarleton was asked if she owned a shotgun. She said yes. I asked if I could see it. She thought for a few minutes and she said, okay, you can see it. She gave us a Franchi 20-gauge shotgun. It had her name inscribed on the weapon itself.
Law enforcement take possession of the shotgun, bringing it in for further analysis. Days go by, and everyone is left waiting for news from the investigators until finally, the detectives have the results.
And that shotgun turns out to be the shotgun from which the bullet that injured Mr. Beard was fired from.
October 8th, 1999. 5 days after the shooting of Stephen Beard, Tracy Tarleton is arrested and charged with attempted murder, but investigators are not satisfied. Tracy is refusing to talk about why she did this, and they know there's more to this story than they have so far. Detectives continue to ask questions because they believe Tracy did not act alone, and there might be someone else responsible who currently walks free, but she remains completely silent. Meanwhile, Stephen is in the hospital, and after a painful few months of fighting with the twins by his side, Steve passes away from his injuries related to the shooting.
We loved Steve. He never wanted us to worry about anything. He just wanted us to be loved and enjoy our lives.
Coming from Washington State, losing my father, he filled that role for me that I'll never forget.
As the sisters try to cope with their father's death, they're only left with pain and more questions than ever. Why would someone want to hurt him? Their mother, Celeste, tries to be there for them and goes with the girls to prepare for the funeral and buy a casket for him, but the twins never expected what would happen next.
A lot of crying's going on. We just lost a loved one.
And while we were there, she purchased 2 pink caskets for Jen and I. And she's like, I'm gonna get these for you guys.
The confusing part to me was Celeste suggesting that 18-year-olds needed to pick out a casket. And in the back of my mind, I thought, well, am I going in this casket soon?
Local newspapers and television networks start publishing the story, and everyone starts to worry that the real killer might still be walking free. But without any concrete evidence, the investigators are at a standstill. In the midst of it all, the twins notice their mom's behavior is becoming increasingly disturbing and erratic.
We're all crying, and Celeste is just laughing.
She kind of had like these crazy eyes.
Kind of manic, very loud and emotional, but didn't really seem real.
But things reach a breaking point on February 16th, 2000, when no one could imagine what was in store for 2 young twins.
She then said, hey, why don't we all kill ourselves?
And all of a sudden, she pulls out a knife.
She's holding it like this, and she goes to like kind of lunge.
She just stabs herself in the leg.
Blood starts gushing everywhere.
I was just like, what is happening?
The twins call 911 in a panic, begging for immediate medical attention for their mom. As the ambulance arrives, the paramedics rush to start working on Celeste, attempting to stop the bleeding from her leg. The girls are in a state of shock as their mom is quickly brought into an ambulance and driven to the closest hospital. Over the next weeks, while still in the hospital, Celeste continuously calls both sisters, becoming more and more unhinged
yelling
and disturbing.
And screaming at me over the phone.
Would go from normal to screaming, back to normal.
That's when Kristina has an idea that will later give investigators the evidence they need to finally uncover Steve Beard's real murderer.
That I thought, hey, you know what? I'm gonna start recording her conversations because I want to play them back to her, and she'll then hear, like, from my perspective, what I'm hearing and think, oh, that's awful. I can't believe I'd do that.
And you will be sorry.
But then, just as Kristina is about to stop recording, Celeste exposes a crucial piece of evidence that will change the investigation forever.
She says, "I hired somebody to kill Tracy." I froze. It made it all real, and it made it all unsafe.
The twins are terrified, realizing that the pink coffins she bought, the recurring bizarre and violent outbursts, the suspicious death of their father, and now her murder plot for Tracy are all leading to one thing. They will be next on her list.
Hearing that sealed it for me. Like any sort of doubt that I ever had that Celeste was involved with our father's murder, I don't have anymore.
And things get worse from here on. Their mom has been released from the hospital, and now the twins are in more danger than ever. At that moment, Jennifer and Kristina's last chance to survive is to go into hiding and make sure their mom can't find them.
I cleared out my bank account for Kristina and I to go on the run and not have any trace. We stayed in motels. Everything we did with cash. Celeste was trying to find us every day, trying to find us. All I kept replaying in my head was we are in danger. It was definitely terrifying. Like, we're not coming home from this.
As Celeste is on the hunt for her daughters, the twins, armed with the taped conversations of their mother's threats, go to the police to obtain a family violence protective order, which is granted. However, their suspicions of their mother's involvement in their stepdad's death can only be confirmed by one person, Tracy Tarleton.
This whole entire time, Tracy was keeping her silence, that she acted in this alone.
Tracy, who was in prison awaiting a trial for her role in Steve's murder, kept silent until March 2002, when she reads that the twins received a family violence protective order against their mother in the newspaper. In that moment, she breaks her silence and decides to cooperate with investigators, revealing to detectives the truth behind her motive. What investigators have been waiting to hear since the night of the murder, that she did not kill Steve on her own, but in fact, it was Celeste's plan all along. Now, with Tracy's crucial statement and the twins' incriminating audio recordings, investigators finally have enough evidence to arrest Celeste for capital murder on March 28, 2002. However, just because Celeste is arrested doesn't mean a jury will find her guilty.
I felt like if she doesn't go to jail, I was going to be living underground forever. And I wasn't going to feel safe until she was in jail. With her on the street, nobody's safe.
The twins begin to work with prosecutors, lawyers, and Tracy Tarleton, the woman who pulled the trigger, to take down their mother and ensure she never gets out of prison. February 3rd, 2003, the trial begins of Celeste Beard. In front of their own mother, the sisters need to take the stand.
I felt like I don't want to be in the same room with her. I was afraid, oh my gosh, how do I stay strong enough to not waver?
Worst thing I've ever had to do in my life is see Celeste staring back at me when I had to sit on the stand and testify to everything that I knew she did. I was conflicted because she's my mom, but I just wanted to make sure that Steve got justice.
The twins described that throughout all their lives, their mom has had severe mental health problems causing violent outbursts and an overall traumatizing childhood.
Growing up, her emotions were all over the place. There was a lot of yelling and screaming and nasty phone calls. It seemed normal to us.
Jennifer reveals that when Celeste married 69-year-old retired TV executive and multimillionaire Steve Beard, it wasn't out of love, but it was to gain access to his large inheritance.
Did Dena never talk to you about her feelings about Steve Beard?
Well, she said that she married Steve for his money.
Did she tell you about what would happen if Steve Beard died?
That she would get it all. She would say, why wouldn't he die already?
Did it appear that she was looking forward to that, or?
Yes.
Investigators uncover that after only 6 months of marriage, Celeste had spent over $500,000 of her husband's money, secretly buying all kinds of clothes, jewelry, and artwork. The twins even noticed that Celeste had put sleeping pills in Steve's food on multiple occasions, and once he fell asleep, she would sneak out of the house. In February 1999, 8 months before Stephen Beard's murder, Celeste also had a psychotic breakdown, taking a gun, pointing it at her own head and threatening Kristina's life. Because of that incident, she had to be forcibly checked into the St. David's Psychiatric Mental Hospital in Austin, Texas. And while staying at that psychiatric facility, that's when Celeste met Tracy Tarleton. Their mother quickly started to show her a lot of attention, spending time with her, and ultimately developing a close, intimate relationship. After building all that trust, Celeste's real plan can be put into action. She could now manipulate Tracy.
She expressed to me that she wanted the sexual relationship with me, which I also wanted.
Celeste had been setting up Tracy, saying, Steve is abusive to me. He's so horrible. And Tracy believed that Celeste was really in trouble.
Celeste Beard, I don't think ever loved, maybe didn't even like Tracy Tarleton, but she was willing to engage in a lesbian relationship in order to get what she wanted.
I just saw this woman that I loved in a desperate situation, trying to find a way to survive this man that was so awful.
Celeste said to Tracy, I cannot live any longer with this abusive husband, but Steve wasn't abusive.
That's when, in front of the twins and the jury, Tracy described Celeste's plan for the murder of her husband.
You know, she said, he's an old man, he's gonna die soon, but not soon enough. She had a plan, and she wanted me to shoot him with my shotgun. So we were to enter the grounds, where to park, and then we walked through how I would exit my car, where I would enter the house, how I would approach the bedroom. And I walked down to the end of the bed, I saw him, and I pulled up and I shot him. Shot him once. I shot him once.
The courtroom stays quiet after the shocking revelation. Celeste coldly watches Tracy on the stand, shaking her head and even laughing occasionally. But her smile disappears when her own daughters walk up to the front of the courtroom and now have their turn of revealing one of the most incriminating pieces of evidence they have, the audio recording of her murder plot against Tracy, as well as her constant threats to the girls.
On the tapes, she was histrionic. It was difficult to think that any mother would talk to a child that way.
The trial went on for weeks, until on March 19, 2003, after deliberating for 3 days, the jurors finally come back with their answer. This will finally determine if Celeste will remain in prison for the murder of her husband, or if she will walk free to forever haunt the twins for their whole lives.
Before we bring the jury out, if they're for life.
Finally, the sisters get justice for their father's murder. And to conclude the trial, Kristina bravely takes the stand once more, but this time to directly speak to her mother and put an end to the fear she has been living with for over 2 years.
What did I ever do to you, except love you? And this is how you treated us like trash. You say we turned on you, but you turned on us. You turned on the whole Beard family. He let you into his home, loved you, honored, obeyed you, and you violated him and murdered him. You are guilty. Shame on you.
Celeste Beard is sentenced to 2 consecutive 40-year prison terms, and she won't have the possibility of parole until she's 79 years old. The twins can finally breathe a sigh of relief, as now they don't need to stay in hiding. They can live their lives to the fullest. After court is adjourned, Tracy asks to meet with the twins and apologizes to them directly for the pain she has caused the sisters.
I mean, that's not an easy thing to do, is sit in a room with the person that actually pulled the trigger. She said that she felt really guilty for killing our father and that she was really sorry. I remember that.
She thought she was agreeing to kill an evil man. I feel really bad for her. I could really relate with the fact that she was a victim here too.
Twins say that for them, this sincere moment of forgiveness helped them begin their long process of healing. Now, 20 years after the trial, their sisterly bond only became stronger.
I have Kristina. Kristina's my strength. We don't live close to each other, but any chance we can get to go visit each other, we will.
The twins are now 42 years old. Jennifer has a good job, which she enjoys, and spends her time focusing on her mental health. Kristina got married and is a loving mother of 2 children. She is proud to give her kids the life, attention, love, and nurturing she never received growing up.
Being the mom that I wanted. They get to do life like I wish I got to.
Celeste never expected that her downfall would come from her own daughters. And even though it took years for Jennifer and Kristina to heal from the wounds created by their mom, they show that their love for each other is stronger than their mother's hatred. Carrying on with their best lives, getting to know each other with their caring families, is their best revenge. They're undeniable evidence that even after misfortune, there's a life worth living. What do you think of this case?
You never really know what someone is dealing with behind closed doors, and this is especially true of those lives we follow on social media in the eyes of their 1 million plus social media fans. Anna and Ali Abulaban were the perfect couple, beautiful people leading a beautiful, glamorous life. It was an image that would be shattered in the most gruesome of ways on October 21st, 2021. This is the story of Anna and Ali Abulaban. It is a story of a toxic and obsessive love, hidden from the world behind a carefully curated public image, and the jealous rage that would end it in the most savage way imaginable.
I've never met anyone else like you. And I don't think I ever will. I'm not saying that because it's cliche. I'm saying that because no one's ever moved me the way that you do.
San Diego is frequently coined America's finest city. Located on the coast of Southern California, San Diego has an idyllic climate, 70 miles of white sand beaches, a vibrant nightlife, and an endless number of family attractions. One of the liveliest parts of town is the urban enclave, known as the East Village, a trendy downtown neighborhood with over 700 businesses, a host of luxury high-rise apartment blocks, and dozens of clubs, rooftop bars, and live music venues. It was at one of these luxury high-rise apartments in the East Village of San Diego that in 2021, 28-year-old Anna Marie Abulaban was living with her husband Ali and their 5-year-old daughter Amara. From the outside looking in, the Abulaban family seemed to have it all. A fairy tale romance, stunning good looks, a beautiful daughter, a wide circle of friends, and growing fame as social media influencers. 29-year-old Ali, better known by his TikTok handle, Jin Kid, had already garnered 1 million plus followers across various social media platforms for his comedy skits.
Alright, so what do you call yourself, tough guy, huh? Antonio Montana. And you? What do you call yourself? Listen, buddy, I'm the only one that asks questions around here, pal. Got it? You ever been in jail?
Life on paper should have been perfect for the Abulabans, or at least as perfect as the choreographed images on their Instagram accounts. Life in San Diego was certainly very different from the life Anna Abulaban had led growing up. Born in 1993 in Okinawa, Japan, to Filipino parents, Anna had gone to high school at a U.S. military base in Japan, where her father had been employed. After graduating high school, Anna had earned a degree at the Technological University of the Philippines. Friends described Anna as charming, intelligent, and down-to-earth. She was also stunningly beautiful, but it was her inner beauty that made her stand out. Her best friend of 15 years, Casey Conroy, said, according to Casey, she was a genuinely good person, a kind, loving friend who felt more like a family member. The future could surely hold only promising things for the bright and vivacious young Anna. It certainly looked that way when she fell in love with Ali Abulaban, a handsome young American soldier stationed at the same U.S. military base where her father worked. 22-year-old Ali Nasser Abulaban had been born in 1992 in Staten Island to Palestinian parents. Before growing up in Virginia, Ali had been an aspiring entertainer from a young age, an extrovert who enjoyed being the center of attention. At 14, he had been the singer in a band before joining the military. It was love at first sight for both Ali and Anna, and the pair embarked on a passionate whirlwind affair. Ali in particular was smitten with Anna, but for Anna's friend Casey, there was something off. Ali was obsessed with Anna, she said. They had only been dating for a few weeks when Casey called her friend, only for Ali to answer. He asked her why she was calling and what she wanted. It was clear to Casey that he didn't want Anna's friends calling. He wanted Anna just for himself. Within a year of meeting her, Ali had married Anna, taken her back to his home state of Virginia, and they were expecting their first child. Once settled in Virginia, the newlyweds welcomed their beautiful baby girl, Amara Abulaban. Life in Virginia was idyllic, according to Ali, who later said they were living the American dream. Ali still yearned to be a star. He sang and wrote music before taking up a new hobby, creating comedy skits and celebrity impersonations for TikTok and later YouTube and Instagram. Ali described himself on his YouTube account as a guy who loves watching movies and creating parodies of my favorite characters. These characters included rapper Tekashi 69 and a favorite, the fictional movie icon Tony Montana from the 1983 movie Scarface. Fans described his impersonations of Tony Montana as uncanny and spot on. His skits about Skyrim, a video game, were also hugely popular with fans and other social media influencers. Ali appeared to be on the brink of hitting the big time in 2019. His first video went viral, and he quickly amassed a significant following with 263,000 followers on Instagram, 950,000 fans on TikTok, and 171,000 subscribers to his YouTube channel. Meanwhile, Anna would appear in many of the skits, and she began producing her own content for Instagram, quickly gaining 11,000 followers. It's not clear whose idea it was to shift the family to San Diego. Ali claimed it was Anna's, who had friends from the military base there. For the ambitious Ali, though, who fostered dreams of becoming an actor, a move to California must have seemed like the obvious next step. Neither could have predicted just how rapidly and catastrophically things would disintegrate in the days and months to follow. The Abulaban family moved into their high-rise apartment on Island Avenue in the East Village, San Diego, in February of 2021. Surrounded by old friends and the opportunities presented by this vibrant city, the scene was set for both Anna and Ali to spread their wings, socially and professionally. And Anna was ready to do just that. Her social media posts from that time show her working out, enjoying spa days with girlfriends, and nights out on the town. She looked jaw-droppingly beautiful and impossibly glamorous. Meanwhile, Ali's social media following continued to grow. Interspersed with his own comedy skits were romantic moments of shared laughter with Anna, along with effusive proclamations of love. But this was the couple working overtime to create the illusion of the perfect romantic union. In abusive relationships, both parties often go great lengths to hide the dysfunctional side of their relationship from the public eye, whether out of denial or shame. And then there's the extreme highs and lows that often mark toxic love, with the lows often deliberately kept out of sight. Because while Ali Abulaban took pride in having such a beautiful wife, this pride took the form of possessiveness and an extreme need for control, and Ali was losing control of his beautiful possession. Soon after they arrived, the first serious signs of trouble were beginning to show. Anna's friends in San Diego didn't like Ali, and they clued in on his controlling behavior. Anna's friends were the spiritual hippie types. It unnerved them that he carried a gun everywhere he went. He was also highly aggressive, and his friend Casey said he talked over people, interrupted people, dominated the conversation, and would boast about his success on social media. He was also all about the high life. His cousin, Louis Marinari, said that watching his wife's social life flourish was stirring up extreme jealousy and paranoia, and Ali felt that she was partying too much. He said Ali wanted to control Anna. He wanted to know what she was doing every time of the day. He became extremely jealous, and furious his wife was going out with friends, and he wasn't involved, and it drove him mad. While Ali was a funny guy and loved by his family, Ali had a dark side, his cousin said. He had observed his relationship with Anna close up, and at times found Ali's treatment of her to be abusive. And as the months wore on, that dark side rose to the forefront. Even his skits seemed to escalate in their aggression and take on a foreboding edge. It's not clear when Ali first started using cocaine. It was quickly apparent to everyone, however, when he became a regular user of the drug. Once, while on Instagram Live, a drunk Ali pulled out a bag of cocaine and started snorting it. People thought it was part of a skit until they realized it wasn't. In an apology video the next day, Ali explained that it was his first time using it, and he warned people of the dangers of drugs. But it was a weak and implausible explanation. He then ranted about how much he loved his wife, but that he didn't like her friends, who he said would bring men into their homes to cheat on their husbands. His family didn't support him, he said, and were not in touch with him. Ali's mental state was clearly unraveling right before the eyes of his fans, whose comments now were increasingly turning towards his weight loss and state of mind, and suggestions for him to relax and be strong. One fan wrote, "I knew there was something wrong with him. He was drinking so much and looked so thin." But with his marriage disintegrating, Ali's drug use accelerated. His cousin explained that once while they were out in a bar, he pulled out a huge bag of cocaine and put it on the table. His cousin said that they would be thrown out, to which Ali said that no one could touch him. He could do whatever he wanted. He was Jin Kid. With his over 1 million followers, Ali was starting to feel like a star, superior, untouchable. Things he had always secretly known about himself. Only why couldn't he get his wife, Anna, to see the same? Ali's cousin found his obsession with his wife strange. Ali seemed to sense that he was losing her, or control of her at least. When Anna's friends called, he'd often take the phone and challenge them on why they were calling her. When they were in bars, he would scroll through his phone, looking at photos of Anna, and talking about how much he loved her, how beautiful she was, how he would never let anyone else have her. It was clear that Ali was reaching a breaking point. Things were about to implode suddenly and violently. In early October, Anna called the police and reported that Ali had pushed her in front of their daughter, giving her minor injuries. She said that Ali had also shown their daughter a loaded gun and showed her how to hold it. In a video posted around the same time, an incensed Ali is seen hurling abuse at Anna, who is off camera. He accuses her of using him to get into America.
Fucking taking away my whole life? I got a top secret clearance, you trying to fuck that up? Fucking bitch. Fucking talk to me. I'll bring you to San Diego for what? So you can run to your friends? Fucking bitch. You're not even an American citizen. I brought you to this goddamn country. Name one man that would do that shit for you, bitch. Fucking asshole women, man. Ungrateful motherfuckers.
On October 18th, Anna Abulaban finally asked her husband to move out. Then she filed for a divorce and a restraining order. Just like that, something in Anna had finally snapped. But escaping an abuser is rarely as easy as that, and the prospect of losing all control over Anna was not something Ali was able or willing to accept. Ali moved into the Mission Bay Hotel, but without Anna knowing, he made a copy of their apartment's front door key. His drinking and erratic behavior had now reached new heights. In one Instagram live session streamed while driving and drinking from a bottle of red wine, he asked if any sexy females were watching him right now to send him a message. They'd caught him in a moment where he was having problems with his wife, he said. Meanwhile, he was calling Anna incessantly. When he couldn't get through, he'd call her friends or anyone else who would listen. He wanted to know where she was, what she was doing, and why she wouldn't take his calls. Friends begged him to give her some time and space, but he was living in a state of denial, his cousin said. And his obsession with Anna only increased by the day. He seemed to be in shock about her request for a divorce and was losing his mind over it. He felt she was punishing him and that she couldn't actually be serious, and was unable to consider the possibility that she might actually go through with it. His cousin urged him to move on. He assured him that he could find someone else. He could get anyone he wanted. Ali, ever the egomaniac, agreed with him, but he was equally emphatic over the fact that he didn't want anyone else. He only wanted his wife, and he would go to any lengths to get her. No one knew just how dark the depths of Ali's soul really were, and the darkness was about to unleash itself for the world to see. 3 days later, on October 21st, Ali Abulaban sneaked back into the apartment while his wife was out with the key he had duplicated and vandalized it. He then phoned her to tell her what he had done. But there was one thing he hadn't mentioned to Anna. Ali had surreptitiously installed a spying app on their daughter's iPad that would allow him to listen to what was happening inside the house from his telephone. When Anna returned to the house later that day, she brought her friend Rayburn Cadenas Barron with her. Rayburn was 29 and a San Diego native. He was a family-oriented person, a warm and thoughtful person, someone who friends said they could depend on. And when Anna called on him for help that day, possibly to help clean up the apartment or for protection, knowing that Ali had a key and could appear at any moment, he dropped everything to help her. It would be the final catalyst for a deranged Ali. Ali Abulaban was listening to the app on his phone when he heard the sound of his wife and a male voice talking and giggling, and he went into a homicidal rage. He didn't know whose voice he had heard, just that it was male. Just before 3 p.m., he drove from the Mission Bay Hotel to the apartment complex and took the elevator to the 35th floor. The entire way, he cursed and cried and prayed that his wife did not have sex with the man before he got there. Security camera footage showed him running out of the elevator to the apartment, where he opened the door and opened fire. Inside the apartment, his wife and her friend Rayburn were sitting on the couch. He walked over to them, pulled out his gun, and shot Rayburn 3 times at close range, striking his neck, cheek, and the back of his head. His wife screamed before he turned the gun on her, shooting her at close range in the forehead. Still armed, Ali left the apartment block and picked up his daughter from school. With his daughter in the car, he told her that he had hurt her mommy. Ali then called his mother and confessed, and then phoned 911 to report the shooting. He said he'd come home to discover his wife and her friend had been shot, and that he wasn't responsible for the crime. After tracking his location via his phone, police arrested him 45 minutes later on State Route 15. I didn't believe it for a good hour. Anna's best friend, Casey Conroy, said, "I heard there was a shooting in the East Village, but I was like, you don't know, you don't know." Me and Anna had been talking about birthday plans in 4 days. I texted Anna immediately. She had just texted me, "What are we going to do for your birthday?" At the preliminary hearing, around 24 family members and friends of the 2 victims packed the San Diego County Superior Court. Several of them sobbed as details of the killings were shared. Ali pled not guilty to 2 counts of murder, as well as special circumstance allegations of multiple killings. Prosecutors may pursue the death penalty if Abulaban is convicted. The judge also issued a protective order that requires Abulaban to stay away from his daughter. Ali was seen sobbing uncontrollably as prosecutors read out the details of his crime. Later, Ali gave a garbled media interview from jail. He said that he had gotten there that day. He'd found his wife and Rayburn kissing. Rayburn's feet were on the table. It was this that made him lose it. The man in his apartment with his wife, his furniture. "I felt like I was in the passenger seat of my own body," he said. "What do you expect a man to do?" Yet he also stated they'd already been shot when he arrived, a claim that makes no sense given his previous statement. His family said that his fame changed him. According to his cousin, he was actually a very insecure person, and social media created a fake reality for him to escape to, but it made him feel as if he was better than other people. It created a monster. Anna's best friend disagrees. "Ali is just a bad guy," she says. "He's selfish. There's nothing good about him." Ali's favorite fictional character was the violent mobster Tony Montana. Was it because he related to him, to his hunger for power, abuse of others, and violent rages? It seems the more Ali indulged himself in playing the character, the more he came to emulate the violent, paranoid megalomaniac he so admired. And Ali's life ostensibly ended much the same way as Tony Montana's, in carnage, violence, and tragedy. If you were captivated by this story, please remember to give the video a thumbs up. Share your thoughts in the comments section below, and be sure to subscribe to the channel.
In a tale that unravels like a gripping thriller, Keith Smith concocts a chilling panhandler murder hoax, manipulating not only the minds of a nation, but also the heart of his own daughter. As the layers of deception peel away, revealing a past marred by armed robberies, HIV diagnoses, and a sinister plan for life insurance, the shocking narrative culminates in a courtroom drama where truth battles against a web of lies. Brace yourself for a riveting journey into the dark intricacies of Keith Smith's calculated deception, a story that transcends the boundaries of crime and tragedy.
On November 30th, 2018, the Smith family in Baltimore, Maryland, were having a night out. Valeria Smith was with her father, Keith, and her stepmother, Jacquelyn, belatedly celebrating her 28th birthday at the American Legion Hall. They ate, drank, danced, and took photos. When the family exited the Legion just before midnight, No one would have predicted that the night was about to turn deadly. A few blocks from Valeria's home, Keith slowed the car to a stop and rolled down the passenger window. Jacquelyn wished to offer money to a new mother who was out on the street carrying a small bundle in her arms, as well as a sign that read, "Please help me feed my baby." As Keith would later tragically recount, stopping to help the woman in need would prove to be Jacquelyn Smith's fatal mistake. Both he and his daughter had a message for the city of Baltimore. Be careful who you trust, because things are not always as they seem. 52-year-old Keith Smith placed a frantic 911 call from his vehicle at 12:30 a.m. on December 1, 2018. His wife, Jacquelyn, had been the victim of a stabbing. She was in the passenger seat next to him and needed immediate assistance. His daughter, Valeria, was in the back seat of the car and was also a witness to the unexpected, horrific attack on her stepmother. The operator directed Keith to Johns Hopkins Hospital. Despite valiant medical efforts, Jacquelyn Smith succumbed to her injuries. She had sustained 5 stab wounds to her torso and a single cut to her lower right arm. She was pronounced dead before 1 a.m. that night, the victim of an unsolicited attack by 2 panhandlers who had taken what they could from her and then run off.
Just felt moved to give her something. So at the stop sign, she waved her over to come on over to the car, and then out of nowhere, some guy came over while walking with her. And I hit my window, and Jacquelyn went to hand the money out, and the guy just leaned over and said, "Can I thank your wife?" And I said, "You can thank my wife." And within that split second, this guy commenced to stabbing my wife. Blood was everywhere. It was something that, it was horrific for something like that to happen. But I'm right now just absorbing all of it.
Jacquelyn Smith was born in Providence, Rhode Island, on the 4th of July, 1964. According to her mother, she was a joyful child who grew into a loving and ceaselessly caring adult. At an early age, Jacquelyn developed a love of music and poetry.
That's what we did. We enjoyed music. We listened to music. And so when I'm in my car and I'm listening to music now, I shed a tear.
At the age of 54, Jacquelyn had raised 2 adult sons, one in college and the second a graduate who had joined the U.S. Coast Guard professionally. She had been very successful, holding a role as an electrical engineer and working for the Department of Defense in Maryland. In 2014, she had married Keith Smith. The couple were active in their church. Jacquelyn was known as a woman of faith, and she was also known to have a very generous nature.
Jackie was an awesome, awesome woman, and it's really, really sad, and it's heartbreaking the way that she was taken from us.
The day following Jacquelyn's murder, her husband and stepdaughter courageously stepped out in front of the media to offer a warning to their neighbors. Do not blindly trust in the authenticity of those that appear desperate and in need of your help. They could be dangerous. Some of those on the street are not who they appear to be. This sentiment was also offered by law enforcement, who issued a warning to the residents of Baltimore to be cautious.
I just want to let Baltimore know to be careful when you feel like you want to give, because you don't know what the intentions are of the person that you're giving to.
It makes me look at this whole world differently now. You know, it makes me look at everything and everyone. Nothing is ever what it seems. And you just have to protect your family out here.
Using this ruse as panhandlers to get the attention of their would-be victim. And we also want to caution the public about engaging with panhandlers and recognizing the fact that not all of them have honest intent. Not all of them are in real need.
The nature of the attack on Jacquelyn left many on edge and began to stoke fears of the homeless, not only in Baltimore, but across the country. As news of the horrific murder spread into the national media, attention was drawn further when Oprah heard of Jacquelyn's act of kindness that had led to her death. She tweeted, "I've done this 1,000 times, but will think twice before ever doing it again." Law enforcement released the descriptions of the 2 suspects, ostensibly panhandlers who were targeting charitable individuals to rob them and, if need be, attack them.
To identify that suspect, he's described as a man possibly in his 30s with a goatee. And we also want to identify the woman who was out there asking for money.
Homicide detectives had met with Keith and Valeria on the night of the murder at John Hopkins and had taken their initial statements. Then they drove straight out to the 1000 block of Valley Street to secure the crime scene. 3 detectives arrived within a few hours of the incident, yet they were unable to find any indications of the stabbing at the location where it had taken place. The next morning, just past 10 a.m., Detective Borgard, Singer, and Santos tried again, this time in the light of day. They began to conduct a canvass of the neighborhood. After walking the streets, searching the surrounding area, and speaking with local residents, they found nothing of evidentiary value. The team was unable to independently verify where the Smiths had stopped for the panhandlers. They could not locate any witnesses, and the murder weapon, a knife, was not found. What did become apparent to the team of experienced detectives was that the 1000 block of Valley Street was not a well-traveled nor a very well-populated area. This was not an area panhandlers would typically be found. The survey of the neighborhood concluded that most of the houses on the 1000 block were vacant.
Nobody's really panhandling right there. You know what I'm saying? Nobody.
Keith and Jacquelyn's 2012 Audi A7, driven by Keith that night, was brought to police headquarters directly from the hospital for processing. Latent prints were recovered from the exterior of the vehicle on the passenger side, but these were determined to be those of Keith Smith. No other prints were identified. A pair of black gloves were resting on the top of the center console, and a second set of yellow rubber gloves were retrieved from the back seat. An acrylic fingernail had broken off in the seat as well. It appeared to match those worn by Valeria Smith. There was no unidentified DNA or fingerprints in the vehicle that could assist law enforcement in tracking down the unknown panhandler murderers. Investigators were still seeking to corroborate the details provided by Keith and his daughter. Specifically, they sought to verify the route taken by the vehicle. The FBI was called in to assist with extracting data from the Audi's computer to obtain GPS location data. They were unsuccessful despite their thorough and focused efforts. The Baltimore police were struggling to locate any leads. The Homeless Outreach Team, or HOT Team, was also notified. Based on the descriptions provided by Keith and Valeria, this team used all its existing resources but was unable to develop any suspects.
I just want them to find, if anybody knows anybody, if anybody has any information, please help us and find out who did this to my stepmother, please.
The inability to verify the crime scene was an obvious hindrance to the investigation. Seeking to piece together a timeline of the evening, investigators began by acquiring surveillance footage across the city to track the Smiths' movements. They arrived at the American Legion Hall on Madison Avenue. Cameras there confirmed that the Smiths left the hall together at 11:45 p.m. Reviewing the footage of 27 CCTV cameras from the Legion to Valley Street near Valeria's home, the team sought to recreate the path taken by Keith and verified by his daughter. Detectives were unable to locate the Audi on any of the cameras around the areas described. They reviewed motion-activated residential security cameras that could have captured angles of the incident itself. First, at East Chase Street, they found nothing. Then they reviewed the cameras facing East Edgar Street, and again, the cameras failed to capture any footage of the incident or of Keith Smith's vehicle. Their next step was to acquire the cell phone data from Keith and Valeria's phones. Hopefully, they could use signal data to map the family movements that night. Keith's cell phone showed no activity throughout the evening before he placed the call to 911 after his wife was stabbed. But data from Valeria's cell phone proved to be insightful. It showed that the family had not gone south after leaving the American Legion to take Valeria home, as they had told detectives. Instead, they turned north. Connected towers indicated that the family had traveled to Druid Hill Park near the Maryland Zoo and had remained in that location for approximately 15 minutes. Neither of the Smiths had mentioned this stop to the police. In addition to analyzing the father and daughter's phones, police obtained the activity from Jacquelyn's stolen device. Curiously, the last activity shown on her phone was from about 4 p.m. that afternoon from her home in Aberdeen. Although it was reported that Jacquelyn had her cell phone with her on the night of her murder, there's no indication that it ever left her house. What of the other missing items? In the days following the murder, pawn shops across the city were checked for any of the belongings stolen from Jacquelyn during the attack. Her necklace, purse, and cell phone had not turned up in any shops. They could not be located. A week and a half later, however, Jacquelyn's Visa card was flagged. Someone had been using it. Detectives tracked down 3 male teenagers who claimed to have found the card in a Michael Kors clutch left at a bus stop on the corner of Caroline Street and Madison Avenue. The teens were detained and questioned as potential suspects. They were ultimately released, however, when the location of the bus stop was confirmed to be on the exact route taken by Keith and Valeria after leaving the Legion. At least the route defined by cell phone data and tracking Google accounts, not the route they had claimed to police to have traveled. After 3 months of investigating, the Baltimore detectives had failed to uncover a single piece of evidence linking Jacquelyn's murder to a pair of panhandlers. What they had discovered were a series of inconsistencies and contradictions in the statements offered by the Smiths. For instance, Keith told police at the hospital that the second panhandler, the man, had reached into the car and stolen his wife's purse. In subsequent statements, he said it was the woman who did so.
Some guy came over to say, can I thank her? And as he did that, and I'm not thinking he's going to do what he did, he commenced to stabbing my wife. Snatched her necklace before I knew it, and the girl snatched a little pocketbook in the seat.
Keith had initially been very vocal to the media and keen to offer a neighborly warning to fear the city's homeless population. But within a week, the story had picked up national news coverage, and Keith abruptly stopped taking interviews. Police confronted Keith with the location data. At that stage, his story changed once again. He claimed that he had been lost that night and embarrassed to admit it. Yes, they had gone to the park, where the family parked for a time and looked through photos they had taken earlier in the evening on their phones. After he was released from that interview, Keith Smith drove home, remotely agreed to a year-long lease on a modest home in Florida, ordered and packed a rental truck, and left the state.
And he came in one night with a very large moving truck and rapidly loaded it the next day, and we never saw him since.
When Valeria was questioned, she requested an attorney, and the interview ended. Later, she left Maryland as well to meet up with her father. Law enforcement knew that Keith was fleeing, and they were tracking him. Keith must have at least suspected that he was being watched. He attempted to dodge a wiretap on his phone in a few ways, by changing his number, changing his phone provider, and shipping a new cell phone to his daughter. However, law enforcement was still listening in. In February 2019, Keith attempted to book 2 flights out of the country, one to Canada and a second to Cuba. These attempts failed because he did not hold a U.S. passport. Keith eventually deduced that he could fly to the U.S. Virgin Islands by providing only a driver's license. While placing these calls, his search engine was locating information on how one might travel to Mexico without formally going through a border crossing. On March 1st, Keith rented a car in Texas. This move prompted an immediate response by the police in Baltimore, and an arrest warrant was issued for Keith and his daughter 2 days later. The warrant stated that, at the time of writing, 11:15 a.m. on March 3rd, both suspects were 20 minutes from the Mexican border in an obvious attempt to flee prosecution for first-degree murder.
We would all love to take a vacation to Mexico. You know, you get a chance to go to Mexico, you say yes. Your dad says, hey, you know what, let's head on down to Mexico, let's take a little family vacation, some R&R. I don't see there being any criminal element to that.
Mr. Smith is always innocent until proven guilty, and I haven't seen anything yet that proves him guilty.
Keith and Valeria Smith were arrested by Texas law enforcement later on the same day that the warrant was issued.
In the course of our investigation, we developed evidence that Mr. Smith was leaving Maryland, so we made the appropriate national notifications, and the Texas State Police arrested him this morning.
We pursued the evidence from the very beginning, and these detectives were very tenacious, they were very thorough and dedicated.
These individuals took advantage of a situation, a city that is already dealing with its own problems. So we're looking forward to this cruel act being brought to justice.
The arrest warrant did not outline how investigators believed the father and daughter had committed the murder. It outlined the many lies and deceptions fed to detectives throughout the murder investigation, as well as their failure to turn up any other suspects. But that was not all. It seems that the panhandler ruse was not the first plan proposed by Keith Smith to murder his wife. Investigators learned through a friend of Keith's brother Vic that Keith had previously asked for help getting rid of his wife. According to his brother, in the months leading up to her death, Jacquelyn had spoken to Keith about wanting a divorce. According to Vic, this was not the desired outcome for Keith. It seems he preferred instead to make a claim on her life insurance policy, on which he remained the beneficiary. Keith did exactly that, only 2 days after her murder. He arrived at Jacquelyn's work, requesting the paperwork to make the claim. Law enforcement, already deeply suspicious of his story, told the insurer to hold off on the payment. This left Jacquelyn's 2 sons time to fight for her estate in probate court. It also meant that Keith was very short on cash as he schemed a means of escape. He was forced to apply for a cash advance on his American Express, which was declined. The news that the panhandler murder had all been a hoax was not a surprise to everyone, in particular Jacquelyn's mother, who still lived in Rhode Island. She told the shocked news media that she had always believed that Keith's story was nonsense.
Was phony. I didn't believe her husband at all. I knew something else happened. Why would he stay in the area with her in the car after the man pulled the chain from her neck, as he claims? It was too phony.
The Travain family reported that they were never close with Keith Smith. Because of this, it is unclear if they were aware of his criminal past. 20 years earlier, Keith had committed armed robbery 3 times at the same bank. In December 1999, Keith lost his job with FedEx because of a loss of points on his driver's license. Still, according to the Baltimore Sun, he had just found out that he was HIV positive, struggling to pay for household bills as a single father to his daughter and requiring medication. Keith decided that the First Union Bank on York Road in Towson was a prime target. Its proximity to Interstate 83 allowed for a quick getaway. So, he walked into the bank wearing a ski mask and carrying a pellet gun. He jumped over the counter, emptied the drawers of cash, and exited from the back. This first robbery yielded a payout of about $15,000. 3 months later, he did it again. That time, he took home $6,000. It was 5 months later that he decided to put his plan into effect one more time. By that point, police had a description of his vehicle after it was spotted in East Baltimore. A police chase ensued, ending in a crash and the arrest of Keith Smith. He served 6 years of a 12-year sentence in state prison. Keith told police that he had used the stolen funds to pay bills. When they searched his home, they located roughly $20,000 wrapped into bundles and hidden away in a black bag. Valeria Smith was charged as an accessory to the murder. It is unclear what case, if any, the prosecutors had developed to link her to the premeditated murder of her stepmother. It was clear that she assisted in covering up the murder after the fact. It was revealed that Valeria had been struggling. She was diagnosed as bipolar and spent some time institutionalized for treatment back in 2012. Since that time, she had also developed an addiction to heroin. It was believed that she was, in many ways, another victim of her father's, coerced into assisting him to cover up the murder. For this reason, Valeria was offered a plea deal.
Helped her father. She's indicated in the plea agreement that, she helped her father dispose of the knife, helped her father dispose of, the other property, things of that nature. She's taken full responsibility for that. She's still extremely upset about the entire thing. And she, certainly apologizes to the rest of the family for her role in this.
But you can't tell us whether or not she's going to testify against her own father?
Valeria admitted guilt as an accessory after the fact, and she did agree to testify against her father. The trial took place in late 2021. Valeria told the jury that after celebrating her birthday, her father drove the family to Druid Hill Park with Jacquelyn, who she believed had dozed off in the front seat. There, her father stabbed her stepmother 5 times when she was believed to have been, at least initially, sleeping. He disposed of the knife in the woodland. Valeria was given 2 wallets belonging to Jacquelyn, including the Michael Kors clutch. She testified that she was instructed by Keith to get rid of them. She left one at the bus stop at Caroline and Madison, where she watched as a group of youths wandered over and picked through it. The panhandler story was given to her by Keith. The defense team grilled Valeria over the length of time it took her to come clean. They accused her of playing a more active role in the murder and lying on the stand to save herself. The 32-year-old recovering addict testified that she was forced by her father to lie, but was telling the truth now, because she did not want to go to prison for a murder that she did not commit.
They were soulmates. She was just she was an awesome woman. She was a powerful woman. Like, I looked up to her, and
Keith Smith was convicted of first-degree murder in December 2021. He was sentenced to life in prison.
A selfish act where he not only manipulated the hearts and the minds of a country, but he manipulated the heart and the mind of his of his daughter, who was addicted to drugs. He was able to utilize this elaborate scheme and story to prey upon her and who she was and her character.
A month after her father, Valeria, was also sentenced. She was given 5 years for her role in covering up the murder. The verdict and sentencing came as a relief to Jacquelyn's family. It was exactly the justice that they had sought.
I was laughing then, and, I knew it was a circus. I knew it was all for optics. I knew it was a show. And I was just laughing. And I knew this day would come. I didn't know it would come this soon.
And that was the story of Keith Smith and the panhandler murder hoax.
The story of a British woman named Dena Thompson, nicknamed the Black Widow, became in the mid-20s one of the main topics for numerous documentaries, TV shows, and crime programs. This pleasant, at first glance woman turned out to be a pathological liar and fraudster, leading at least one man who loved her wholeheartedly to the grave. Dena repeatedly managed to escape punishment, but in 2003 she was still in the dock, despite facing life imprisonment. The court was surprisingly mild, allowing parole. So, in 2022, one of the most dangerous criminals, who miraculously survived her ex-husband, characterized as pure evil, went free. Thompson's victims were always men, which, according to experts, may indicate some kind of trauma received by the criminal in childhood or adolescence. However, Dena's early years were quite prosperous. The girl was born in 1960 in North London and brought up in a full family. Her parents lived modestly, but did everything to ensure that their daughter did not need anything. The head of the family worked as a prison guard, seriously engaged in sports, and from childhood, motivated Dena to attend gyms where she diligently engaged in gymnastics. In addition, the man often participated in all kinds of sports competitions, including those held in other countries, and constantly took his daughter with him. Dena grew up as a quite active, cheerful, and sociable child. She easily made acquaintances and friendships with peers and, with age, learned to quickly win the attention of guys she liked. After school, the girl went to college and then got a job in one of the local banks. At the age of 22 years, Dena met her future first spouse, Lee Wyatt. They first met thanks to the cousin of the guy who organized a couple blind date. Between the young people immediately burst feelings and a stormy romance began. They got along well, spent a lot of time together, and 2 years later officially legalized their relationship. After the wedding, the couple moved to a provincial place called Yapton, with a population of only 3,000 people. Soon the couple had a son, and the new parents began to slowly develop their own business, creating Author's Soft Toys, the images of which they invented together. In parallel, Dena worked as a cashier in a construction organization, and their family, according to neighbors, was quite happy and prosperous. The head of the family was often away on business matters, and was absent from home for long periods of time. With neighbors, the man practically did not communicate, but his wife, on the contrary, quickly made acquaintances with local residents. Dena knew how to win the favor of others easily and gained their trust. In addition, men often paid attention to the attractive young woman and even tried to court her. At the dawn of the 90s, Dena met a young journalist named Julian Webb. The man offered her to work as a model for advertising clothing and household appliances, and soon her pictures were painted on the pages of local newspapers and magazines. Dena was eager to pose and felt at ease in front of the camera. By then, Lee Wyatt hadn't been home for months, and none of the neighbors had any idea where he was or why he'd been gone so long. His wife apparently did not miss him too much, having had an affair with Julian. Just 3 months after meeting the journalist, she introduced the chosen one to his parents, saying that he was going to marry her. Subsequently, Webb's mother recalled that she was quite surprised by such a hasty decision of her son. In addition, a potential daughter-in-law, who was a few years older than Julian, did not inspire her confidence. When the neighbors learned about the upcoming wedding, they were puzzled because they knew that Dena was already legally married to another man. However, her husband hadn't been home for months, and no one knew for sure where he was or what was wrong with him. As it later turned out, all this time, Lee was in the small town of New Quay, located almost on the other side of the country. There, he lived under an assumed name and false documents, hiding, as he thought, from the mafia. In fact, the man became a victim of skillful lies of his wife, who convinced him that their family was in mortal danger and escape was the only way out. The couple, as mentioned, were engaged in creating authors' soft toys, and their most successful creation was Leprechaun Sean, which sold well and gained a certain popularity. In early 1991, Dena told her husband that their creation had piqued the interest of the corporation Disney and was ready to pay £50 million for the opportunity to use this character. But the joy was short-lived, and soon the woman reported that representatives of the criminal world, having learned about the big deal, wanted to get most of the money, threatening otherwise to kill the whole family. Dena also came up with a way out of the situation, convincing her husband that he needed to hide. Lee quickly acquired fake documents and went on the run. But before this, the cunning woman persuaded Lee to write several threatening letters to her and make several similar recordings of phone calls, which allegedly were supposed to be proof that he hates his wife so that the mafia would stop pursuing her. The trusting husband, not suspecting anything, did as his wife told him to do and then fled. In a foreign city with no home or friends, Lee was ready to take on any job, and all the money he earned was sent to his wife and son so that his family did not need anything. Most likely, this escape really saved his life, but the threat came not from fictional bandits but from his own wife. In November of the same 1991, Dena married her new favorite, Julian, and the wedding couple played on the very money that faithfully sent home-deceived Lee. Webb was madly in love and happy, but soon after the wedding, neighbors began to notice that the woman regularly visited her lovers while her husband was at work. After a while, she informed Julian that she was terminally ill and was fired from her job because of it. The story with a fatal diagnosis and dismissal turned out to be a lie from the first to the last word. It also turned out that, from the accounts of the company where Dena worked, a large amount of money was missing, and the main suspect in this crime was herself. Then the woman accused her first husband, Lee Wyatt, who allegedly forced her to go to the crime by threats. As evidence, she provided the very letters and audio recordings that she herself had previously convinced him to make. Wyatt himself returned home as soon as he learned that his spouse had remarried. The case was limited to a scandal, and although Dena claimed that he had beaten her, there was no evidence of this. Nevertheless, the detective sided with the woman, so Lee again had to leave Yapton in a hurry. In love, Julian's situation did not embarrass him at all, and he gave his wife all his savings for the treatment of her fictitious fatal disease. But time passed, the money melted, and the husband began to wonder how the treatment was progressing. It turned out that the woman did not have a single medical document confirming her diagnosis. Relationships in the family broke down, neighbors heard how the spouses fought loudly, and in June 1994, the day after celebrating Julian's 31st birthday, he died suddenly. The evening before the tragedy, his mother called him, but Dena reported that her husband wasn't feeling well and couldn't answer. Julian's mother asked her sister-in-law to call an ambulance, but she ignored her request. The expert examination showed that the young man died of a drug overdose, but for some reason, no one saw a criminal trace in this tragedy, and his wife insisted that her husband voluntarily decided to end his life. In addition, she demanded that Julian's body be cremated, but his parents were strongly opposed to this. Also, after the death of her husband, Dena tried to get a large insurance payment, but she was denied because their marriage was recognized as invalid. At the funeral, Dena did not even try to cry or depict grief. On the contrary, she chose a frank outfit and behaved defiantly. Almost immediately afterward, the widowed woman began to spin numerous novels and affairs. She openly brought lovers to her house, not hiding from the neighbors. Only in 1997 did Dena file for divorce from her first legal husband, and less than a year later, she met Richard Thompson, who immediately managed to charm her. Not thinking long, she told the new lover that she suffered from a serious illness and had to live a very short time. Blinded by love, the man said that he would turn the last months of her life into a fairy tale and was ready to spend all his savings on this. The wedding couple played in one of the best hotels in Florida. There they spent their honeymoon and then returned to their native England, settling on its southern coast in the city of Brighton. According to Richard's memories, his wife literally bewitched him with her care and support. She also skillfully pretended to share all his views and aspirations. He had always dreamed of owning his own boat to professionally engage in fishing, and his wife not only approved this idea but also offered him to open a company that provides a yacht for rent so that he could not only fish himself, but also teach it to others. Less than a year after the wedding, during a New Year's Eve celebration, Dena gave her husband a romantic dinner. They took a bath together, and afterward, she said she had prepared a special gift and asked her husband's permission to tie him up. Richard, not suspecting anything wrong, readily agreed. But as soon as he had the ropes on his hands, a blindfold over his eyes, and a gag in his mouth, he was suddenly struck hard on the head with a bat, followed by another. Luckily, Richard not only did not lose consciousness, but managed to free himself quickly. Then, Dena grabbed a knife and wounded her husband in the shoulder. Richard knocked the weapon out of his wife's hands, immobilized her, and called the police. Dena burst into tears, admitted that all this time she had lied to him and spent all his money. However, already at the station, she pulled herself together and began to claim that it was her husband who attacked her, and she was only defending herself. The story did not end there, and a day later, a real estate agent came to Richard's house to sell the house. He had an appointment with the landlady, who warned him that her husband had left for America on a business trip. At that moment, Richard realized that his wife was planning to kill him, sell the house, and run away with the money. No one would look for Thompson himself for a long time, thinking that he had gone across the ocean. In the course of court proceedings, it turned out that the woman had withdrawn all the money from her husband's bank accounts, forging his signature, and also used his credit cards, accumulating a lot of debts. The case gained wide resonance, and other men began to apply to the police, former lovers of Dena, whom she deceived and cleaned to the thread, telling about a fictitious incurable disease. Then also remembered the first husband of the woman, who had to hide for many years, first from her fictitious pursuers from the mafia, and then from the police. It was finally revealed that it was Dena who stole the company in which she worked, accusing her husband of everything. However, the jury, despite the presence of irrefutable evidence, acquitted the woman in the case of the attack on her husband Richard Thompson, and Richard himself was accused of seeking to attract attention to himself, making up such a story. Nevertheless, Dena was found guilty of numerous financial frauds and sentenced to nearly 4 years in prison. The hype around Dena Thompson also reminded about the strange, sudden death of her second husband, journalist Julian Webb. The woman herself told completely different versions and circumstances of his death. She said that her husband was poisoned by steroids, which he took to keep himself in shape, then claimed that he drank a lot and fell asleep in the sun, getting sunstroke, and at the inquest and in general, said that he took his own life, despite her caution. Dena once confessed to her best friend that she had poisoned her husband by putting potent drugs in a spicy dish that he adored. The police managed to track down the owner of the diner where Julian often dined and ordered food to take home. He recalled that the day before the tragedy, Webb's wife took out rice and chicken curry. and then the investigators guessed that it was this seasoning that interrupted the specific flavor of the drugs. In connection with the newly discovered circumstances, a new investigation was initiated, and Julian's body was exhumed and sent for examination. As it turned out, the man was poisoned by a large dose of powerful antidepressants added to his favorite dish with curry, and strengthened their effect with aspirin, which Dena dissolved in her husband's drink. At the time of the call to his mother, Webb was still alive and could be saved, but it was not part of the plans of his wife. In 2003, the Black Widow was finally brought to trial. The investigator at the hearing characterized her as the most dangerous woman he had ever had to deal with, and the judge noted that she was a skilled and very dodgy liar. Dena Thompson was sentenced to life in prison, but with parole eligibility after 16 years. The story of the crimes of the Black Widow formed the basis of numerous documentary detectives actively discussed in TV shows and mused in the press. Even after Dena was behind bars, detectives unearthed another dark story from her past. As it turned out, one of her first lovers disappeared without a trace and to this day has not been found alive or dead. The young man's name was Stoyan Kostov, and he lived in Bulgaria, where Dena herself trained as a gymnast in the late 70s. Between them began a romantic relationship, and afterwards the guy disappeared forever. The investigation does not exclude that Dena is directly related to this case, and Kostov became one of her first victims, but it was not possible to prove anything. While serving her sentence, Thompson worked with a prison psychologist and underwent rehabilitation courses. Despite her exemplary behavior and the right words about re-education and realization of her mistakes, Dena, according to the detective in charge of her case, does not feel remorse and pangs of conscience and therefore can re-offend. Nevertheless, in the summer of 2022, the 61-year-old Black Widow was released from prison. After learning about it, Richard Thompson said that now he will not feel safe because he does not know what to expect from his former spouse. Now Dena is obliged to report to the police about all her connections and relationships, observe curfew, and report on all financial transactions. She is also forbidden to approach her ex-husbands and lovers affected by her actions. She is forced to wear a special tracking bracelet on her leg that records all her movements. A few months after her release, Thompson was captured by journalists while returning from a store with shopping in a large bag. Curiously, on the ring finger of her right hand was a massive ring strongly resembling an engagement ring. It is possible that another gullible victim fell into the net of the Black Widow.
We all know about groups of people with strong religious beliefs, and sometimes bad things happen because of them. But in 2019, something really shocking occurred. 2 kids went missing and several people lost their lives. Before we begin, we want to send our thoughts and prayers to all the people who became victims of this crazy couple. Now, let's go to San Bernardino, California. Lori Noreen Cox, who later changed her last name to Vallo, was born in 1973 on June 26th to Janice and Barry Cox. She had a big family with brothers named Alex and Adam and 3 sisters, Stacy, Laura, and Summer. Lori's childhood was normal, but let's fast forward to 1992. She married her high school boyfriend, Nelson Yanes, when she was 19. Even though they were deeply in love, things went wrong after a year, and their beautiful love story ended in divorce. But Lori didn't stay single for long. 2 years later, in 1995, she became a wife again, marrying a man named William. Things seemed good, and they even had a son named Colby Ryan. However, a pattern emerged, and in 1998, Lori divorced William. 3 more years passed, and Lori decided to become a wife for the 3rd time. In 2001, she married Joseph Ryan. The couple had a child on September 24, 2002. This time, Lori welcomed a daughter named Tylee into the world. However, it seemed like the 3rd time wasn't a charm because in 2004, Lori asked for a divorce. The two didn't part ways amicably. Lori told her brother Alex that her ex-husband was abusive towards her. In response, Alex threatened Joseph and even attacked him with a taser because of his actions. Her brother ended up with a 90-day prison sentence and 5 years of probation. Despite the tumultuous relationships, Lori was a very attractive woman and caught the attention of many admirers. In 2004, she even took part in the Miss Texas beauty pageant. However, Lori was a free spirit and had a tendency to be impatient. She wouldn't tolerate things not going her way and often had a selfish attitude. More often than not, her partners would end up on the losing side of any argument. By 2005, Lori found herself single again. Even though she had 2 kids, only Tylee was in her care full-time. During that year, she met another man. Lori fell in love again, but this time her new soon-to-be husband would play a crucial role in the unfolding case. Charles Vallow, Lori's new love interest, was a hard-working and handsome man from a big family. Born on August 17, 1956, Charles met Lori when he was 49, but he appeared youthful and full of energy. The pattern emerged once more, and on February 4, 2006, Lori heard wedding bells for the 4th time. Charles already had 2 children from a previous marriage, Nicholas and Zachary. Combine them with Lori's son Colby and daughter Tylee, and the married couple formed a family of 6. This time, things seemed to be going well. The family was happy, Charles had a decent income, and they were all in a good place. In 2014, the couple decided to adopt Charles's grandnephew, Joshua Jackson Vallow, affectionately known as JJ. By then, the 3 boys were living elsewhere, so Lori and Charles only had Tylee and JJ to take care of. Lori didn't work, and she was someone who easily got bored. Seeking a new adventure, the family of 4 packed their bags and moved to Hawaii to start a new business. They opened a juice bar called Juice Island in Princeville, on the island of Kauai. Everyone appeared to enjoy their time there, with Lori and her daughter sharing beautiful shots of the scenery on social media. During their time in Hawaii, Lori became fascinated by a series of books called Standing in Holy Places. Already a Mormon and deeply religious due to her upbringing, these books intensified her beliefs. Reading them brought about changes in her lifestyle and overall demeanor. Despite the idyllic surroundings, their business venture was not successful. After a couple of years, in late 2016, they had no choice but to move back to Arizona. This marked the beginning of the downfall in the Vallow household. Lori remained invested in the series of books, this time written by Chad Daybell, a religious author. In 2018, Lori and her friend Melanie attended an event called Preparing a People. This gathering turned out to be where she met the author of the books that seemingly changed her life and how she saw the world around her. For those questioning why they would attend a preparedness conference, Lori and her friend discussed preparing a statement to share upon their return. During the event, Lori and her friend engaged with Chad Daybell, the author of the influential books. They discussed their beliefs, and Chad even expressed a fondness for Lori, claiming they had been married in 7 previous lifetimes. Despite the event ending, Lori and Chad continued messaging and staying in touch. A few weeks later, when Charles was away on a business trip, Lori invited Chad Daybell to her home. However, the gathering wasn't romantic. Melanie and other followers of Chad joined them, and they spent the evening delving into the deeper meanings of God and various religious theories and teachings. Chad couldn't help but focus on Lori, making her the center of attention in their discussions. Chad Daybell had always been an eccentric figure. Born on August 11, 1968 in Provo, Utah, he grew up in a peculiar way. During his teen years, he met a girl named Tamara, and by the age of 22, they were married. 2 years later, in 1992, he graduated with a degree in journalism. Chad Daybell's life took an interesting turn. After working as a gravedigger at a local cemetery, he ventured into entrepreneurship in 2004 by starting his own book company named Spring Creek Books. About half of the books he published were ones that Lori had become obsessed with during her previous marriage to Tamara. Chad and Tamara had 5 children, and the family relocated to Rexburg, Idaho, with Chad claiming that God had directed them to do so. Chad viewed the world uniquely, categorizing people as either light or dark. In his perspective, dark individuals were from Earth but followers of Satan, while light people were followers of Jesus. During a gathering, Chad informed Laurie that she was an eternal being with 21 previous lives, 5 of which were on planet Earth. Laurie not only embraced these teachings, but became genuinely excited about them. She developed a profound obsession with her newfound purpose and with Chad himself. Even after the gathering, Laurie and Chad continued to exchange text messages and emails. In 2018, Chad emailed her a chart related to the categories of light and dark, and he went as far as grading her family based on the criteria he provided. Fast forward to 2019, and the Valo marriage was in jeopardy as Laurie immersed herself more deeply into the religion that was gradually evolving into a cult. She began to distance herself from everyday life. Laurie strongly believed in the concept of light and dark people, often referring to the latter as zombies. She held on to the idea that she was an eternal being destined to lead the 144,000, a group believed to have special protection from God. As her beliefs intensified, conflicts between Laurie and Charles escalated. On January 31st, Charles returned from a business trip to find that he couldn't contact his wife and children for the last 2 days. Upon arriving home, he discovered the locks had been changed, his clothes were in the trash, and his bank account had been drained of almost $35,000. Alarmed and with no other recourse, he called the police. When the officers arrived, Charles explained the situation, expressing his concern about not being able to reach his kids for 2 days. He revealed that Laurie seemed to have lost touch with reality, believing herself to be a resurrected being and a god, focusing on the prophecy of the 144,000. Charles emphasized that she had taken all the money from their bank account and had even taken his truck from the airport. The situation had become a cause for immediate concern. Charles explained to the police that he had just flown in from Houston to Dallas and a friend was trying to pick him up. He had gone to the community bridges or something to file a report, and they had ordered a pickup. When asked about what made Laurie a danger to herself and others, Charles disclosed that Laurie had threatened to murder him. Charles clarified that she had threatened him with murder, saying she didn't know who he was and that she could use her powers to kill him. The police tried to understand the situation and asked if this was a recent development or if it had been ongoing. Charles revealed that it had been going on for about 4 or 5 years, escalating recently. Laurie would go to the temple every day, claiming to speak with Moroni and Jesus Christ, who would guide her actions. In the last couple of days, Laurie told Charles that he wasn't Charles, but someone named Nick Schneider. She claimed to have information from people in Utah who told her about her past lives, probation, and marriages to figures like Moroni and James the Just. Charles acknowledged that this information was foreign to him, and while he used LDS, Latter-day Saints, terms, he recognized the craziness of the situation. Charles had previously informed the police about Laurie's threats, but they were not taken seriously at that time. Laurie would then disappear, remaining off the radar for a total of 58 days. During this period, Charles took action and filed for divorce. During the 58-day period when Laurie disappeared, it was later revealed that she had flown to Hawaii with her daughter Tylee. Even after their return, Laurie kept her distance from the rest of the family. However, this was just the beginning of her disturbing behavior. On July 11th, 2019, the police received a call from a man reporting that he had killed someone. The perpetrator was Alex Cox, Laurie's older brother. In the call, Alex claimed that he had gotten into a fight with his brother-in-law, Charles Vallow, and had shot him in self-defense. The dispatcher asked for details, and Alex mentioned that Charles had come at him with a bat. When asked about Laurie's whereabouts, Alex said he believed she was taking her son to school. The police instructed him to come out with his hands empty and walk outside. They confirmed the front door was unlocked and officers were on their way. This call marked a tragic turn of events, and it became clear that Laurie's family was caught in a web of violence and disturbing incidents. A few minutes after the call, police arrived at Laurie's new address, where she had moved just several days prior. At the time of the murder, Laurie was taking JJ to school, and Alex and Tylee were inside the house. Charles seemingly arrived at the house and got into an argument with Laurie's brother, Alex. During their exchange, Tylee fetched a baseball bat, and Charles took it out of her hand before hitting Alex in the back of the head. In response, Alex grabbed his gun and shot Charles multiple times in the chest. Charles died there in his living room, and his body was discovered by the police several minutes later. While one might expect shock or distress after such a violent incident, Laurie displayed an eerie calmness. She acted as if nothing had happened and even laughed and made jokes during her police interrogation. However, the strangeness didn't end there. A few hours after Charles's death, Laurie, in her own house, decided to host a pool party at the crime scene. This behaviour raised eyebrows and added to the bizarre circumstances surrounding the incident. During Alex's police interrogation, officers noticed something suspicious in his statement. He claimed that Charles had hit him over the head with a baseball bat, but upon inspection, the injury appeared minor. Considering Charles was a semi-professional baseball player, he could have caused significant harm if he had wanted to. Alex's story was later questioned in court, but he was released without further investigation. The very next day after Charles's death, Nicholas and Zachary, Charles's sons, were informed of their father's passing. Laurie chose to relay the news via text, deciding not to go through the trouble of making a phone call. Shortly after these events, Laurie, along with JJ and Tylee, moved out of Arizona. Their destination, Rexburg, Idaho, where Chad Daybell lived. The family of 3 settled in the area, but the story took more unsettling turns. In early September, Laurie enrolled JJ in school, but surprisingly, she did not enroll Tylee. On September 8, 2019, Laurie took both kids to Yellowstone National Park, accompanied by her brother Alex. In pictures, they appeared happy, but this outing marked the last time Tylee would be seen. Oddly, Laurie didn't report Tylee's disappearance to the police. Since Tylee had moved to another state a couple of weeks earlier, her absence went unnoticed. Meanwhile, JJ started school and seemed to adjust well. 2 weeks later, on September 17th, a neighbour's doorbell camera recorded footage of JJ playing with a friend in the neighbourhood. Just like Tylee, this would be the last time JJ was seen by anyone. On September 23rd, Laurie called JJ's school and unenrolled him from the program. When the principal questioned her decision, Laurie simply stated that she would homeschool him herself, ending the discussion. The mysterious disappearances of Tylee and JJ raised concerns, but Laurie's actions only added to the growing unease surrounding the family. JJ and Tylee were missing, and as the months passed, friends and family became increasingly concerned about their whereabouts. When asked about the children, Laurie would assure people that they were doing fine and provide false locations, claiming they were at a friend's house or visiting relatives. During this period, 2 significant events occurred. On October 1st, 2019, Laurie rented a storage unit just outside Rexburg. Witnesses observed her storing the children's bikes, belongings, and blankets in the unit. The following day, she was seen at the storage facility again, this time in the company of Chad Daybell. Throughout the month, Chad, Laurie, and her brother Alex visited the storage unit a total of 9 times. The second notable event took place on October 9th. Chad's wife, Tammy, was in her driveway unloading groceries when a masked man with a paintball gun approached her. The man began firing and Tamara screamed for her husband. The assailant fled and Tamara survived the attack. She shared the incident on Facebook. However, just 10 days later, on October 19th, Tamara was found dead in her bed. Chad Daybell called 911, reporting that he had discovered her lifeless. Detectives investigated the scene and initially concluded that Tamara's death was natural. When asked about an autopsy, Chad declined, raising suspicions surrounding the circumstances of Tamara's demise. Chad's refusal for an autopsy on Tamara's death left authorities with no choice but to accept his decision without further probing. Seemingly unaffected by his wife's death, Chad and Lori flew to Hawaii 2 weeks later, where they got married on the beach in all-white attire. The media and police couldn't ignore the peculiar chain of events and started keeping a close eye on the newlyweds. During and after their honeymoon, when questioned about their family and children, Chad and Lori began lying. Chad claimed Lori had never had any kids, while Lori stated that Tylee had died a few years back without providing any explanation. On November 26th, police decided to conduct a welfare check on JJ. They visited Lori's house and requested to see him, but Lori claimed he wasn't at home. She insisted that JJ was back in Arizona with her friend Melanie. The police quickly involved and cooperated with the Arizona Police Department. When confronted, Melanie expressed surprise, stating she hadn't seen JJ in weeks. However, her next statement raised alarms. Melanie revealed that before the authorities arrived, Lori and Chad had called her, asking her to lie and say that JJ was with her. The next day, armed with a search warrant, the police headed to Lori's house, but she and Chad were gone. The couple had returned to Hawaii. Between December 2019 and January 2020, the police officially declared JJ and Tylee missing. They raided Chad's house, seizing his computers, journals, and cell phones. Lori was notified that she needed to bring the children to the police station within 5 days, or she risked arrest. Amidst this investigation, on December 12th, Lori's brother, Alex, suddenly died. The cause was attributed to blood clots, and his death was ruled as resulting from natural causes. Lori, failing to bring the kids to the police station, was finally arrested on February 20th, 2020. Her bail was set at $5 million, and she was extradited to Rexburg, where she remained in custody. Despite Lori being behind bars, the authorities still didn't know the whereabouts of the missing children or what had happened to them. After 4 agonizing months, on June 9th, 2020, Rexburg police arrived at Chad's door at 7 in the morning. Armed with a search warrant for his 1960s home on 4 acres of land, investigators spent a few hours at the property. Soon, they made a grim discovery: human remains buried next to Chad's red barn. Initially unidentified, a day later, it was confirmed that the remains belonged to JJ and Tylee through DNA testing. The long-awaited discovery brought devastating news to the families and friends who had hoped for a different outcome. JJ and Tylee were found, but unfortunately, their fate was not the one their loved ones had wished for. In Rexburg, moments of shared grief and condolences unfolded on Wednesday as neighbours, community members, and the media expressed sympathy to the grandparents of JJ Vallow. The heartbreak of the situation resonated through the community, and people expressed their sorrow for the family's pain. Community member Janice Summers, who closely followed the case, captured a video of Kay and Larry Woodcock, JJ's grandparents, walking near the Daybell property where they believed the remains of their grandson and his sister Tylee were buried. The video captured the devastating impact of the situation on the family and the community. On the day of the discovery, Chad Daybell attempted to flee, but was quickly apprehended by police. After running just 1 mile from his property, he was tackled and arrested. Chad was charged with concealment and alteration of evidence. Both Lori and Chad remained in prison, with their trial set for 2023. The community and the affected families were left grappling with the tragedy that had unfolded in their midst. After the disappearance of JJ and Tylee, witnesses reported that Lori began referring to her children as zombies. This disturbing terminology aligns with Lori's previous characterization of dark individuals as zombies. The tragic fate of the children might be connected to these ominous beliefs and practices.
The man in this video is 35-year-old John Poulos. He recently left his wife and 3 children, transferring their entire marital estate to an offshore trust, leaving them in a state of financial difficulty. He embarked on a new life with a 21-year-old DJ from Colombia, whom he met online. While his family back home had to fend for themselves, John traveled the world with his new romantic interest. He even boasted on Twitter about the woman from Colombia, whom he had invited on a vacation before even meeting her. This tweet was posted in December 2022, and just over a month later, surveillance footage captured John attempting to dispose of his girlfriend's lifeless body and subsequently trying to leave the country. This is the astonishing case of John Poulos. John Poulos was born in 1988 in Franklin, Wisconsin. He married his high school sweetheart, Ashley, in 2009, and the couple had 3 beautiful children together. To the outside world, they appeared to be the perfect couple. However, in 2016, their happy family faced a devastating blow. Their eldest son, just 4 years old at the time, was diagnosed with an extremely rare form of cancer affecting only 350 people annually. John and Ashley became tireless advocates for their son, fighting for FDA approval of a promising new treatment and rallying community support to raise $60,000 for medical bills. In 2017, after 13 grueling hours in surgery to remove 150 tumors, the Poulos' brave little boy finally emerged cancer-free. His inspirational journey resonated nationwide, and the family was even invited as honored guests of the Speaker of the House for the President's State of the Union address in 2018. There, the family epitomized strength, hope, and perseverance in the face of such frightening odds. They became a symbol of hope for many couples throughout America, yet few could have imagined the tragic troubles that would soon engulf the Poulos household. What many didn't know was that behind closed doors, the Poulos' marriage was far from ideal. John's abusive and controlling behavior had taken its toll on Ashley. In 2021, after years of living in fear, she finally filed for divorce. Before the divorce was even finalized, John transferred the family's entire marital estate into an offshore trust, leaving Ashley and the children with nothing. He abandoned them all and soon started living a high life, residing in various European countries, including Cyprus, Turkey, and Ukraine, before establishing residence in Texas. John also completely withdrew from his children's lives, not seeing them in person since leaving Wisconsin in January 2021, and he also refused to provide any child support, despite a judge ordering him to do so. The divorce process quickly became complicated, with John exploiting legal loopholes by declaring himself a sovereign citizen throughout the proceedings. This meant that he incurred no legal fees himself, and at the same time caused his wife to incur thousands of dollars in attorney fees. What his wife didn't know at the time was that while their divorce proceedings were still ongoing, John had already moved on and had met someone new. In April 2022, John met 21-year-old Valentina Tres Palacios on the popular dating app Tinder. She was a popular DJ who was making a name for herself in Colombia's capital. She started DJing in her teens and by 21, had become a big part of Bogotá's nightlife. She specialized in Latin dance music like reggaeton and guaracha, playing at all the top clubs, and was even named the Breakthrough DJ of the Year at the Columbia Dance Awards in 2019. John fell hard and fast for Valentina, so much so that before even meeting her in person, he invited her on an all-expenses-paid luxury vacation to Cancun, Mexico. Here, the two got to know each other better and decided to make their relationship official. What followed was a jet-setting relationship, with John making multiple trips to Colombia over the next several months to visit Valentina in Bogotá. He showered her with lavish weekly gifts of cash, though the exact amounts are unknown. It was clear that John was completely infatuated, and only a few months into dating he proposed marriage. In December 2022, John Poulos provided a surprising response to a viral Twitter prompt asking users to share their most incredible first date stories. Invited a Colombian woman on vacation without meeting her first. Now we're getting married. John tweeted on December 17th, alongside a photo with his fiancée, Valentina Tres Palacios. At the time, the post painted a picture of an enviable modern romance that blossomed across continents online. However, just over a month later, this supposed fairy tale union would come to a horrifying end at John's own hands. John Poulos arrived in Bogotá on January 19, 2023. The plan was for him to remain in Colombia and start his new life with Valentina. He told her that he had gotten them an apartment in the city center, although it would later be revealed that it was a short-term rental. At 8:53 p.m., security footage shows Poulos wheeling a large blue suitcase into the apartment, the very same suitcase in which Valentina's body would be found just 2 days later. The following day, John Poulos went to Valentina's mother's house to pick her up with all her belongings so that she could move in with him. Cameras captured them entering the building together shortly after 7 p.m. After loading up Valentina's belongings, they set off to John's apartment. The couple then spent the next 2 hours in the apartment before leaving together at 9:46 p.m. Valentina had a gig nearby, and John accompanied her to the venue. They returned briefly at 1:54 a.m., but were then seen leaving again at 3 a.m. to go back to the venue. The couple eventually got home shortly after 5 a.m., and according to court records, their demeanor appeared normal, and they seemed to get along fine. The following day, January 21st, John and Valentina spent most of the day at home, recovering from their late night out. They only left the apartment to go for lunch, but returned a short while later and spent the rest of the day inside. Then, at 10:43 p.m., cameras captured John leaving the apartment on his own. It's not known where he was going at this time, but footage shows Valentina apparently recording him with her cell phone, and her displeasure was evident even on camera. The next morning, January 22nd, shortly after 10 a.m., security footage captured John Poulos wheeling out the same large blue suitcase he had arrived with 2 days prior. The suitcase was now covered by a gray blanket because it was too small to contain Valentina Trespalacios' body, and her head was visibly sticking out of it. Poulos used the blanket to obscure her head. Just 4 minutes later, cameras spotted Poulos in the parking garage struggling to load the clearly heavy suitcase into the trunk of his rental car. The video shows Poulos straining to lift the bag, confirming it was now far heavier than when he arrived. John Poulos is then seen dumping Valentina's body and attempting to flee when he arrived. John Poulos then sets off, and cameras along the way capture him driving the rental vehicle in the direction of the Los Cambulos neighborhood. Poulos stopped near a dumpster in this area where he abandoned the suitcase containing Valentina's body. He immediately sets off again and drives towards Bogotá's airport. Cameras showed him arriving at the airport before he boards a plane and leaves the country. That evening, a homeless man who was rummaging through the dumpsters in the Los Cambulos neighborhood came across a blue suitcase with the head of a female protruding from it. He immediately called the police, who soon confirmed the body to be that of Valentina Trespalacios. Her body told the story of a brutal attack, with extensive bruising on her neck and severe head trauma. Police immediately knew who their main suspect was, and knowing that he held an American passport, they knew that the chances were high that he would attempt to flee the country. Colombian police rushed to place John Poulos on a no-fly list to prevent his escape, but upon arriving at the airport, they learned he had already fled the country, boarding a flight to Panama City earlier that day. What was even more horrifying was that police learned that John Poulos had purchased onward tickets from Panama to Turkey, and then Montenegro, a country that had no extradition agreement with Colombia. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Colombian authorities swiftly contacted law enforcement counterparts in Panama, hoping to intercept Poulos before he flew to Montenegro and was out of their grasp for good. Luckily for the police, they were able to intercept John Poulos just as he was about to board his flight from Panama, and police arrested him and extradited him back to Colombia. Despite the strong evidence against him, Poulos staunchly maintained his innocence and even went as far as to blame Valentina's murder on the Medellin cartel, a now defunct cartel in Colombia that was once headed by notorious gang boss Pablo Escobar. Needless to say, the police didn't buy his story, and they charged John Poulos with the crime of femicide. It turns out that just as with his ex-wife, John was also abusive and controlling towards Valentina. He would monitor her social media, dictate who she could speak to, and even go as far as to hire a private investigator to follow her around when he wasn't in the country. Prosecutors claimed that on the night of the murder, an argument broke out between the couple, and John started physically abusing Valentina. This was evident from the number of bruises on her body. He eventually strangled her, which ultimately led to her death. He then folded her body into the suitcase and dumped it in an attempt to conceal the crime and flee the country. The crime of femicide carries a sentence of 40 years in Colombia. It's defined as the killing of a woman due to her gender, and it is not a charge that exists in the United States. John Poulos has attempted to exploit this technicality to avoid culpability. He claimed there was no translator present during his arrest, and that as an American, he didn't understand the femicide charge. Prosecutors refuted this, stating they fully explained the charges and that Poulos comprehended them. They indicated that if convicted, they would ask the court to sentence Poulos to a minimum term of 50 years behind bars. Poulos has maintained his innocence throughout and stated his intention to plead not guilty at trial. The trial proceedings are currently ongoing and are expected to conclude in the coming months.
In a bone-chilling turn of events, the tale of Sasha Samsudean unfolds. Imagine this. She returns home, the night's laughter still echoing in her memory, caught on surveillance cameras in downtown Orlando, Florida. Little did anyone know, within mere hours, she would be discovered lifeless in her own bed, her murder shrouded in mystery. But brace yourself, because the harrowing truth lurking in the shadows is more terrifying than you could ever fathom. It's a grim reminder that even in a world of electronic locks, night guards, and surveillance cameras, our safety is far from guaranteed. Meet 27-year-old Sasha Samsudean. Sasha grew up in Central Florida and soon after graduating from the University of Florida, found herself a job in Orlando as the social media manager for Pearson, an educational services firm. She was also a regular volunteer with the Apartment Association of Greater Orlando. Here is Sasha promoting apartment complexes as part of her volunteer work.
Hi, I'm Sasha with 407 Apartments TV. I'm here at the Edge Orlando Apartments near UCF, so let's go check out what they have to offer. So I'm here with Kyle. Can you tell me what's the most unique thing about your community?
Well, we have our 4-4 that we're going to be looking at.
If you're not familiar with sunny Orlando, it's also home to over a dozen theme parks and nightlife so lively, it's earned the city a reputation as the dance floor of Central Florida. It was here that Sasha moved after graduating, working first in the marketing department of Pearson, before quickly moving up the ranks to the position of director of operations. A co-worker said people often underestimated Sasha because of her looks. She was a highly intelligent and driven young woman. The warm, easy manner you see on camera is also a true reflection of Sasha's character. Her friend said she was warm, bubbly, the life of the party, and full of enthusiasm.
I've attended the past 2 years of Lisapalooza, and let me tell you, it's a great event. As a supplier, even on this side of the industry, I get to spend an entire day with my clients learning about their side of the business. What could be better than that?
By 2015, Sasha had found herself an apartment worthy of promoting in one of her own videos. Uptown Place on North Orange Avenue had a gym, a pool, landscaped gardens, and state-of-the-art security. Each apartment was fitted with a quick-set digital deadbolt lock, accessible only by code. There were also surveillance cameras, entrance doors that required key fobs, and a night guard. Sasha was thrilled to have her own place and had no hesitations about living alone. After all, if there was anywhere you could rest easy in your bed at night, it was at Uptown Place. Or at least, so she thought. Friday, October 16th, 2015, was the last day of the Orlando City soccer season, and every soccer fan in the city was going to be out watching the game. Sasha and her friends decked themselves out in purple in support of the Orlando City Lions and headed out to watch the match. After the Lions won, the group moved to a venue called Sidebar to celebrate, and then to the Attic, a well-known Orlando dance club. Around 12:30 a.m., Sasha told her friend Anthony that she was leaving. He didn't know whether she was going home or to another bar, but that was typical of a night out. Friends would come and go, sometimes meeting up later that same evening. This, he thought, was just like any other night. The next morning, Anthony sat in a cafe where he and Sasha were meant to be having breakfast. Sasha hadn't shown up and was not answering her phone. Figuring she was hungover and sleeping it off, Anthony ate his food and left. Several hours passed with still no word from Sasha. He contacted two of her closest friends, Katie and Megan, who also had not heard from Sasha. Sasha had a baby shower to attend that day, and it was totally out of character for her to be unreachable this long. The three friends decided to swing by her apartment in the parking garage at Uptown Place. They found Sasha's car, and the gift she had bought for the baby shower was still in the back seat. After slipping through the front entrance of the complex, they banged on the door of Sasha's third-floor apartment. No one answered. A sick feeling was now kicking in. The friends rang local hospitals and police stations, thinking that maybe she had been in an accident. No one had seen a girl matching Sasha's description. Anthony called 911. When police arrived at Uptown Place that evening, they were met by the on-site security guard, Stephen Duxbury. He was off duty at the time, but knew without asking why they were there, and quickly obtained permission for them to enter Sasha's apartment. With Sasha's friends waiting outside, officers did a quick search inside. Everything was in perfect order. There were no signs of struggle and no signs of Sasha either. Then, one of the officers took a closer look at the master bedroom. The comforter had been rolled up into an odd tube shape, and there was something else too, something spine-chilling. Locks of long dark hair were coming from the end of the comforter, and on one side a limp hand protruded. They had found Sasha Samsudean. Sasha had been violently beaten, raped, and strangled. Later, the medical examiner who performed her autopsy would report never having seen such a severe neck fracture. Sasha had fought her attacker hard. Her arms and hands were covered with defensive wounds. Just one look at the officers' faces as they came out of the apartment was enough for Sasha's friends to know that she was dead. In the coming days, their grief and anger, and that of the devastated Samsudean family, would only grow stronger with each new revelation.
The suspicious death of a 27-year-old Orlando woman. Sasha Samsudean's body was found Saturday night inside of her apartment at Uptown Place on North Orange Avenue. Right now, police are not releasing many details, but friends and neighbors say they were stunned to hear about it.
Typical girl, just nice, fun-loving girl. She wasn't too boastful, too loud. Just nice, quiet type. She seemed to get along with everybody.
I guess kind of nervous because we don't really know how she was killed or if we should be concerned that there's someone dangerous living in our building.
An analysis of the crime scene revealed no signs of forced entry. It seemed that whoever had killed Sasha was someone she'd unwittingly welcomed into her home. Her purse, phone, and key fob for the building were missing. The apartment smelled strongly of bleach, and an examination of Sasha's body revealed that cleaning products had been poured onto her skin in what they believed was an attempt at destroying DNA evidence. The sheets on her bed also had patches of discoloration where someone had poured the cleaning product, but whoever had tried to cover their tracks had not been as thorough as they thought. The toilet seat had been left up, with 2 thumbprints found on the underside of the lid. Another was found on her nightstand. A condom wrapper had been left on the floor by the bed. Police dusted the hardwood floors throughout the apartment, revealing several size 9 shoe prints. DNA had meanwhile been retrieved from Sasha's chest. 33-year-old Stephen Duxbury had been a security guard at the Uptown Apartments for just over 5 months. Newly married, he was a veteran of the U.S. Air Force and had acquired his security guard license earlier that year. During his interview, he told police that Sasha had arrived at the entrance of Uptown Place around 1:45 a.m. the previous morning with 2 other women but no ID and no key fob. He chuckled to himself. He was used to these sorts of situations, drunks who had forgotten their fob keys. But the 2 young women were extremely concerned that Sasha should get in safely. He reminded them that he wasn't allowed to let anyone into the building without proof that they were a resident. When a male resident who arrived at the entrance seemed to know Sasha, he turned a blind eye when Sasha had slipped in behind him. He couldn't allow drunks to wander around the building, though. He told police he searched several floors before locating Sasha outside her apartment, trying and failing to put her code into the door's keypad. She asked him to walk with her to her car to see if her fob was inside. Exasperated at having to babysit a drunk, he relented and escorted her to the parking garage. But before they reached her car, she suddenly remembered the code once again, though it was wrong. He said he'd do a favor and leave her to keep trying while he did another sweep of the building. If she hadn't gotten it right by the time he was back, they needed to come up with an alternative arrangement. When he returned, she'd gone. He figured she must have worked out the code, but later that morning she had walked by him in the hall with a man he didn't recognize. Police now focused on corroborating Stephen's account. They needed more information on Sasha's movements that night. Uptown Place was just over a mile from the Attic nightclub, and the streets were full of CCTV cameras. CCTV footage taken from the street outside the Attic nightclub showed Sasha alone and walking unsteadily through the crowd. In footage from the next camera, she had been joined by 2 women. No one in Sasha's circle recognized the women. Police released the footage and issued a request for the unidentified women to come forward. Within hours, Julia Goff and Haley Messmore had contacted the police and were giving their statements. The young women explained they had noticed Sasha while they were waiting for an Uber. She was stumbling and clearly inebriated, and at some point had been about to get into a car with a group of men. Concerned for her safety, the girls approached her. They quickly realized she had no phone, no purse, and was in no state to get herself home. They invited Sasha to share their Uber with them back to her apartment. It was an act of kindness by 2 well-meaning strangers. But in light of the monstrous acts that would follow, their actions would come to be seen as something almost heroic. Once outside Uptown Place, the women waited with Sasha as she tried but failed to enter the building. It was then that a security guard approached and refused Sasha entry without proof of residence. But when another tenant arrived home, Sasha slipped through the door behind him. It was the last they saw of Sasha. As for the security guard, he re-entered the building a short time later, and assuming she'd be safe, they left. The women's account matched Stephen's. Meanwhile, though other leads had presented themselves, the savagery of Sasha's attack suggested it was possibly a crime of passion. Police turned their focus onto interviewing any men in Sasha's life with whom she had been romantically involved. Taylor Unsinger had been in a relationship with Sasha for 2 years. During his police interview, he said they still spoke regularly and that he had privately thought they may one day get back together.
Was there any talk about trying to get back together?
We didn't really talk about it, but it was something that I always thought that we would, down the road.
On the night of the murder, he had been working a bar shift. He said his parents had been staying with him, and he had come home and gone to bed around 1 a.m. His whereabouts were later corroborated, and he would be eliminated from the investigation when his DNA proved not to be a match of the killers. Taylor's interview had provided other useful information, however. He had once known the password to Sasha's iPad, and this new information helped the police to gain access to it. Sasha's iPad had been found at her apartment, and it shared data with her iPhone, including her messages. On the night Sasha had been murdered, several messages had been exchanged between Sasha and someone by the name of Ben. At 5:12 a.m., Sasha had sent a text message containing one word, Ben. He'd replied 16 minutes later, but she never responded. It was the last message she'd sent and the last activity that had taken place on any of her devices. A man called Ben Roebuck had already contacted the police after hearing of Sasha's murder. Police now called him in for an interview. Ben told police that he and Sasha had known each other since high school and had dated during their college years. They had been good friends ever since. He'd last seen Sasha the previous Thursday night when they had been at a bar.
And you haven't seen her since Thursday night?
Correct.
Okay. When's the last time you spoke to her?
I received a message from her at 5:12 a.m. on Saturday morning. That was are you talking about on the phone or via text message or anything?
On the phone or text message?
Yeah, text message. The last kind of back and forth we had was around 1 in the morning, but I got a message from her at 5:12 a.m. Just said my name, and then I responded about 16 minutes later, and I never heard back from her after that.
Okay. And that was Saturday morning?
On the night of the murder, they'd messaged several times about potentially meeting at a friend's place. Despite the eerie last message, Ben's account of his movements also checked out, and his DNA was also not a match. He was eliminated from the investigation. By now, the security footage from Uptown Place had been retrieved from an off-site security company, and officers sifted through every minute of it. What they would find would horrify every resident of Uptown Place and cause the case to hit the national headlines. The footage shows Sasha entering Uptown Place at 1:46 a.m. Moments later, an unknown male appears behind her. He can be heard on the video asking her if she's all right, to which she replies with a cheerful, "Yes, thank you." She then heads up the stairs, and for the next 20 minutes she is out of view of any camera. At 1:48 a.m., Stephen Duxbury re-enters, looking for Sasha. Sasha, meanwhile, can be seen stumbling up another flight of stairs. At 2:06 a.m., she is picked up on a different camera. There is the clanging of Sasha's shoes through the stairwell as she runs up the stairs, apparently to escape Stephen, who she believes is going to throw her off the premises. A few seconds later, he can be seen following stealthily behind her. At 2:25 a.m., she appears again, only this time she's walking with Stephen down the flight of stairs to the first-floor parking garage, and they're chatting amicably. They exit the building before appearing again moments later at 2:27 a.m. They take the flight of stairs up to the third-floor garage and then reappear again when Sasha apparently remembers the code. This is the last footage taken of Sasha. No footage could be found of Sasha with any mystery man. At 5:05 a.m., Stephen is seen entering the third-floor parking garage, then re-entering at 5:13 a.m. It seemed that the case had reached a dead end, but then officers spotted something odd. At 6:36 a.m., Stephen Duxbury is captured entering the second-floor garage, carrying 3 white trash bags. He re-enters the building 2 minutes later before leaving with his shoulder bag and belongings at 6:40 a.m. Police asked the building's property manager if taking out the trash was usually part of a security guard's duties. It wasn't. Stephen had also told officers that his shift ended at 6 a.m. He had mentioned needing to spend a few minutes writing up a daily report, but that was unlikely to take 40 minutes. There's also a 90-minute black hole between 5:14 a.m. and 6:36 a.m., during which Stephen could not be located on a single camera in the building. Police obtained a search warrant for Stephen's home and asked him to come in for another interview and a polygraph test. Before administering the polygraph, the examiner asked Stephen if he had ever been arrested. Stephen now mentioned that he had when he was a juvenile, but it was a misunderstanding. In the following bizarre account, he explains that he was falsely accused of assault by a girl with serious emotional issues. He'd then been a true hero and pleaded guilty in order to save his best friend and the girl's reputation.
Nah, basically it was just, my best friend's older sister was babysitting my siblings because they wouldn't listen to me. My mother was a single mother raising 4 kids. We lived in a farm, and this is when I lived in Otis, Massachusetts. Kid that lived down the road kept sneaking over to our farm and opening all the doors, letting our animals out in the middle of the night, and we lived on a major highway. I had to take the dogs out to the barn. She came with me to help me because I had a golden retriever and another dog. And while we were out there, I had forgotten to plug in the cord that gave power to the barn in the house, so it was pitch black, and I thought I heard something upstairs. And I thought, oh god, that little shit's upstairs. So, not really thinking, I went over to the wall of tools, and I grabbed the first thing that seemed sense to me, which was a shovel head that had broken off the staff. Mm-hmm. I go up the stairs, and she's following me. She was about a year or 2 older than I was, and, she's kind of a little nervous about what's going on, so I'm like, okay, stay here at the top of the stairs. If anyone tries to run by you, stop them. She's like, okay. So I go walking around, but I can barely see anything. I'm walking, I hear floorboards creak, I see a shadow move out of the corner of my eye, turn around, upside the back of her head. Oh, she had moved and followed me. I didn't know. Okay, that's a simple mistake. Yeah, well, that simple mistake, unfortunately, went right down the worst roads possible. She freaks out, and I find out later that's because she had been raped by her 3 previous boyfriends and her uncle. So she had some severe issues with that. Mm-hmm. Her mother hated my mother because her kids felt more comfortable talking to my mother than her. So she forced Becky to press charges against me. State troopers in the area basically assumed I was trying to rape her or something. And then it just went from there.
Here's the accurate version. Stephen had hit his best friend's older sister over the head with a shovel while she'd been babysitting him and his siblings. When she had come to, she found him choking and kissing her. He'd freaked out and fled. He was later convicted of aggravated assault. Stephen's character starts to take shape the longer he talks. When asked about his medical history, he rattled off an extensive list of medical issues he claimed to have suffered, from stabbing incidents, wisdom teeth removal, an emergency appendectomy, a mystery cramping disorder, kidney stone removal, whooping cough and lung issues, dizzy spells, an anxiety disorder, and migraines. He then rattled off the endless difficulties he'd suffered as a security guard, managing drunks and people determined to break the rules by swimming in the pool out of hours and picking fights. He presents himself as a morally superior but embattled enforcer of law and order, simply doing his best to fulfill the duties despite the many lowlifes attempting to thwart him. The truth, in fact, was that residents had been complaining about Stephen since the moment he'd arrived. The complaints had ranged from harassment to the downright creepy. One female resident complained that Stephen had been acting sketchy and had followed her back to her apartment. These complaints had been submitted to Vital Security, as well as to Uptown Place and Condominium Concepts, but no action had been taken. Stephen then took his polygraph. He was asked if he had ever set foot inside Sasha's apartment, if he'd caused her death, or ever removed anything from Sasha's apartment. He answered no to all, and all his answers indicated deception. One question in particular he stumbled on when asked if he knew how Sasha died. He was offered up a series of possibilities when it came to whether she was choked. His answer indicated extreme levels of deception. Police had never released any information to the public about how Sasha had been killed.
You know, based on this, there's something going on here, okay? And so maybe she somehow talked you into coming in. Well, the chart's saying that you did, this is huge. And this is, did you enter her apartment? No, I didn't. All right, well, I mean, the only thing, honestly, the situation is bothering me. I mean, about the whole thing about her. I mean, I'll be straight up. This whole situation has been bothering me. And just thinking about what may have happened is just, well, without even being a polygraph examiner, you were able to show me each question you had issue with. And every single one of them, on every single chart, was the relevant questions. So that means there's something there. There's something that you're not telling the complete truth about. You have no control over that. That's why this works so well. Now, let me show you another thing. One more thing. What's that say? Significant reactions. Probably this result was produced by a truthful person. 0.003% chance that the result was produced by a truthful person. Damn. 0.003% chance that you were truthful on this stuff today.
Officers now interviewed Stephen and asked him about the trash bags. He said he'd seen them on the second floor after his shift had ended and thought he would do the cleaners a favor. Here's a glimpse of the extraordinary arrogance and delusional moral superiority that is Stephen Duxbury.
We were tracking her from downtown when she's trying to pick up guys. So we know she wasn't flirting with me. I mean, other than, you know, leaning against me in the hallway because she could barely stand. But she wasn't flirting with me. She never flirted with you? No. She never asked you to come inside the apartment? No. If she had asked me to come inside the apartment, I would have told her no. But this is the problem, according to what I'm looking at. I don't know, but I've been asked by other residents in the past too to come into their apartments, and I've also told them no. I had one offer me sexual favors, and I declined. The only person who knows that other than me is my supervisor, because we didn't want to embarrass the resident because he was drunk at the time, or possibly just lonely and maybe tipsy, I don't know. I take my job seriously, and when my job says I'm not allowed to go into someone's apartment, I don't go into someone's apartment. Yes, I've been bothered by this since the moment I saw and heard about the situation. It's been bothering me. I've been having a hard time sleeping because of this. I've been terrified of what's going to happen when I go to work tonight because I know I'm going to be having residents asking me questions. I might even have newspaper people trying to corner me. Now, this whole thing is bothering me. And I knew this was going to end up happening because this is not the first time I've had police officers assume I did the worst thing. Okay. I'm not trying to get you to say anything that didn't happen. I'm just telling you the way it works. You understand what I'm saying? You didn't want to hurt her. I didn't hurt her. Can we at least agree that you did go inside. Now, you may not have heard her. I did not go inside of her apartment. There's a lot of physical evidence. Even after she invited you in? She didn't invite me into her apartment. And if we're going to continue on this line of discussion, I think we're done here.
The interview concluded with an indignant and condescending lecture from Stephen, who presented himself as a morally superior but embattled enforcer of law and order. Police later found that Stephen had scratch marks up and down both arms and one mark that looked like a potential bite mark. He claimed that he had a nervous condition which caused skin irritations. A search of Stephen's apartment uncovered a pair of size 9 Skechers sneakers that matched the shoe print on the floor of Sasha's apartment. 3 days later, the thumbprints under the toilet seat were confirmed to be a match to the right thumb of Stephen Duxbury. The trash bags Stephen could be seen carrying in the surveillance footage were the same as those Sasha used in her apartment. And then the final damning evidence. His DNA was a match for that taken from Sasha's chest. The only real question that remained was how Stephen entered her apartment. An examination of Stephen's phone revealed that from 4:56 a.m. until 5:01 a.m., he'd searched for how to override a quick-set digital lock, the type of lock on Sasha's door. He can be seen entering the third-floor parking garage shortly after this and re-entering at 5:13 a.m. At 5:12 a.m., Sasha had sent her last message to her ex-boyfriend Ben, simply saying his name. She'd never had a chance to write anymore. Police believe that Stephen overrode her security lock shortly after 5:13 a.m. and quietly entered Sasha's apartment while she lay in bed. He then sexually assaulted and beat her before strangling her to death. He had attempted to clean the evidence away with bleach before removing what he could in trash bags, which he placed in his car and disposed of later. The discovery that a man who'd been entrusted with protecting the residents of the building was, in fact, the monster they needed protection from was horrifying. How had he hidden in plain sight for so long? And was there anything that could have been done to prevent this horrific crime? Sasha's parents blamed Vital Security, the security company that employed Stephen Duxbury. Stephen had a criminal past, and other residents' complaints had been ignored. But the company argued that Duxbury had passed the state-level FBI background check. The family also filed a lawsuit against Spectrum Brands, the company which manufactured the quick-set lock on Sasha's door. Criticism over flaws in the lock and the ease with which they could be manipulated had been appearing in news articles since a 2013 article in Wired magazine. Sasha, along with every individual with a quick-set lock, had been dangerously vulnerable to a forced entry attack. The company, however, argued that the lock on Sasha's door was most likely faulty, but this could not be proved since it had been discarded. In January 2016, Kwikset redesigned the Smart Key deadbolt. Stephen Duxbury was arrested in November of 2015 and charged with first-degree murder, sexual battery, and burglary to an occupied dwelling. Orlando Police Chief John Mina called the murder a crime of opportunity by a man working in what should have been the protective service of the residents of Uptown Place apartments. This crime could have happened in any apartment complex in any city in the United States. Following a 7-day trial and just 4 hours of deliberation, Stephen Duxbury was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole for the murder of Sasha Samsudean. During their statements, Sasha's parents, Ken and Tara Samsudean, extended their sympathies to Stephen's mother. 2 sets of parents had lost their children, they said. Ken and Tara Samsudean continue to honor their daughter's legacy by working to help other families deal with the grief that comes from being a victim of violent crime. Tara Samsudean said, "It took me 18 months before I could feel any emotion about what happened, and when I started to cry, it was bucketfuls of tears that came. If you're hooked by this story, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up. Drop a comment below and let us know what you think about it. And hey, if you want to stay in the loop for more mind-blowing cases, hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell. Stay safe out there and keep an eye out."
It's just a man parking his SUV in the lot of a small-town motel. Nothing unusual. The middle-aged man seems to be concerned with the appearance of his vehicle, taking extra care to polish it a bit here and there. He certainly doesn't seem to have a worry in the world as he walks away. That's actually quite surprising, since the man, Daniel Printz of Bostic, North Carolina, had just brutally murdered an 80-year-old woman less than an hour before. No one who would have seen him walking down the street to another nearby parking lot would have any idea that a serial killer was casually moving among them, satisfied with his kill and enjoying a warm, sunny day. No one would have suspected that he was on his way to put that woman's body in a shallow grave in the mountains. This was at least his fourth kill. Thanks to some carelessness on his part, it would be his last. Come with us as we look into the sinister case of serial killer Daniel Printz.
If you tell him to turn that off, I will talk to you a little more freely.
Before we start, we want to express our heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of Edna Suttles and the other victims involved in this tragic case. The date was August 27th, 2021, in the small town of Travelers Rest, near the border between North and South Carolina. A scenic rural area in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, this Greenville County, South Carolina location is a quiet, out-of-the-way place and made a perfect hunting ground for 59-year-old Daniel Printz. Printz, working as a handyman, had been employed by Edna Suttles to do some work on her home, a repair or two here or there. A relationship between them developed, a friendship that brought Printz into her realm of trust. An 80-year-old retired businesswoman and the owner of a One Freedom bail bonding, Edna was a fixture in the community, vibrant and active. She took care to check up on and assist a number of elderly people in her community. On this very morning, she was scheduled to sit with a homebound friend, a friend whose family was counting on her that day. Edna left her home that morning but never showed up at her intended destination.
Greenville County 911, what's the location of your emergency? The thing is, a fitter was supposed to show up to be with my mom today, and she's in her 80s, and she didn't show up. We've come to her house, and we can't get nobody to the door or anything. Her name is Edna Suttles. This is not like her. She shows up like clockwork. So something's wrong.
In almost all jurisdictions, there's an unspoken rule that a competent adult is generally not considered missing until they've been out of contact for at least 24 hours. Very recently, however, the Greenville County Sheriff's Office had decided to change that policy.
Initially, from a sheriff's office standpoint, our missing persons were reported by phone. We would take a report by phone. The Suttles case, we changed some things here, and the Suttles case was kind of in time with that, if you will, where we were going to respond to every missing person. Usually it was, there had to be some extenuating circumstances, some type of medical issue.
Members of the sheriff's office were dispatched to make a wellness check on Suttles, but could get no answer at the door of her home.
After obtaining a warrant, they entered the property. Inside, they did not find her, any evidence of foul play, or any clues as to her whereabouts. Her vehicle was not at the residence. That vehicle, a champagne-coloured Jeep Grand Cherokee, would prove to be the starting point of suspicions that something terrible may have befallen the woman.
Miss Suttles was pretty well known in the northern part of this county. She was a bail bonding agent. She was a tough lady, street smart, had a great reputation here in our area. She was certainly nobody's fool.
Edna was gone. The police put out alerts through all the local media. They described her vehicle, gave its license plate number, and warned that she could be in need of immediate medical attention. They could not have known that Edna had already been killed and taken across a nearby state line. It was 7 days before the Jeep was found by an officer of a local police department on September 3rd in the parking lot of the Best Western Hotel in the town of Travelers Rest. The Jeep had been backed into a parking space, concealing the license plate from anyone just driving through the lot. After determining that Edna had not checked into the hotel, members of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office scanned the hotel security footage for the day of the disappearance. They found what they were looking for: footage of the Jeep being driven into the parking lot, and the person who got out was definitely not Edna Suttles. A man got out of the car and then began to wipe it down, paying particular attention to the inside of the front seat passenger's door, and then the door frame and quarter panels. He left and then came back quickly to give it one more wipe down, and then he walked away, leaving the property. Any number of missing persons cases turn out to have nothing sinister about them. Some are just a person taking a short trip without telling anyone. Sometimes it can come from a mental health crisis. Sometimes just a romantic rendezvous that ran a little long. At this moment, though, investigators realized that any pretense of Suttles willfully being out of touch with those that she knew was probably gone. This missing persons case had taken a serious and unsettling turn. Investigators now had to determine who the mysterious man was and what happened prior to the 1:46 p.m. timestamp on the security video. There were hours still unaccounted for from that morning when Edna Suttles presumably left her home to visit and sit with a friend. In this day and age, security cameras are nearly everywhere, and investigators began searching for the pieces of the puzzle that were unfolding before them. Now, with a date and time to work backward from, it was a matter of finding the footage and canvassing locations in the small town until they could pick up a trail. Working diligently, law enforcement was able to piece together video from around the area that gave a timeline for the day's events. At 9:22 a.m. on the morning of August 27, 2021, a security camera video shows a Chevrolet Cruiser pull into the parking lot at a Food Lion supermarket in Travelers Rest. Just 8 minutes later, at 9:30 a.m., Edna Suttles drives away from her home in her champagne-coloured Jeep Grand Cherokee. Security camera footage from a nearby antique store showed the time of departure and initial direction of travel. At 9:38 a.m., a man matching the appearance of the individual spotted leaving her Jeep at the Best Western purchases a pack of strawberry yogurt cups at Food Lion. The man uses the store rewards card, and investigators now had his name, identifying him as Daniel Printz. A minute later, Edna Suttles pulls into the grocery store parking lot and parks her vehicle near Printz's. Footage shows Printz holding a grocery bag and gesturing to Suttles. He then goes to his own car and retrieves a small bag. He gets into the front passenger seat of Suttles' Jeep. Minutes later, the Jeep leaves the parking lot with the pair inside. 4 hours passed before there was any more video evidence. Then, at 1:43 p.m., Suttles' Jeep is seen driving away from her residence back in the direction of the Food Lion supermarket. Minutes later, at 2:02 p.m., the Jeep pulls into a different part of the parking lot than before. Printz is shown exiting the Jeep from the driver's side door and walking across the parking lot to the Chevy Cruze he had arrived in. Printz then moves his Cruze alongside the Jeep in the parking lot, front passenger door to front passenger door. He gets out and moves something from one vehicle to the other. A closer analysis shows that it is a person with the starkly blonde hair of Suttles. Printz then drives Suttles' Jeep away, and the blonde-haired person is left unmoving inside of Printz's car. 5 minutes later, Printz parks the car at the Best Western parking lot, wipes it down, and walks back in the direction of the Food Lion parking lot. At 2:14 p.m., Printz gets back into his Chevy, cruises with the unmoving Suttles and drives away. The trail of video evidence goes cold from there, but Printz's purchaser led right to his door. The rewards card information provided an address in Bostic, North Carolina, about 70 miles away, in the rural area of Rutherford County, North Carolina. So, who was this man? Daniel Glenn Printz. What connection could he have with Edna, and how did he come to meet with her on that fateful day? A native of Michigan, Printz had moved to the North Carolina mountains a few years before, making his home in one of the many hollers in Rutherford County. It's a friendly place, but one where a person who might want privacy is apt to find plenty of it. Printz and his wife, KK, settled in, and he began working as a handyman, often for elderly single or widowed ladies. He had a knack for the work and also for developing relationships with those women, gaining their trust and befriending them. Printz, however, harboured a troubled past, one that he didn't bring up. As a youth, he had joined the military to get away from a life that was leading him down the wrong path. The stint in the military was short-lived, as was his avoidance of a life of crime. His criminal records showed charges of assault and battery, as well as firearms violations. Most disturbing was his conviction in Michigan in 1997 for kidnapping a woman. He was sentenced to 13 to 30 years in prison for the crime, and served 12 years of that sentence before being paroled. His parole was terminated 2 years later, and he moved out of the state not long after that, before ending up in North Carolina. Detectives now had not just videos and a timeline, but they had the name of a man with a history of kidnapping. Quickly, the Greenville County Sheriff's Department contacted their counterparts in the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department, just across the state line. Probable cause for auto theft had been established, at the very least, and a warrant to arrest Printz and search his property was quickly granted. The Rutherford County Sheriff was more than willing to assist in serving that warrant. Printz surrendered with remarkable calm to the large number of heavily armed officers who had arrived at his property.
Totally cooperating, just relax. Not doing anything, but I'll cooperate. We good? Stand up on your feet. Stay right there. Yeah. Sir, I will be very cooperative. All right, let's try that, please. So.
He was quickly taken into custody and onto the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department, where he was initially interviewed. It was obvious from the beginning that Printz wanted to run the interview and control the narrative. He was arrogant and seemed unfazed by what was happening, so investigators let him talk.
I'll talk to you about August 27th, 2021 of this year.
What day of the week was that?
Oh, it was a Friday.
Okay.
Where are you on that day? What's your typical Fridays like?
Some Fridays I go do jobs, some Fridays I stay home, some Fridays I go look at jobs, I do all sorts of things. Days run together for me because I don't have a set schedule.
Fair enough. As the jobs come, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so specifically the 27th.
Mm-hmm.
What, 2 weeks ago? Do you remember where you were at?
Not specifically.
Where do you think you were at?
I've been going all over the place. I've been back and forth to Charlotte. I've been down to South Carolina.
Yeah. Like, where's your jobs in South Carolina taking you?
Actually, I was down to Traveler's Rest, but I don't know if it was Friday or Thursday. I know I'd been there earlier that week.
Okay. But you don't remember which day specifically?
No, it was either Thursday or Friday.
What kind of job were you working on?
I wasn't.
You wasn't?
I wasn't. This lady had talked to me several times. I'd been down to her house 2 or 3 times. We kind of got to be friends. This woman has so many damn problems, mostly her daughter.
Yeah.
And what she did is she had me looking at ductwork that she wanted done because somebody had done ductwork for her and she was suing them because they didn't do all the ductwork or something. She would call me and have me come down there.
Okay.
And she was constantly having problems. She said she needed to have money at one point in time to help her daughter because her daughter was in jail. Then she needed money another time because, what was it the next time? She was hiring a private investigator because her son-in-law she talked to me all kinds of stuff about it. We got to be pretty good friends about stuff like that. But she kept seeming like she was blowing me off by actually doing any work for her. She was going to have a guy come out and wash her house, and I said, well, if I'm coming down here to look at other stuff, I got a power washer. I can wash your house and clean out your eaves for a couple $100. She was going to have me do it. Packed my power washer up. Went down there. Never did the work. Because I don't have the money right now. I got to sell a bunch of jewelry. I got to sell a bunch of stuff to go ahead and get more money for a private investigator. Then she wanted a different private investigator because she didn't like the one she had. So it was like one excuse after the other.
How'd you meet her initially?
Years ago.
Okay.
Years ago, it was somebody had given me her name or number, or her my name and number. I get passed around a lot.
Okay.
So it was a years ago thing.
That's pretty awesome. Your name made all the way down to Traveler's Rest, South Carolina. That's good reputation.
Yeah.
Solid work. All right, so
why are we?
What you're telling us is that's not you on the 27th. Food Line parking lot, Traveler's Rest.
I don't think so.
That's not you.
That's me. Where's that?
Food Line, August 27th, 2021, 9:23.
Okay.
22 seconds. Ringing a bell?
Yep. Yeah, I went down to Food Line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what were you doing down there that day?
She wanted me to look at some stuff at her house.
Okay.
And she picked me up at Food Line because she wanted me with her when she was gonna go meet some guy for for, God dang it, private investigator.
Okay, yeah, tell us about that.
She wanted me to meet her down there.
Okay.
She was nervous because she says, I'm not sure I trust this guy. And she knows I've been in the military. And she says, will you meet me? And I go, yeah. And I said, where do you want to meet? She says, well, he's been talking to me. I guess I'm supposed to meet him at a restaurant. And I'm supposed to meet him down near Food Lion.
Okay.
So I went down to Food Lion, and she met me. And he didn't show up where we went to next. And she had been trying to get a hold of him. And we went to her house for about 2 hours. And then we went back to Food Lion. And it just...
She just dropped you off and you went home and you just noticed something about PI?
Well, she wanted me to see if this guy was going to meet her where he was supposed to meet her.
Do you know where?
There was a hotel lobby that he had finally said, meet me at the hotel.
Okay.
She says, drive up there and see if he's there. And I drove up there, and things are starting to sound really squirrely to me. And then she finally said, just drop me off at home. And if you drop me off at home, my daughter will pick me up. And I said, because I got to get going. I can't be doing this all day.
So that's y'all coming down 25, you and her together? Back towards the hotel?
It could be.
Okay, because that's their car. That's about 13:45 on the 27th.
Okay.
So you're with her there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not saying yeah. I'm just saying that could be her.
Yeah, here's a different angle. But I mean, we've watched this car, right?
Okay.
Here's y'all in the hotel parking lot.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh look, there's y'all backing in.
Yep.
Yeah, a couple of different copies of it. Backing in.
Yeah.
Oh look, you get out. Nobody else gets out.
I told you that.
You're walking around the car.
Yeah.
You wiped the entire car down.
Because I was worried.
You were worried. There's you walking across the parking lot in front of Little Caesars.
Mm-hmm.
And there's you getting back into your car and driving away.
Oh, she's with me.
Look, man. Where's that?
I don't have a
We need to know. Listen, Dan, okay? You are a good dude. I honestly do believe that you screwed up years and years ago.
Okay.
And now...
Can I look at these?
What?
I just want to look and see what you're talking about.
Let's you need to hear this, man. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're not a bad guy.
Right.
Nobody is saying that you're some evil, twisted dude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Where's that right now? Her family is desperately looking for her.
She's missing right now.
Yes, Dan, where is Edna?
I don't have a clue.
Yes,
I dropped her off at her house.
Dan, please listen. You did not drop her off at her house. We have followed that car the entire day up and down 25.
Mm-hmm.
There's a number of minutes that are unaccounted for that are not by her house. Okay?
Which car? Mine or hers?
Dan, stop playing games. You know what we're
When I
talking
got...
about.
Okay, I can help you here.
Okay.
You gotta give me a second. You gotta let me answer the questions when they're asked. When I dropped her vehicle off looking for the guy, she said she wanted me to take her and drive around in my vehicle. So I left her vehicle. I went down to Food Lion and she was in my vehicle with me. And I dropped her off at home.
Dan, we watched the video. She is not.
The car sits there.
It sits there, man.
No, not in her car.
No, her.
My car.
We watched
I
you
dropped
go
her
back
off
to
with
Food
my
Lion.
car.
You did not drop anyone off, man.
I picked her back up. She sat in my car at Food Lion and I went back and got her.
No, you did not. When are you trying to say? Please explain. Explain yourself. Please explain at which point that we must have missed in the video that you dropped her off. Why that your vehicle never went back to her house. We have your vehicle, that silver car, going straight up 25 and not stopping at her house.
That's not true.
It is true.
I stopped at her house.
What's your wife going to think about this?
Well, my wife would be very upset if I had done something, but I didn't, and I don't know where Edna is.
I think you do, Dan.
No. I don't know where Edna is.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Dan.
Let's go back to why you wiped the car down. What you said you were worried about what?
The only thing I did was because I knew I'd been in and out of her car all the time with her. I'm like, there is no way in hell I'm going to just leave this thing here because she's got somebody that's after her.
It's not making sense. I mean, you're the last person to be in a vehicle you wiped out of a lady that's missing.
That sounds really fucked up.
It does. It does. That's why we're here. But and then it's fucked up as it sounds. We're having to do it right. We're going to do it right but we got guys down there now that are homing in about where we think she might be.
His story rambled, and it didn't really add up, but the holes weren't big enough to catch him just yet. As the interrogation went on, deputies were still at work searching his property. The officers there found a formidable arsenal, including 2 AR-15 variants and up to 20 handguns, plus a large stockpile of ammunition. The serial numbers on both the AR-15s had been removed. The removal of serial numbers is also illegal, building even more trouble for the man. The firearms violations immediately upgraded this investigation to the federal level, meaning that Printz could be held longer as the investigation continued. As the search of Printz's house continued, more damning evidence turned up, but not evidence dealing directly with the disappearance of Edna Suttles. This evidence would end up bringing down a serial killer who had lived unnoticed by the surrounding community for years, and whose crimes were unknown even to the wife he shared his home with. Deputies discovered among his possessions the driver's license and passport of Nancy Rigo, age 66, a woman from nearby Charlotte, North Carolina. Certainly, here's the continuation. Nancy Rigo, a widow, had been missing since 2017 and had only made sporadic email and text contacts with her family members since that time. Rigo, or the person who may have been posing as her online, always refused to meet directly with family members. When asked, the same family members would verify that Rigo and Printz were supposed to be in a relationship during this time. Her wallet was also found among his possessions, along with financial records that indicated Printz's address was now hers. Printz was also found to have Rigo's bank card in his wallet. It's not hard to see the possibility that Rigo was dead and that Printz had been using her money. This rose to the suspicions of law enforcement. A separate search warrant had been issued now to look for additional information on Rigo while the search for Settles continued. The search allowed for the seizure of the aforementioned items, plus a purse that had belonged to Rigo's mother, Dolores Sellers Gore, who had passed away in 2017 from what had been called natural causes at the time. Prescription bottles with Rigo's name on them were also found, ones for cyclobenzaprine, tramadol, and lorazepam, all filled in 2017. A black bag was found with more sinister contents. That bag contained zip ties, a taser device, lubricant, and crushed pills in a bag labelled Ativan, the brand name for lorazepam, a strong sedative that can be used to slow breathing and even cause death when combined with alcohol or some other substances. In custody, Printz was playing for time and maintaining his innocence when it came to Settle's disappearance. On October 9th, as Printz sat in jail, his time ran out. Printz's wife decided it was time to leave and began efforts to put the home and surrounding property on the market. She enlisted a couple of friends to help with cleaning up the property and wrangling together a few chickens and other domesticated birds that were living on the property. One of those friends, while walking along the outer edges of the property, spied a large white bee box deep in the woods at the very corner of the land.
KK Printz had been unaware of its existence and the contents that her friend found within. She quickly called law enforcement to search the box after obtaining another search warrant. Deputies from the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department found Settle's purse, Jeep keys, rope, zip ties, and a variety of other small items belonging to her. A single opened cup of yogurt, of the same type and flavor that Printz had purchased on that fateful day, was also inside the box. Nearby was a vehicle's back floorboard panel, a black plastic bag, and a tarp. The floor panel would match one missing in Printz's other vehicle, a vehicle that had been taken in for repairs right after Settle's disappearance. The repair shop verified that among the repairs was a request to replace that cargo compartment panel, matching the one that was found in the woods. The trash bag also found at the scene included some personal items possibly belonging to Settles, such as jewelry, a bracelet, and a pair of shoes. The items were sent off for testing to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division's Forensic Services Laboratory, and the yogurt container came back showing signs that drugs had been mixed with the yogurt. Those traces of drugs included cyclobenzaprine, tramadol, and lorazepam, matching the same pill bottles of Nancy Rigo that were found in Printz's home. Realizing that a piece of linchpin evidence had been found, law enforcement brought in a cadaver dog to search the property on October 10th. While the dog could not find Settle's body at the site, it did alert officers that it detected the scent of human remains at the same location where the panel, trash bag, and tarp had been found. The body had not been located, but officers moved with a certainty that they had evidence of Settle's murder. Sitting in jail, Printz so far held fast to his story through 2 interviews. He had admitted to knowing Settles and having come to Traveler's Rest to visit her a number of times. Before, he first maintained that on the day of her disappearance, he had met up with her, driven back with her to her home to discuss some matters about a private investigator that had been hired to look into her daughter's upcoming divorce. He then returned to the Best Western parking lot alone in her Jeep to retrieve his own vehicle and go home. He explained that he wiped down the vehicle to keep himself out of the private investigator's efforts. He stood pat on this explanation, thinking no connections had been found that would upend his story. Now, however, armed with new evidence, law enforcement agents began a 3rd custodial interview with the man. It became quickly evident that Printz knew he was caught, and he moved quickly to control the narrative and as much of the outcome as he could.
There are things that have to happen, and there are things that are going to happen. And I'm a realist, and I have acceptance with this. I would like a little bit of control in how they happen. If you tell them to turn that off, I will talk to you a little more freely.
Almost an hour, Printz confessed to law enforcement, stating that he needed to fully disclose his sins. He said that he knew he was looking at life imprisonment at best, and he quickly made a deal to ensure that he would not see the death penalty handed down to him. As part of the deal, he wanted to inform them of things that were not on law enforcement's radar, and that he would come clean when his attorney was present. Most importantly, he told the officers where they could find Settle's body. In May of 2022, Printz led law enforcement officers to a piece of ground on a nearby property where they found her body buried but still identifiable. Still in the custodial interview, he went on to explain that he had been involved in the deaths of Dolores Sellers, Nancy Rigo, and Lee Goodman. He had confessed to multiple murders. A serial killer had been uncovered. In the matter of the deaths of Dolores Sellers and Nancy Rigo, he claimed that he had hypothetically assisted euthanizing the elderly Sellers, hinting that Rigo had been a part of the process. He intimated that Rigo later was bothered greatly by what had happened and had threatened to tell the police. Rigo then became his next victim. He disposed of her body, did not tell anyone, and used the power of attorney that she had given him to have her Social Security checks routed to his residence. Sellers' death, originally attributed to natural causes, was reinvestigated and then declared a homicide. The 3rd victim, Lee Goodman, was originally from Florida and had disappeared in the time between the deaths of Rigo and Settles. Printz claimed that Goodman had attempted to rob him, but that it did not work out well, and her body was disposed of in a rural area after he had cleaned up the incident. No evidence of a robbery was ever found. Printz avoided trial and was sentenced to life imprisonment.
We certainly want to thank y'all for joining us today as we announce an arrest and subsequent plea deal has been reached in connection with the disappearance and death of Edna Suttles. She went missing from Greenville County on August the 27th of 2021. This investigation uncovered the man responsible, a man who has now been identified as a serial killer residing in Boston, North Carolina.
59-year-old Daniel Glenn Printz.
He is serving his term with no chance at parole at the United States Penitentiary Hazleton, located in Bruce Mills, West Virginia, a maximum security prison. It is known by its inmates as Misery Mountain, an apt destination for such a man. While Daniel Printz will continue to live out his remaining days, his actions devastated families and communities. Our hearts go out to the victims of the crime, knowing that each of them left behind loving families and friends who, up until now, had no answers as to what had happened to their loved ones. Still, there is a question. Did Daniel Printz confess to all of his sins or just a handful of them? Could there be other victims left behind in places he lived before he got to Bostick, North Carolina, and was eventually caught? Until he decides to say otherwise, we have to live with the hope that his trail of terror began and ended with these 4 unfortunate women.
This case is really strange. A heartless person stabbed someone more than 100 times and left their body in the woods. When they got back home, they acted like nothing happened. Why did they do this, and why did their mom get involved? Before we begin, we want to express our thoughts and prayers for the family affected by the disturbed actions of this specific 14-year-old boy. Welcome to Jacksonville, Florida, the biggest city in the Sunshine State. Let's meet Tristan Bailey, a 13-year-old who was a devoted friend, a talented athlete, and a fan of Starbucks. Tristan attended Patriot Oaks Academy in St. John's, Florida, alongside other gifted teens. She was a committed cheerleader and enjoyed it so much that she chose to continue cheering throughout high school and college. Everything changed one morning when the little girl was found missing by her parents.
This is the photo the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office wants you to take a close look at. Tristan Bailey is missing. Deputies say she was last seen during the overnight hours at the Amenities Center in the Durbin Crossing subdivision. But the search is now expanding to a nearby park, and that is where Brianna Ray Turner joins us live with the latest. Brianna?
Yeah, Jeff, I'm here at Veterans Park in St. Johns County. Now, I just want to go quickly over here because the search group, they're volunteering. These are community members from the Durbin community. Now, take a look if you could zoom in a little bit more, DJ. They're about to start their search right now. They're trying to find Tristan Bailey, 13-year-old girl who was reported missing by her family this morning at 1 a.m. at the Durbin Amenity Center. Now, again, so many families out here. I talked with one family who says their kids went to school with Bailey, and they still can't believe something like this happened. They've been living here for about 12 years now, and they said never has a child been missing. The St. Johns County Sheriff's Office says Bailey was last wearing a white cheerleading skirt and a dark-colored shirt. So if you have any information about the current whereabouts or have seen Bailey, please contact your nearest local law enforcement agency.
On May 9th, Sunday morning, Mother's Day, her mom and dad were already up making breakfast. Everything was going well, and they had no reason to suspect that something happened to their Tristan. Mrs. Bailey went to wake up her daughter around 10 a.m., but to her surprise, she wasn't in her room. The parents went on high alert, and the mum reported the missing daughter to the police. The community that they lived in had no history when it came to crimes. They lived in Durbin Crossing, an exceptional community that is reminiscent of days gone by when kids played outside and laughter echoed through the streets. This is known as a neighborhood that doesn't see a lot of police activity or crime. Definitely no kidnapping or murder. Being very tight-knit, everyone knew each other and acted like they were friends. Judging from all the images, all the people look like they're part of an upper middle class and are well-mannered. So, her mom reports her daughter missing, and the whole community joins in. Investigators later mentioned how impressed they were by the neighborhood's support. People were creating flyers and doing everything they could to help find the girl. Finally, on one security camera, Tristan Bailey was seen walking in the street around 1:15 a.m. She must have snuck out of the house because that would be too late an hour for her parents to let her go outside. She was walking through the parking lot of an amenity center that they had in the area with one of her friends, 14-year-old Aiden Fucci. Different security cameras showed them walking through the neighborhood and into a wooded area of town. A classmate of Tristan and Fucci, whose name isn't mentioned, probably because they are a minor, told St. John's investigators that the pair had been hanging out at his house and left together around 1 a.m. It seemed the two wanted a little bit of walking in the moonlight. Nothing happened for some time, or at least the security cameras didn't catch anything. But 3 hours later, investigators saw Aiden walking out of the wooded area, but this time he was alone, no sign of Tristan. After seeing the footage, police went directly to Aiden's house, and they took him to the station for questioning, right after asking him to show them the route that he and Tristan took. While in the police car, he took out his phone, took multiple pictures of himself, and added the caption, "Hey guys, has anybody seen Tristan lately?"
We're having fun in a f***ing cop car.
Yep. Tristan.
What's up, guys?
Yep.
Tristan, if you f***ing walk out the damn...
When you see this...
Fucci's cousin reported that he was usually at her house multiple times a week. The female minor told investigators the last time she had seen her cousin was Thursday, May the 1st, but said that she had spoken to Fucci after he sent the photo of himself from the back seat of the patrol car. The photo was quickly shared among all their classmates. When asked if she had ever witnessed any odd behavior from Fucci, detectives say his young cousin stated that Fucci once told her that he might go to jail sometime in his life, but then he suddenly had a change of attitude. While still in the car, reports state that Fucci at one point began crying and punched the back of the seat, saying, "I'm going to get arrested for this bullshit." It seemed that he wanted to appear innocent, but when the police searched his bedroom, they found pieces of clothing with the girl's blood on them. Apart from that, they also found different satanic drawings in his room, disturbing images of girls with X's on their genitals and their limbs being cut off. A truly horrific sight. When asked why it took him so long to get home, Fucci told detectives that he walked around alone for a while, telling deputies that he kept walking until he got home between 3 and 3:30 a.m. He said he needed to clear his head. After a 16-hour search, her body was found.
Johns County ends in tragedy. Police believe they have found the body of Tristan Bailey Sunday evening after she was reported missing that morning.
Our Renata DiGregorio live now at Bailey's school. Renata.
Lou, Keitha, we are at Patriot Oaks Academy, and this is where there will be extra grief counselors at the school today because this is where Tristan Bailey went to school. Now, the Sheriff's Department says her body was found in the immediate area of Veterans Park. That's where they called the press conference just yesterday. A volunteer search group had just gathered at the Durbin Crossing North Amenity Center, which is where Bailey was last seen on midnight Saturday. But before they began their search, the police called that press conference at the Veterans Park. The Amenity Center posted on Twitter that it will be closed until further notice. The Sheriff's Department says they are still investigating, and one of Bailey's close friends and cheer teammates says she talked with Bailey on Snapchat around 10 p.m. Saturday, and that was just hours before she was last seen.
It makes me really sad that the last time I saw her was at cheer.
And again, there will be grief counselors at Bailey's school here, Patriot Oaks Academy. A lot of people reaching out online, even finding Bailey on TikTok, Instagram, and on social media, and saying that they really hope that justice is served. Of course, another...
One of the neighbors who was out jogging decided to take a different route that day. As he was doing his workout, he saw the girl's body. It was in a bushy area near the cul-de-sac of Saddlestone Drive next to the lake.
He called the police immediately at the site of the horrific image. Police arrived in no time, and upon investigating, saw that the girl had been stabbed numerous times. Police took the body in and called the parents to identify and to see if it was their daughter. Unfortunately it was. She was fully dressed, so there was no suspicion of rape or anything like that. So how did the girl's body end up in that area with multiple stab wounds? Who would do that to a 13-year-old girl? The community quickly finds out what happened to her, and of course they get involved. They started looking at personal security footage, trying to find out who the killer was, and working hand in hand with the police. Because her body was found near the lake, authorities spent days searching the body of water. They didn't say exactly what they were searching for, but it was assumed that they were looking for the murder weapon. Aiden, being the primary suspect, was then sent to juvenile detention in St. John. His first court hearing was via Zoom, and footage of it had been released online. The judge said there was probable cause to keep the boy in detention, and also added that he would remain there until the end of May when they would be able to get the case going. After the boy's detainment, one of the investigators that had worked in the area specifically for over a decade said that he feels very confident about the case. He also added that it would be prosecuted to the fullest. This meant that they were convinced that they had the right suspect, and that he did the horrible act of stabbing Tristan multiple times and taking her life. There was no doubt about it in the minds of the investigators. News of her death broke the boundaries of the community and spread nationwide. People were taking to social media to express their regret, but also their disgust toward Aiden. They used platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter to voice their own personal opinions. Of course, there were others who decided to take Aiden's side, saying that she deserved it and that the police should free him. How could someone root for the murderer? It just doesn't make sense to us. Others wrote different captions along the lines of, "This is what I gotta do to get famous," meaning they needed to kill someone to be known throughout the country. They were associating this horrible act with a way to become viral. Besides that, others were trying to say that more people were involved, like his friends, and that Tristan had been assaulted prior to murder. So many false rumors were going around the internet that police had to release an official statement to separate fact from fiction. Investigators then tried to figure out the motive, if he really did it. Of course, the kids went to a very good school. It was in the top 5% across the United States. They came from very good families and had presumably an exceptional education. So what led to the horrific murder? Well, Aiden didn't actually grow up there. He moved with his mom just 6 months prior to the murder. So you can say that even though he was enrolled in the same school and lived in the same neighborhood as the others, he didn't necessarily have the same morals and values. According to the interview of one police officer, his opinion was that the 14-year-old kid was nothing more and nothing less than a cold-blooded killer. But momentarily, Aiden was innocent until proven guilty. Later in the investigation, the boy, despite still being a minor, was taken out of juvenile detention and arrested as an adult pending his trial. When asked by reporters if Aiden would share detention space with the adults, one officer said that he will not momentarily. Even though he will be trialed as an adult, he will be kept separate from other inmates. But, as you'll see later, that wasn't the case for long. His charges consisted of first-degree murder, a sign that the entire trial will be treated with the utmost seriousness. At that moment, it had been speculated that if he were to be found guilty, he would face life in prison with no possibility of parole. Of course, many people thought that that was inhumane, even though what he did to that 13-year-old girl was unforgivable. You may be wondering, why did they decide to go so hard on him? Remember when we mentioned that little Tristan was stabbed multiple times? Well, it came out that that number was incredibly high. Tristan Bailey was stabbed 114 times. The killer was showing no mercy or remorse. Those were 113 opportunities to realize that what he was doing was wrong and stop immediately. The number of wounds distinctly indicates a clear purpose to kill. Upon searching the lake, divers eventually found the murder weapon. It was a typical folding button knife, and they were convinced that Aiden used it to stab his friend because part of the blade was actually missing, and then later found lodged in the girl's skull in one of the stab wounds. Police think the only reason he stopped at 114 was that the knife broke. He may have caused more damage if the blade had remained intact. 49 of those stab wounds were concluded to be defensive, meaning that it happened in the hands, arms, and legs, indicating that Tristan fought for her life until her last breath. She didn't give up easily. She made his job as hard as she could. But in the end, it didn't matter. At this point, they had an overwhelming amount of evidence against Aiden, and they were very confident that the boy did it, even though he still hadn't admitted he was the author of the crime. Other pieces of evidence were the statements from some of his friends. Police went around interviewing people, and according to them, Aiden was telling his closest friends and his girlfriend for some time now that he wanted to kill somebody. It seemed that he had an urge inside of him, an urge to end an innocent life without any reason at all. He allegedly also added that he would do it in 30 days and that he would drag his victim into the woods and stab him or her. These words came out of his mouth exactly a month before he took Tristan's life, so he kept his promise. His girlfriend's friend also said that she never liked the boy, stating he was numb and emotionless, typical traits of a serial killer according to the state attorney. There was no doubt in his mind that this is a case of first-degree premeditated murder. Aiden wanted to do it and planned it for some time, but he didn't have a victim in mind. Tristan was unlucky to be there at that moment. The victim's family talked to the media multiple times. They poured their hearts out about what happened to their daughter, and they wanted other little girls to hear about Tristan's story so they could be safe. Also, They aimed for other parents to understand that teens can also be dangerous, and that they should keep an eye on their kids, especially if they're expressing strange behavioral traits. Even though there was a large amount of people who stood by them and sent flowers to their home and to Tristan's grave, others were sending them death threats. It is safe to say that because a majority of the people talking about the murder was comprised out of teenagers, some of them were the ones who threatened the family. Maybe because they didn't understand the gravity of the situation, or maybe because they thought it was funny. Police stepped up and publicly said that these threats will bring with them legal consequences. They did this in order to protect the already heartbroken family. Things took a weird turn. It seems that the mother of Aiden was arrested during the investigation on a felony charge of tampering with the evidence. She allegedly, after seeing her son was arrested, went into his room before the police started digging around and took his jeans that he wore on the night of the murder and washed them in the sink to remove the blood off of them. How did the police find out that she had washed the pair of jeans? Well, inside their house, his mom had set up security cameras, and when the authorities took the clothes, they also confiscated the recorded footage, seeing the woman committing the felony. Inside the house, during the washing of the piece of clothing, there was another person who told Aiden's mom not to do that because she would get in trouble. But the woman didn't listen and proceeded to wash out the bloodstains. She looked stressed and ran around the house while still looking out the window, remembering that this had happened before the body was found, and supposedly she had no reason to be worried. They didn't know that Tristan was dead yet. She didn't spend much time in jail, being released shortly after arrest. Later information about one of his interviews at the sheriff's station had been released to the public. Aiden was there with his parents. After questioning, the officer left the room. The family remained there, just the three of them, and not knowing they were still being recorded, the two adults told Aiden that he needs to stick to his story. This might mean that they knew all along ever since it all happened, but they decided to keep quiet. This is just our speculation. His story was that they had walked toward the woods. Fucci admitted that Tristan did not turn onto her street. They had continued walking together towards the North Durban Parkway. When the two passed Leith Hall Drive, Fucci told investigators that Tristan grabbed his penis, which made him pissed, and an argument ensued. That's when he told authorities that he had pushed her hard to the ground, where she hit her head, and left her there according to the report. Another thing that happened during the interview was that Aiden was asked if he was wearing jeans that night. He responded with a positive answer, but immediately his mom intervened, saying that he was wrong, that he was wearing khakis, trying to protect her son by lying about a detail that would prove crucial in his trial. But that couldn't have been the case. The body was found lying on her right side. Her cell phone, $20, and a cotton candy vape were found next to her. All of the items were covered in blood. Also, some writings were found on her ankles. On her left one was scribbled karma, and on the right one was a smiley face drawn with a pen. Now, if Aiden had left her there and someone else had come along and killed her, wouldn't they have taken the belongings? After that, it seemed that no one took Aiden seriously about his claims and that the murder was partially his parents' fault. His girlfriend also said that he carried around knives with him and nicknamed the weapons Picker and Poker. When asked what the knives looked like, she allegedly described one of them as looking exactly like the one they found in the lake. Eventually, Aiden ended up sharing detention space with adults. The prosecution released a statement saying that they had a surprise witness for the trial from within the county jail. The identity of this inmate was not known, but it was presumed that he found out further information about the murder after Aiden, maybe, had said something to him or to other inmates. The prosecutors stated that they have 250 witnesses against Aiden. Whether he's innocent or guilty, he made quite an impression on such a large number of people that the authorities will bring to the stand in favor of the Bailey family. Before his routine pretrial hearing, 14-year-old accused killer Aiden Fucci appeared on a video feed from the Duval County Jail, wearing an orange jumpsuit and a confused expression. He was led handcuffed into a room with a phone so that he could hear the court proceedings. He appeared frightened and looked around the room with a confused, dazed expression. He was acting like he didn't know where he was.
What's going on? I don't want to let you demons. I don't want to let you demons take my soul. You demons will take my soul away. I don't let you demons steal my soul. I don't know what's going on. What I see you first. What's going on? What I used to. Why are you this change?
A guard came into the room and took the phone receiver off the wall and handed it to Fucci, who flipped back his long hair and continued to look disoriented as he held the receiver to his ear. Did the time he had spent in jail get to him? He then started rocking back and forth in his seat, looking around the room in confusion and muttering. At one point, he can be heard talking about demons, saying that demons will take his soul, and he was sure that they will. But it didn't stop there. He then asks, "What's going on?" before saying in a plaintive tone, "Why am I here? I just want to talk to my mom and dad. What's going on? What's going on?" Aiden Fucci's feed eventually ended, and his lawyer filed a speedy trial waiver, which most defendants do, and the case was passed on to October 28th. A forensic psychologist not affiliated with the case said that after watching the video of Fucci's behavior in the courtroom feed, he wouldn't be surprised if the teen receives a mental competency evaluation. The doctor said that Fucci looks disoriented and confused, and that it's hard to tell if he's faking mental illness or if he's really suffering from a mental disorder. From his perspective, it seemed genuine given the pattern of behavior he displayed and from what else we know. Diorenzio said that Fucci's previous patterns of behavior will likely play a part in the case. Attorney Gene Nichols, who is also not affiliated with the case, said that it would not be unusual to see a competency evaluation in a case like Fucci's, but that it could drag out the case. Young people often get evaluated before trial, and sometimes it can take months until a verdict is reached. At this time, the judge has not ordered Fucci to have his mental competency evaluation, and investigators have also not said if he suffers from a mental disorder. A separate hearing was scheduled for Crystal Smith, Fucci's mother. It was also passed until October 28th. She is still under investigation for tampering with evidence. On the 28th of October, another modification happened. Aiden Fucci waived his appearance in court. Fucci made quick appearances before his new pretrial date was set for February 2nd.
The video we're about to watch contains footage from a police officer's body camera. It's intense and unsettling, especially for those involved. What's captured here is the climax of a bizarre series of events that even now seem hard to comprehend. This all unfolded in Fulton County, Georgia, when the Sandy Springs Police Department responded to a call about an intruder in a home on Cameron Ridge Drive. As they arrived, they learned that the suspect was still inside, upstairs.
Hey, sir, did you call? Hey, so is there someone actively in your house right now? Where's he at? Hey, puppy. You know this guy? Okay. Okay, has he got any...
Hey, it's the police department. Come on down. What's your name? Hello? Your house is next door. It's not this one. It is. It's next door, man. This is the residence of... What's that? No, man. Not if you come out right now and talk to us. No, we're not going to twist anything like that, you know?
The officers tried to communicate with the intruder, urging him to come down. They even reassured him that they wouldn't harm him. After several minutes of negotiation, things took a violent turn. The man, later identified as 22-year-old Matthew Scott Lands, attacked one of the officers with a hunting knife, inflicting serious wounds. Despite the severity of the injuries, the officer managed to survive, narrowly escaping death. Lenz himself was eventually subdued by the officers, but the incident raises questions about his mental state and motives. Had the officers known more about him beforehand, their approach might have been different. It's a chilling reminder of the dangers faced by law enforcement officers and the unpredictability of such situations. Before we dive in, we want to extend our condolences to the families of all those affected by the terrible events discussed in this case. Just 2 days prior to Matthew Lance's attack on the police officer, a heartbreaking incident unfolded at a residence on Verbena Drive in Ackworth, Cobb County. This aerial footage shows the red brick house on Verbena Drive where the bodies of a couple were found. You'll also see police officers in the garden of a large weatherboard house behind the Verbena Drive dwelling. This house belongs to Teresa and Scott Lenz and their 4 children, including Matthew Lenz. Now let's step back and look at the bigger picture. In the summer of 2019, Philip Brent and Eliza Wells, both 23 years old, had just moved into their new home on Verbena Drive in Ackworth. Ackworth, an affluent neighborhood with green lawns and spacious houses, lies in Cobb County, Georgia, along the shores of 2 lakes and the Etowah River, nestled in the foothills of the North Georgia mountains. It seemed like an ideal place for Philip and Eliza to start their life together. However, their happiness was short-lived. Shortly after settling in, they began receiving disturbing hand-delivered letters in their mailbox. These letters contained explicit pornographic images, folded into computer paper with nonsensical messages written in marker. Initially dismissing them as pranks by local kids, the couple soon realized the severity of the situation as the letters continued to arrive. One letter even featured a woman wearing a tiara, accompanied by a plastic toy tiara which deeply unsettled them. Little did they know this was just the beginning of a twisted campaign that would ultimately turn their new home into a scene of tragedy and horror. With no way to trace the letters, the police advised the couple to install home surveillance cameras. In the middle of 2020, Philip made a startling discovery. He found a juice bottle with a cigarette in it, placed against his garage door. Reviewing his security footage, he spotted a man walking up their driveway late at night and leaving the bottle there. Philip immediately recognized him as Austin Lenz, a 27-year-old who lived on the property behind theirs. Although they had never formally met or spoken, Philip and Eliza often saw Austin sitting on his porch smoking as they passed by his family's large white house on Delphinium Boulevard. Austin worked for his father's construction company, but his dreams of becoming a Marine were dashed in 2012 due to high blood pressure. The couple's suspicions were confirmed when they learned that Austin was their tormentor. "We already had a feeling it was him," Philip said. "Every time we passed by his house, he would give us creepy looks and wave." Police issued a warning to Austin, and his parents arranged a meeting with Philip and Eliza, expressing their deep concern and apologizing for their son's actions. They promised to get him therapy. During the meeting, Austin chillingly admitted that he could see Eliza through their bathroom window, which faced the Lenz home. He had been watching her, and now he wanted her to know. Understandably, Philip and Eliza were shaken. It was clear that this wasn't a typical neighborly dispute over property lines. They were dealing with something much more sinister and irrational. From that moment on, they never opened the blinds on that side of the house again. Austin appeared to have a tenuous grasp on reality, and unfortunately, Philip and Eliza found themselves at the center of his disturbing behavior. Despite their efforts to seek legal protection by applying for a restraining order from the Cobb County Magistrate Court, they were informed that there wasn't enough evidence to justify one. By October 2020, Eliza had decided to leave the house, and the couple went their separate ways, likely for reasons beyond just dealing with a neighborly stalker. Nevertheless, this situation undoubtedly added strain to their relationship. Meanwhile, the bizarre occurrences continued. On April 18th at around midnight, Philip received an alert from his alarm company indicating that someone was in his house. Checking the surveillance footage on his phone, he saw Austin at his front door, taping a large cardboard sign with a cryptic message, "I'm done wondering for real." It was a perplexing act that left Philip feeling uneasy. This time, the police issued Austin with a trespass warning. However, Philip was so unsettled by the incident that he decided to leave the house and stay with his sister. Little did he know, this decision would later prove to be life-saving. On April 24th, around 4 a.m., Philip was once again startled awake by an alert from his home surveillance system. This time, what he saw on the video feed left him shaken to his core. Austin, wearing a mask, had forcefully smashed through the back door with a sledgehammer, armed with a crowbar and a gun. Over the next 13 minutes, he prowled through the house, turning on lights in every room. In Philip's bedroom, he tore off the bed sheets, indicating he was searching for something specific, or more likely, someone. Police swiftly arrested Austin that night on charges of burglary and trespassing. Despite the evidence, he denied taking anything, revealing a glimpse into the madness of his mind. Austin claimed that planes constantly flew over his neighborhood, and he believed his phone was being tracked. However, his behavior took a violent turn when he attacked 2 Cobb County Sheriff's deputies, seriously injuring them. During the altercation, he challenged the deputies to uncuff him so he could fight them one-on-one, demonstrating his unstable mental state. Despite his obvious psychological issues, Austin was released from jail on July 18, 2021, after posting a 30,000 bail. He was ordered to undergo a mental health and substance abuse evaluation within 30 days of his release. Sadly, Austin's story would come to a tragic end long before he could receive the help he needed. On August 3, 2021, Austin arrived in the D.C. area and boarded a bus headed to the Pentagon. Nearby, journalist David Satter heard gunshots coming from the metro bus stop and began filming. The scene revealed a body surrounded by police officers at the Pentagon Transit Center. The victim was identified as senior Pentagon police officer George Gonzalez, a decorated war veteran. Without provocation, Austin approached Gonzalez, stabbing him in the neck before taking the officer's gun and fatally shooting him. He then turned the gun on himself, ending his own life. The Pentagon was placed on lockdown for nearly 2 hours following the incident. A subsequent report on the attack attributed Austin's motive to likely stem from mental health challenges and a desire for revenge against the U.S. military, who had thwarted his aspirations to join the Marines. Additionally, he harbored animosity towards U.S. authorities in general.
More about the man accused of attacking 2 Cobb County deputies earlier this year and then just yesterday fatally stabbing a Pentagon officer. Joe Hankey spent the day digging through warrants to help us understand more about Austin Lanz's past and the moments leading up to the attack at the Pentagon Transit Center. And Joe, you also spoke to one of his neighbors, right?
Well, that's right, Sheba. One of his next-door neighbors says his family has lived in the same home in Ackworth for nearly 3 decades. It's where 27-year-old Austin Lanz grew up and continued to live with his parents, according to this neighbor. She said she knew about the attack at the Pentagon officer yesterday, but she didn't know Lanz was the suspect until we talked. Information released this afternoon by the FBI in Washington details Austin Lanz stepping off a bus at the Pentagon Tuesday, and then without being provoked, he immediately attacked Pentagon police officer George Gonzalez with a knife. According to the FBI, after killing Gonzalez, Lanz took the officer's gun, shot himself, and then died when other officers, quote, engaged him. Gonzalez is described as a Brooklyn, New York native, a diehard Yankees fan, and an Army vet who served in Iraq.
I'm shocked. I'm really shocked. I've been in this neighborhood for 32 years,
Valerie Simpson says the Lenz family moved into her Ackworth neighborhood shortly after her and raised their family, including Austin Lenz, who had an extremely short military career when he was a teen. In a statement, a Marine Corps major tells 11 Alive, "We can confirm Austin W. Lenz enlisted in the Marine Corps on October 9th, 2012, but was administratively separated on November 2nd, 2012, and never earned the title Marine." Simpson says earlier this year, Cobb County Police came to the Lenz house.
I did see the cop cars out here, and they were talking to the family.
That was April 24th, with police in an arrest warrant accusing Lenz of breaking into another neighbor's home and leaving, quote, inappropriate pictures and messages in the mailbox. When he was arrested for criminal trespassing and burglary, Lenz claimed police had been flying planes over the neighborhood and tracking his phone. Later that day, after he was booked into the Cobb County Jail, Lenz is accused in a second warrant of attacking two deputies, dislocating one's thumb and leaving the other with a torn ACL and chipped knee bone, while destroying one of their tasers and making verbal threats against deputies. 2 days later, a judge granted Lenz a $45,000 bond. In May, a judge reduced his bond to $30,000 and ordered Lenz to have a drug, alcohol, and mental health evaluation completed within 30 days of leaving jail. Lenz was released from jail on July 18th, meaning that deadline had not yet passed. The Lenz family was not home today when we knocked on their door, but an attorney for the family says they may soon release a statement. The motive for the attack outside the Pentagon, still unknown, and the FBI is still investigating. Flags outside the Pentagon are being flown at half-staff in honor of Officer George Gonzalez.
It appears that any desire for revenge against the military had evolved into a state of psychosis, marked by feelings of persecution. The Lenz family expressed sincere condolences to the Gonzalez family, acknowledging Austin's struggle with mental health challenges and his attempts to seek help, which unfortunately were unsuccessful. However, the tragedy didn't end there. On the morning of November 18, 2021, police responded to a welfare check at a red brick house on Verbena Drive in Ackworth. They discovered a horrifying scene. A young woman seated on the couch with gunshot wounds to her leg, wrists and face, and a man lying on the floor beside her, shot in the head, shoulder and torso. This was the same house that had been targeted with disturbing letters and a previous home invasion. However, the victims weren't the couple who had endured months of harassment. Earlier that year, the house had been put up for sale, suggesting that the stalking ordeal had tarnished the appeal of the Ackworth neighborhood for Philip Brent. On August 31, 2021, Justin Thomas Hicks and his wife, Amber Hicks, both 31 years old, purchased the house. They moved in with their 2-year-old son, Jacob. The Hicks were childhood sweethearts who grew up near each other. Justin was a veteran firefighter with the Cherokee County Fire and Emergency Services, having recently completed his paramedic training. Amber worked as an audiology assistant at a hearing aid center, having studied sports medicine. This was their first home together, and Amber expressed gratitude on social media for finding their dream home. On September 17, 2021, Amber praised their real estate agent Kristen Harden for her dedication in helping them secure their dream home. However, tragedy struck on November 7, 2021, when Amber made her final social media post about a picture from their honeymoon with her husband, Justin Hicks. On the evening of November 17, 2021, 22-year-old Matthew Lenz left his apartment in Athens, where he was a student at the University of Georgia, and drove to Ackworth. He carried a tactical backpack containing a gun, a knife, ammunition, and a flashlight designed to break glass. By 9 p.m., he arrived at the red brick house behind his parents' home in Ackworth. With 2-year-old Jacob asleep in his crib, Lenz entered the house and fatally shot Justin and Amber Hicks before returning to his apartment in Athens. The following day, when Jacob didn't show up at preschool, Amber's mother requested a welfare check. Police found the bodies of Justin and Amber, with Jacob unharmed in his crib, having gone hours without food or water. The senseless tragedy left everyone bewildered, including the police and neighbors. the man who had terrorized the former residents was dead, leaving many to question whether this was merely a chilling coincidence. As homicide detectives delved into the investigation of the double homicide in Ackworth, officers at the Sandy Springs Police Department were grappling with the stabbing assault of a police officer by Matthew Lanz. It soon dawned on them that he was the brother of the killer, Austin Lanz, and a neighbor to the young couple who had tragically lost their lives in their home. Once again, suspicion turned toward the Lanz family. Could they possibly have not one, but two sons capable of such heinous acts? The surveillance footage from the Hicks home revealed Matthew Lanz crossing the backyard on the night of the murders, wearing a grey hoodie. Police later found the same hoodie in his washing machine during a search of his apartment. Additionally, they discovered ammunition, shell casings, and ultimately the gun used in the murders at his parents' home. In February 2022, a Cobb County grand jury indicted Matthew Scott Lanz for the murders of Justin and Amber Hicks, along with a slew of other charges, including second-degree cruelty to children. This charge stemmed from leaving 2-year-old Jacob Hicks alone with his murdered parents. Lanz is currently being held without bail in the Fulton County Jail. However, this marks the end of the factual narrative for now. Cobb County Bureau Chief Chris Jose provided new developments, indicating that the lead investigator revealed fresh evidence during a hearing at the Cobb County Courthouse. This evidence included items found in a car driven by Matthew Lanz, such as a tactical backpack, binoculars, and a large metal flashlight designed to break glass. The investigation continues, and further details are expected to emerge as the legal proceedings unfold. He's the man accused of fatally shooting Justin and Amber Hicks. Amber was discovered still seated on the couch, while Timothy Justin Hicks was found on the floor next to it. Detective Zachary Stanner testified that cell phone data placed Lance leaving his Athens apartment, where he was a student at UGA, at 8 p.m. on November 17th. Subsequently, the same data showed him at the scene of the crime in Ackworth around 9 p.m. The detective further explained that Lance's parents and the Hicks were neighbors who shared a backyard fence. According to the detective, Lance returned to his Athens apartment after the murder. During the search of Lance's apartment, police discovered a grey North Face hoodie in the washing machine, along with ammunition. Hours before the search, police say Lance's parents drove to Athens and confronted him about the murders. Despite his denial, they saw the gun allegedly used in the murders. They confirmed retrieving a pistol from his house, but left the magazines and ammunition behind at his apartment. Furthermore, police claim that surveillance footage from a neighbor's camera showed Lance in the Hicks family's backyard, wearing a grey hoodie. Investigators believe it's the same hoodie found in the washing machine at his Athens apartment. The gun was later found at his parents' home. The Ackworth community, like others, is left with unanswered questions. Speculation runs rampant in the true crime community regarding why the original homeowners were targeted by Austin Lanz. Many believe mental illness was the driving force behind his harassment campaign. It's likely that paranoid ideation gripped Lanz, including delusions that the couple conspired against him. Perhaps Lanz even believed they were part of a government-led conspiracy, leading to his fixation on phone tracking and violent confrontations with police. But what about Matthew? Amber's cousins speculated that it could have been a case of mistaken identity and retribution for his older brother's death. According to this theory, a violent and homicidal Matthew had taken it upon himself to finish what Austin couldn't, mistakenly targeting Amber and Justin instead of Eliza and Philip. However, mental illness often runs in families. If Austin was schizophrenic or suffering from psychosis, it's possible Matthew developed a similar condition. Living together, they might have even shared delusions. Perhaps Matthew adopted his brother's beliefs about the neighboring couple, or came to view the house itself as part of a government operation. Shared delusions, while rare, have been documented before. For instance, Swedish twins Ursula and Sabina Eriksson made headlines in 2008 when they ran into traffic, believing they were being pursued. Of course, all of this is speculative. Feel free to share your own thoughts in the comments below. Brent and Eliza expressed frustration with the criminal justice system, feeling it failed to provide adequate help for Austin. Eliza pondered what could have been done differently to support him mentally, rather than simply releasing him on bail. Tragically, this system failure cost George Gonzalez his life and may have paved the way for the loss of Amber and Justin Hicks. A GoFundMe for the family described them as literal angels on earth who were taken too soon, leaving behind their precious son.
Diving into another tragic and horrifying case. This crime, which happened in late summer 2016 at Spring Creek Park, left the community outraged. Residents had been warning city authorities for years about dangerous individuals frequenting the park. Some of these people gathered in groups, while others wandered alone, but their presence often made locals feel unsafe. Unfortunately, it took a terrible crime for the city to finally take action. The incident also sparked widespread conversations about the safety of female runners, especially those who jog alone. According to a survey, 54% of women feel anxious when going out, fearing verbal harassment or even physical attacks. The story of Karina Vetrano is particularly chilling and puzzling for several reasons. First, nothing seemed out of the ordinary on the day it happened. The attack occurred in broad daylight in a fairly busy area. Second, the details of her death were deeply disturbing. And third, the investigation and sentencing of her killer left many questions unanswered. On Tuesday, August 2nd, 2016, Karina planned to meet her father after work. Family gatherings had become rare since Karina moved out, and both she and her parents had busy schedules. Besides, Karina was juggling 2 jobs. Her father, Philip, picked her up and took her to his home, where the family spent some quality time catching up on the week's events. Before heading back, Karina asked her dad if he wanted to go for a jog with her, as they often did together. "I can't this time," he replied. "My back is hurting so badly. Maybe I need a new prescription, or it's just the weather." He even offered to call her a cab, but Karina declined. The weather was pleasant, with the heat easing off, and the air smelled fresh. She wanted to enjoy the run and was training for an upcoming marathon. The young woman had recently ended a relationship and was hoping to clear her mind. Running, she thought, would help her feel better. That evening at 5:45 p.m., Karina set out for her jog. It was the last time her parents saw their youngest daughter alive. Karina left her house for a jog, heading to Spring Creek Park, a peaceful oasis surrounded by the city's bustle. The park was known for its greenery and serenity, but only parts of it were open for walking. The rest was dense with thickets and swamps. Before she left, her father urged her to stick to her usual route and avoid unknown paths and strangers. Sadly, Karina ignored his advice. Seeking solitude, she ventured into a secluded, grassy area. While jogging, Karina's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a sharp blow to the back of her head. She collapsed, and in that moment, her life took a tragic turn. Back at the Vetrano home, worry was growing. It had been 2 hours since they'd last seen Karina, and she wasn't answering her phone. Her parents were growing frantic, making repeated calls to her number. She had promised to keep her phone close, and her failure to respond felt alarming. Sensing something was terribly wrong, her father reached out to a neighbor who happened to be the chief of the New York City Police Department. Knowing Philip wouldn't overreact without reason, the officer quickly took action. Karina was officially reported missing, and a large-scale search began. Police combed through Spring Creek Park and the nearby streets, using every resource at their disposal, including experienced canine units. They understood how critical the first 24 hours are in a missing persons case and worked tirelessly before nightfall. Meanwhile, Philip Vetrano couldn't sit idly by. Together with a group of volunteers, he searched the park himself, walking its paths and trudging through tall grass while making phone calls in desperation. As darkness fell, he noticed a faint light in the grass. Approaching it, he realized it was Karina's phone. Clinging to hope, he thought she might have simply lost it and hadn't been able to let them know. Determined to find her, Philip continued searching. He pushed further into the thicket, stepping carefully through the grass, until he came across something soft. It was a partially undressed body lying face down. When Philip turned it over, his worst nightmare became a reality. It was Karina. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his chest as he held his daughter. She hadn't simply lost her phone as he'd hoped. His little girl wasn't answering her calls because her life had been cruelly taken. The devastating reality of what had happened sank in for Mr. Vetrano. His screams of anguish alerted the police, who rushed to him and carefully pulled him away from Karina's body. They explained that the area was now a crime scene and every detail could be critical evidence. They urged him not to touch anything to preserve the integrity of the investigation. On his way home, Philip's mind was consumed with grief and memories. He agonized over how to break the news of Karina's death to his wife. Moments from the past flashed through his mind, like a vivid slideshow. He remembered July 12, 1986, in Queens, the day their second daughter was born. Karina had always been a source of pride for him. From a young age, she was obedient, well-mannered, and driven. He thought of her first day of school, how diligently she pursued her education, and how it paid off when she graduated from St. John's University with a master's degree in speech pathology. She had always dreamed of helping children and worked tirelessly with autistic kids. Karina was a vibrant and multifaceted individual who loved to travel, write, and run. Running was a passion they shared, which deepened their father-daughter bond. Philip recalled how protective he had been of her, particularly when it came to her relationships. He wanted her to be cherished and to build a family as strong as the one he had with Kathy. He had dreamed of seeing her happy, settled, and eventually giving him grandchildren. The journey home felt endless. As Philip reached the house, he paused at the door, gathering his strength. "I need to be strong for my family," he told himself, trying to muster the courage to face what was ahead. Kathy met him at the door, and as soon as she saw his face, she knew. He didn't need to say a word. Overwhelmed, she began to cry and embraced her husband. The news of Karina's death quickly spread among family and friends, leaving everyone in shock. Accepting her sudden and violent death was almost impossible. Investigators concluded that Karina had been subjected to a brutal attack. It was clear she had fought back. Her fists were still clenched even in death. Her body bore bruises and abrasions, and her athletic clothing was torn. The autopsy confirmed the horrifying details. The back of her skull had been shattered by a blow from a blunt object. Though a blunt object, likely a stone, caused severe injuries, the actual cause of death was asphyxiation. A clear mark on her neck pointed to strangulation. Additionally, the forensic report confirmed the attack's intimate and violent nature. Earth and grass were found under Karina's fingernails, evidence of her desperate struggle to escape. Her mouth showed signs of trauma. Several teeth were cracked or knocked out, likely from biting her attacker in self-defense. Her neck was covered in scratches, where she had clawed in a frantic attempt to break free. Karina fought fiercely for her life, refusing to give up, even in her final moments. Karina, the youngest Vetrano daughter, was known for her vibrant personality and diverse interests, especially her love for writing. In 2013, she starred in a short film by her friend Petro Georgiadis, based on a poem she had written called Paradox. On her blog, Karina often explored deep topics like love and mortality, showcasing her thoughtful and creative nature. Not long after this tragedy, another shocking discovery made headlines. In Princeton, Massachusetts, the body of another jogger was found hidden among tall grass. The circumstances were eerily similar. A young woman attacked in a secluded area during a run. Speculation arose: was a serial offender preying on female joggers? The cases were handed over to geneticists, who compared DNA samples collected at both crime scenes. Surprisingly, the DNA analysis revealed no connection between the two crimes. The attackers were determined to be different individuals, ruling out the possibility of a single perpetrator. In Karina's case, DNA evidence was key. Small quantities of unidentified DNA were collected from under her fingernails, her back, and her phone. Though limited, experts deemed the samples sufficient for analysis. For months, this DNA remained the investigation's most promising lead, giving hope that it might eventually point to the attacker. The discovery of this crucial evidence kept the investigation alive, even as the case grew increasingly complex and emotionally charged for all involved. The DNA evidence provided a chance to identify Karina Vetrano's killer. Since many violent crimes are committed by someone close to the victim, police considered all possibilities. As part of the investigation, Karina's father, who had discovered her body, provided a DNA sample. Unfortunately, this procedure took place on the day of her funeral, compounding the family's grief. Later, all of Karina's relatives also underwent DNA testing, but none matched the samples found at the crime scene. Investigators then interviewed her friends and family to determine if Karina had any enemies or ill wishes. The results were consistent. Karina was universally loved and respected, with no apparent conflicts in her life. With no clear suspects, detectives theorized that the crime was driven by base motives. They speculated that someone had encountered Karina in the secluded area of the park and attacked her. Desperate for a breakthrough, law enforcement turned to the public for help, offering a $10,000 reward for any information leading to the perpetrator. The response was widespread, but frustratingly, it yielded no actionable leads. Detectives pursued around 250 tips, conducted 600 genetic tests, and compiled over 1,700 reports. Despite their efforts, they were unable to make progress. It appeared the attacker had no prior criminal record, or at least had never been caught before, making the investigation even more challenging. On August 31, 2016, a utility worker approached the police with a potential lead. He reported that, on the day of Karina's murder, he had been in a restricted area of the park and saw a man emerge from the bushes before running northward. Using his testimony, the NYPD developed a sketch of the individual in December 2016. However, investigators acknowledged that the man in the sketch could have been an innocent bystander in the wrong place at the wrong time. Unfortunately, the release of the sketch brought no new information, leaving the investigation at another standstill. In light of the stalled progress, the Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI) joined the case on December 4, 2016, bringing additional resources and expertise to the search for Karina Vetrano's killer. Despite the mounting challenges, authorities remained determined to find justice for her and her grieving family. The FBI began by developing a psychological profile of the perpetrator. Experts believed the individual was highly familiar with the area, especially Spring Creek Park, suggesting he likely lived or had lived nearby. However, fearing capture, it was assumed he now avoided the location. The choice of the quiet, overgrown area for the crime indicated careful planning. Based on this theory, police conducted screenings among local African American men, but this led nowhere. Chanel Lewis, a young African American man from Brooklyn, eventually came under scrutiny. Living in a low-income housing complex about 4 to 5 miles from Spring Creek Park, Chanel shared an apartment with his mother, 3 sisters, and their children. He was unemployed and diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. But this didn't prevent him from graduating from a private school for students with emotional and behavioral challenges. Former classmates described Chanel as a quiet loner who was often the target of bullying. The kids constantly picked on him, said one peer. Even girls intimidated and punched him. He had no friends. Another former student mentioned that while Chanel occasionally fought back, it wasn't effective, and he was often ridiculed for his appearance and clothing. Chanel's habit of wearing a hoodie and walking away with a smirk in tense situations earned him the nickname African Lizard. Despite this, some peers recalled a different side of Chanel. Danielle Munes, a fellow student, remembered him as a smart kid with good grades. She added, "He liked to show me funny videos on the bus. I never saw him be cruel." However, unsettling details about Chanel's past surfaced. Some sources claimed that during middle school, he expressed violent thoughts, allegedly stating he wanted to cut all the girls. He was also rumored to have asked, "What happens if I bring a knife to school?" Dr. Edward Dena, the executive director of the private school Chanel attended later, countered these claims. "We received no reports of threats in middle school," he said. "During his time at our school, he had no disciplinary sanctions. I never heard him make threatening statements towards other students." These mixed accounts painted a complicated picture of Chanel Lewis, a young man whose life had been marked by isolation, bullying, and rumors, but also by moments of normalcy and academic potential. This complexity would later play a crucial role in the investigation into Karina Vetrano's tragic death. Chanel Lewis was a troubled teenager who often faced bullying. Despite his challenges, he had aspirations of working in social services, wanting to help those in need. When conflicts arose at home, Chanel would wander the streets, frequently visiting Spring Creek Park. Over time, he had a few minor run-ins with the police. These included 2 violations in the park and 1 incident for urinating in public. In May 2016, he was reported by a local merchant for loitering in a store while holding a crowbar. The police checked his ID but let him go, as he had no prior criminal record. However, this interaction would later prove significant in the investigation of Karina Vetrano's murder. In February 2017, Detective John Russo recalled something important about the case. He had previously noticed a young man in a hoodie frequently wandering through Spring Creek Park. Russo had even tried following him once, intrigued by his unusual behavior. The young man walked slowly, often stopping in front of houses near the park, as if observing them for potential burglaries. However, Russo lost sight of him during the pursuit and couldn't follow up. After Karina's murder, Russo's memory of this individual resurfaced. Investigators revisited Chanel's file and found peculiarities that piqued their interest. Russo's hunch led the police to investigate Chanel further. They spoke to his acquaintances and former teachers, uncovering troubling information. Chanel had reportedly expressed harmful thoughts toward girls, which deepened investigators' suspicions. During the investigation, detectives discovered that on the day of Karina's death, Chanel was not at home. He had left after an argument with his family and gone to the park. When he returned, his clothes were torn, and he had visible bruises and abrasions. When his mother asked about his appearance, Chanel claimed he had been attacked. His account aligned with a witness's description of a man fleeing the park. Additionally, on August 3, 2016, the day after Karina's murder, Chanel's father, a former school principal, took him to the hospital to treat severe wounds. These details significantly strengthened the police's focus on Chanel as a suspect, setting the stage for further investigation. Chanel Lewis's story unfolded in shocking detail. Investigators discovered that on August 3, 2016, the day after Karina Vetrano's murder, he was treated for cuts and an injured hand, injuries consistent with a violent altercation. The medical records further corroborated this timeline. On February 4, 2017, Chanel voluntarily provided his DNA to investigators, leaving detectives puzzled. Would someone guilty willingly do this? The interrogation began on February 5, 2017. Chanel admitted to being in the park around 5 p.m. On August 2, 2016, he described walking along dirt paths and listening to music when he encountered Karina jogging with her phone in hand. When asked if anything happened during the encounter, Chanel nodded and quietly said, "Yes." His initial response was vague, leading investigators to press further. Eventually, he confessed, "I was angry." One thing led to another. What happened, he then elaborated, providing a chilling account of the events. Chanel explained that he was walking in the park to distract himself from a family argument when he saw Karina jogging alone. He decided to follow her. When she passed him, he grabbed her shoulders, threw her to the ground, and hit her face multiple times to silence her. "My punches knocked out several of her teeth, injuring my hand," Chanel recalled. The struggle lasted about 5 minutes. Despite fierce resistance, Karina scratched and bit him, trying desperately to fight back. To avoid attracting attention, Chanel dragged her off the path into tall grass, where he attempted to undress and assault her. Even in shock, Karina continued to resist. Eventually, Chanel strangled her until she stopped moving. When asked if he knew Karina beforehand, he replied, "I did not know her before this. It all happened by chance." The motive behind his actions shocked investigators even further. Chanel revealed that his uncontrollable aggression stemmed from loud music played incessantly by a neighborhood gang member. This music, he claimed, triggered intense hatred and rage, which ultimately culminated in his attack on Karina. The confession provided the police with a clearer narrative of the crime, but it also raised questions about Chanel's mental state and the randomness of the act. Investigators knew they had a confession, but they also understood the importance of corroborating evidence to build an airtight case. These doubts and allegations of contamination were central to Chanel Lewis's defense strategy during the trial. His legal team argued that the evidence, including DNA traces, might have been compromised due to the significant number of individuals who had interacted with the crime scene. They also claimed that the DNA evidence alone, though compelling, was not sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Despite Lewis's initial confession, the defense cast doubt on its validity, asserting that it had been coerced under pressure and questioning whether he fully understood the implications of his statements due to his mental health issues. They highlighted his history of paranoid schizophrenia, suggesting it could have impacted his behavior and decision-making during interrogation. The prosecution, however, presented a strong case, emphasizing the DNA evidence as conclusive. The microscopic traces found on Karina's body and phone were an exact match to Lewis's DNA, linking him to the crime scene. They also reiterated the details of his confession, arguing that it included information only the perpetrator would know, such as the extent of Karina's injuries and the sequence of events. Witness testimonies and Lewis's behavior leading up to and following the crime further strengthened the prosecution's argument. His suspicious actions in the park and the injuries he sustained around the time of the murder aligned with the timeline of events, according to the prosecution. The media closely followed the trial, dividing public opinion. Some viewed the case as an open and shut matter due to the overwhelming evidence, while others believed the defense's claims of racial bias and procedural misconduct warranted further scrutiny. Advocacy groups also became involved, debating the broader implications of the case for race and justice in America. On April 1, 2019, after deliberating on the evidence, the jury reached a unanimous verdict. Chanel Lewis was found guilty on all counts, including the murder and sexual assault of Karina Vetrano. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict brought some closure to the Vetrano family, but questions about the motive behind the crime and the broader societal issues surrounding the case continued to linger. For Karina's loved ones, the trial's outcome was a step toward healing, even if the senseless loss of a young, vibrant life could never truly be reconciled. Forensic biologist Linda Rosano testified that the odds of the DNA found on Karina Vetrano's body belonging to someone other than Chanel Lewis were 1 in 6 trillion. The prosecution also presented evidence from Lewis's phone records, which revealed searches related to second chances and forgiveness in Catholicism. This prompted a key question: what sin was Chanel seeking forgiveness for? The release of Lewis's confession video added fuel to the controversy. His defense team argued that the confession had been coerced under extreme pressure, with the police allegedly using improper tactics. They claimed the recording began only after significant off-camera interrogation and suggested that the search of Lewis's home may not have followed protocol. The defense's case also relied on accusations that investigators, desperate for an arrest due to mounting public pressure, used Lewis as a scapegoat. The trial took an unexpected turn when the jury, swayed by the defense's compelling arguments, could not reach a unanimous verdict. On November 21, 2018, the judge declared a mistrial. A writ trial was initially scheduled for January 22, 2019, but was postponed to March 2019. During the writ trial, the prosecution presented the same robust evidence, including DNA matches, Lewis's confession, and circumstantial details that tied him to the crime scene. This time, the jury deliberated for 5 hours before finding Chanel Lewis guilty of all charges related to Karina Vetrano's death. On July 23, 2019, Lewis was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Even after the verdict, the case continued to generate heated debate. The defense raised concerns about the trial process, alleging jury misconduct based on information from an anonymous source. They claimed jurors were pressured into a guilty verdict, and some even referred to the trial as a lynch mob. What initially seemed like a straightforward case unraveled into a narrative that exposed deep societal fears and prejudices. Karina Vetrano's death left a lasting impact on her family, her community, and society at large. For many women, it became a somber reminder to remain vigilant while pursuing simple pleasures like jogging in the park. Did justice truly prevail? While the court found Chanel Lewis guilty, questions linger. Was he the real perpetrator, or did systemic flaws in the investigation lead to the conviction of an innocent man? In either case, two families were devastated. Karina's life was tragically cut short, and Chanel Lewis's family lost him to a life behind bars. The hope remains that the judicial system uncovered the truth and delivered justice. If not, the real perpetrator may still be free, evading accountability for a heinous crime. Thank you for watching. We're diving into a heartbreaking and shocking case. Why was the beauty queen's life taken so cruelly? Beauty is often seen as a powerful force, capable of bringing joy and even changing the world. But sadly, beauty doesn't always guarantee happiness. In some cases, it can bring unforeseen troubles. Beautiful women, especially those with fame, often attract admiration and attention. However, they can also become targets of envy, malice, or even dangerous obsessions. This was tragically true for Kimberly Oliveira. Her story shook all of South America and became one of the most shocking cases in the region. Kimberly was a rising star, a winner of multiple beauty contests, and even a contender for Miss Brazil. She dreamed of fame and recognition, but the reality turned out to be far more cruel than she could have ever imagined. Her name became known worldwide not for her beauty alone, but for the tragic and violent way her life was taken in her prime. Kimberly's story left people both awestruck by her beauty and horrified by her untimely death, wondering about the heights she might have reached. So, who was Kimberly Oliveira? Kimberly Karen Mota de Oliveira was born on February 26, 1998, in Manacapuru, a quaint town in Brazil's Amazonas state. She was the eldest child and only daughter of Nyla and José Oliveira, growing up with two younger brothers. Kimberly's heritage was Brazilian, Spanish, and indigenous, blessing her with striking looks that captivated everyone she met. She had flawless skin, thick luxurious hair, a radiant smile, and a graceful figure. Her beauty drew admiration from people of all ages, with many comparing her to an angel. From a young age, Kimberly loved dance, gymnastics, and swimming. She cared deeply about her appearance and manners, while also excelling academically. She loved reading, attended theatre performances, and studied foreign languages. By her teenage years, Kimberly had already begun participating in beauty pageants, where she won numerous titles. She also modeled for advertisements and clothing brands, quickly becoming a local sensation. Kimberly's beauty and talent seemed like the start of a bright future, but her life took a tragic turn that shocked everyone who knew her. In high school, Kimberly firmly decided to pursue a career in modeling. Her inspiration came partly from her mother, Nyla, who was a celebrated beauty in her youth and won several titles, including Miss Manacapuru. However, Nyla later chose to marry and dedicate herself to raising her 3 children, leaving her modeling aspirations behind. Kimberly, aware of her remarkable physical features and love for the camera, envisioned a different path for herself. Kimberly's talents were undeniable. She was frequently featured in fashion magazines, participated in numerous shows, and earned the title of the most beautiful girl in her hometown. In 2017, she reached the finals of the Miss Amazonas contest and planned to compete again, this time with her sights set on the prestigious Miss Brazil title. A victory there could have paved her way to global competitions like Miss World or Miss Universe. However, Kimberly understood that winning at such a level required more than just beauty and charisma. Contestants were evaluated on their intelligence, education, moral character, and charitable activities. Moreover, they had to meet strict criteria, such as having no criminal records or controversial photo shoots. Determined to excel, Kimberly managed her social media actively, promoting a healthy lifestyle, sports, and proper nutrition. Her posts often featured moments from her life, professional photo shoots, and motivational messages for her growing audience. By 2019, her social media account boasted tens of thousands of followers, and she aimed to inspire others with her positivity and ambition. At 19, Kimberly decided to pursue higher education and aspired to become a dentist. She moved to Manaus, the bustling capital of Amazonas, to live with her maternal uncle, Henry, while preparing for university. After successfully passing the entrance exams, she enrolled in medical school. Leaving the quiet comfort of her hometown, she quickly adapted to city life. She balanced her studies with her modeling career, participating in advertising shoots and various projects while making new friends and embracing her busy lifestyle. In her free time, Kimberly enjoyed spending time with friends, often hanging out in lively groups. Despite her achievements, her life took a darker turn when she encountered a persistent and cunning admirer, which ultimately became a pivotal and tragic element in her story. In the fall of 2019, Kimberly and her close friend were enjoying an evening at a popular club when a handsome young man, Rafael Fernandez Rodriguez, approached them. He introduced himself, offering to buy Kimberly a cocktail. Accustomed to attention and knowing how to handle such situations, Kimberly politely declined, explaining she was with her friend and didn't need anything. Rafael apologized for bothering her and walked away, but Kimberly had no idea that this seemingly random encounter was far from accidental. Rafael had been following Kimberly's social media for about a year, silently observing her posts and stories without reaching out. When he learned from her updates that she had moved to Manaus, he decided to act. At 31, recently divorced, and working as a corporate lawyer, Rafael moved to Manaus as well, securing a high-paying job and renting a luxurious apartment in an upscale area. Obsessed with the idea of meeting and starting a relationship with Kimberly, he meticulously planned his approach. After the unsuccessful attempt to connect at the nightclub, Rafael shifted his strategy. He began sending Kimberly private messages on social media, inviting her on dates, and actively liking and commenting on all her posts. Despite his persistence, Kimberly paid him little attention. She often encountered similar admirers and saw nothing unique about him. Undeterred, Rafael changed tactics. He started befriending Kimberly's classmates, friends, and even her relatives on social media, trying to integrate himself into her circle. Eventually, one of Kimberly's close acquaintances unknowingly provided him with her phone number. With this new access, Rafael began messaging Kimberly through instant messengers, suggesting they meet in person. Rafael had studied Kimberly closely, learning about her interests, favorite places, and hobbies. He even attended outdoor training sessions that Kimberly sometimes conducted. It was during one of these sessions that he finally managed to catch her attention. They spoke for the first time, and the encounter marked a turning point. After that meeting, Kimberly and Rafael began communicating more frequently, exchanging messages and calls through social networks. This marked the beginning of a connection that would soon take a dark and unexpected turn. Rafael managed to capture Kimberly's interest with his charm and careful approach. Despite their nearly 10-year age gap, they developed an easygoing friendship. Rafael courted her thoughtfully, making sure not to scare her off while constantly reminding her of his presence. His strategy worked, and by March 2020, Kimberly and Rafael officially became a couple. However, Rafael's true nature quickly emerged. What initially seemed like affection soon turned into an obsession. He began monitoring Kimberly's every move, demanding to know where she went, who she spoke to, and who messaged her. At first, Kimberly brushed it off, even finding his possessiveness slightly amusing since she had never experienced such behavior before. But as time went on, Rafael's actions became more invasive and controlling. Rafael started dictating which photos Kimberly could post on social media, when she could go live, and whom she was allowed to interact with. He demanded she block certain people and approve her activities with him first. Frustrated by his behavior, Kimberly tried to set boundaries, but Rafael would apologize after every argument, showering her with expensive gifts, romantic dates, and grand gestures like bouquets of flowers to win her back. He assured her that he would never leave her, but his behavior didn't change. Kimberly began confiding in her friends, expressing her growing frustration. She complained that Rafael controlled her life, forbidding her from speaking to male classmates, even at university. He frequently took her phone without permission, checked her messages and call logs, and created scenes if something upset him. His anger sometimes escalated to the point where Kimberly feared for her safety. Her friends were deeply concerned and advised her to have a serious conversation with him. If he didn't change, they urged her to end the relationship before it was too late. Kimberly knew she didn't want to live under such suffocating control. She had dreams of pursuing a successful modeling career, defending her university diploma, traveling the world, gracing fashion magazines, and earning recognition for her talent. The thought of sacrificing all that for a relationship with someone as controlling and unstable as Rafael was unbearable. She realized she needed to make a final decision about her future, one that would determine whether she continued chasing her dreams or remained trapped in a toxic relationship. By early May 2020, after 2 emotionally draining months in the relationship, Kimberly decided to break up with Rafael. However, she was nervous about how he would react and wanted to approach the situation carefully. She waited for the right moment but realized she couldn't delay any longer. On May 10th, Brazil celebrated Mother's Day, a holiday Kimberly usually spent with her mum. But due to COVID-19 restrictions, she couldn't travel to her hometown to see her family. Instead, she posted a heartfelt photo with her mother on social media, expressing gratitude. Her mother, Nila, was undergoing cancer treatment in the hospital at the time. After posting, Kimberly joined a group of friends, including Raphael, for a run in the park. Observers later said the couple appeared to be getting along well and didn't argue. Only Kimberly's closest friend knew she planned to break up with Raphael that evening. At noon, Kimberly called her uncle, Henry, to let him know she would spend the day with her best friend, Gabriella, but would return home later that night. She asked him to leave the front door unlocked since she had forgotten her keys. Trusting her, Henry left the door open and went to bed. That evening, while at Gabriella's house, Kimberly rehearsed what she would say to Raphael. She carefully chose her words, aiming to end the relationship without provoking his anger. Though difficult, she finally felt ready for the conversation. Around 9 p.m., Raphael arrived at Gabriella's house in his new white Audi. Kimberly stepped out with a smile, waved goodbye to her friend, and got into the car. Tragically, this was the last time anyone saw her alive. The mysterious disappearance. On the morning of May 11th, Henry noticed Kimberly hadn't returned home. Concerned, he tried calling her, but her phone was off. He then contacted Gabriella, who informed him that Kimberly had left with Raphael the previous evening and hadn't been in touch since. Henry attempted to reach Raphael, but his calls went unanswered, which was unusual. By midday, it became clear that something was wrong. Kimberly didn't attend her university classes, something she had never missed before. Worried and unable to contact either Kimberly or Raphael, Henry went to the police to file a missing person report for both his niece and her boyfriend. However, when Henry went to the police to report Kimberly and Raphael's disappearance, they brushed him off. They said Kimberly and Raphael were adults who could choose to go wherever they wanted without informing anyone. Frustrated, Henry, along with a few of Kimberly's friends, started their own search. They first visited Raphael's apartment, but no one answered the door, and his car was missing from the parking lot. This suggested the couple had left together. However, Kimberly's loved ones were certain she would never disappear without informing someone. By evening, Henry called his sister Nila, despite not wanting to stress her because of her illness. He had no choice, as she had been trying to reach Kimberly all day and was growing increasingly concerned. Henry tried to reassure her, saying Kimberly wasn't the type to get involved in trouble, didn't have bad habits, and didn't associate with questionable people. Kimberly's friends began sharing her photos on social media and in local groups, pleading for any information about her or Raphael's whereabouts. Since Kimberly was well known in her community and had a growing online presence, news of her disappearance quickly spread. Thousands of followers joined the search effort, but unfortunately, no leads surfaced. A grim discovery. On May 12th, nearly 2 days after Kimberly's disappearance, the police finally took action. A search warrant was issued for Raphael's apartment to look for any clues. What they found behind the locked door shocked everyone. In one of the rooms lay Kimberly's lifeless body. She was on the bedroom floor, partially covered with a sheet, surrounded by a large pool of blood. Blood stains were also visible on the bed, carpets, and other areas of the apartment, revealing a chaotic and violent struggle. It was clear the perpetrator had panicked, attempting to clean up the evidence but ultimately abandoning the effort. Before fleeing, they turned the air conditioning to its maximum setting, likely in an attempt to slow the body's decomposition and avoid detection. Forensic experts discovered 4 stab wounds on Kimberly's body, 2 to the chest and 2 to the neck. The weapon, a large kitchen knife, was found in the next room. It bore clear traces of blood and fingerprints belonging to the assailant, indicating no attempt was made to dispose of it. The horrifying discovery marked the beginning of an intense investigation into what led to the tragic death of the young model. The forensic experts discovered that the weapon, a kitchen knife, had Raphael's fingerprints on it. No other fingerprints were found in the apartment, confirming that the only 2 people present during the attack were Raphael and Kimberly. The lack of defensive wounds or signs of a struggle indicated that Kimberly was likely attacked suddenly, catching her off guard. It seemed that the attack occurred on the bed, but she was ultimately killed on the floor with a fatal blow to the neck, severing her carotid artery. Raphael was nowhere to be found. His personal items, including documents, bank cards and car keys, were missing. The condition of his apartment suggested he had left in a hurry. What had initially been considered a disappearance now became a manhunt for the prime suspect in a brutal crime. The hunt for the fugitive. The forensic examination confirmed that the fingerprints on the weapon were indeed Raphael's. No traces of other people were found in the apartment, leaving no doubt that he was the perpetrator. Alerts were sent to police stations across the state, and news of the manhunt spread widely on social media, asking the public for any information about his whereabouts. A search was also launched for the white Audi he drove. The detectives worked quickly, following up on every lead. On May 13th, news came that a white Audi had been found crashed in a ditch in the neighboring state of Kakari. Surveillance footage showed Raphael driving the car at high speed before he lost control and veered off the road. The car overturned, but it was unclear how badly he was injured or where he went after the crash. Failed escape. Investigators soon discovered that Raphael had indeed been picked up by a passing vehicle after the crash and was taken to a nearby town. From there, he took a taxi to a bank and withdrew most of the money from his account. He then took the taxi to the border town of Boa Vista, where he tried to cross the border into Venezuela on foot to escape justice. However, his attempt to flee was unsuccessful due to the tightening of border controls and travel restrictions caused by the worsening COVID-19 situation. Raphael's escape was thwarted, but he remained on the run, and authorities intensified their search for him. That she had been talking to other men. This discovery enraged him, and in a fit of jealousy he became violent. According to Raphael, he confronted Kimberly about the messages, and in the heat of the argument he lost control. He claimed that he didn't remember exactly what happened next, but when he came to his senses, Kimberly was lying on the floor, lifeless. Raphael insisted that it was an accident, claiming that he had never intended to kill her. He said the stabbing occurred during their argument, but the evidence showed otherwise. The brutality of the attack and the manner in which the crime was carried out suggested something far more deliberate than an accident. The multiple stab wounds, particularly to the neck, and the absence of defensive wounds on Kimberly's body, indicated that the attack had been swift and planned. Despite his claims, the evidence was overwhelming. The surveillance footage showed them entering the apartment together, and the forensic analysis confirmed that the knife used in the attack had Raphael's fingerprints on it. It became clear that Raphael's version of events was an attempt to justify his actions and deflect the responsibility for the cold-blooded murder. The arrest and aftermath. After his arrest, Raphael was taken into custody and charged with the murder of Kimberly Oliveira. His attempt to flee the country and evade justice only reinforced the seriousness of his crime. The discovery of his hideout in the forest and the confrontation with his hired guards further highlighted the lengths he was willing to go to avoid capture. Kimberly's family and friends were left devastated by the loss of such a young and promising life. Her mother, who was battling cancer at the time, was heartbroken over the loss of her daughter. The model had been on the brink of achieving so much a successful career, further education, and the opportunity to inspire others. Instead, her life was tragically cut short by the actions of an obsessive and controlling man. In the end, Raphael's attempts to flee and deny his guilt couldn't erase the evidence or the pain he caused. Kimberly's death left a lasting impact on those who knew her, and her story serves as a heartbreaking reminder of the dangers of toxic relationships and obsessive behavior. Raphael's defense relied on the claim that he had acted out of anger and jealousy, insisting that he never intended to kill Kimberly, but only wanted to scare her after discovering her conversations with other men. He said he had taken the knife to intimidate her, and the situation escalated unexpectedly. According to his version, the confrontation quickly turned violent when Kimberly denied talking to anyone, enraging him further. He claimed that the stabbing was a spur-of-the-moment act, something he hadn't planned but happened because of his inability to control his emotions. However, the testimonies and evidence presented by the prosecution painted a different picture. Kimberly's best friend, Gabriella, testified that Kimberly had made the decision to break up with Raphael, and she had carefully planned what to say. Gabriella insisted that Kimberly would never have provoked Raphael or joked about talking to other men, especially knowing his volatile behavior. This contradicted Raphael's claim that she had mocked him. Additionally, Raphael's ex-wife confirmed his history of uncontrollable fits of anger. She explained that his aggression had been a central issue in their marriage and was the reason for their divorce. She described him as a cruel person whose violent tendencies were well known to those close to him. Despite his defense, it was clear that Raphael's jealousy and obsession had driven him to murder. His actions were not a spur-of-the-moment act, but a calculated response to the threat of losing control over Kimberly. His attempts to justify his crime were undermined by the testimony of those who knew him and the overwhelming evidence against him. Raphael's only supporter was his mother, Fatima, who claimed he was a good person and that his actions had been caused by the circumstances. She blamed Kimberly and others for driving her son to commit such a terrible act, expressing sympathy for him rather than the victim. This defense was widely dismissed, as it was seen as an attempt to excuse the crime rather than acknowledge its brutal nature. Lenient sentence and public outrage. Despite the strong evidence and the testimony from several witnesses, there were concerns that Raphael might receive a lenient sentence. Public opinion was divided, with many people expressing outrage at the possibility of him being let off lightly. His mother's defense, along with his apparent remorse, was seen as an attempt to mitigate his punishment, but many felt it was insufficient to justify the brutality of the crime. The legal system's handling of the case would ultimately depend on the judge's decision, but the public outcry highlighted the severity of Raphael's actions and the need for justice for Kimberly. The case not only revealed the dangers of obsessive, controlling behavior, but also the tragic consequences of toxic relationships. Kimberly's death was a sobering reminder of how unchecked jealousy and anger can lead to irreversible harm. In the end, Kimberly's friends, family, and supporters hoped that Raphael would be held accountable for his crime, and that justice would prevail. Her story became a symbol of the dangers of domestic violence and the importance of recognizing the signs of abusive relationships before they escalate. The aftermath of Kimberly's tragic death and the subsequent trial left an indelible mark on all those involved. Raphael's father, devastated by the reality of the monster his son had become, could not bear the shame. In an act of despair, he chose to end his life, stepping in front of a train. Although his widow claimed it was an accident due to her husband's poor health, surveillance footage painted a darker picture, revealing it was a deliberate act. This tragic event added another layer of heartbreak to an already deeply painful family story. Raphael's legal team continued to push the narrative of his insanity, hoping to avoid a life sentence by arguing that his crime was committed in a fit of rage. They requested multiple psychiatric evaluations to delay the trial, but in the end, Raphael was deemed fit to stand trial. Despite the overwhelming evidence of his guilt, the legal strategy succeeded in securing him a surprisingly lenient sentence. In October 2021, he was sentenced to 14 years in prison, a term later reduced by a year. The rationale for this light sentence was the defense's argument that he had been acting in a fit of rage, rather than premeditating the murder. This lenient punishment sparked public outrage, with many feeling that justice had not been served for Kimberly. On the very day the verdict was announced, Kimberly's mother, Nayla, who had been following the court proceedings from her hospital bed while battling cancer, tragically passed away. After the verdict, her heart stopped, and the family lost both of their beloved women in a span of a year and a half. First, they lost their daughter and sister, Kimberly, and now they lost their mother and wife, Nayla, to the ravages of cancer. This compounded the grief and despair that the family had already been enduring. Meanwhile, Raphael's mother, Fatima, stood by her son, vowing to wait for his release from prison. She expressed that he was the only family she had left after the death of her husband. This statement was met with mixed reactions, as many felt that Fatima's support for her son, despite his brutal crime, demonstrated a lack of understanding of the magnitude of his actions. As the story came to an end, it left a somber and unsettling legacy. Kimberly's death and the lenient sentence for her killer raised difficult questions about the justice system and the consequences of obsessive, controlling relationships. For the families involved, the pain was only compounded by the senseless loss of two cherished lives. This tragic story serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked obsession, the consequences of abuse, and the deep emotional toll it can take on those who are affected.
Stacy Hunsucker, 32, called Mount Holly, North Carolina home. She was married to her high school sweetheart, Joshua, and they were raising their two daughters, Piper and Willow. Everyone who knew her described her the same way, a great mother and a happy person. Yet, beneath this seemingly perfect picture of domestic life, something sinister was escalating. On September 23rd, 2018, Stacy's life was abruptly and cruelly stolen in a calculated and chilling manner. Born Stacy Robinson in Mecklenburg County to John and Susie Robinson, she was one of 4 siblings, including brothers Eric and Paul and the sister, Amy. After graduating from East Gaston High School, Stacy earned an associate's degree in paralegal sciences from Gaston College. She initially worked as a paralegal at Ted Grieve and Associates, and later at Reagan & Reagan, before deciding to pursue her true passion, teaching. She went on to work at several preschools, including First Baptist Charlotte, First Methodist Preschool in Mount Holly, and finally at the Stowe Young Men's Christian Association, YMCA. Stacy was also known for her creativity. Her friend Shell O'Day noted Stacy's skill at crafting, particularly her painted wooden signs that she would sell. In the summer of 2018, O'Day visited Stacy's home to collect a custom welcome sign she had purchased for $50. Stacy first met Joshua Lee Hunsucker while working at a department store. He was 2 years her senior, and what first caught his attention was her impressive height. Stacy stood at 5'11", and Joshua topped her at 6'5". Stacy initially turned him down several times when he asked her out, but Joshua was persistent. He discovered that she plays softball and began showing up at her practices, eventually joining her team. Both were talented players with genuine potential to play professionally. Their relationship eventually turned romantic, and they married in 2010 in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Having been together since high school, they were widely regarded as a happy couple. They welcomed 2 daughters, Piper Elizabeth and Willow Darlene. By then, Joshua had established a successful career, working as a flight paramedic with Atrium Health's Med Center Air, a position he had held since 2013. Joshua, a former college football player, was known for being confident and persuasive. Stacy transitioned into a full-time homemaker, dedicating herself completely to raising their daughters. Their social life involved enjoying concerts and cookouts with friends. Shell O'Day, a friend, described them simply as a cute couple and never witnessed any arguments between them. Stacy was also a devoted lifetime member of the Mount Holly United Methodist Church, where she was active in numerous groups and activities. Her personal joys included crafting, trips to the beach, watching sports, and taking countless pictures of her daughters and herself. However, challenges were hidden beneath this pleasant exterior. In February 2013, following the birth of their first daughter, Piper, Stacy began suffering from unexplained medical issues. Her symptoms were vague yet deeply concerning, and her health continued to deteriorate without doctors being able to find a clear explanation. Just 5 months later, in July 2013, tragedy struck. A devastating house fire ripped through their home, incinerating most of their possessions. The blaze left a couple profoundly shaken, both emotionally and financially. The devastating fire meant everything they had worked for was gone. Friends immediately rallied to support the young family in their efforts to rebuild. Suzanne Steinbronner, a friend of the couple, launched the GoFundMe campaign to help with the accumulating costs. This fundraising page would later serve as a record of Stacy's increasingly mysterious medical decline. Unfortunately, Stacy's health issues only compounded their troubles. In November 2014, shortly after the birth of their second daughter, Willow, Stacy was hospitalized with dangerously low heart rate and blood pressure. She required a stay in the intensive care unit for several days. Despite countless tests, the medical team was baffled, unable to determine the cause of her symptoms. It seemed as if her body was being attacked by an invisible enemy. Suzanne updated the GoFundMe page, stating that after extensive testing, the doctors were still stumped as to what was going on. The crisis deepened in January 2015. Stacy was readmitted due to a low heart rate, and this time, the situation became life-threatening. Soon after settling into her room, she suffered cardiac arrest. Her heart simply stopped beating. She was placed on a ventilator, fighting for her life, while doctors desperately tried to comprehend what was happening to the young woman. The following month, February 2015, an astonishing decision was made. Stacy had a pacemaker implanted. This was an extreme measure for a woman not yet 30 years old. Needing a device to regulate her heartbeat suggested a serious, fundamental defect in her heart's electrical system. What no one realized at the time was that these were not natural medical problems at all. In hindsight, every symptom Stacy experienced was later found to be consistent with poisoning from tetrahydrozoline. When ingested, this chemical can severely and sometimes fatally affect the heart and body. The pattern had been evident all along. Repeated, unexplained episodes of dangerously low heart rate and blood pressure. These were sudden cardiac events that completely baffled medical professionals. A young woman with no history of heart disease in her family was suddenly in need of a pacemaker. Joshua, with his extensive medical training as a flight paramedic, would have known exactly what symptoms to anticipate. He would have known how to administer the poison in doses that were not immediately lethal, but which would cause chronic, debilitating health issues. Furthermore, he would have been aware that standard medical tests would fail to detect it, and that doctors would ultimately attribute her decline to a heart condition, rather than suspecting poisoning. For Stacy's mother, Susie, there was a persistent, nagging worry. If she had a bad dream, she would immediately call her daughter to confirm she was safe. A mother's instinct, sensing that something was wrong, even if she couldn't pinpoint the cause. The medical emergencies, however, had created another devastating problem: crushing debt. While the GoFundMe campaign provided some relief, the financial pressure was enormous. Hospital stays, specialist visits, the pacemaker surgery, and ongoing care resulted in bills that relentlessly mounted. All the while, Joshua was executing a plan far more sinister than anyone could have imagined. He was slowly and methodically poisoning his wife, carefully building a medical history that would ensure her eventual sudden death appeared to be inevitable, unremarkable, and entirely natural. Then, on the evening of September 23, 2018, Joshua placed a 911 call. Joshua informed the responding officers that he had discovered his 32-year-old wife unresponsive, slumped over the side of the couch. However, his account of his actions just before finding her became a major point of suspicion, as his story kept shifting and changing depending on who he was speaking to. To the police. At the scene, he claimed he had stepped outside to ensure their cars were locked, citing a recent spate of auto burglaries as his reason, a plausible explanation. He told a friend he had simply gone for a walk to burn off some energy. He offered yet another version, saying he had been sitting in the backyard cutting wood for signs he produced. He told Susie he had been sitting at the kitchen table working on his laptop with his back to Stacy. When he turned around, he saw her slumped over the couch. 4 different stories, 4 different versions. The fact that his narrative changed so frequently strongly suggested deception, as the truth about finding a deceased loved one typically remains constant. When paramedics arrived, they found Stacy unresponsive, psionic, blue, and not breathing. They rushed her to the hospital, but despite all efforts, it was too late. Stacy Robinson Hunsucker was pronounced dead. The cause of death seemed clear to everyone: cardiac arrest. Given her well-documented heart problems, the pacemaker, and her history of mysterious cardiac events, local police treated it as a natural death, a tragic but not suspicious passing of a young woman whose heart had simply failed. However, Joshua's actions and the hours and days following her death were deeply concerning. He refused to allow a coroner to perform an autopsy, remaining absolutely adamant. This was highly unusual, especially because Stacy had registered to be an organ donor, which typically requires facilitating the donation process. Joshua, nonetheless, was insistent and unwavering. Within just 2 days, Stacy's body was cremated. The specific evidence that eventually allowed investigators to connect Joshua to Stacy's death, despite the swift cremation, centered on 2 main factors: his shifting narratives and suspicious behavior, and the subsequent discovery of a toxic substance in Stacy's system, revealed through a highly unusual separate investigation. Investigators realized that Joshua's 4 conflicting stories, checking car locks, going for a walk, cutting wood, and working on his laptop, all served one purpose: to account for a period of time when he was not in the room with Stacy, thus creating a window during which he could have administered the fatal substance. His immediate focus on claiming the $250,000 in life insurance and the unseemly haste in cremating Stacy's body, which destroyed much of the physical evidence, further fueled their suspicion. Crucially, because Stacy was an organ donor, samples had been collected by the Organ Procurement Organization before her body was cremated. Although Joshua had refused a formal coroner's autopsy, these stored samples were later obtained and tested by investigators. The toxicology report from these samples delivered the smoking gun. Stacy had a lethal level of tetrahydrozoline in her system. This evidence proved that Stacy had been poisoned, and coupled with Joshua's motive, changing stories, and attempts to suppress an investigation, it led to his arrest and eventual conviction. Joshua and his new girlfriend Jen were focused on a future that involved buying a brand new house, a fresh start away from the home he'd shared with Stacy. Strikingly, Joshua rarely spoke about Stacy. He never mentioned missing her or the girl's mother, nor did he share any memories of her with his daughters. To Kaylin, the babysitter, it was as if Stacy had been completely erased from their lives. Kaylin found this behavior incomprehensible, contrasting it with her own experience of constantly sharing memories after her father's death to keep his spirit alive. Within 6 months of Stacy's death, the new girlfriend was a highly visible figure in Joshua's life and in the lives of his young daughters. She moved into the very house he had previously shared with his wife, the house where Stacy died, and even the bed where Stacy slept. Kaylin felt Jen was simply Stacy's replacement, seamlessly stepping into a newly vacated role. Joshua's colleagues at Atrium Health's Med Center noticed the same unsettling pattern. They informed investigators that Joshua seemed completely unaffected by his wife's death. They expressed deep concern to the police about the shocking speed with which he had moved on with his girlfriend and how quickly Jen had become integrated into his life. They described the speed as unseemly, inappropriate, and shocking. To them, Joshua appeared unfazed, acting as if Stacy's death was an inconvenience rather than a tragedy, as if he'd actually been waiting for it to happen. Following the collection of $250,000 from Stacy's life insurance policies, Joshua initiated a spending spree that drew significant attention and suspicion throughout the community. The insurance money immediately funded a substantial spending spree. Joshua purchased an expensive boat valued between $80,000 and $100,000, a transaction a judge later warned him not to conceal. He also took his new girlfriend on multiple expensive vacations, trips they couldn't have afforded when they were burdened by medical debt while Stacy was alive. Additionally, he paid off the mortgage on the family's Mount Holly home, valued at $215,380. Stacy's parents' wrongful death lawsuit later highlighted these expenditures, arguing they demonstrated Joshua was thrilled to be free, rich, and ready to start a new life with his mistress. For Susie's mother, these actions were massive, undeniable red flags. She learned the affair with the new girlfriend had been ongoing even before Stacy's death, continuing in secret while Stacy was in intensive care. She also knew Joshua had filed the life insurance claims for the $250,000 just days after Stacy died, before the funeral. In Susie's mind, the pieces of a darker truth were assembling. Rapid insurance claims, refusal of an autopsy and immediate cremation, new girlfriend who had been there all along, Stacy's unexplained, mysterious health problems over the years, extravagant spending, the boat and vacations, and Joshua's complete absence of grief. 9 months after her daughter's death in May 2019, Susie Robinson made the pivotal decision to contact the North Carolina Department of Insurance. She filed fraud allegations against Joshua, suspecting he had killed Stacy for the insurance money and to be free to marry his mistress without the inconvenience of a divorce. This simple act, driven by a mother's intuition, triggered a full-blown murder investigation. Insurance Commissioner Mike Causey confirmed that Susie's referral was sent directly to their Criminal Investigations Division. A formidable team was assembled for the renewed investigation, including the North Carolina Department of Insurance Criminal Investigations Division, the Gaston County Police, and the Department of Homeland Security. Special Agent Lisa Morgan, assigned to the case, made a crucial discovery. Because Stacy had been an organ donor, the Life Shared Donor Center had preserved a vial of her blood prior to cremation. This standard protocol for organ donors proved to be the single piece of evidence Joshua had not accounted for. The blood sample was sent for comprehensive toxicology testing. While standard tests for common drugs and poisons were negative, the investigators requested specialized, broader screening. The results were shocking. Insurance Commissioner Mike Causey confirmed the presence of poison in Stacy's blood, tetrahydrozoline. This is a common chemical found in eye drops used to reduce redness. Crucially, the concentration found was not therapeutic. It was 30 to 40 times higher than normal therapeutic levels, a quantity that could not be explained by accidental ingestion or normal use. The high concentration of tetrahydrozoline, 30 to 40 times the therapeutic level, indicated to forensic toxicologist Demi Garden that this was deliberate, repeated, systematic poisoning, which she described as a modern-day Mickey Finn, where a substance is secretly added to a drink. Tetrahydrozoline is a decongestant found in products like Vicine eye drops and nasal sprays. While safe when used externally, it becomes deadly when ingested. The symptoms it causes can easily mimic natural illness, making detection difficult. For Stacy, who already had a heart condition and a pacemaker, the poison was devastating, attacking her heart to make her death appear to be a simple, tragic cardiac event. Crucially, standard toxicology screens do not routinely test for tetrahydrozoline, meaning it's invisible unless investigators know specifically to look for it. North Carolina State Attorney Jordan Green emphasized that the substance has a dramatic effect on the heart, causing heart stoppage or heart failure. The inescapable conclusion was that this was not an accident. This was murder. Joshua Hunsucker's background as a flight paramedic since 2013 provided him with extensive medical training and an intimate, detailed knowledge of medications and their effects on the human body. Court documents highlighted that his experience gave him a thorough understanding of various drugs. His job also gave him the means and opportunity to commit the crime, as his employment offered access to non-controlled substances that didn't require logging or inventory control. As the investigation into Stacy's death rapidly expanded, a disturbing detail emerged. Just 2 weeks before Stacy's death, a parallel incident occurred nearby. On August 31, 2018, a nurse named Lana Sue Clayton was arrested for poisoning her husband, Stephen Clayton, with eye drops. Clayton confessed to secretly putting the eye drops in her husband's water over 3 days until he died. This knowledge, combined with Hunsucker's medical background, suggested the murder of Stacy was a calculated, premeditated, cold-blooded murder. Joshua Hunsucker's crime was characterized as a calculated, premeditated, and cold-blooded murder given his background as a flight paramedic since 2013 provided him with extensive medical training and detailed knowledge of medications and their effects on the human body. Prosecutors drew attention to several similarities between the two cases, which received extensive media coverage in the Charlotte area. Both Hunsucker and Clayton worked in the medical field. Both were home alone with their spouse at the time of death. Both deaths were initially ruled natural, and both involved tetrahydrozoline poisoning, the active ingredient in many eye drops. Court documents allege that within days of learning about the South Carolina case, Joshua secretly placed eye drops containing a deadly amount of tetrahydrozoline in Stacy's water. Furthermore, detectives spoke to Hunsucker's former colleagues at Atrium Health's Med Center Air, two of whom testified that before Stacy's death, Joshua had explicitly told them that if he were to kill someone, he would use Vicine or other eye drops. Joshua Hunsucker's bond was subsequently revoked on January 28, 2020, due to his escalating harassment of Stacy's parents, the Robinsons. District Attorney Travis Page argued that Hunsucker's actions had violated the terms of his bond and necessitated his rearrest. A hearing was held where Judge Bill Kennedy agreed with the prosecution, deeming Hunsucker a danger to the community and a flight risk. Hunsucker was then taken back into custody and held without bond. On May 27, 2021, Hunsucker officially entered an Alford plea to the charge of first-degree murder. An Alford plea means that the defendant does not admit guilt, but acknowledges that the prosecution has enough evidence to likely secure a conviction from a jury. As part of a plea agreement to avoid a capital murder trial and the possibility of the death penalty, Hunsucker was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He was additionally ordered to pay $12,000 in restitution. Before the sentence was handed down, Stacy's mother, Susie Robinson, delivered a powerful victim impact statement describing the anguish and heartbreak Hunsucker had inflicted upon their family. Hunsucker also made a brief statement, offering a limited apology, stating that he was truly sorry for the pain he had caused the Robinsons. Following his life sentence for the murder of his wife Stacy, Joshua Hunsucker's bond was initially revoked in January 2020 due to his incessant harassment of the Robinsons. He eventually entered an Alford plea to first-degree murder on May 27, 2021, and was subsequently sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. However, even from prison, the intimidation was relentless, clearly designed to terrify the Robinsons into silence. Then, in a bizarre and desperate attempt to shift blame, on February 4, 2023, Joshua staged his own kidnapping. He reported to police that he had been pistol whipped, zip-tied, and injected with an unknown substance while changing a flat tire, and he falsely accused Stacy's father, John Robinson, as his attacker, attempting to frame him for the assault. Mount Holly police conducted a thorough investigation and immediately concluded that Hunsucker had fabricated the entire incident, finding no evidence to support his claims. Joshua's disturbing actions did not stop there. Just weeks after the fake kidnapping report in February 2023, he committed a more heinous act by poisoning his own 11-year-old daughter, which resulted in a serious medical scare and her hospitalization. Tests confirmed the presence of the same chemical agent used to murder Stacy in the child's system, along with an unapproved antidepressant that had also been found in Hunsucker's truck. While the daughter was being treated, Joshua attempted to mislead doctors by suggesting she had been given Visine, a claim medical staff deemed inconsistent with her actual symptoms. The prosecution believes Joshua Hunsucker poisoned his daughter as part of a malignant scheme to frame the Robinsons, Stacy's parents, and thereby have them excluded from his daughter's life. This attempt at manipulation backfired drastically. In July 2024, a judge determined that Joshua had abused his daughter and neglected both of his children. His relentless efforts to control the situation continued, leading to another arrest in August 2024 for witness intimidation. By November 2024, the courts revoked his bond, and he remains in custody without the possibility of release, actions described by those involved as evil and monstrous for the extreme lengths he went to in order to avoid accountability. Adding to the list of his crimes, less than a month before his December 2019 arrest for murder, Joshua allegedly committed felony arson. On November 26, 2019, at 12:59 a.m., he is accused of setting fire to a syringe pump inside an Atrium Health helicopter while it was mid-flight over Charlotte. This reckless act forced an emergency landing at a car dealership on Independence Boulevard, although no one was injured. Investigators saw the timing as significant, suggesting the arson was a desperate attempt to create chaos because Joshua sensed his impending arrest for murder. Atrium Health expressed profound shock at his actions, calling it unfathomable that he would endanger lives in this manner. Prior to his murder arrest, Joshua was already on administrative leave for alleged workplace misconduct, and he was officially terminated from Atrium Health's Med Center Air, where he had worked since 2013, the day after his December 2019 arrest for murder. His murder trial, originally scheduled for March 2025, is now likely to be pushed back to autumn 2025 due to these significant new developments in his case, as indicated by the prosecutors through their attorney. Stacy Hunsucker's family released a poignant statement following Joshua's initial arrest, expressing their unwavering commitment. "We will not rest until justice is served. We will do everything in our power to support and care for your beautiful daughters, Piper and Willow." A high school friend, Kelly, lamented the tragedy, emphasizing that Stacy, a great mother and a happy person, did not deserve her fate. This case underscored the vital importance of financial crime investigation in solving violent crimes. Insurance Commissioner Mike Corey noted that it was unexpected for an insurance fraud investigation to evolve into a murder probe. He concluded that had it not been for Susie Robinson's mother's intuition and the preserved blood sample from organ donation, Joshua might have successfully committed the perfect crime. Stacy Robinson Hunsucker is remembered as a devoted mother, teacher, and church member. She enjoyed crafting, trips to the beach, watching sports, and photographing her daughters. She was known for a radiant smile that brought happiness and comfort to those around her. As of November 2024, Joshua remains held without bond in the Gaston County Jail. His two daughters, currently approximately 12 and 14 years old, have been removed from his care. John and Susie Robinson continue their legal battle for custody of their granddaughters. Although justice is still pending, the family remains determined that Stacy Robinson Hunsucker will not be forgotten. This is the story of Emily Longley, a 17-year-old girl from England whose life was cut short in 2011. Emily was born in 1994 to parents Mark and Caroline, and 2 years later, her sister Hannah came along. The girls were incredibly close growing up. When Emily was 9 and Hannah was 7, their family moved to Auckland, New Zealand, where they built a new life together. As Emily got older, she started hanging around with people her parents weren't comfortable with. Hoping to give her a fresh start, they decided to send her back to England to live with her grandparents. In 2010, Emily moved to Bournemouth, a beach town in Dorset, and enrolled at Brocklehurst College. She wanted to study business and had dreams of becoming a model. Around this same time, her parents back in New Zealand were going through a divorce, though they remained friendly with each other. Emily settled into her new life easily. She was outgoing and funny, the kind of person who naturally drew people to her. That's when she met Elliot Turner, who was 20 years old. They started dating, and at first things seemed fine. In April 2011, Emily flew back to New Zealand to visit her family after being away for about 6 months. Her dad picked her up from the airport, and she ran to him with a huge hug, telling him how much she'd missed him. The next day, the whole family went to Emily's favorite pizza place. Over dinner, she talked about school, her modeling ambitions, and the friends she'd made. She also mentioned Elliot, though she told her parents she didn't think the relationship was very serious. She even said she was thinking about ending it when she got back to England. Emily spent the next few weeks enjoying time with her friends and family in New Zealand. She was relaxed and happy, and nobody had any reason to worry about her. When it was time to leave, saying goodbye was hard, but she promised she'd be back in 5 months for the Rugby World Cup in September. A few days after returning to England, Emily texted her dad to let him know she'd broken up with Elliot. She didn't give many details, just said it was over. One thing that had bothered Elliot was the photos Emily had posted during her trip to New Zealand. Some of them showed her with other guys, and he became extremely jealous. Elliot came from a wealthy family. His father was a jeweler, and on the surface, Elliot seemed to have everything handed to him. He was well known in the local bars and clubs around Bournemouth and hung out with a group of wealthy young men who called themselves The Firm. His friends nicknamed him All Talk Turner because he was constantly bragging about things. He and Emily had first met in December 2010. At the beginning, it seemed fun, with lots of parties and late nights. But Elliot had a history of becoming obsessed in relationships, and the same pattern started showing up with Emily. Their fights became intense very quickly. People who knew him said he was aggressive, controlling, and had a short temper. This wasn't new behavior either. Back in 2008, when he was just 16, police had given him a harassment warning after he wouldn't stop texting and emailing an ex-girlfriend who had broken up with him. Elliot loved being the center of attention. He didn't have a job, and his parents paid for everything. He knew how to manipulate people, including his own family. His life was all about partying, women, drinking, and drugs. He acted like he could do whatever he wanted without consequences. He even carried a hammer around, supposedly for protection if someone challenged him. His friends said he liked to think of himself as some kind of wannabe gangster, the person everyone came to for favors. He'd walk into a bar and buy drinks for everyone just to show off. He bragged about driving a new Mini Cooper, even though it was actually a gift from his grandmother. Online, he kept up this tough guy image, calling himself things like Scarface or even God. Elliot never had trouble getting attention from women, but when he met Emily, he became fixated on her. She fit the image he wanted to project, someone successful and confident who made him look good. As the relationship continued, his controlling behavior became impossible to ignore. At one point, he even threatened to kill her. A few months before she died, Emily wrote him a note, trying to get through to him. She wrote, 1, I love you. 2, don't say you'll kill me. 3, stop talking about your ex-girlfriend. 4, stop being so aggressive all the time. Just relax. It's more attractive, and you scare me when you act so intimidating. When Elliot's behavior kept getting worse, Emily realized she couldn't stay with him anymore. But people like Elliot don't handle rejection well. On the night of May 6, 2011, Emily went out with friends to a nightclub. Security cameras caught her arriving with them. That same evening, Elliot had been reading her Facebook messages and discovered she was seeing someone else. He was furious. He showed up at the club and started a fight with her. Things got heated quickly. Emily threw her drink in his face, and he responded by yelling at her and making threats. He didn't like what she was wearing, saying it was too revealing. Even though Emily had ended things, he refused to accept it. He ruined her night, so she decided to leave. But he followed her. Friends later said they heard him say things like, "We'll kill her. I'll go to prison for it and still be a millionaire. I do 10 years. It wouldn't bother me." Elliot eventually caught up with her and convinced her to come back to his house, saying they could talk somewhere quieter. He still lived with his parents, and maybe that made Emily feel like it would be safer, that he'd calm down with them around. Neighbors saw the two of them walk into the house together. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, Elliot's mother, Anita, called emergency services. She said Emily wasn't waking up. While waiting for the ambulance, Anita followed the operator's instructions, trying to help Emily until paramedics arrived. But when the ambulance got there, it was too late. All they could do was confirm that 17-year-old Emily Longley was dead. Anita, Elliot's mother, was originally from Indonesia and had moved to the UK to marry Lee Turner. When they had their son, they gave him everything he wanted, which turned out to be a huge mistake. When Anita made that emergency call, something seemed off. Her voice didn't sound like someone who had just found her son's girlfriend unresponsive. She sounded strangely calm, as if nothing unusual was happening. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in New Zealand, Emily's father, Mark, woke up around 2 in the morning to several missed calls from his ex-wife, Caroline, and their younger daughter, Hannah. There was also a voicemail from Hannah, but he could barely understand what she was saying. Then he heard Caroline screaming in the background, "Emily is dead." Mark couldn't believe it. He immediately called his mother in England. When she answered, she was crying uncontrollably. A police officer took the phone and said, "I'm sorry to tell you that your daughter Emily has died." Just a week earlier, Emily had been sitting on his couch in New Zealand, smiling and laughing like her normal self. Now he was being told she was gone. As he flew to the UK, he kept hoping it was all some terrible mistake, but it wasn't. Losing their oldest daughter was absolutely devastating for both of Emily's parents. At first, police told them she had died in her sleep, but that explanation didn't make sense. Emily was young, healthy, and full of energy. Police collected evidence, but it wasn't clear what had happened. Everyone had to wait for the autopsy results. Elliot and his Karens, Anita and Lee, told investigators they had been home all night and hadn't heard anything unusual. Elliot even posted photos of himself and Emily on Facebook acting publicly heartbroken. At that point, police didn't have enough solid evidence to prove his story was false. In any unexplained death, the first step is figuring out how someone died. Once investigators know that, they can understand which direction the case should go. While waiting for the autopsy results, detectives looked deeper into Emily's recent activity. They discovered that a few days before she died, she had posted something strange on Facebook. On Thursday, May 5th, Emily wrote, "Have a stalker. Someone just called me and I asked who it was. They said, 'You don't know me, but I know everything about you.' I asked how they got my number and they said, 'I'll tell you when I see you,' and kept asking me out. So I hung up, but they won't stop calling." Around the same time, police learned that Emily had argued with Elliot in front of other people at a nightclub shortly before she died. After talking to Elliot's friends, investigators found out that he tried to control almost everything Emily did. They also learned he knew she had been seeing another guy, and most importantly, that Elliot had threatened to kill her more than once. His friends didn't take it seriously, thinking he was just talking big to sound tough. When the autopsy came back, it didn't give a clear cause of death, but medical experts said the injuries could be consistent with strangulation. One expert noted that the findings matched what you would expect if pressure had been applied to her neck. Investigators began to suspect that someone in the Turner household might have been involved, so they installed listening devices inside the home. They wanted to know if the family was hiding anything, and it turned out they were. On the recordings, they heard Elliot coaching his mother on what to say to police and how she should act. His father, Lee, seemed to be the only one who realized this was wrong, but even he eventually went along with what his wife and son wanted. Then, on those same recordings, investigators heard something even more important. Elliot admitting that he caused Emily's death. He was arrested a week after Emily died. He denied everything, and his lawyers tried to challenge the recordings, arguing they weren't reliable. But after reviewing all the details, the judge allowed the audio to be used as evidence. Not realizing police had been listening the whole time, Elliot had said that he was angry every single day, and that no one had ever made him as furious as Emily did. During the trial in May 2012, his lawyer argued that he acted in self-defense. Elliot claimed the argument in his bedroom got out of hand and that he grabbed Emily by the neck because he felt threatened. He insisted he didn't strangle her and said he simply woke up the next morning and found her dead in his bed. On the second day of the trial, Turner told the court he was disgusted with himself for what happened that night. He claimed that after finding Emily dead, he wrote a letter to his mother saying he was ashamed and planned to leave for Spain. It looked like he might have been preparing to leave the country on the day Emily died, but for whatever reason, he didn't go through with it. When police arrived after the emergency call, they noticed bags already packed. His passport was even in his pocket. In court, Elliot admitted he had threatened Emily and said he'd been upset and felt tricked the night before her death. He said he'd seen emails on her phone that made it look like he had smashed her face into a table, emails that turned out to be fake. When he described the argument that happened before Emily died, he claimed she started hitting him with her hands and feet. He said he tried to calm her down, then eventually gave up and tossed her 20 pounds for a cab. According to him, she just ignored him at first. Then 5 seconds later, she went crazy. He said he had never seen Emily that angry and didn't know what to do. She wouldn't stop, and he kept telling her to calm down. That's when he grabbed her by the neck with his right hand. The defense lawyer asked him why he did that. Turner replied, to stop her going nuts. He said he didn't know what to do, and his right hand made contact with her neck. When asked how hard he grabbed her, Turner said he wouldn't say very hard, but it was quite hard. He explained that he grabbed her, pushed her onto the bed, and pressed down on her neck while she was lying down. According to him, he held her there for 5 or 6 seconds, then let go and walked out of the room. When the defense asked if he meant to kill her, Turner said no. He said he thought she had fallen asleep and that he didn't realize she was dead until she didn't wake up the next morning. In an interview with the Herald newspaper, Emily's father, Mark, talked about how difficult it was to lose his daughter. Here's the thing about death, he said. It sucks. It doesn't matter if it's your child, your partner, or your 99-year-old grandmother. It sucks. A person is here one day and gone the next, and it's not something you ever get used to. He said that every milestone is painful. Birthdays, Christmas, Easter, all of it. Easter was especially hard because it was the last time he had really spent time with her. For him, the heaviest part was knowing he would never get to see the woman she would have grown up to be. We miss seeing the life she never got to live. We only got a small glimpse of the woman she was becoming, and I was so proud of her, Mark said. I'm her father, so of course I'm biased, but the world really was a better place with her in it. It was definitely a lot more fun. At the trial, Elliot Turner was shown to be a spoiled, wealthy young man whose parents tried to protect him from any consequences. The court heard that he had full run of the family's home in the expensive Queen's Park area of Bournemouth, where he regularly threw parties for his middle-class friends. His father Lee described these parties as wild. Elliot had been given his own living space in the converted garage so he could come and go without bothering his parents. It was in that room, with its own minibar and the privacy he was used to, that he strangled Emily on his bed. When police looked at computers from the Turner house, they found search queries like death by strangulation and how to avoid punishment for a crime. Jealousy was identified as the main reason he killed her. The court heard testimony from Luke Ashford, the man who had spent the night with Emily shortly before her death. Elliot had found out about it. Even while he was in custody, he bragged that the jury would believe his twisted version of events, that Emily attacked him and he had only acted in self-defense. In letters he wrote from prison to his friends, he claimed he'd soon be driving a new Range Rover and moving to Spain. He talked about selling the rights to his story and living a glamorous life. But the jury ended those fantasies quickly when they returned a guilty verdict. On May 22, 2012, Elliot Turner was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 16 years. Announcing the verdict, Mrs. Justice Dobbs described him as a man of striking arrogance. She said Emily was a lovely, kind, fun-loving girl who brought a ray of sunshine to those she touched, and that light has been extinguished suddenly and needlessly by him. She told him that he didn't love Emily. She was a trophy, and the relationship, if it could even be called that, was all about control. Control he enforced with threats and aggression. Mrs. Justice Dobbs also sentenced him to 9 months to run at the same time for trying to obstruct justice. But Elliot Turner wasn't the only one on trial. His parents, Anita and Lee, had been giving him money for years to keep up his partying lifestyle, and they loved him so much that they tried to cover up what he'd done. Lee destroyed a letter in which Elliot confessed, and Anita removed the jacket from the bedroom where the letter had supposedly been written. She even delayed calling an ambulance so Elliot could hide evidence and the family could settle on a story to tell police. When Anita was asked why she didn't call an ambulance right away, she said she didn't believe Emily was dead. During questioning, she was asked whether she thought Emily had ruined her son's life. After a long 6-second pause, she said no. In one of the recordings played in court, Lee asked his wife if they'd done the right thing. "We've done the right thing," she replied. Both Anita, who was 51, and Lee, who was 54, were found guilty of trying to obstruct justice and were each sentenced to 27 months in prison. Mrs. Justice Linda Dobbs told them, "You chose to fight this case, showing little remorse." She added that although Lee claimed he didn't know what was in the letter when he burned it, his voice on the recording made it clear that it weighed heavily on him. The Turners were released in 2013 after serving half of their sentence. They still live in the same house where Emily Longley died. After the verdicts, Emily's father Mark broke down as he spoke to the media. Standing with his ex-wife Caroline and their daughter Hannah, he said, "What we've heard over these 5 weeks has shocked us and disgusted us. That a man as cruel as Turner could treat a gentle, loving girl like Emily so violently is impossible to understand." He said they were incredibly proud of Emily, proud that she traveled halfway around the world to build a better life for herself, and devastated that Turner chose to end that life. Mark also talked about Turner's repeated threats and boasting. No one took him seriously until it was too late, he said. He explained that even Turner's own mother didn't react when Elliot texted her saying he was going to break Emily's neck. Maybe if someone had taken him seriously, Emily might still be here today, he said. He ended by saying, "I hope Turner thinks about what he's done every single day he's in prison." In October 2020, the press reported that Elliot Turner had been beaten by his cellmates in prison. The incident happened after he put up photos of Emily in his cell and bragged about receiving letters from women who called themselves his fans. Some of the men turned on him when he started talking about how he'd soon be back to a life filled with champagne, Bentleys, and women. In about 5 years, Turner will be allowed to apply for early release. Many people can only hope the parole board uses good judgment, especially when it comes to someone who still shows no real remorse for what he did. A mother left her baby behind. A wife vanished without her ID, her phone, or a single dollar to her name. And the one person who should have been frantically searching for her, the man who called himself her husband, waited an entire day before picking up the phone to call the police. Something is deeply, fundamentally wrong with this story, and the further you go into it, the more impossible it becomes to look away. Because this is not just a missing persons case. This is a story of a woman who saw the danger coming, who tried to plan her way out, who told the people she loved exactly what she was afraid of, and still, somehow, disappeared without a trace. This is the story of Ciera Breland, and it deserves to be heard. Ciera was 31 years old when she vanished. She was an attorney, a brand new mother, and by every single account from the people who knew and loved her, one of the most driven and devoted women anyone had ever met. She grew up in Cleveland, Georgia, in a close and loving family headed by her parents, Nick and Kelly. From a very early age, Ciera knew what she wanted out of life. She was focused, she was ambitious, and she was not the kind of person who gave up easily on anything. Her mother, Kelly, described her as happy, energetic, affectionate, and completely dedicated to every goal she set for herself. She followed a path similar to her mother, who worked as a secretary, but Ciera had bigger professional ambitions. She wanted to become a lawyer, and she was going to do whatever it took to make that happen. She studied at the University of Tennessee for her undergraduate degree, then went on to attend Florida State Law School, a path that required her to leave her beloved home state of Georgia temporarily in order to build the future she had always envisioned. She eventually became a licensed attorney specializing in insurance defense. It was not a glamorous corner of the legal world, but Ciera worked hard at it, and she was good at it. She was building something real. She had a career, she had a purpose, and she had people who loved her deeply. From the outside, everything looked like it was falling into place. But then she met Xavier Breland on Tinder in October 2020, and slowly, almost invisibly at first, everything she had worked so hard to build began to come apart at the seams. Their relationship moved at a pace that genuinely alarmed the people closest to Ciera. Within just 6 months of their very first date, the two of them were married. Ciera was pregnant at the time. It all happened so quickly that there was barely time to pause and ask whether this was truly the right decision. But what most people on the outside didn't know, what Ciera had tried to keep quiet for as long as she could, was that the warning signs had been there almost from the very beginning. Ciera's cousin Shelby Campbell, who was not just her family, but her absolute closest friend in the world, recalled that the problems had surfaced after just the first few dates. When Ciera initially tried to end things with Xavier, he was completely unable to handle it. He refused to accept that it was over. Rather than walking away with dignity, he showed up at her apartment without being invited, and he sat down outside her front door and waited. When he spotted her in the company of someone else, something shifted in him, and he began sending her messages that genuinely frightened her. Ciera told him clearly and directly that she would contact the police if the messages stopped. And yet, despite all of that, despite the uninvited visits, the threatening texts, and the controlling behavior that has shown itself so early, Ciera gave him another chance 6 months later. And 6 months after that, they were standing in front of each other, exchanging vows. The couple eventually made the decision to relocate to Carmel, Indiana, hoping that a fresh start in a new state might give their relationship a foundation it hadn't yet found. Ciera secured a position at a law firm and threw herself into her work. At the end of 2021, she gave birth to their son, a baby boy they named Jackson. To anyone looking at their life from the outside, the picture seemed complete. A young professional couple, a new baby, a home in Indiana, a future that was just getting started. But behind the closed doors of that home, something very different was unfolding. Something that Ciera was living with every single day and trying desperately to figure out how to escape from. Ciera and Shelby had the kind of friendship that most people spend their whole lives looking for. They texted each other every single day without fail. They shared everything. And so, over time, Ciera began letting Shelby see what was really happening inside her marriage. She told her cousin things she hadn't told many other people. She told her that she was scared, genuinely, deeply scared of the man she had married. She told Shelby that Xavier's behavior wasn't getting better over time the way she had hoped. It was getting worse. The remorse he used to show after hurting her had disappeared entirely. He had stopped apologizing. He had started blaming her instead, telling her that she had caused his behavior, that she had made him act the way he did. In one message that is heartbreaking to read in full, Ciera wrote to Shelby, "I'm really struggling with it. It's difficult because I love this person and I don't want to leave him in our family. But his behavior is getting worse instead of improving. He used to feel sorry when he said hurtful things, but now he doesn't even show remorse. He says I made him do it, which makes me feel like he's blaming me for everything." And then, in a line that Ciera's family has carried with them every single day since she disappeared, she told Shelby directly and without any ambiguity, "If anything ever happens to me, Xavier will be responsible." She wasn't being dramatic. She wasn't speaking loosely. She was telling her closest friend in plain and careful words that she believed her husband was capable of killing her. Shelby urged her cousin to leave. She said it repeatedly, in message after message. But Ciera understood something that many people on the outside struggle to grasp, that leaving an abusive partner is rarely as simple as just walking out the door. She knew she had to be careful. She knew she had to plan. A wrong move could make things significantly more dangerous, not less. Police were called to the couple's home on multiple occasions. This happened in both Georgia and Indiana, but according to Shelby, Ciera had developed a painful coping mechanism for those moments. By the time officers arrived, she would have composed herself well enough to appear calm, and she would minimize what had happened in order to protect Xavier from consequences. She was caught in the impossible trap that so many domestic abuse survivors find themselves in, torn between fear of what he might do and fear of what the system might not be able to protect her from. After one of those calls, a detective took the unusual step of personally reaching out to Ciera's mother, Kelly. He told Kelly that he could see exactly what was going on in that household. He said he had witnessed this kind of situation many, many times before throughout his career. And he told her plainly that he was afraid, genuinely afraid, that something terrible was going to happen to Ciera if things didn't change. That detective's fear would prove, in the most devastating way imaginable, to be completely justified. So Ciera made a decision. She was going to leave. She wasn't going to announce it, she wasn't going to give Xavier any warning, and she wasn't going to put herself in danger by confronting him directly. She was going to plan her exit carefully and quietly, the same way she approached every challenge in her life, methodically, strategically, and with total determination. She opened a secret bank account that Xavier knew nothing about and began transferring money into it little by little, building up a financial foundation that would allow her to start over. She told Shelby in one of their messages that she loved Xavier, but that she simply could not afford, emotionally, physically, or practically, to remain in that marriage any longer. Her parents made sure she knew that their door would always be open. Their home in Georgia was her safe place. It would be waiting for her whenever she was ready. That moment came in February 2022. Ciera and Xavier packed up baby Jackson and their large dog and got into her white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan for an 11-hour drive south to Georgia. Xavier wanted to make the trip because his mother also lived in the state. He had no reason to be suspicious. As far as he was concerned, this was a family visit. But Ciera had told her mother something completely different. She told Kelly she was coming to Georgia to look for a new job. And more than that, she told both of her parents the full and unfiltered truth. She was leaving Xavier. She was done. She was going to file for divorce and she was not going back to Indiana. She had made up her mind and she had clearly thought through what came next. Ciera arrived at Nick and Kelly's home in Cleveland, Georgia on Saturday, February 19th. For her parents, it was the first time they had seen their daughter since she had moved to Indiana, and the reunion was filled with the kind of warmth and relief that only comes after a long and worrying separation. They spent time together, they talked, and for one brief and precious night, Ciera was home. She told her parents everything. She confirmed that Xavier had been abusive. She said the situation had been escalating and she was not willing to wait any longer to get out. On Sunday, February 20th, 2022, Ciera left her parents' home to make the roughly hour-long drive to Johns Creek, Georgia, where Xavier's mother lived. She needed to pick up baby Jackson, who had been staying there. The last text message that Shelby ever received from her cousin was sent from that location. It said, "I'm at Xavier's mom's house. I'm waiting to get Jackson so I can leave because he won't give him to me." Read those words carefully. She was waiting. She couldn't leave because she couldn't get her son, and the person standing between her and her child was her husband. That text message is the last normal, untroubled communication Ciera had with anyone who loved her. At 11:17 p.m. on Monday, February 21st, Ciera sent a text to her father, Nick, saying she would be back at their house the following morning if that was okay. Nick told her of course it was okay, that she didn't even need to ask. The following day, she called him and said everything was fine, though she mentioned feeling a little bit under the weather. Nick checked in on Wednesday. No answer. He tried again on Thursday with a text. Nothing. By Friday, the silence had stretched long enough that the entire family was consumed with a dread they couldn't shake and couldn't explain away. Then on February 26th, Nick's phone rang with an Indiana number he didn't recognize. He picked up. He thought maybe it was Ciera calling from a new number. It wasn't Ciera. It was the police. They told him that Xavier Breland had reported his wife missing because she had not been responding to anyone's messages, and that this was reportedly out of character for her. Nick was completely blindsided. He had believed she was still somewhere in Georgia. The family had had no idea that Ciera was even supposed to be back in Indiana. Shelby was not just confused, she was furious. She could not wrap her mind around the fact that Xavier had not called a single person in Ciera's family to ask about her. He hadn't called her parents. He hadn't called Shelby. He had simply waited and then filed a report. Why? If your wife isn't responding to your messages and you're genuinely worried about her, why wouldn't you reach out to the people who know her best? Nick called his daughter's phone directly after hanging up with police. Xavier answered. Nick spoke to him as honestly and directly as a terrified father could. He said, Xavier, I need you to tell me the truth. Ciera told me herself that if anything happened to her, you would be responsible. I'm asking you to be honest with me right now. Xavier's response was to tell him to go to hell and then immediately hang up the phone. Nick then called Xavier's father, who lived right next door to the couple in their Carmel neighborhood. The man said he had never even seen Ciera, not once. Surveillance footage confirmed that the last known sighting of Ciera was captured outside her mother-in-law's home in Johns Creek, Georgia at 7:17 p.m. on February 24th. Police reviewed the footage carefully and stated that nothing visibly unusual was observed. Investigators then traced Xavier's route back to Indiana and reviewed every stop he made along the way. Gas stations, convenience stores, rest areas. At every single stop, only Xavier was seen stepping out of the white Volkswagen. Ciera was never visible. She was never seen at any point during that entire journey. Meanwhile, in Indiana, police were told by Xavier that Ciera had left their home in Carmel on the afternoon of February 25th to walk to a nearby store. He said she had been wearing a black top and purple shorts. The temperature outside was approximately 20 degrees. Ciera never reached the store. There was no camera footage showing her entering it. There was no evidence she had been there at all. And when investigators looked more closely at what she had left behind inside the home, the picture became impossible to explain away. Her identification was there. Her credit cards were there. Her work phone was there. A backup phone was there. And most alarmingly of all, her 5-month-old son, Jackson, was there. Ciera had left without any of it. Her family said it made no sense on any level, except the worst possible one. They knew Ciera carried a burner phone for emergencies, so she could reach her family without Xavier monitoring her calls. They knew she had every reason to stay in Georgia and no reason at all to return to Indiana. But the baby, that was the detail that shattered every remaining hope. Kelly had watched her daughter become a mother. She had seen how Ciera cared for Jackson with a devotion that went beyond anything she had ever witnessed. When he developed a rash, Ciera set alarms through the night to check on him every hour or two. She would not hand him to another person even long enough to shower. The idea that she would leave him behind voluntarily was not just unlikely, it was, to everyone who knew her, completely and utterly impossible. When Nick was told that Ciera had gone missing without her child, he did not waver for even a moment. He told the police officer directly, "If my daughter is missing and the baby is not with her, then my daughter is dead." 2 days after Xavier filed the missing person report on February 28, 2022, police were called to the Carmel home after a gun discharged inside the garage. Xavier explained that he had heard a shot while moving a Christmas tree in the garage, went to a shed afterward, found the weapon, and removed the ammunition from it. He called it in himself. Officers found 2 firearms inside the home. No official public connection was made to Ciera's disappearance at that time. But Xavier's past was beginning to surface, and it told a deeply unsettling story about the kind of man investigators were dealing with. Court records showed a felony theft conviction dating back to 2005, and now police discovered that he was wanted in Georgia on a charge of aggravated stalking. The details of that charge were particularly disturbing. Xavier had hidden a GPS tracking device inside a stuffed animal belonging to his daughter from a previous relationship, using it to secretly monitor and follow the movements of his former partner, who already had a court-issued restraining order against him. He was arrested and transported to Georgia to face those charges. While he was sitting in a jail cell in March 2022, investigators obtained footage from a recorded video call Xavier made to his children. What he said on that call stopped people in their tracks. He told his children that Ciera was not coming home because someone had taken her. He looked at them and said, "Someone took my wife." And then, at the very end of the call, he added these words, "You know what it means when you kidnap an adult. She's not coming home." Let that sink in for a moment. Xavier had told police that Ciera had walked to a store and vanished, but in a recorded conversation with his own children, he was telling them that his wife had been kidnapped and would never return. Those two accounts cannot both be true, and only one of them had been delivered under oath. Forensic investigators moved with urgency. In Johns Creek, the area around the mother-in-law's home became a focal point. Cadaver dogs were brought in. Forensic specialists combed through the property looking for any trace of blood, any sign of a struggle, any indication of what might have happened there. On April 21, 2022, crime scene technicians cut sections of carpet and a mattress from inside the home, a detail that only became public later through court documents from a civil lawsuit that had broken out between members of Xavier's own family. The investigation stretched quietly and relentlessly across Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana, but Ciera was nowhere to be found. Baby Jackson, who was just 5 months old when his father was arrested on March 1st, was placed into state custody immediately. Ciera's parents, Nick and Kelly, eventually succeeded in gaining legal custody of him and brought him back to Georgia, back to the same home that Ciera had been fighting so desperately to return to when she disappeared. Xavier was ultimately found not guilty on the aggravated stalking charge in August 2022. But the moment he returned to Indiana, he was arrested again. This time, the charge was possession of a firearm as a serious violent felon, a federal-level offense that carried serious consequences. At his hearing, Xavier stood before the judge and pleaded for a bond reduction, telling the court that his mother could not afford the full amount. He told the judge that he just needed a chance to get his life back on track. He said he could get work as a truck driver if he was released. The prosecutor asked for a $50,000 bond. The judge ultimately set it at $100,000. Xavier posted that bond and walked out of custody in February 2023. Then came December 2023. Xavier was scheduled to appear in court for a hearing in the firearms case. He did not show up. He was simply gone. An active arrest warrant was issued immediately. Law enforcement began searching for him, and shortly after that, the FBI officially joined the investigation, not just seeking Xavier Breland, but seeking any answers at all that could finally explain what happened to Ciera. As of today, Ciera Breland has never been found. Her body has never been located. Xavier Breland remains the only publicly named person of interest in connection to her disappearance. He has never been charged with anything related to her case, but investigators have stated clearly, openly and on the record, that they believe he knows exactly what happened to Ciera. They believe he is the only living person who can provide her family with the truth they have been searching and waiting and grieving for since February 2022. Kelly Breland, Ciera's mother, believes that her daughter's remains could be somewhere in Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana, somewhere along the route that Xavier drove back from Georgia in that white Volkswagen Tiguan. Hunters and fishermen and anyone who spends time in the outdoors across those states are being urged to stay alert and to report anything that looks suspicious or out of place. Ciera Breland is described as 5 feet tall, weighing approximately 120 pounds with brown hair. She has 3 small tree tattoos on her ring finger, an arrow tattoo on her left wrist pointing in the direction of Florida, and a sunburst tattoo on her left ribcage. Xavier Breland is described as a black man with brown hair and green eyes, standing 6 feet tall and weighing approximately 160 pounds. He is currently the subject of an active arrest warrant and is considered a fugitive. If you have seen either of these individuals, or if you have any information at all about what happened to Ciera Breland, please contact your local law enforcement immediately. A little boy is growing up in Georgia right now without his mother. A family has spent years living inside a nightmare with no ending in sight. And somewhere out there, the truth about what happened to Ciera is still waiting to be uncovered. She told the people she loved that she was in danger. She told them who she was afraid of. She made a plan and she fought for her freedom. She deserved better than this. She deserved to come home. If this case affected you, please like this video and share it. The more people who know Ciera's name, the better the chance that someone, somewhere, comes forward with a piece of information that finally brings this family some peace. Until next time, stay sharp, stay informed, and stay vigilant. Somewhere in London, during the summer of 2013, a woman sat alone at her computer late at night. The house was quiet. Her children were asleep. Her partner had gone out, probably to a pub, probably to drink, probably to stew in the anger that seemed to be with him constantly. This woman, alone in the darkness, with shaking hands and tears running down her face, typed something into Google that would later be used as evidence in a murder trial. She typed, "magic spells to make him love me again." She pressed enter and looked through the results. She found websites about witchcraft and enchantments, forums where desperate people asked how to cast love spells. She read them and then searched again. Urgent spell to make him be sorry for hurting me. And again, I am with a bully who beats me and tells me I am ugly and fat and hurts me all the time. Think about what we are seeing here. This woman was not searching for domestic violence hotlines. She was not looking for women's shelters or trying to find out how to safely leave an abusive relationship. She was not looking up divorce lawyers or therapists or support groups. No, she was searching for magic, for some supernatural power, for spells that might make her abuser stop hurting her without her having to leave him. She believed that magic was more realistic than escape. Her name was Jenny Gray. She was a graphic designer and the mother of 2 young daughters. 3 months after typing those desperate searches into her computer, her 6-year-old daughter Ellie would be dead, beaten to death by the man Jenny could not leave. The crime scene was staged and covered up by Jenny herself while her daughter's body grew cold. In August 2013, 2 months before her daughter would be beaten to death, Jenny Gray sent a text message to her partner, Ben Butler. Police found this message during the murder investigation. The prosecution read it out loud in court. It said, "Just so you know, I am obsessed and in awe of you. I think you are so hot and want you to fancy me the same. I would die for you. I would die for you." Let those 5 words stay in your mind for a moment. Here is a mother with 2 young daughters living with a man who has a documented history of violence against women and children, telling him that she would die for him. Not that she would die for her daughters, not that she would do anything to protect her children. For him. She would die for him. Now let me tell you what else was happening that same week. Ben Butler had sent Jenny message after message full of abuse and insults. He called her a dog. He called her fat and ugly. He told her to go away. He texted that he was about to flip, that his hands were shaking with rage. The court heard all of these messages. In her secret diary, which she hid in the rubbish bins outside their house, and which investigators would later find in pieces, Jenny wrote that they had fought badly that week. She wrote that Ben had kneed her in the genitals, that he had badly hurt her, that she was living in constant fear. And still, after all of that insult and violence, she sent him a text saying she was obsessed with him, that she was in awe of him, that she would die for him. Here's a question that has stayed with me throughout all my research into this case. At what exact point did Jenny Gray stop being a victim of Ben Butler and become his partner in crime? Was it when she searched for magic spells instead of escape routes? Was it when she told the police after Ellie's death that she did not believe Ben had ever done anything to hurt their daughter? Was it when she spent 2 hours helping stage a crime scene instead of calling an ambulance? Or was it much earlier when she made the decision that her need for this man was more important than her children's safety? Because make no mistake about what we are looking at here. What Jenny Gray felt for Ben Butler was not love. It was not romance. It was not even a crush. It was addiction, a mental dependency so deep, so all-consuming, that she was willing to give up everything to keep it. Her dignity, her safety, her relationship with her own parents, and in the end, her daughter's life. To understand how Jenny Gray became who she was, we first need to understand who Ben Butler was. Because the way abusers think and the way their victims think are closely, terrifyingly connected. You cannot understand one without understanding the other. Ben Butler had a criminal record that should have been full of obvious warning signs. He had served nearly 4 years in prison for armed robbery with violence and witness intimidation. He had multiple charges for assault. He had a documented history of alcohol-related violence, fights, and explosive, uncontrollable rage. But it was his history with women that revealed the true nature of the monster inside him. Before Jenny, there was a woman named Hannah Hillman. Butler had attacked Hannah outside a nightclub, choking her with his hands around her throat. He had beaten her up outside a pub, giving her black eyes and bruises. And here's a detail that chills me to the bone. Hannah was pregnant with another man's child when Butler attacked her. Even the presence of an unborn baby did not stop his violence. Years later, after Ellie's death, Hannah gave a statement to investigators. Her words paint a picture of a man who was not just violent, but violent in a sick way. She described how Butler's face would twist with rage when he turned his fists on her, how there was no warning, no buildup, how he would flip, as she put it, between 3 different personalities. The first personality was normal Ben, charming, loving, the man who made you believe he could change. The second personality was violent Ben, pure evil, Hannah called him, a face twisted with rage, fists flying, completely out of control. And the third personality was what Hannah called baby-like Ben. After the violence, he would transform into an almost childlike state. He would say sorry, he would cry, he would beg for forgiveness. He would say, I am sorry, I cannot believe I have done this, it is not me. This is textbook abuser behavior, the cycle of violence, regret, and promises. The way abusers convince their victims that the violence is not normal, that it is unusual, that the real person is the one who cries and apologizes afterward, not the one who throws punches. Hannah said something that has stayed with me. She said, "He always used to hit me in the face. I did not think he could help it. He used to lose control so completely. Even on Christmas Day," she said, "he switched for no reason, held her down, and gave her a black eye." This was the man Jenny Gray met at a party in 2005. This was the man she fell for. This was the man she chose to have children with. The court would later describe him as violent, controlling, and self-centered, a man who treated his family like trophies for what the judge called a fantasy of being in charge. Ellie Butler was born on December 30th, 2006, at a hospital in London. She was a healthy, beautiful baby. She had her whole life ahead of her. She was just 7 weeks old when the first warning came. In February 2007, baby Ellie was taken to a doctor with burns on her forehead and fingers. Ben Butler explained that she had rolled into a hot radiator and burned herself. The doctor, perhaps wanting to give a new father the benefit of the doubt, believed him. Days later, Ellie was rushed to the hospital again. This time, it was far more serious. She was pale. She was floppy, which is the medical term for a baby with no muscle tone. She was barely conscious. The doctors ran every test they could think of. What they found was horrifying. Ellie had bleeding on the brain caused by head trauma. She had bleeding in the eyes. She had seizures. These injuries are the kind that come from violent shaking, from what doctors call inflicted head injury. These are injuries that do not happen by accident. These are injuries that someone inflicts on a helpless 7-week-old baby. Ben Butler was arrested. He was charged with causing serious harm. After a long investigation, he was convicted in March 2009 and sentenced to 18 months in prison. And Jenny Gray, when the police came to question her, when social workers asked for her cooperation, when her own parents begged her to see the truth about this man, what did she do? She defended him. She stood by him. She told everyone who would listen that she did not believe Ben was capable of hurting their daughter, that it must have been some kind of accident, that everyone was wrong about him. Ellie was taken from her parents and placed in foster care. Eventually, she was placed with her maternal grandparents, Neil and Linda Gray. For the first time in her short life, she was safe. She was loved. She was protected. And here is a detail that breaks my heart. Jenny barely visited her daughter during this time. She was too busy standing by the man who had nearly killed her baby. For 5 years, Ellie lived with her grandparents. These were the golden years of her short life, and it is important that we remember them. It is important that we remember Ellie as more than just a victim. She was a child who knew happiness, who knew what it felt like to be safe and loved and cherished. She went to school and got good grades. She made friends and was well-liked. She rode her bike and her scooter to the park almost every day. She was in after-school activities. She was a happy, friendly, bubbly little girl who was known and loved throughout her neighborhood. Her grandfather Neil would later describe this period with tears streaming down his face. He said, "It was a great joy, a new lease of life for us. We used to go to the park almost every day. She was a beautiful, bubbly little girl. She was our shining light." But something dark was happening in the background that would put out that light forever. In June 2010, Ben Butler's conviction was overturned on appeal. New medical evidence had been presented that raised questions about the original diagnosis. The court ruled that there was no good reason to reject the possibility of an unknown cause for Ellie's injuries. They also found that the trial judge had made serious errors in his summing up. Suddenly, Ben Butler was a free man. And not just free, he was claiming to be a victim. He told newspapers, "If it can happen to me, it can happen to anyone. It ruined me. I still have not got over it." Jenny Gray was waiting for him with open arms. Of course she was. They immediately got back together. They had another daughter together who was also placed in foster care because authorities determined they were not capable of providing proper care. And then they did something that still shocks me. They hired Max Clifford. Yes, that Max Clifford, the celebrity publicist who was later convicted of 8 counts of indecent assault and died in prison. The man once described as the most powerful publicist in Britain. Butler and Gray hired this man to run a media campaign painting them as wronged parents, whose children had been stolen by an unjust system. They gave interviews to national newspapers. They appeared on This Morning, one of the most watched television shows in Britain. Sitting on that famous sofa, looking directly into the camera, Jenny described Ben as trying to be the perfect dad. She said, "The mistakes that have been made, we are going to pay for the rest of our lives." She had no idea how horribly true those words would become. In October 2012, after a bitter custody battle that cost Ellie's grandparents their entire life savings of £70,000, a high court judge ruled that Ellie should be returned to her parents. The local council had fought desperately to keep Ellie safe. They pointed out Butler's violent convictions. They presented evidence of domestic abuse. They warned of the danger. They were overruled. And when Neil Gray, Ellie's grandfather, stood up in court and warned the judge directly that she would have blood on her hands if she returned Ellie to Ben Butler, he was overruled too. But here's the detail that takes my breath away. According to the serious case review done after Ellie's death, Ellie herself had asked to speak to the judge. This 6-year-old girl wanted to tell the court that she did not want to go back to her parents, that she wanted to stay with her grandparents, that she was frightened. Her request was denied. A 6-year-old child asked to be heard, and the court said no. The judge did not just return Ellie to her parents. She went much further. She fully cleared Ben Butler. She declared his original conviction a mistake. She ordered the council to write to every agency saying Butler had been cleared. She called it a happy ending. She said it was a joy to see the family reunited. In November 2012, Ellie was returned to her parents. She was 6 years old. She had 11 months left to live. The judge retired early, just 1 week before Butler's murder trial began. She has never publicly commented on the case. What happened during those final 11 months of Ellie's life? The evidence presented at trial paints a picture of growing horror behind closed doors. Ellie started missing school a lot. When teachers asked why, her parents said she was sick. Medical certificates were requested. None were ever provided. Teachers noticed troubling signs. Ellie arrived at school with bruises, with dirty, unwashed clothes, with messy, uncombed hair, with mismatched socks, with mismatched shoes. She looked, according to reports, like an orphan. A note taken by a foster carer recorded something Ellie had said about her home. Just 4 simple words that should have been a scream for help. "My house is a bad house." When her grandfather, Neil, finally saw her 2 days before her death, he was shocked by her appearance. She looked like an orphan, he said, with dirty hair and a bruise on her face. Ellie told her grandfather that she was terrified of her father. Meanwhile, inside that house, Jenny Gray was writing everything in her secret diary. She wrote about being badly hurt, about the violence, about the fear, and she searched for magic spells while her daughter suffered. On October 1st, 2013, just 27 days before Ellie died, Ben Butler broke her shoulder blade. The court determined this injury was caused by him. A broken shoulder blade is an incredibly painful injury. For almost 4 weeks, 6-year-old Ellie walked around with a broken bone that was never treated. She went to school in pain. She played in pain. She slept in pain. Jenny Gray knew about this injury. She was convicted of child cruelty for failing to get medical help. She watched her daughter suffer and did nothing. Why? Because getting medical help would have raised questions, and questions might have led to Ben being taken away from her. On October 28, 2013, Jenny Gray was at her job in the city of London when her phone rang. It was Ben. He needed her to come home immediately. Witnesses in her office heard what Jenny said before she hung up and ran out. Those words were, "What did you do?" Not "what happened," not "is Ellie okay?" What did you do? She already knew. She arrived home to find Ellie with terrible head injuries. Blood pooled around the child's head. She was likely already dead. And what did Jenny do? Did she call an ambulance? Did she try to save her daughter? No, she helped cover it up. For 2 full hours, the couple staged an elaborate lie. They put dirty clothes in the washing machine. They tore up Jenny's diary and threw it in the bins outside. Ben walked the dog, smiling at neighbors to appear normal. They put in a Peppa Pig DVD to support their story that Ellie had been jumping on the bed while watching TV and accidentally fell, hitting her head on a table leg. Most chillingly, they set up Ellie's younger sibling to discover the body, as if she had just been found. Only then did they call for help. The judge called it the most remarkable, cynical piece of acting. Jenny screamed and did CPR, knowing her daughter had been dead for 2 hours. The forensic evidence destroyed their carefully made-up story. The pathologist determined the force that killed Ellie was like a high-speed car crash at over 100 kilometers per hour. No fall from a bed could cause such injuries. She had been thrown against a wall or hit with a heavy object, possibly the table like they blamed. Her body told a longer story. Old, untreated broken bones, the broken shoulder from 3 weeks earlier, multiple bruises and burns at different stages of healing, a map of months of abuse, and the diary pieces revealed everything. Jenny had written that she knew Ben was abusing the children, especially Ellie, and why she did not report it, because she was afraid of losing him. There it was, in her own handwriting. She chose him over her daughters. The trial began in April 2016, and Jenny kept one final secret. Her mother, Linda, died of cancer on the first day of the trial. Linda had spent years caring for Ellie. She died without seeing justice. Neil Gray made a decision. He did not tell Jenny. It was Linda's dying wish that her daughter not know. Jenny found out on the day of her conviction. The woman who had not called an ambulance for 2 hours cried in the dock when she learned her mother was dead. Ben was convicted of murder and sentenced to life with a minimum of 23 years. He shouted, "I will fight forever to prove this wrong." Jenny received 42 months for child cruelty and perverting the course of justice. As the verdict was read, she mumbled, "Big mistake, big mistake, big mistake." Jenny Gray was a victim of domestic violence. Ben beat her, insulted her, controlled her. She searched for magic because she could not imagine leaving him. She shows all the classic signs of trauma bonding and coercive control. But at what point does a victim's suffering become helping in someone else's suffering? Jenny had opportunities to save Ellie. She could have told the truth in 2007. She could have refused a custody campaign. She could have gotten help for the broken shoulder. She could have called an ambulance immediately. At every turning point, she chose Ben over Ellie. Her father said she stood by and watched that brutal maniac inflict unimaginable injuries to her children, and defended him without question or regret. She was just as responsible. I think Jenny Gray is something tragic. A woman so broken by her need for this man that she gave up her children to keep an illusion alive. A woman who searched for magic because she could not face reality. A woman who chose the monster because being alone was more terrifying than watching her daughter suffer. Ellie was 6 years old. She spent most of her life happy with grandparents who adored her. She asked to stay with them. She asked to speak to the judge. Nobody listened. She deserved a mother who would die for her. Instead, she had a mother who would die for the man who killed her. And so here ends today's criminal story. I would very much like to know your opinion, so please leave it in the comments below. What do you think about Jenny Gray? Was she a victim or a villain? Can someone be both? At what point does understanding become excusing? These are questions I want you to think about. We can always debate with respect to the victim and her family. Subscribe and leave a like if you enjoyed my work. Good night, and until the next criminal story. Lock your doors and dim the lights. Let's get into the case. In this video, we uncover the heartbreaking and terrifying reality of how a beautiful love story twisted into a nightmare when a woman was found in her bedroom in a way that no one could have ever imagined. The Shade family home was incredibly tense on the morning of September 1st, 2019. An older family member named John Shade had died in Pennsylvania the day before. He was the brother of Margaret Ann Sumney. Family members were trying desperately to get in touch with each other to share the sad news and talk about the difficult plans for the funeral service. One of John's sisters tried repeatedly to call Margaret, but she could not get an answer. This seemed very strange to Margaret's sisters because Margaret was always the glue of the family. She finally got in touch with Helen, Margaret's oldest daughter from her first marriage. After several failed efforts, Helen quickly joined the group of people trying to reach her mother, but neither the phone calls nor the text messages got any response. It had been hours, and as the clock ticked, nothing had changed. Helen became more and more worried. Margaret had never been unreachable like this before, not even for a short period of time. Eventually, Helen got a call on her cell phone. It wasn't Margaret on the other end, though. It was David Sumney Jr., known to the family as Jr. Helen was shocked when she heard his voice because Jr. and Margaret hadn't lived together in quite a while. Right away, Helen asked where Margaret was. Junior responded in a flat, emotionless, and cold voice that she was simply asleep. This answer sent red flags to Helen right away. It was already after 9 a.m., and Margaret would never have stayed asleep on a day like that, especially since she was expecting important family news regarding her brother's passing. Helen asked her brother to wake up their mother so she could speak with her, but he refused, saying he was busy and told her to call back later. No more questions were asked of him, and the call finished just as quickly as it had started. Helen's nervousness got significantly worse after she hung up the phone. The way her brother was acting was cold and completely unlike him, and the fact that he was at their mother's house at all made her suspicious. She knew that Junior had been living alone for a while, and that things between him and Margaret had been very rough for years. His vague and chilling answers made her worst fears start to feel like they were coming true. On June 28, 1958, Margaret Ann Sumney was born in Pennsylvania. In their neighborhood, her parents, John and Ann Shade, were well known and admired by everyone. 5 children were raised by them, 1 son and 4 girls, and the youngest member of the family was Margaret. Margaret was surrounded by creativity from an early age. Locals absolutely adored her parents' family dance studio, which was a staple of the community. Immersed in the realm of dance, Margaret essentially grew up within the walls of the studio. She participated in more than just class activities. She eventually became a teacher herself, sharing her passion for movement with others. In addition to teaching ballet, Margaret assisted her parents in planning and executing yearly Christmas productions that the whole town looked forward to. Her contribution to the family business gradually grew in importance until she was a central figure in its operation. Margaret was described as friendly, vivacious, and gregarious by those who knew her well. She always took pride in her looks, carried herself with a bright attitude, and had a natural ability to interact with both adults and younger people. She stood out at social gatherings thanks to her appearance and self-assured manner. Margaret was well known in her daily life for being trustworthy, well-organized, and driven to succeed in everything she touched. Margaret got married for the first time when she was quite young to a man named John Joseph Terry. Their union did not last long. As John became more aloof, avoided taking on tasks, and showed little interest in the family, the relationship deteriorated. In the end, their marriage ended in divorce. Margaret had 2 daughters from this marriage, Peg, the younger, and Helen, the older. Margaret's priorities changed completely when her daughters arrived. Her primary goal in life became raising them and ensuring they had everything they needed. After the divorce, Margaret was solely responsible for parenting her daughters. Margaret had to juggle working and taking care of her girls on her own because their father was not very involved in their development or their daily lives. There was no outside assistance for her, but since her family was still operating the dance studio at the time, she was able to balance her work and motherhood responsibilities. Margaret handled these challenges admirably. The environment in which Helen and Peg were raised was stable and placed a strong emphasis on discipline without being harsh. Margaret eventually met David Lee Sumney, a dentist with an exceptional career and a remarkable background. After living alone for a number of years and navigating challenging relationships, he had a captivating personality. He was successful, charismatic, and a Harvard graduate. His impressive career accomplishments bolstered his self-assurance as a possible life mate. Their romance grew quickly. David established himself as Margaret's confidant and friend due to his attentiveness and stability. Only a few years after they first met in 1986, the pair made the decision to get married. After they were married, Margaret appeared to have finally achieved the stability she had been lacking. David's life was anything but typical. Their Pennsylvania home was stunning, roomy, contemporary, and beautifully furnished. They were able to live comfortably and worry-free because of their financial security. David Lee Sumney Jr., Margaret and David's son, was born in 1989. For the whole family, this occasion signaled the start of a significant new chapter. David Sr. supported Margaret's girls and actively participated in his son's upbringing. He soon gained their trust and showed genuine concern for them as a stepfather. He gave Helen and Peg time and attention, fostering their needs and interests, even though they were already maturing. Their family appeared to be flawless to the outer world. Strong ties, a prosperous spouse, and an obvious love. However, David Sumney Jr. was surrounded by unrelenting attention and very few boundaries from a young age. His parents were more than just consoling. They established the setting that had almost no limits. Every request he made was met right away. Toys, clothing, entertainment, vacations, everything he asked for was given to him without question. Junior soon discovered how to take advantage of his abundant life. With time, he began to demand things rather than just ask for them. Junior had learned a technique of throwing tantrums to exert pressure on his parents as early as elementary school. Unless he was rewarded materially, he would not comply with even the most basic requests. Simple cooperative behaviors, such as finishing schoolwork or assisting around the house, were used as negotiating chips. For him, just appreciation or commendation was insufficient. He anticipated receiving payment for all of his efforts. His behavior only got worse as he got older. His parents were still unrestrained in their indulgence. He was always willing to make concessions if he showed any signs of discontent. There was no serious opposition to even the most irrational demands. Both Margaret and David Sr. catered to Junior in hopes of keeping a strong relationship with their kid and producing a self-assured adult. In reality, their behavior just served to strengthen his sense of superiority and entitlement. The family would never forget a disturbing incident with an animal. Junior discovered a tiny bird in their backyard when he was a young child. He took it up and gave it such a hard squeeze that it died instantly. Margaret was even more taken aback by his complete lack of regret or dread. As if it were nothing out of the ordinary, he held the dead bird in his palms with absolute composure. Deeply disturbed by what she witnessed, Margaret subsequently joked uncomfortably with family members that her son behaved like a potential criminal, but underneath her remarks lay real terror. This was not a singular occurrence. Junior displayed an unsettling lack of empathy from an early age. He stayed away from emotional relationships and didn't feel bad about hurting people. Nobody in the family knew how to deal with his behavior in a healthy way. His parents were still holding out hope that he would eventually get over it. Regretfully, the lack of clear direction just made these characters more ingrained in his character. Margaret and David Lee Sumney's marriage ended in 2001. Over time, a relationship that had appeared stable began to unravel. Although the divorce was quiet and orderly, it had a big impact. Junior was around 12 years old at the time. Margaret had very little money after the divorce. David's assistance that she had previously depended on ceased. Her basic expenses were no longer met by the money she had previously relied on from the dance studio. The studio owned by the family was no longer profitable. Eventually, Margaret had to make the tough decision to shut it down. This went beyond just losing a job. A crucial chapter in her life came to an end. Margaret took a job at a clothing store to help pay her bills. Although the job wasn't glamorous, it offered some stability. In the meantime, her son's financial obligations continued. Junior made no attempt to lower his lofty expectations and persisted in expecting preferential treatment. David Sumney Sr. persisted in caving into his son's requests, and despite the divorce and his own financial difficulties. Even at personal expense, he tried to maintain contact with Junior and offered financial assistance. Like Margaret, he took the easiest route instead of establishing firm boundaries. Despite living apart, the ex-spouse's shared reliance on Junior's emotions kept them emotionally connected. He alternated between their residences. Each parent continued to grant his wishes, often at the expense of their own well-being. Junior's level of control over both parents only increased with time. A significant turning point occurred at this time. Together with their son's increasingly out-of-control behavior, they experienced financial collapse and the loss of a solid basis. Neither parent could bring themselves to reconsider how they would parent in the new situation. The entire family dynamic consequently changed to center on a single individual. David Sumney Jr. became an adult and enrolled at George Washington University in 2008. He decided to major in math. For his parents, this was a positive turning point. They thought that going to a renowned institution might instill some much-needed discipline in his life. David Sumney Sr. assumed responsibility for paying his son's education. Margaret made the decision to go see her son in 2010. Her destination was Washington, D.C. to inquire about his well-being. Something that occurred during this trip eventually sparked a lot of curiosity. Margaret unexpectedly called her daughter Helen to let her know that she and Junior were at a hospital. She said that she had fallen and struck her head after her kid allegedly tried to hurt himself with a knife. The specifics were ambiguous. Helen saw contradictions. Her mother gave very few details about what had transpired and was evasive. Helen found out that Margaret and Junior were put in different rooms when she got to the hospital. This seemed strange to her. Given Junior's history of erratic behavior, there were increasing suspicions that the incident could not have been as Margaret claimed. Helen pondered whether there had been a physical altercation between him and their mother. These worries were only heightened by Margaret's nervous manner and propensity to justify Junior's behavior. There was never a formal investigation into the occurrence, but shortly after their medical stay, word spread that Junior had been kicked out of George Washington University. The administration pointed to persistent rule infractions and disruptive conduct. He had been ignoring the authority of faculty members, missing courses, and getting into fights. For Junior's parents, the expulsion was a devastating blow. After all of their hard work and financial sacrifice, they were confronted with evidence that their son's behavior was simply getting worse. After being compelled to return to Pennsylvania, Junior had to divide his time between his parents' houses once more. One of the most tragic events occurred in July 2015 when David Sumney Jr. and his father got into a fight. At that point, Junior was 26 years old. He had dropped out of school, had no job, and was still totally dependent on his parents. Junior asked his father for money that day in order to pay for a trip. David Sumney Sr. was unable to provide the money. However, Junior didn't accept his response. He intensified the conversation by shouting and making threats. The dispute became violent. Junior used physical force to strike his father. Even when David Sr. was unable to defend himself, he continued to hit him. The noises of shouting and a scuffle startled the neighbors, who contacted emergency personnel. Officers discovered Junior still on top of his father, continuously hitting him. David Sumney Sr. sustained severe injuries. Medical personnel noted multiple fractures, a spinal injury, and brain hemorrhage. He was taken in critical condition to the hospital. Following an assessment, the physicians determined that he would require 24-hour care. David Sumney Sr. was unable to walk on his own. After being sent to a nursing home, he was unable to resume his job. At the scene, Junior was taken into custody. Although charges were brought, family members were confused and frustrated by the incident's legal classification. The authorities charged him with aggravated assault instead of attempted murder. The judge imposed a bond despite the dire repercussions, and Junior was soon released. Junior evaded major responsibility once more. He soon started telling his loved ones that he had joined the U.S. Navy. He asserted that he was chosen for a role that prioritized order and discipline. Margaret wanted to believe him, in spite of everything that had happened. Her perception of military duty consisted with the idea of a rigid environment where people must obey commands. But there was never any formal confirmation. Junior began putting a lot of emphasis on strength training. He became considerably bigger and gained a lot of muscle. He was nearly 6.5 feet tall, and his bulk alone was enough to frighten anybody. Junior's behavior changed in tandem with his physical changes. He lost control of his aggression and frequently used threats. Talking to him became unpredictable. He exuded a sense of dominance and expected complete obedience. Another unsettling occurrence happened at Margaret's house in November 2016. While his mother was sleeping, David Sumney Jr. went into her bedroom drunk and started strangling her. He launched an unexpected attack with considerable physical force. His power and bulk made it nearly impossible for Margaret to fight back. His hands were tightly around her neck as she awoke, gasping for oxygen. Junior finally relaxed and went back to his own room. Margaret dialed 911 right away. Officers discovered Junior, who was quite drunk, sleeping in a next room. Clear evidence of assault was recorded by the police. Margaret's neck was marked and her ribs were bruised. Her son had attempted to strangle her, she informed the cops. At the scene, Junior was taken into custody. Charges of domestic violence were brought, but early on, Margaret asked the authorities not to consider her son's behavior to be a significant crime. Citing her son's purported job in the Navy, she contended that she didn't want a felony record to harm his future. She requested that the charges be dropped. These pleadings changed the direction of the case. Junior's accusations were subsequently reduced. A crucial piece of information surfaced during the court hearings. Junior had never officially enlisted in the United States Navy. He made up his military service claims. Beneath that exterior, however, was a violent person who frequently abused alcohol and hurt those closest to him. Margaret's attitude towards her son remained unchanged. She persisted in believing that he could yet make a change. Margaret, however, did not waver. Her actions were motivated by a mother's affection. Junior was spared severe repercussions for yet another act of hostility. He was eventually given a real sentence during hearings that took into account everything he had done. David Sumney Jr. was convicted and given a 16-month prison sentence. Junior started working closely with social services while he was incarcerated. He maintained that alcoholism was the cause of his actions. This was a calculated move. He realized that by framing his problems as a medical illness, the court would be more understanding. One of the social workers was impacted by these arguments. Junior was to be moved to a specialized facility, a rehabilitation center. Margaret resumed her active involvement in her son's life during this period. She paid him many visits. Junior received a conditional release after finishing the course. He soon secured employment. The appearance of genuine change was produced. It seemed to everyone that he was truly beginning anew. On closer inspection, nevertheless, it became clear that Junior's fundamental beliefs had not changed at all. He had not exhibited genuine regret. David Sumney Sr. died in August 2018 at the age of 74. After being severely injured by an assault by his own son, he passed away in the nursing home. His death was officially ascribed to a confluence of age-related medical conditions, but his family was certain that the events of 2015 were the cause of his deterioration. His latter years were a drawn-out and agonizing existence due to brain trauma. Everyone in the family understood that Junior had been the cause, even though they did not talk about it publicly. Margaret maintained her composure at the funeral. Despite the obvious link, she placed no blame on her son. Junior was at liberty when David Sumney Sr. passed away. There was never a formal judicial connection made between the 2015 assault and his death. Junior proceeded to meet a new girlfriend in 2019 via a dating app. Their bond grew rapidly and she moved in with him. He started enforcing rigid guidelines and expecting compliance. The woman became aware of questionable actions like Junior using checks issued in his mother's name. When their relationship soured and she made the decision to leave, he enticed his ex-partner to an Atlantic City hotel room where he imprisoned her against her will. Junior behaved aggressively towards the woman for several days. She suffered from physical assaults and was repeatedly strangled by Junior until she passed out. He left the hotel room at one time thinking she had died. A housekeeper broke rules and went inside the room, discovering the woman in critical condition. Her life was saved by emergency medical assistance. Junior was promptly identified as the culprit. A warrant for arrest was issued, but because of an internal administrative error, the records were not submitted to the government database in a timely manner. Due to a technical error, Junior was able to depart Atlantic City and return to Pennsylvania without being detained right away. Officers were therefore unable to connect Junior to the violent crime when he was later stopped. This error would have disastrous results. This brings us back to the morning of September 2nd. When the officers reached Margaret's house, they knocked. No response was found. The officers made the decision to force entry. As soon as they walked in, they detected a strong smell and indications that something significant had occurred. Several rooms had apparent bloodstains on the walls and flooring. A violent conflict was implied by the scenario. Attempts to hide what had happened were evident in the thick brown stains on the towels and the drag marks on the floor. Margaret was discovered upstairs. There were no signs of life when she was in the bathtub. It was evident from her state that she had been dead for longer than 24 hours. Numerous injuries were visible on her body. A violent death was indicated by the body's position. Experts in forensics started carefully recording the evidence. Investigators began examining the technological equipment discovered in the house. Investigators' worst suspicions were realized when they looked over Junior's external hard drive. 277 photos were discovered in a folder with a name that seemed innocent. Following Margaret's passing, these pictures were captured at different points in time. The body was seen being transported around the house in the photographs. Margaret's body was shown in the pictures in a variety of settings. A few of the photos were obviously staged. Junior purposely changed the lighting and angles, and he posed next to the body in a few of the pictures. A number of the images were obvious selfies. Junior made no effort to hide his involvement and gazed straight into the camera with a neutral or even pleased grin. Any idea of an emotional outburst was ruled out by the photograph's purposeful arrangement. He did not act impulsively. Technological analysis verified that the pictures were shot periodically, sometimes using a timer. Everything suggested that this was not a crime of passion, but rather deliberate behavior. Investigators discovered search queries conducted on the laptop's browser history covering topics such as the chronology of human remains decomposition and chemical techniques for eliminating biological evidence. The likelihood of an accident was totally ruled out by these findings. Junior had done extensive research on how to commit a crime and conceal its repercussions. The search history revealed details concerning mummification and odor control. The scene was one of the worst investigators had ever seen. Junior became the focus of suspicion once the body and digital evidence were found. Helen was contacted by the police. Knowing that Junior would probably be there, she agreed to assist by enticing her brother to their Uncle John Shade's funeral. Officers were waiting for him when he arrived at the funeral and took him into custody. Police discovered jewelry and checks made out to Margaret on him during the search. Junior was officially accused of third-degree murder, theft, corpse abuse, and other associated crimes. He was found competent to stand trial after a mental health assessment. Junior signed a plea agreement in August 2022 and acknowledged his guilt of third-degree murder. He received a sentence of 20 to 40 years. He will be eligible for release in 2039, when he will be around 50 years old, with credit for time already served. The sentence was seen as a betrayal by Margaret's family. Family members thought the prosecution had agreed to a settlement that did not fully consider the extent of the offense. The punishment, according to her sisters and daughters, was not commensurate with the seriousness of the incident. Junior expressed regret and apologized in court, saying he couldn't understand how he could have done the deed. There was a great deal of skepticism about what he said. Margaret's passing was not an isolated incident. Rather, it was the result of years of increasing violence and a total disintegration of family boundaries. In a short time, the family had to deal with the deaths of John Shade and Margaret Sumney. Their tale serves as a sobering warning of the disastrous results that can result from unbridled forgiveness and a lack of boundaries. Helen broke off all communication with her brother. The family no longer regarded Junior as a member. The sorrow and the harsh realization that the system had failed too many times was all that was left. As the legal proceedings came to a close, the true depth of the tragedy settled over the surviving family members. The house that once echoed with the sounds of dance and music, the studio that had been the pride of the Shade family, and the beautiful home Margaret had built with David Sr. were all haunted by the memory of what Junior had done. Friends and former students of Margaret's dance classes gathered to remember her, not as the victim she became, but as the vibrant, talented woman who had touched so many lives. They spoke of her patience with young dancers and her unwavering dedication to the annual Christmas shows. Yet the dark shadow of Junior's actions loomed over every conversation. The family struggled to reconcile the image of the little boy they had known with the monster who had meticulously photographed his own mother's demise. The psychological toll on Margaret's daughters, Helen and Peg, was immeasurable. They had to process the loss of their mother while also facing the fact that their own brother was a perpetrator. They looked back at every missed warning sign, every time their mother had defended him, and every time the legal system had let him walk free. The anger they felt toward the system was just as sharp as the grief they felt for their mother. They wondered if things would have been different if Junior had been charged more severely for the attack on their father in 2015, or if the warrant from Atlantic City had been properly processed. Each failure was a link in a chain that led directly to Margaret's bedroom in September 2019. The community in Pennsylvania was also left reeling. The Sumney name, once associated with dental excellence and local business success, was now forever linked to a headline-grabbing crime. The case became a frequent topic of discussion regarding domestic violence laws and the criteria for plea deals in murder cases. Many felt that the third-degree murder charge was a slap in the wrist for a crime that involved such deliberate cruelty and desecration. Margaret's sisters became advocates for victims' rights, speaking out about the importance of taking domestic threats seriously before they escalate into fatalities. They hoped that by sharing Margaret's story, they could prevent another family from enduring the same heartbreak. Junior's 20 to 40-year sentence meant he would spend most of his remaining adult life behind bars, but for those who loved Margaret, no amount of time seemed sufficient. As they visited her grave and the grave of their Uncle John, they were reminded of the fragility of life and the terrifying potential for darkness to hide within those we love most. The story of Margaret Ann Sumney remains a chilling testament to the dangers of toxic entitlement and the tragic vulnerability of a mother's heart. The legacy of this case continues to provoke reflection on how society handles troubled individuals who show early signs of violent tendencies. Psychologists who studied the case notes often pointed to Junior's early behavior with the bird and his lack of remorse as classic indicators of a deeper personality disorder that went unaddressed. They argued that the extreme indulgence he received as a child might have exacerbated an existing lack of empathy, creating a perfect storm of entitlement and aggression. Meanwhile, the legal community scrutinized the administrative errors that allowed a violent fugitive to move across state lines undetected. The failure of the National Search Database in the Atlantic City case became a case study for law enforcement agencies on the critical importance of timely data entry. For the Shade family, these academic and professional discussions provided little comfort. They were left with the reality of an empty chair at the dinner table and the knowledge that their mother's last moments were filled with terror at the hands of their own child. Helen, in particular, found it difficult to move past that final phone call where Junior told her their mother was asleep. She often replayed the conversation in her head, wondering if there was anything she could have said or done to change the outcome. But the truth was that by the time Junior answered that phone, the nightmare was already complete. The Shade family remains committed to honoring Margaret's memory, focusing on the joy she brought to the world through dance, rather than the tragedy of her end. Margaret Ann Sumney was a mother, a teacher, a sister, and a friend. Her life was a gift to those who knew her, and her death is a lesson for us all. Stay safe, stay vigilant, and remember that awareness is the first step toward protection.
Young love can be an all-consuming experience, and this was certainly the case for 15-year-old Florida teen Seath Jackson, who met and fell in love with Amber Wright during the summer of 2011. For Seath, he felt he had found his dream girl in the doe-eyed, auburn-haired Amber. Tragically for Seath, he couldn't have been more wrong before we start. We would like to send our thoughts and prayers to the loved ones of Seath Jackson, who fell victim to this abominable act.
This case is the single most cold, calculated, premeditated case of murder that I have ever seen.
Welcome to Bellevue, a sleepy town located in the heart of Central Florida, known as the city with small-town charm. Bellevue is surrounded by lush countryside and green pastures, sparkling freshwater springs, and an abundance of wildlife. But for the teenagers who live in this quiet residential community, life can get a little too quiet other than the skate park and a drive-in movie theater in nearby Ocala Bellevue, and its surrounding towns offer little in the way of entertainment here. Trouble is easy to find, particularly for those who fall in with the wrong crowd. On April 17, 2011, 15-year-old Seath Tyler Jackson was spending his Sunday afternoon how he often did that spring of his sophomore year, hanging out with his friends playing video games. But on this particular Sunday, Seath was agitated. His ex-girlfriend, 15-year-old Amber Wright, kept messaging him. Amber wanted to meet with Seath to talk about rekindling their relationship. She wanted to talk to him alone and suggested meeting at her friend Charlie Ely's trailer. Seath was tempted, but he was also wary. He had just spent weeks embroiled in a bitter and vicious breakup with Amber that had escalated to the point of a physical altercation with Amber's new boyfriend. 18-year-old Michael Bargo, was this some kind of ploy to get revenge? Seath's friends were also equally skeptical in their minds. There was something up with Amber's sudden change of heart. They reminded Seath that Amber was bad news and that he didn't need the drama. Seath messaged Amber saying that he was worried she was setting him up to be jumped. She assured him that he wasn't. And when his phone rang a short time later, friends overheard Amber telling Seath that she loved him and that she wanted him back and implored him to meet with her. Seath relented beneath his angry bravado. Seath still loved Amber and had been heartbroken over her for weeks. A short time later, Seath left his friend's house claiming he was on his way home and headed out for the night. It was the last time any of his friends would see him alive. In late 2010, Seath Jackson was in his sophomore year of high school. The youngest of 3 boys, Seath had grown up enjoying life in rural Florida, climbing trees, skateboarding, and BMXing, much of it with his best friend William Samlot. William and Seath had been friends for as long as they could remember, more like brothers, William said. And Seath was the kind of person who would do anything for you. At 14, life was good for Seath Jackson Tall, for his age. Seath was good-looking, bright, and popular. He had a reputation for being cool, calm, and collected. William and Seath shared many of the same interests, including a love of mixed martial arts and more recently a growing interest in parties and girls. And a lot of girls wanted to date Seath Jackson. After that, in December of 2010, 14-year-old Seath began dating a pretty petite auburn-haired girl named Amber Wright. Amber was confident and popular with a wide circle of friends. The connection between them was instant. Seath, for his part, was infatuated with Amber. All too quickly, the pair became inseparable. Seath's parents, Scott and Sonia, remembered them always being together watching TV or playing basketball in the backyard. In early March 2011, Seath professed his love for Amber on his Facebook page. But while the relationship was intense, it was also volatile. Much of their relationship revolved around drinking and smoking cannabis. The two had trust and jealousy issues and fought hard, and often meanwhile Seath's parents perceived a distinctly manipulative aspect to Amber's character. But it was not enough to set off any serious alarm bells, and certainly not enough to predict in their wildest dreams the evil that Amber would soon prove herself capable of. Amber and Seath's relationship came to an end in the latter part of March 2011 when Amber abruptly dumped Seath. But if their relationship had been toxic and turbulent, it would be nothing compared to their breakup. Seath announced on Facebook that he was single. Within days, the two had begun a vicious back and forth of insults and incendiary name-calling. For all their friends to see, Seath had discovered that Amber had cheated on him and posted comments calling her a slut and cheat. In one post, he accused her of using meth. One post attracted 37 comments, with several of Seath's Facebook friends calling him out both on his language and the accusations. As for Amber's post, she claimed that she had never loved Seath. In one, she wrote, "Just do me a favor and consider me dead to you. I never loved you. I don't even want to hear your name." In another, she wrote, "It takes a real man to accept the fact that he got broke up with Seath." Responded, "We both need to just let all of this go. Yeah, we split. Yeah, it hurt, but I'm over it. I'm just not to let Mike have his cake and eat it too." The Mike that Seath was referring to was 18-year-old Michael Shane Bargo. Bargo was the boy Amber had cheated on him with, and Seath had now discovered that Amber and Bargo were dating. It was information that would consume Seath with jealousy and hurt, and escalate the conflict to new heights. Seath had already known Michael Bargo for some time. The two actively disliked each other since his arrival in Florida 2 years earlier. Bargo had gained a reputation for trying to be perceived as a tough guy, an image that Seath wasn't buying. Still, there was no doubt that Bargo was troubled. He had grown up in a home filled with violence and conflict, according to his mother. Bargo's father was an alcoholic with an explosive temper, and as he grew older, Bargo himself would often explode in extreme fits of rage after Bargo moved to Florida at 16 to live with his father. He dropped out of school and moved out of his father's home, drifting from house to house, staying with friends. Twice he had been arrested for burglary. He had an active restraining order against him and was known for carrying a .22 caliber revolver everywhere he went. Later, Amber would claim that she only dated Bargo to goad and hurt Seath if that was her goal. She succeeded. Seath was devastated by the loss of Amber. Bargo now became the crux of Seath's issue with Amber, and the target of his anger Seath took to openly taunting and threatening Bargo on Facebook. He repeatedly challenged him to a fight. Some of Seath's friends weighed in on the feud, enthusiastically calling Bargo soft, and implying that he would soon get beaten up by Seath if Bargo would come out and fight like a man. Meanwhile, Amber had told Bargo that Seath had been physically abusive to her throughout their relationship. Adding fuel to the fire as the feud gained momentum, Bargo ranted to friends about his hatred for Seath. The feud then spread to Amber's half-brother, Kyle Hooper. 16-year-old Kyle was dating a girl named Alyssa in the midst of the Seath feud with Bargo. Alyssa broke up with Kyle over the phone, and when Kyle turned up at her house to talk to her, he found her in bed with Seath. Both sides now traded threats of physical violence. Seath threatened to burn Amber's house down. What had been an online battle quickly spilled into the real world after finding out that Amber and Bargo were going to a local party. Seath turned up and confronted him. A heated exchange took place before Seath laid the older boy out in front of a crowd of peers. The humiliation of being beaten by the younger Seath would prove to be too bitter a pill for Bargo to swallow, and what Seath could not have possibly known then was that Bargo was no ordinary love rival. Bargo was someone with a deeply disturbed mind, a man with no moral compass and no sense of compassion, and certainly no limits when it came to the suffering he was willing to inflict on a person in the name of restoring his pride. If there was such a thing as the wrong crowd in the Bellevue area, it was the teams who hung around 18-year-old Charlie K. Ely's trailer in rural Summerfield. Charlie's trailer was a popular hangout spot for teens looking for somewhere to party away from the rules and restrictions of home, and with her husband in jail and rent to cover, Charlie had let out rooms to Justin Soto, age 20, Kyle Hooper, age 16, and Michael Bargo. Kyle Hooper had left home after fighting with his current stepfather over drug use. Justin Soto had juvenile arrests for possession of a weapon on school property battery and burglary. Bargo, meanwhile, was the self-appointed ringleader of the posse that hung out at Charlie's on the afternoon of April 17th. Bargo shared with his group his plans to kill Seath Jackson. There that day were Justin Soto, Kyle Hooper, Amber Wright, Charlie Ely, and 37-year-old James Young, Havens III. The former stepfather to Amber and Kyle and a regular visitor at Charlie's, according to Kyle Bargo, said, "We need to kill Seath Jackson. Nobody likes him. We need to kill him." Bargo had already thought through exactly how to do it, and the role that each of them would play. Bargo's idea was to lure Seath to the trailer through Amber, who would invite Seath over under the pretense of wanting to rekindle their relationship once Seath was in the house. Justin Soto would hit Seath with an axe handle or piece of wood before Bargo and Hooper would move in and shoot and beat him. Bargo would then take him to the bathtub to finish the job. He was emphatic that Seath should still be alive at that moment he killed him. He wanted to look into Seath's face before he pulled the trigger so Seath would know exactly who it was that was ending his life. Most teenagers would have recoiled at Bargo's proposal. The plot was abominable, inconceivable, no matter what real or imagined crime Seath had committed, but not with this group. Within minutes of hearing Bargo's plan, all five were on board, and in the same way a group of teenagers might plan a party, they began to hash out the finer details of their twisted plot. Mid-discussion, James left to go home later, claiming he felt uncomfortable, not so uncomfortable, of course that he would try to deter the teenagers from acting on their deranged plan, or even to inform the police just enough to not hear anymore. And indeed, he would return the next day to help the teenagers dispose of the body shortly after 7 p.m. Amber contacted Seath and told him of her hopes to reconcile and her desire to meet up. She pulled out all the stops to reassure him that he could trust her and that she loved him, knowing full well that with each sentence, she was wooing Seath towards a violent and certain death. Moments before Seath left his friend's house to meet Amber, he sent one last message. It said, "Amber, if you have me jumped, I will never give you the time of day. So if I get jumped, say goodbye, all right?" Seath's gut was telling him that something was wrong, but his concerns centered around getting a beating that Amber and her friends could have been planning his own diabolical slaying was simply beyond the realm of any sane person's imagination. At 7:58 p.m., Amber sent a message telling Seath to meet her at the corner close to Charlie's home when Seath replied that he was almost there. Amber responded enthusiastically, "See you there when they finally met." Seath was surprised to find Charlie with Amber, but Amber reassured him and persuaded him to come back to Charlie's. He agreed once in the house he found Kyle there, but Kyle was friendly, and once again Amber placated him, asking Kyle to leave the room so she could talk to Seath in private with the plan. Now in full swing, Kyle joined Bargo in a back room to prepare for the moment the savage attack would begin. It was at this moment that Kyle had a flicker of conscience faced with the reality of what lay ahead. Kyle expressed his doubts to Bargo, who quickly put them to rest. He reminded Kyle of all the things Seath had done sleeping with Kyle's girlfriend, disrespecting his sister trying to jump them. Seath deserved to die in the living room with Amber. Distracting Seath, Kyle and Soto emerged from their rooms and began beating Seath with pieces of wood. In an instant, Seath was on his feet and running for the door. It was now Bargo's turn. He opened fire, shooting Seath twice in the back. Seath made it out the door and almost to the road before Soto tackled him to the ground, and together with Kyle and Bargo wrestled him back into the house. He was then dragged into the bathroom, bloodied and mortally wounded but still alive, and placed in the bathtub. Bargo now instructed Kyle and Soto to help Amber and Charlie clean the blood splatter from the living room and kitchen while he had his turn dealing with Seth. Kyle later said that he heard Bargo yelling and cussing and beating Seth, and the sound of more gunshots. Bargo then delivered his final shot, this time in the face, killing him instantly. The final atrocity now began the gruesome disposal of the body. Michael Bargo broke Seth's kneecaps with a baseball bat and hogtied him in order to fit the lifeless body into a sleeping bag. He then pulled out Seth's teeth with pliers. Together, the group dragged the boy's body into Charlie's fire pit, where a fire had been prepared and was already burning fiercely. After placing the body in the pit, the group sat around the pyre like it was a festive bonfire, drinking, laughing, and talking, all the while tending to the burning body of their innocent victim, until it was nothing more than ashes and bone fragments. Neighbors would later recall seeing terrifyingly high flames and the sounds of what they thought were fireworks. But the music and laughter convinced them that a party was being held the next day. James Young Havens stepped in to help the teenagers dispose of the remains. He helped them shovel Seth's remains into 3 5-gallon cans, which were thrown into a nearby flooded lime pit. He then helped them clean up the last of the bloodstains in the house with bleach. Once everything was clean, the group relaxed and played basketball. Seth had always made sure to call his parents if he was going to be late or not coming home at night. When he failed to return home without phoning on the night of April 17th, the young man's mother knew instinctively that something was terribly wrong. Early the next day, she reported the disappearance to the police, and by the day after his disappearance was being broadcast all over the local news. Several miles down the road, Kyle Hooper was watching TV that day with his mother Tracy when the news of Seth's disappearance came on the air. Kyle promptly admitted to having witnessed the murder but denied any involvement. Tracy immediately notified the police later that day as she sat at the local police department. She had not the slightest idea that both of her children had been key players in the murder of Seath Jackson, and that neither would ever be returning home.
Detectives are piecing together the final brutal moments of Seath Jackson's life.
The local teen was beaten, shot, mutilated, burned into ashes, and his remains sunk to the bottom of a local quarry.
West 2's Kendra A-Strike with the late-breaking details tonight from Marion County.
Lead detectives tell West 2 News they believe they know where the murder weapon has been hidden, but right now they are not telling us whether it has been found. Crime scene techs wrapped up scouring the property here for evidence where they say 15-year-old Seath Jackson was viciously murdered.
This is ruthless.
Friends of 15-year-old Seath Jackson continue to visit his memorial. Cars pass by the Summerfield house where the teen met a violent end. Investigators say he was lured to the home by former girlfriend, 9th grader Amber Wright, then attacked, shot, and burned. Detectives say Wright's new boyfriend, Michael Bargo, is the mastermind behind the killing.
Potentially you are facing the death penalty.
Bargo faced a judge with a gash on his eye and forehead. Investigators tell West 2 News he had the cuts when they arrested him. The suspects tell police the victim tried to run from the home after Bargo shot him and was still alive even after the group dragged him into the bathtub and broke his kneecaps to stuff him in a sleeping bag. Friends believe he fought for his life.
Seth was a little fighter. I hope Seth messed them all up.
Right now, Bargo and the teen accused of grabbing the victim as he tried to run, Justin Soto, are on suicide watch at the jail.
Maybe he wants to actually die so he doesn't have to remember anything.
Crime scene techs wrapped up sifting through evidence focused on a bin in the backyard near the fire pit. Even experienced detectives are shaken, as those close to Seath Jackson.
That's hard to believe, isn't it? That you could get 5 people together that would think that was a good idea. It's still unbelievable to me.
Who gave them the right to take somebody's life? Who made them God? Nobody did.
Right now, Wright and her brother remain in juvenile detention. Their stepdad, accused of helping to cover up the crime, has been released on bond. The 4 suspects charged as adults will be back in court May 24th. In Marion County, Kendra A-Strike, West 2 News.
Detective Rhonda led the investigation. Kyle was the first to confess to his role in the murder of Seath Jackson. Kyle admitted to being the first to hit Seath over the head with a wooden stick. He claimed that then he told Seath to run and get out of the house, and said he was shocked when he saw Bargo shoot Seath.
I hit him over the head with the stick. How'd you hit Seath? Okay. And he was in the chair, and I got him in the kitchen. I said, "No, Hobbs." And then all of a sudden I hear, bam, bam, bam. Mike sitting there laying bullets into him. So you saw Mike Bargo shoot Seath? Yes, ma'am. And grabbed the body, put it into the bathtub, and then he was talking about how he was gonna burn it, and then there was a rock quarry over here by Gator Mountain or whatever, and he was gonna jump the ashes or whatever into the rock quarry. How many times did Mike shoot him? I don't know, I heard 8.
Nowhere to be found. Amber Charlie and Justin Soto were now called in for questioning in Amber's first version of the night's events. She claimed that Seath had knocked on the door of the trailer and had asked to speak to her. She allowed him in and sat with him on the couch when Kyle suddenly burst in the room and knocked him over the head. She and Charlie panicked and ran to Charlie's bedroom, where they heard the sound of multiple gunshots. They stayed hidden there all night, only emerging the next day to find the house smelling strongly of bleach. Charlie gave a similar version of events during their interrogation. Each suspect was quick to throw Bargo under the bus and denied any premeditation or knowledge of what Bargo had intended for Seath. But the police left Kyle, Charlie, and Amber to chat alone in an interrogation room, unaware that they were being recorded. The three spoke openly of their roles in the death of Seath and their concerns about being caught in a matter of minutes. They had sown the seeds of their own demise and a lifetime that would be spent behind bars. Detectives soon tracked down Bargo 80 miles away at a friend's house. Kyle's confession led to the arrest of all 6 suspects within days, including James, who was arrested as an accessory to murder.
I went away. I left. I thought it was a joke because, I don't know what to say because I'm looking at a lot of years right now. I'm scared. I don't have a freedom now. I've lost everything now.
What about the 15-year-old who's dead and was mutilated?
He lost his life too.
Although they were juveniles, each of the suspects were ultimately tried as adults at separate trials. Amber Wright, Charlie Ely, and Kyle Hooper were each found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Justin Soto pled guilty and received a life sentence. James Havens received a 10-year sentence for being an accessory to murder. Michael Bargo initially pled not guilty but was eventually convicted and sentenced to death, becoming the youngest person on Florida's death row.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Michael Shane Bargo Jr., should be sentenced to death. Yes.
Michael Bargo holds his head after hearing he is sentenced to death for the second time on Tuesday. In 2013, 10 out of 12 jurors decided he should be put to death, but since then, a new state law requiring that death penalties be unanimous gave Bargo another chance. Prosecutors say Bargo was the leader in a group's plot to kill 15-year-old Seath Jackson at a Summerfield home.
A 15-year-old child knew he was being dragged back into a house and was going to die.
Bargo and 4 others beat and shot Jackson to death 8 years ago. The group burned his body and disposed of it in paint buckets, which were dumped into a water-filled quarry. The defense argues Bargo suffers from mental illnesses and should be spared.
He was not taking any medication for any of the mental illnesses that he had been diagnosed with.
The judge explains to the jury the new rules.
If you do not all 12 agree, then you check no.
And a few hours later,
has the jury reached a verdict?
We have.
Each of the jurors decide Bargo should be killed. Jackson's mother attended each of the hearings and shows signs of relief. As for Bargo's 4 co-defendants, each of them is serving life in prison.
While Michael Bargo led the violence that night that ultimately killed Seath Jackson, it was the contribution of all 6 perpetrators that made the prolonged and brutal slaying of 15-year-old Seath possible. Seath was outnumbered in a house specifically set up for his own murder. He was repeatedly overpowered, making it impossible for him to escape the depravity of Bargo, and he was only there in the first place because of the incomprehensible cruelty of Amber Wright, who used his own feelings for her to lure him into a death trap. It could even be argued that it was Amber's deliberate stoking of the rivalry between Seath and Bargo that was the catalyst for the entire murder itself during her trial. The prosecution said, of Wright, the defendant probably played the most important role in that murder. She was the bait. She was the one who lured Seath Jackson to that house. If you found this story compelling, don't forget to like the video, comment down below your take on it, and subscribe to the channel. Also hit that notification bell in order to stay up to date each time we reveal a new shocking case. Goodbye.